Do you need hair? I needed hair. I got hair from Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And this is my favorite week of the year. This and next week, the division series, baseball every day. You got the wild. Now the Astros haven't competed in the wild card, but having the Astros. Why is this? Why am I hearing this, Del? Okay, I got to mute that. So having the Astros in the wild card this week with football on all week long, we got the Astros. How disrespectful is Major League Baseball, Lance? How disrespectful to the best team over the last decade, one of the best runs in baseball history other than the Yankees in the 50s. How disrespectful that they get the 1:30 game every day.
I don't even fight it anymore. I prefer it.
You like to get it over with?
Well, it's not getting it over with. It gives me something in the middle of the afternoon to watch.
Yeah, that's true.
I actually like it. I think we talked about it last. I think we talked about it last year.
Fewer eyes
maybe
on our
2 years
Astros.
Ago. What's that?
Fewer eyes on our Astros.
I don't care if I hope people don't get to watch the Astros ever again. You don't deserve them. Only Astros fans do.
That's it.
Yeah. So you know what? I'm done with the afternoon disrespect stuff. Like we did that a long time, but I'm like, yeah, I kind of like this game. I kind of like this time. Watching in the middle of the afternoon.
I just can't believe when I saw the schedule. I'm like, are you kidding me? The best team? I know that, it's the markets, Houston, but Milwaukee? Are you kidding? Milwaukee? What? And Baltimore? Baltimore's not a big market. What are you talking about here? I mean, get the baseball. You suck. Baseball sucks. Rob Manfred sucks.
What?
No, I'm disgusted with him.
Baseball sucks?
Yeah. Right. Baseball sucks.
You're just mad because you got to watch it now. It's an 11 o'clock game for you.
Oh, well, guess what? By 1:30, I'm done. I play golf. I mean, it's just perfect for me.
So what are you complaining about?
Here we go.
It's perfect
ruining his golf.
Because my team deserves better.
It's
more
ruining
respect.
his golf tee time.
Don't you just what?
No, it's not ruining my golf tee time. It's actually perfect for my golf tee time.
Why? Not if they're playing at 11:30 your time. It's going to eat up 3 hours, 3.5 hours.
2:30, I'm on the course. 3 o'clock, I'm on the course. Are you nuts? It's perfect.
Then you're in the middle of traffic coming back.
Who wants to wait all day for their favorite team to play? Let's get this game going. Why do you care for prime time?
Because I care about respect. All right, I'm Italian. You don't know nothing about it.
Okay, right? Yeah, because you show a lot of respect to everyone you come across. Sure,
I do.
Yeah, he's one of the 3 most disrespectful people I know.
No, I'm all
along
about
with
respect.
Like a professional, like Ric Flair.
Put some respect on the Houston Astros, Major League Baseball.
The most disrespectful people that I've ever seen: Draymond Green, John Granado, and probably
Michael Jordan. He was disrespectful.
Jordan's up there, but like there's probably a professional wrestler who's up there too.
The Rock. I don't care what your name is.
Stone Cold. He'll give you the double birds.
Well, and Trump's not. Trump.
Well, he's a little disrespectful unless he's talking about Kamala.
He's pretty disrespectful.
Sleepy Joe.
He's pretty disrespectful, and he's not even a professional wrestler, although he has dabbled.
So anyway, the 1:30 games all week long. Starting tomorrow, you got Scooball. It didn't turn out great as far as I'm concerned, but I don't mind. Scooball, they faced a couple of times. They got runs off him. and you got Fromber going. I ain't scared of nobody, if you want to know the truth. And their offense, Detroit's offense, is just not good. It's just not good. So Fromber should be able to breeze. We'll be done in an hour and a half with these games with Fromber and Skubal on the mound.
Yeah,
sure.
it could be.
Yeah,
Could be. We can get you out. We can get you out on the course where you belong.
That's right. You're damn right. So that's what we're looking at with Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And we got our Texans yesterday, who are 3-1, so we can't complain because we've seen a lot worse. But there's a lot of stuff to clean up. You know, you haven't faced the gauntlet of quarterbacks that you're going to be facing. You haven't faced the Mahomes, or this week you got Josh Allen, although he didn't look like Josh Allen last night. You got Lamar Jackson. You still got all the good quarterbacks. You haven't faced the number one.
Don't say Aaron
seed.
Rodgers. Don't say Aaron Rodgers. The Texans are substantially
yesterday.
Better right now than the Jets.
Denver had a plan, though. Well, Denver had a pass rush. What I didn't see Will Anderson Jr. or Daniil Hunter the whole game. Where were they?
The Texans have three big concerns right now. Number one, the number one concern to me is that the pass rush off the edge, what was supposed to be this great rush off the edge, has not materialized this year. Number two, the secondary continues to let people get a step on them deep, and there's so many would-be touchdowns they would have given up this year that would have beat them. They'd be 1-3. They'd be sitting here probably 1-3.
If Trevor Lawrence hits Kirk, they lose that game.
Yeah, I mean, and he had more than a step on the defender. Yeah. And then finally, and we had one where Kamari Laster earlier in the game was beat by Brian Thomas, which makes sense from a physical standpoint. One guy's much faster than the other. But then the other one is C.J. Stroud is not throwing quite as accurately. There's more overthrows and there's more missed.
The one in the end zone to Nico.
Nico was one that's very uncharacteristic. There were a few uncharacteristic throws by C.J. Stroud. He has not been his best version of C.J. Stroud.
He threw for 345 yards and we're complaining.
I know, but he also had to. They only scored. They scored the last 12 seconds of the game or whatever it was, and they only had 17 points headed up to that time.
5 straight punts in the second half. 5 straight punts. That's not something. That's something they gotta. No. They gotta sustain drives. They gotta come up with big catches. I'll tell you. And not only that. Well, how many times did he hit Diggs on a slant and it was either broken up or Diggs dropped it? And Nico, when he hit Nico on the slant, Nico secured it with a guy on his back.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference.
Nico with a monster game, 151 yards receiving. Huge. He's got a great chance of leading the league in receiving this year.
He might be the best receiver in the league right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's up there. I don't know. Justin Jefferson's still awfully good, but Nico Collins is in the conversation, and it's his stats are just enormous. 12 catches, 151. He had a touchdown, 151, 155, one of them. And then but this is C.J. Stroud's first 300-yard game since week 10 of 2023. It's like his first 300-yard game in forever. Would you have ever guessed that?
No, I don't care about that. Don't we care about winning?
No, you do. It's an interesting statistic because I thought he would have had. It's his first one since week 12 against Jacksonville, which was a loss, by the way. But his first 300-yard passing game. Here's another one that's interesting. 8 touchdowns. He's had 300 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, and 0 interceptions in his first 20 games. C.J. Stroud has done it 5 times. That's tied with Pat Mahomes in his first 20, but it's behind Justin Herbert, who did it 6 times in his first 20 games. Justin Herbert's done it the most of any guy in his first 20 games. But C.J. Stroud, not surprisingly, is right there. But, it is a win, and you'll take a win any way you can get it. But this Texans team is just off right now. It's just not it's not quite what we expected. Nothing has really fully clicked with the Texans.
When you're now, listen, there have been penalized teams that win. Okay. The Raiders back in the in the 80s, they were penalized most in the league, and they got that mentality, that tough guy mentality. Mm-hmm. And they were a highly penalized team. It was different though. They were personal foul. And they asked the Texans have their personal fouls too. Steven Sims was one of the dumbest plays I think I've ever seen. With a guy running by him and he puts up his elbow like he's in sixth grade, and it cost him because after that, Woods was catching punts. I don't know. Steven Sims might be the accountability that nobody seems to have had this football season. Mm-hmm. Steven Sims might, with the drop, the muff punt, and with the penalty, Steven Sims might be the guy that they say. Remember when Bill Parcells? Remember
different rules?
Emmett Smith. Yeah,
Jimmy Johnson said it.
Jimmy Johnson. Yeah. Jimmy Johnson. Yeah, he was like, who did they cut?
It was somebody fell asleep. It was a running back.
Yes.
It was a running back who fell asleep in the meeting room.
And they were like, well, you didn't do that to Emmitt Smith. Yeah, well, Emmitt Smith is much better than you are.
We have different rules.
Yeah, we got different rules.
He said we have different rules for different players. Depends on how good you are or whatever. It's like, wow, you just said the quiet part out loud.
Yeah.
I know. Steven Sims could be held to an accountability standard today. I don't know that anyone else will. It was another disgraceful penalty performance by the Texans offensive line. And I know there's some people who think the Texans were getting picked on, some Texans fans. Listen, if you're getting picked on, then you're doing stuff. This is crazy. You had Kenyon Green with 3 penalties. Shaq had 2 that I counted. Laramie Tunsil, a couple holds. It was, and the fans were booing loudly. They were booing these penalties. It is a major issue for the team, is that they are getting booed by the fans because the fans know this is killing the Texans, and it's just irritating. After last week, we addressed it. We got it fixed. You didn't get it fixed. You have, a lack of accountability, it would seem. I don't know what the accountability is. I had people reach out. If this offensive line coach isn't fired by the end of the day, I got news for you. This is one of those things where I don't know what an offensive line coach can do. Now, you can teach guys technique-wise to keep your hands inside, not to hold. But what Laramie was making a decision, and one of them I don't really blame him. When your quarterback scrambles to the left, like outside of the pocket, you've got your guy locked in with your hands, and the quarterback scrambles and he all of a sudden changes his course of action, then that you get holding calls on that. That one, you can't know where your quarterback is going, so you don't just let go. I don't really blame him for one of the holdings. For another one, I thought it was lazy, but they just weren't good. The offensive line is just not playing to the standards they did in the first game. It hasn't been close.
CJ's running for his life again, and had to, I don't know how many times he had to escape the pocket, step up. He had to. It's just not good. And the announcer made a pretty good point. He said, "What's he wearing those red gloves for with white jerseys on the other team?"
That's Tiki Barber. Tiki's done a good job with these games. I think Tiki actually has got some he's fairly insightful. I think Tiki Barber. Is he and McCourty are the color commentators? You may notice a lot of these broadcasts have 2 color commentators now, two players in there. But I thought that was a good point. I've heard it made before. You can wear the white gloves with white jerseys. You can wear, if you have a chance, you wear the same color. It's usually just white as the other, but not if your drip game. If you want your drip game to be good, you got to
white
show
is
out
nice
with the red.
too.
You got to show out with the red.
You saw that, man. He got that athlete face mask on. Kenyon Green has an athlete's face mask on. Titus Howard. Look at those guys. They ain't just gonna go and wear some white gloves.
No, they're not red. They're not trying to
accent the home blues, the red.
Yeah, we ain't gooning. This isn't gonna be a gooned out squad. We're trying to. This is a drippy squad. This is a lifestyle squad, brother. You better get on board. Tired of this. I'm tired of you trying to talk bad about people's glove choice.
Dell, you look different a little while ago. I was like, hey, Dell.
Yeah, the whole point
I haven't been gone that long. You look different.
Yeah, the whole point was to have Alan, our intern, sit here while I had to go to the restroom, but I wanted you to see him so you wouldn't ask for something that couldn't be done because he doesn't know what to do. So I had him sit down. You could see him. That's all. Just in case.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was you.
No.
It was Freaky Monday.
No. I just had him in here just in case one of you guys decided to curse so you could hit the button. That's all.
Oh, okay.
That's all. You told him if they curse, hit that button.
Yeah. And then sit down so he didn't go, hey, Joe, play this.
He comes in every day, so he knows us.
And he knows you're fully capable of saying something.
He knows the show has got that potential.
Well, but He did. He was a baby Dell, though, that everybody hugged at the party, right?
No, he didn't. No, he's an intern. I know
didn't come to the party.
We had an intern. I think we did have an intern show up for a little bit, but
really?
Alan was not that intern.
No.
This intern was, I don't know how old Alan is, but this intern was old enough to get a drink.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. 713-780-3776. If you've got thoughts on the Astros, you got thoughts on the Texans. We're just getting it started. We got what did you learn this weekend in one sentence that's going to be coming your way in a half hour right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we're just getting going on this. A wonderful week for sports here in the city of Houston. And Lance, you got a little quick assist.
Quick assist is where you go to sell your tickets. And you know what? Let's say you have Astros playoff tickets and you can't, and you're not going to be able to go to the game, or maybe you just want to sell them. Quick Assist is the way to go. You go download the app, Quick Assist, ASYST. Now, I know you've heard of these other sites that sell your tickets. Well, what Quick Assist does is they take the tickets that you have, they list them on 15 different ticket sites. They list them on 15 different ticket sites for you. And then they are the ones who are going to work in the dynamic pricing for you, which means dynamic pricing is what airlines do, right? It's what a lot of hotels will do from time to time. It's where if the demand goes really high, then they will raise the prices. If the demand is low, they lower the prices. And it's the best opportunity for you to sell your tickets, get your tickets sold, and yet maximize your profit. And that's what Quick Assist can do. They handle everything. You have no hassle at all. Just list them with Quick Assist. They put them on 15 different sites, and you are good to go. Quick Assist is the location for you. Download the app, Quick, ASYST, Quick Assist.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, before we get more, and you guys are more than welcome to come in, 713-780-3776.
Let's go. Get in here, 713-780-3776. I know you got thoughts on the game, and we know you got thoughts on the Astros as well. Canceled their game yesterday, John.
Yeah.
What, did they do something inappropriate?
Jose Altuve took his shoes off again.
Why would you?
He was running around with his bare feet.
So they canceled the game with
game
because his little hobbit feet were out there?
Yeah. They canceled the game.
Does Jose Altuve have little hair on the bottom of his feet like a hobbit?
I haven't looked. They're at the top of the feet. You should know this, nerd.
All over.
Yeah, not just the bottom. I don't know. I haven't looked at his feet. The last time I saw him, they didn't look very hairy.
Okay. Well,
last time he was getting kicked out of a game.
Yeah.
All right. Before we move on to take those calls, everybody call in 713-780-3776. Who's the best college football team in the country?
Which half of that game do you want to go with?
It's a tough call. I guess Alabama, but man, their defense just I don't know. Is it Texas?
The deep ball.
Is it Texas? I'd like to see more Quinn Ewers first because Quinn's going to be the starting quarterback. Is it Ohio State? They've been pretty blah. Their offense has not been as explosive with Will Howard. Yeah, but they're usually still winning 56 to.
Oh, it was 38-7 on the road, and they're
38.
What did you have a bet on that?
No, I'm just saying their offense. Usually, when they're substantially better than the team, they put up massive numbers, and they're not doing it. Oregon, it's definitely not Oregon. I don't know. There's a real question. Maybe it's Tennessee.
Well, they put up 56, 52, and 49.
Who?
And 38. Ohio State, they're still in the 50s.
They put up that much?
56, 49,
and then 38.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, and then they got Jeremiah Smith.
Only 2-2 though.
Oh my God! How nice
is what I thought.
How nice is that guy?
Yeah,
Jeremiah Smith is incredible. He and Ryan Williams are like pro receivers.
Everyone's talking about Ryan Williams, and rightfully so, but Jeremiah Smith is 6'4", 2 whatever, and one-handed stabs, and he's a freshman too. I know he's not 17 like Ryan Williams, but the fact that Ohio State is playing teams no one cares about is limiting his exposure.
He is really good.
Yeah,
he's nice.
Like Jeremiah Smith is really, really good. Ryan Williams is really, really good. If you missed it, for me, it never felt like a game of the century. It's kind of weird that people try to soft sell the quote unquote game of the century. And I know Alec was, my son, it works in Alabama's football side, and he said this is the biggest game that we've seen and blah blah blah. Since
did he write across Ryan Williams' tape "Kill Everybody"? Is that what Alex had to do?
Okay, so
did you see that, John?
So Ryan Williams, who's 17, is a bit of an issue. Not just did he on his eye. His eye tape. I mean, it's supposed to double as eye black, but it's not really. It's like some type of tape. Yeah. And it said he wrote "Kill Everybody" across the tape. And then he changed his Instagram picture. His it's not his avatar, whatever his Instagram profile picture. His profile picture, he changed it to Michael Vick holding a dog.
I know, because they killed the dog.
Because they killed the dogs. And like, hey, whoa, Ryan. Slow down now.
Enough time has passed, right? Yeah. This is enough time has passed.
Yeah.
No, Michael Vick slaughtered dogs, and he's holding a dog.
And so did Alabama.
Vick,
and so did Ryan Williams.
Well, I can tell you this: the coaching staff didn't like it.
No.
But they were.
He
fine.
may have had something told to him, like, "Hey,
keep catching game-winning touchdowns."
They were fine with "Kill Everybody" on national television.
No, they're not. They're not fine with. We got to clean it up a little bit. No. He's really his play was his play. I mean, it ended up being a great game, but it wasn't for a half. But how about Carson? People had Carson Beck as an undrafted free agent by the end. Carson Beck was like, man, he really, his last throw was a good interception, but it was a little bit off. But Carson Beck came storming back that second half. He looked so much better in that second half. Yeah, man, Georgia, Alabama ended up being one not to miss.
Well, it's either Texas or Alabama. Texas they won by 22, but they had 5 holding penalties and they had a couple false starts.
So that's nothing. In Houston, I'd take 5.
It's what we
only
do.
5 penalties. That's it on the offensive line.
No 5 holding penalties.
Still, that's not bad.
Yeah, and they had a block punt, and they still kicked their ass and their second string quarterback.
They didn't even come close to covering, though.
No.
Do you know that they were laying something like 43 and a half against another SEC team? That was the dumbest point spread I've ever seen.
Mississippi State is not an SEC team.
Yes, they are.
Not the way they're built right now, but maybe
at
some point.
They're the furthest thing from an SEC
They're a regionality team. No,
Toledo beat them on their home field.
Don't tell SEC people. Will those people? Could you catch buckshot if you said the wrong thing against them?
I don't really want to get into this too hard, but this is where Kevin Barbie was last year, one of the worst offenses in college football, and so the Cougs hired him. And boy. Wow. Did you watch any of that game?
Why would I?
What do you mean?
Giving away tickets all week. It was exciting.
You mean the second straight shutout?
It was exciting.
They haven't scored for over 8 quarters. It was exciting
to think about Iowa State in town, and then the game started, and it got less exciting.
Well, yeah, 3-0 at the half. What the bleep? Holy cow. That offense is just miserable. The Cougs offense is just miserable.
I don't want to waste time with this conversation on Monday.
Well, I mean, it's the hometown school. What are you talking about?
What are you doing? You're embarrassing them. You think people want to talk about 8 straight quarters of Cougars not winning and Donovan Smith being terrible?
Well, scoring, not
forget
winning,
about winning, not even.
I meant scoring. Yeah.
Well,
that's not a topic.
Rice Rice fared better against a worse opponent, but lost. Game-winning field goal, 21-20. They missed at home. So Rice against one of the worst teams in college football, lost to Charlotte.
The city colleges are struggling.
Yeah, and the Texans were. Hey, you want to triple down on this? And actually, we'll win this one. The Texans.
So what do you do about Laramie Tunsil?
Okay, so I want to play. I want to play. Let's play. D'Amico Ryans. This is a comment that D'Amico had. It's in our little system that we have here, Del, where D'Amico talks about whatever it takes. D'Amico Ryans, he says something in the middle of this answer. So listen up. He says something in the middle of the answer, and then I will address your question about what do you do about D'Amico? Because, by the way, it's also
about Laramie.
On Laramie, because it's also 3 penalties on Kenyon Green. It's also penalties on Shaq Mason. It's not just Laramie Tunsil. He just happens to lead the league in penalties. Here was D'Amico Ryans talking about the game, and then he, in the middle, kind of slips into a conversation about the penalties.
Wow. What a game. What a battle. Very proud of our guys. We talked last night in our team meeting just about whatever it takes, whoever it takes, and however long it takes. Let's just find a way to finish this first month of the season 3-1. So very proud of our guys for finishing the right way. As we know, a lot of things to clean up for us with the penalties. It's like we're trying to break the record for most penalties in the league, which we got to clean up. This is our 3rd straight game of over 10 penalties. It's just, not good enough. And we have to find the guys who want to do it right all the time and play clean football there. But very proud of the effort from all of our guys. CJ, he let us down when we needed to. Darray stepping up big time for us, and Nico, and he's been lights out this entire year. To start the season, being the NFL's leading receiver, he just shows up every single time we need to play. Nico is making a play, so I'm so thankful and happy for him that he's on our team.
We need to find the guys who want to do it right all the time. When he's talking about penalties. Now,
what does that mean?
Well, what does it realistically mean?
Realistically, you're not putting in the rookie for Laramie Tunsil.
This is the problem. Well, maybe you do. Here's one thing we know. When a defensive player has a personal foul, sometimes offensive player, you always see them run off to the side, right? They run off the field, and the coach starts getting into them, or if they have a bad penalty, you usually get taken out. If Laramie gets a hold, what would it be the worst thing in the world if he had to come out for a couple plays? Now, Laramie might yell at you or might just hold out all of camp next year too, because he doesn't usually, do stuff with the team. He's not really into practicing and showing up at the preseason, at the preseason events. When I say events, what am I talking about? What's the best way to
mini camps?
The mini camps and all
OTAs.
the things. Yeah, he's not really. That's not. that's not cool enough for Laramie Tunsil. So he's not typically going to be with the team and trying to be part of that. But if you pull him out, John, you could make him. He might practice even less. So
they're not pulling him out.
And the
that's the problem is, what do you do?
And because he missed a couple snaps because of the ankle, I guess he certainly came back. And the first pass blocking rep for Blake Fisher, CJ got hit because Fisher got beat.
The first one? Oh, I thought he had hung in there.
It might not have been the first one, but Fisher got beat pretty quickly in his time, and CJ got hit.
Well, I saw Laramie actually, it was a twist. It was a TE twist that Kenyon didn't slide off of and come get. It was. Somebody told me that there were some snaps where CJ had time to throw, plenty of time to throw. There were some, but there were also plenty where he got flushed. He got flushed.
I know I saw before he got hurt. I know I saw a lot of Hines Allen. I saw formerly Josh Allen, now Hines Allen. I saw a lot of him in the backfield.
Trayvon Walker.
I saw Trayvon Walker in the backfield as well. What happened to the Texans pass rush? What the hell is going on?
I don't, man.
We may have downgraded,
we may have downgraded losing Grenard to
Grenard.
We downgraded. Not may have. Grenard was a better player than Danielle Hunter. He was a better rusher.
And that's not an exaggeration. Jonathan Grenard, we saw last week. He had how many did he have? 3?
3 sacks.
3 sacks last week against the Texans, against the best offensive line.
Well, one of them was against the tight end.
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, that's on
at
the
least
coordinator.
One. Yeah,
that's on the coordinator. 713-780-3776. We got to break it here in about 15 minutes. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? That's coming your way. So get your one sentence ready and dial the phone, 713-780-3776. But in the next segment, you guys got anything that you want to talk about with what happened yesterday or your Houston Astros, you're more than welcome. I'm talking about right now what I had going on all weekend long. It was Coors Lights. That's what I did. I don't know what you did this weekend, but I did Coors Lights. That's right. When I'm watching the game, I love to watch the game, and I get some clarity. I get a lot more clarity of what's going on in the game when I got a couple of pops, when I got a couple of cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. You know I like to stay refreshed. You know that I love to keep Texas chill, and now it's going to be it's a little bit chillier now. I've done my part. Are you going to do your part? Are you going to have those Blue Mountains in your fridge? Are you going to enjoy whatever you're doing, wherever you're doing it, and do it with a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light? It's the world's most refreshing beer. I saw a billboard. So if you're looking for the best way to refresh during your games, to me, what a week. You got Coors Lights with your Astros. You got Coors Lights with your Texans. You got Coors Lights with all your NFL and Major League Baseball. Are you kidding me? Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Get your what did you learn this weekend in one sentence ready for the next segment right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You guys have been great lately, so let's go. You learned something from this weekend. You learned about Laramie Tunsil, or you learned about your wife, or you learned about your job, you learned about your neighbor, you learned about some girl, Tom, okay? Something happened this weekend that you learned about. So 713-780-3776. Right now we got La Salsa wants to get in here. Hey, La Salsa, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? Hashtag free Raheezy. I popped pretty hard with that game-winning drive, but at what point can CJ pull these fools aside and, rip into him, man? Say, protect me, man. Protect me. What y'all got?
Well, I mean, I don't think CJ's gonna say anything, but how hard did the Texans have to work on those drives? Man, they scored. It turned out to be they scored 3 touchdowns, and the last one came in the last few seconds of the game. But man, other than the first touchdown came pretty easy for them. The next 2 touchdowns they scored, one was at the end of the game, and one was before that. It took they had to fight through long third downs, penalty, a lot of them that were created through penalties, sacks. They had CJ Stroud had you had Dare Agumbawale had on one of the touchdowns, had a long third down conversion as well that, was a dump off that the coverage was just so far back that he was able to get a first down on a 3rd and 14, 3rd and 15. But I just thought the Texans had to work super hard on 2 of their 3 touchdowns because the offensive line made it tougher on them. And frankly, CJ has not, if we're being honest, CJ has not been as crisp. He hasn't been bad. Let's not oversell this. He just hasn't been an elite all-pro level quarterback up to this point so far this year.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it's hard to criticize yesterday. He still missed a couple of passes that maybe he should have hit, but he's not. He hasn't been. It'll be interesting to see this week against this Bills team. Now, I don't know what to think about this Bills team now. I don't. Who do you guys think is the best team in the NFL right now? The Chiefs don't for their 4-0 start. They don't look that great.
Well, and it looks like they lost Rashee Rice to a torn ACL too. So yeah, you just lost your wide receiver 1.
And when they tried to hit, he tried to hit Sky Moore on a simple out for a first down. He dropped it.
Yeah, Sky has been a huge disappointment over there. I mean, right now it looks like the Ravens. It does look like the Ravens always start
and they were 0-2.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It looks like, yeah, God, I didn't even think about that. That's true. It's not going to be a popular opinion. What about the Vikings? The Vikings have beaten the Texans. They've beaten the San Francisco 49ers. They've beaten the Green Bay Packers. How about the Vikings? And Sam Darnold is throwing touchdowns against all those teams.
Yeah.
Honestly, why would you not say, look at the level of competition they played and who they've beaten?
Through 4 weeks, Sam Darnold is the MVP of the league.
Yeah, he is.
He is.
Either he or Baker Mayfield. One of those 2 quarterbacks from the 18 draft. How good is the 18 quarterback draft now? Now that Sam Darnold, I said on Twitter yesterday, I knew my Sam Darnold scouting report and draft grade would eventually be correct. I just needed 6 years and 4 different teams. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I tell you, it's already crazy. A team with 2 losses looks like the best team in the NFL right now.
Well, it's
the Ravens.
Yeah, and it was tough for the Chargers because the Chargers were missing their starting tackles. Justin Herbert's not 100%. They took on the Chiefs, and they weren't even that Charger team. The second game that they play is one you'll have to keep an eye on. It's going to be a better game. But the Chiefs don't feel like it. You're right. The Steelers definitely don't feel like it watching them against the Colts, although they had a great comeback against the Colts. It doesn't feel like the Texans for sure, John. We've watched too many. It's not the Texans for sure. Just by the way they played the last 3 weeks, it's not Washington, but my God, is Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels, are they having a time right now? Wow.
So Jaden Daniels is the CJ Stroud of 2024.
He is.
He's, his
only more
completion
accomplished
percentage
up to this point.
His completion percentage, 82%.
Mm-hmm.
He has more scoring drives than incomplete passes.
Okay, that's incredible.
More scoring drives through 4 games. Only one other team had more scoring drives than incomplete passes through 4 games, and that was this 1973 LA Rams.
How do you like scoring on 16 consecutive drives? Is either 16 or 17 was the final number before they had to punt. How do you like that? Is that incredible? Think about that. And they were in the 40s. They had 42 again yesterday on the road against Arizona. Like, this is crazy. Jaden Daniels is playing great. How quickly, like, CJ's just going to be an afterthought to people. CJ Stroud, honestly, with Jaden playing like this, everyone's going to be like, CJ Stroud, that's old news.
Yeah. No. Oh, what at CJ? What? It's unbelievable. Wait, just the very next year, you got somebody that's doing stuff that's maybe even better than what he did.
Well, I mean, Jaden's first 4 games are better than CJ's first 4 games, but CJ ended well. I would also argue, I would make the case that Jaden has a lot more to work with, but it's really not the case. CJ Stroud had Laramie Tunsil, although he had a lot of offensive linemen beat up, though. A lot of offensive linemen were beat up. So I don't know. Maybe that's not the case. But CJ played great last year. He's Rookie of the Year. And right now, Jaden Daniels looks like it's going to be extraordinarily difficult not to have, not to win Offensive Rookie of the Year there as well. But that is a good question. The Ravens look like they could be, after yesterday, the best team in the NFL. It's up for grabs. I mean, and I don't know why we won't. I don't know why we don't factor the Minnesota Vikings in, because the proof is on the field with them.
Yep. All right, we got to break it because we got What Did You Learn This Weekend in 1 sentence coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Listen, it's crazy, but if you would have bet against the Texans for the first 4 weeks, you'd be 4-0 because they just can't cover. And where do you do that? Where do you find? How do you bet against your team or for your team or whatever? You do it at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Best place to play, win, and get paid. They'll double your initial deposit. They're still doing that. So get to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, but you got to put in that promo code, otherwise you're not going to get that. It's fantastic. It's easy to navigate. So fun to play. You got casino gambling as well. You got look at what you got to bet on this week. The Astros versus the Tigers. All of the Major League Baseball. You got a doubleheader today with the Braves and the Mets. You got 2 Monday Night Football games today. I mean, it is fantastic. It just doesn't get any better than mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Play, win, and get paid. Free Thursday bets. You got a MyBookie Plus, where the more you play, the more stuff that they give away. It's unbelievable. So you're looking to play, win, get paid. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, my favorite part of the week. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Because we were apart for 3 full days before now, and you guys learned something. So you got to tell us what you learned in one sentence. You want me to start?
Sure.
I'll start.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll start. 713-780-3776, by the way. I learned that Travis Hunter's new nickname should be Kamala Hunter because the media has already elected him.
One sentence.
One sentence.
Lance,
That's
do you
it.
have something?
That's it. Lance, do you have anything?
No. I want to get to the people.
All right,
wanna get
let's
to the people.
get
People
to
is
the
sorry.
people. Let's get.
I will say I learned that Mother's shrimp and
okay.
oyster po' boy is the truth.
Oh, okay, there it is. I thought we were
Okay,
getting
there
to
you
the
go.
people, but there it is. We're going to start with Ocho. Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that the Texans could have had an all-time receiving duo for the future with 6'4" Nico Collins and 6'3", 4'3", 40 Brian Thomas Jr.
Would
Brian
you rather
Thomas
have?
looks nice.
Would you rather have Brian Thomas or
Brian
Stephon
Thomas
Diggs?
looks nice.
Well, wait. Brian Thomas was the back end of the first.
Well, they
Flipped. That's right.
flipped.
Yeah.
They would have had to trade up, right? Still.
Yeah. He
To
was the first round pick.
No, I mean they would have had a first round pick, but they still would have been below the Jags.
Yeah, because they traded to Minnesota.
Yeah, so they still would have to trade up to get him. I believe. All right, we go to Keith. Keith, what have you learned?
I learned this weekend that at age 17, me buying a ping pong table on clearance does not compare to what Ryan Williams did on Saturday night.
Yeah.
No.
17-year-old accomplishments are different for Ryan Williams.
Yes.
The man has killed
By the
everybody written across his face.
Kill
on
everybody.
national
By the way,
TV.
did you see his?
Of course.
I think it was either Quincy Avery. I think it was Quincy Avery said that man's mouth game does not say 17-year-old freshman.
Oh,
in other words,
the
he's
money
got
in his
diamonds.
mouth?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The money in the mouth. Oh no. I mean, come on now.
That's just NIL.
Yeah, at least.
Maybe he's speaking for a dentist. You don't know.
Sure.
That's Dennis who just puts grills in kids'
That's
mouths.
it.
Okay.
Grills.
Let's go to Wood. Wood, what have you learned? Woods.
What's up, man? I've learned that drafting Christian McCaffrey and Puka Nacua in my first couple of picks is going to lead to me singing "I'm Every Woman in a Gay Bar."
Well, that's a punishment.
Oh, that's a punishment.
Oh my God, that's your league punishment.
I hope it's Shaka Khan's version and not Whitney Houston's.
Oh my goodness! Warm up them pipes.
And you thought you actually did something in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
I would have been happy. Sounds like you had the first. I mean, it sounds like first pick, and then Nakua wasn't all the way until they came back the other way. But yeah, that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
That's unfortunate.
Who's
Well,
next?
he's going to come back in November.
Yeah, great.
He's
Don't
back
worry
from
about that.
Germany, at least. McCaffrey
He
is.
came back from Germany, and they said they're expecting him in early November.
Of course,
So don't worry about
they have Jordan Mason, so they probably won't give him as many touches anyway because they have Jordan Mason.
That's true.
All right, let's move on to Sean. Sean, what have you learned?
Hey guys. Hey, I learned that we need to start calling Verlander Marty Bird because he's washed and he's laundered.
Oh.
Ooh,
Why did we do laundered?
Hey, he was okay in his
Because
final
of washed,
start.
he was all right.
Yeah.
I did notice some people made a really big deal about. Wait a minute, like come on, guys.
Slow.
This is
We ain't waiting no minute.
No,
Okay.
this isn't
We're
good
throwing
enough to.
We're throwing Kukuch in game 3.
Yeah, this
Sorry.
isn't good enough to get us like
Baby
second-guessing.
Verlander in game 2 and Kukuch in game 3.
Yeah,
that's what we're doing.
That's as close as Verlander's getting to this first series for sure. Is going to be Hunter Brown in game 2. Because hey, I recognize that. I recognize that delivery. Yeah, it's a Verlander copy.
Yep.
Is you know what? So Dylan Raiola is Hunter Brown because one is an exact replica of Pat Mahomes,
Right.
although it is scary. That one is like everything. Walks like him, talks like him, everything. Same sunglasses. And Hunter Brown, at least he only cosplays the delivery.
Is he
That's
dating
all.
a supermodel?
Give him time.
All right. Let's move. Let's see how this playoff run goes. We move on to Alex. Alex, what have you learned?
Hello. I learned that the Houston Cougars cannot call a pass play where the ball can travel in the air for more than 5 yards.
Yeah.
That is kind of true.
So, John, you informed everyone that they went and got a guy who was awful at Mississippi State to be their OC.
Yeah, that's the last place I would go for an offensive coordinator.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about someone losing the job, but that might be someone who says, "Hey, we made a mistake here."
You know how hard it is to get shut out in a college game?
Twice in a row?
Yeah, just once.
No,
it's really hard once. They've done it twice. They haven't scored.
I mean,
have they scored since August?
Well,
how much of it is on him, and how much of it is on Donovan?
Well, Donovan Smith wasn't great last year, but he wasn't this.
You still got to find a way to manufacture.
You can scheme up making a kid make a mistake and scoring on that, can't you? Oh, well, at least the Cougs can't quite yet. Let's go to Tom on a mobile. Tom on a mobile. What have you learned?
Hey, guys. Hey, so I learned that the old Spanish fly doesn't work when she's 250 plus tax.
That's Spanish fly reference. I bet Dell doesn't even know what Spanish fly means.
I actually heard that reference this weekend on the Joe Budden podcast, so it's been making a comeback, I guess.
Really?
Yeah, they were talking about it too in this particular tone as well, making fun of someone using it.
Google it. Maybe 2 Spanish flies if she's 250 plus tax.
Yeah,
she needs more.
If you don't know what Spanish fly is, just Google it.
Yeah.
Kids are headed to school. They don't need to hear about Spanish fly.
What was more depressing? The Spanish fly or the Cougs offense? I don't know if the kids need to hear that too. Kids, don't watch the Cougs on Saturdays for right now. It's bad for you. Not that Julian. I guess it's not the 49er fan, Julian.
Okay.
What have you learned?
Yeah, I'm actually the Brian Brayman JVG jersey Julian, not the Niners Julian.
Okay.
John would know, not Lance.
Mm-hmm.
But I learned that Donovan Smith has scored 12 points this year against teams not named Rice.
Wow. Cougs. We haven't had many Cougs calls. I don't think they wanted it to go this way.
Yeah, we've got too many references already for my taste and for Willie Fritz's.
Willie doesn't want us talking about his team?
Not right now.
Not this version of it, no.
Not today.
Gotta get that PJ. Gotta get that private jet. Let's go.
Gotta get recruiting. All right, let's move to...
Kelvin Sampson's like, told y'all. We're going to have a jet. It's going to be right here.
Get it to me. Let's go with Brandon. Brandon, what have you learned?
Hey, fellas, I learned that Michigan might be the worst second-half football team I have ever seen. Go Blue.
Yeah, that's 2 weeks in a row where they looked pretty good in the first half, at least run the football, and then they nearly coughed it up against Minnesota. They probably should have lost to USC.
They got that guy Mullings, boy. What?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Donovan Edwards, who? Let's move on to La Raza. La Raza, what have you learned?
Hey, Hollywood Johnny. Lance Schnitzel.
Hey.
Para tres, gentlemen, good morning. Hey, so guess what, gentlemen? I learned over the weekend that if you do drink some wax, you're immune to alcohol and anything spicy, but you will have a bad morning.
Drink some wax?
To coat your stomach, I
Is
guess?
that what he said?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm going to have to Google that.
I never heard that before.
You coat your stomach with the wax so you can eat and drink whatever you want without
You've
being
never
bothered.
heard this. You're just assuming this is what it is, isn't it?
No,
Dale?
I've heard, well, not with wax, but with other things, like you coat the lining and then you can do other things. But
I've always heard you eat bread and it'll sop up the alcohol but wax? No. Don't. Hey, people out there, do not eat wax before you go out, okay? This is not advisable. La Raza, why are you telling people eat wax, bro?
He was able to call in on a Monday. He seems fine.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Let's move on, mostly because of the name, to former President James Madison. What have you learned?
What?
It's up there.
As the former President James Madison, the university named after me's football team has scored 63 points or more in back-to-back games.
I don't know if you've learned
and
that.
one at North Carolina.
Well, who just blew a 20-point lead
Former
to Duke.
President James Madison.
Is your middle name Keith James Madison?
Yeah, I mean, how many phones do you have?
Yeah, all it takes is to redial.
I guess so.
Let's move on to Lou. Lou, what have you learned?
After watching the Astros post-game show, I learned that Vanessa Richardson looks like an overgrown little person with that big old forehead.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
That's
no.
a friend of the show.
No,
the
we're not
station.
doing that.
Well, he already said it.
We're not doing
We're
that.
not going to do it, but he already said it.
I
It's too
did
late
see
now.
a real live little person this weekend.
Where?
Colorado.
Well, you went to Colorado and saw a little person?
That's not the reason I went.
But you didn't want to go. You didn't go to visit a
She
little
was just
person?
I was in a restaurant and I was just like, oh, whoa.
What?
There's a little person?
I know, but I just get excited.
You got excited. Look, it actually has person in their name. You got excited?
I know.
What do you mean you
but
got
I can't
excited?
ask. Excuse me, what's your name?
Why not?
I want to be able to use your real first name on the radio when I
you
talk
don't
about
explain
seeing
that. You just say, "Hey, my name's Lance."
I don't know. There's just something magical about it. I just it was like
it just is another person.
Like they're
Did you notice a blonde person? Did you
No.
notice a?
No.
Did you notice a
Magical.
big person? A small? I mean,
you heard
they're
it.
just people.
I said magical, but this is what happens. I go
like
like
they
this.
got Lucky Charms? What do you mean magical?
No, I just do this.
He said magical. What's he talking
I said
about?
magical, and I meant it.
What's he talking about?
If I see and I just go, and I immediately text Chris Solis.
Takes a deep.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa.
Okay.
I don't
All
know.
right.
It doesn't make me a bad person,
You
but
should
it doesn't make me a good person.
Kind of. It doesn't make you. It doesn't
It doesn't make
you
me a good person, but it doesn't make me a bad person. I get excited to see something. I don't see that often.
And I don't know if you should be referring to them as magical. It makes them seem other than when you talk
it's
about
a
them.
magical moment. It's a magical moment when you lock eyes with some girl in a bar or whatever. That's magical. What's the problem with that?
It depends on what the girl looks like.
Exactly, but it could be a
magical leprechauns.
No, I didn't
He's
say
saying
that.
they're magical.
No, you're reading too much into
What
it.
other magical little people?
I don't get to see. It's magical to win when your horse comes from behind and wins a race. There's lots of magical things that can happen.
I don't know. This feels different. We got one more to go. What has Peter learned? Peter, what did you learn?
Good morning, gentlemen. I learned that the Gulf Coast Classic Car Show is coming up this weekend, so everyone should come out and have a great time.
That's true.
Someone's the marketer for the Gulf Coast Classic Car Show.
Is that what you learned, Peter?
This
You
Saturday.
didn't learn that this weekend. You knew it was coming up, Peter, because you worked there.
This Saturday.
Can't fool us. Only Gilbert can do that.
Yeah, Gilbert. He just Gilberted us.
Gulf
He
Coast
outsmarted
Classic
us.
Car Show this Saturday from
There it
10 to
is.
2.
There it is. The Gulf Coast Classic Car Show coming your way.
I learned that the Gulf Coast Classic Car Show
is coming your way. I learned that John Daspit is going to be talked about right now.
Yeah, John Daspit, the personal injury lawyer here in Houston. To me, he is the personal injury lawyer here in Houston. You could ask yourself, if you're ever in an accident, a lot is going to go, especially if you've been injured. There's a lot going through your head. You want to make sure, you don't know how badly you've been hurt. You don't know next steps to take. Do you call an ambulance? What do you do? Do you get to a doctor? What course of action do you have? And you know what? One of the first calls you should make is the 713 call now. And it may seem silly and it may seem like something that, is a little bit of overkill. Like, hey, I got a lot of, look, exchange insurance information. Make sure and get their insurance more than anything. Make sure if somebody else, if you're out on the roadway, for example, you're in an accident and you're injured due to someone else's negligence, they swerved over into your lane, knocked you into the the concrete barrier, you're injured, hit by an 18-wheeler, get the insurance information and let John Daspit take it from there. His lawyers are going to make sure that you get to the hospital, get all the x-rays, MRIs, everything that you need. And then from there, it's going to be really simple because, they're going to handle it from there. They'll make sure that you get compensated for your time missed from work. They'll make sure that you get compensated for the, for any of the pain and suffering that you have gone through. And for a lot of people, it's the pain and suffering is a major issue because it's something that can stay with you for a long time. And John Daspit makes sure that that's accounted for. 713 call now, passionately pursuing justice for the injured. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. 713-780-3776. Our Astros playing the Tigers. Skubal in game one versus Fromber. And Fromber, against that offense, Fromber should dominate. He's been so good. I don't think Fromber gets nearly enough love, you guys. Fromber has turned into an ace. Fromber's numbers across the board are just – now, Skubal won the Triple Crown, strikeouts, ERA, and wins this year in the American League. Pretty good. So that's what you got to face. But the Astros have faced really tough guys in game one. Castillo, I mean, it's not a problem. They've got a couple of runs off him. I think they picked up 2 and 4 in the 2 times that they faced him. So the Astros are up against it in game one. I don't think there's any question. Anybody facing Skubal, I think you got the worst matchup in maybe baseball when you're facing Skubal in game one, right?
Yeah. I mean, you know, he's up there. Sale is probably the worst matchup for anybody right now. But those two guys are very, very similar in terms of wins, ERA, strikeouts. I mean, you got to be a little, you don't want to be worried about it, but you just need to have your best pitching because you're probably not going to score a lot of runs. It's probably going to be a very low scoring game. And the Astros need to try to find a way to scratch a 1 or 2 during the time he's on the mound and then get to the bullpen. That's just what it is. I mean, you score 4 runs, you got a good chance of winning if Fromber's on the mound. If they score 4 runs, they got a good chance of winning. So, Fromber needs to be at his best because this is going to be a battle. And the Astros, it's not like they're just pumping in runs right now offensively. So, you know, did anything while I was out of town for a couple of days, did anything happen with Jordan? Did we get any good news? I didn't see any across the phone.
Yeah, he's walking.
Okay. Kyle Tucker walked also.
Yeah.
Then he missed 4 months.
He's able to walk, so that's the good news. There you have it.
Okay, well, man, you sold it.
Some possible baseball activities coming up here today.
Well, here's the problem. Anyway. I don't think it's a big deal either way because Jordan hits like Jake Myers at home, and all 3 of these games are at home. So are you sure that he would be even in the starting lineup if he was healthy? I don't know. All I know is he was very Jake Myers-like at home this year. So
yeah, but we can't keep selling that. You got to stop saying that.
I mean, it's not a sell. I don't know how he finished.
You started this crap.
It wasn't crap.
That's why you're selling it.
The problem was it was true. Now, I don't know how he's done since that moment, but at a time, his home numbers were very similar to Jake Myers.
And Jake's has gone down, so he's actually substantially better than Jake Myers.
I hope so.
This is what we're saying about a guy who hits .308 with 35 home runs, 86 RBIs, and a .959.
Yeah.
This is what we say. We compare him to Jake Myers. Clickbait. You and John are clickbait.
No, look, he has since finished at home, .283, OPS over 820 with 13 home runs. He got much better, but at a time, he was Jake Myers-esque at home. Now he's not. The numbers say we shouldn't have to worry about it anymore. He found his way.
Yeah, it's 283 with an 828.
I said all that.
This is not even close. Stop saying Jake. See what you did, John? You got baited into it by some false flag information, some false flag operation at Delspin.
In fact, I didn't even. John brought it up again. I was telling you at a time he was Jake Myers.
John got tricked by fake news.
John didn't get tricked. The numbers were very similar.
But they were real.
But he got better. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that anymore.
So Jose Altuve's 4 for 11 with a double against Skubal. Jordan, I hope Jordan plays. I hope he can walk.
No, Jordan's not playing.
Bregman's 3 for 9 with a double and a triple. Who's homered off him? Altuve's homered off Skubal. Mauricio Dupont
is this career? Is this career or this year? No, it's got to be career. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's this year. They faced him twice. They faced him twice. So
yeah, but you said 11 at bats for somebody. That's not in 2 games.
No, that's not 2 games. So he must. That's just this is obviously career.
Scheduled BP is a really good sign for Jordan's world wild card return. So that's the latest on MLB.
What is it? What did it say?
Scheduled batting practice is a quote really good sign for Jordan's potential wild card return.
See, yeah, Jordan's coming back. Now, obviously, okay, so that changes the outfield. Kyle, I mean, here's the deal: is Detroit can't hit, but they run. They run a lot, and they're going to try to take an extra base. You've got to play Dubon in center, especially with Fromber on the mound. You've got to play Dubon. Jake's arm in center field, you can't have it. They'll run on Jake all day long.
So we're going to have Hayward in
left.
Is he going to be? So that's what you want to do. You want to go Hayward and left.
Hayward.
And Skubal's a left-hander. Well, okay. So you'll have him left. You'll have right Tucker. You'll have. So primarily, you're going to stick with the. I guess you're going to stick with the static lineup.
Yeah. I guess maybe he plays Jake in center and Dubon in left. I guess against the lefty. We'll see. He doesn't play Hayward against lefties, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's why I'm not sure he's going to.
And then Caratini at first and Yiner behind the plate, or vice versa. Who would you rather have at first, Caratini or Yiner?
Well, I think with them being able to run, I think you'd rather say who would you rather have a catcher. That's the first question.
Well, but who's a better fielding first baseman?
Well, but you have to have a better fielding catcher before you worry about first baseman.
Well, and
who's got the better numbers this year as a catcher?
And Yiner's been catching Fromber, so I think you go Fromber. I think you go Yiner behind the plate. And I think Yiner's got a gun. Yiner's got a gun. I like Yiner behind home plate. I like Yiner there.
Then I think that's the first thing you have to worry about is how do we throw, and who's going to handle the pitching staff the best, because first base will take care of itself.
Well,
you might have 2 plays at max for a first baseman.
Yiner ain't calling the pitches anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Right. I just mean emotionally, can you go out to the mound? I mean, they don't do that like Maldonado. Maldonado used to handle them psychologically too. I don't see a lot of that with Yiner. I don't see a lot of, because Maldonado would make plenty of trips. I almost felt like limiting the trips to the mound as the Yiner. I mean, it was the Martin Maldonado rule, because remember he would go out there a ton.
Yeah. No, they 5 trips now, and that's it. Well, that's probably why you think, well, he ain't handling them as much, because you can't anymore. So Tucker is going to be Tucker in right for sure. A lefty on lefty. I don't know how you do that with the lineup now, as far as if Jordan bats second and Tucker fourth. Do you put Altuve, Jordan, Bregman, Tucker, Yiner? That probably is, or Yiner. I don't know. But Tucker's 0 for 5 against Skubal in his career, so he hasn't been able to hit that left. That's a tough lefty, man. That is a really tough lefty.
He's really talented. It's going to be a very, very tough matchup. It's going to be the premier matchup of lefties. It's going to be the premier matchup in baseball for game 1 from a pitching standpoint. Skubal versus Fromber be a fantastic matchup. It'll be good, but the Astros have to get the best version of Fromber that they can get. And once again, manufacture runs by any means necessary. And this is one where you got to, if you get on base, you may have to take with the right guy, you may have to take a few more chances in terms of running. I don't think the Astros are going to do any bunting or anything like that. I'm not suggesting necessarily they do that, but they're going to have to find ways to manufacture runs. And he's a high strikeout pitcher. And so I don't quite know how the Astros are going to, they need to win the battle of batted balls. They do. They just can't punch out a ton, because it just puts so much pressure on you. And you don't want to lose in these short series. You don't want to lose the first game. I mean, you don't want to get down early in a series, losing at home where you haven't been a great home team the last couple of years. You don't want to have your ace on the mound and then lose game 1 against Skubal. That's one of the reasons you and I were talking about. If you had your druthers, you'd rather not face the Tigers, just because you don't have to face that hammer in game 1. The rest of the Tigers don't. Well, I'd say they don't scare me, but they play good baseball down the stretch. So I mean, it's something to keep an eye on. I mean, it's not It's not my favorite matchup that I could have picked out.
No, you don't want to face the best pitcher in baseball in game one. You just don't. But the Tigers are saying, you know what? It ain't that far down the line before Fromber's name is called too. So
yeah, they don't want to face Fromber. They didn't want to face the Astros, I'm sure.
No, nobody wants to face the Astros. Nobody does. Why would you want to face the best team in baseball? Someone in their greatest ever season. Why would you want to do that? That's ridiculous. Ridiculous anyway.
By what metric are they the best team in baseball?
Best team. Oh, over the last decade?
No, I mean this season.
No. Best team in baseball over the last decade.
What did that have? Did the Rangers care about them being the best team in baseball over the last decade last year?
Oh, they've lost some, Del. You
That's
win
what I'm
some, you
asking
lose
you.
some. It's baseball.
So
it's baseball.
So this season,
I don't know if you heard that you lose some games.
It is
well, if Dusty didn't play Maldonado every game, they would have beat him.
Is the 2022 Justin Verlander pitching in this season?
You don't need him. You got this Hunter Brown with the new sinker.
I can be with you and go. I can be with you and go. Screw the Tigers. We ain't afraid of them. But it ain't because
we ain't scared of no Tigers.
We ain't afraid of them. But the best team in baseball. Why are you just lying to the people?
What? No, over the last decade, it's not even arguable. Not even arguable.
Well, but that's not how these games are
series
played.
Go.
We don't get to worry about 17 Astros have nothing to do with us right now.
You don't get 3 runs per game because you
best
were dominant
team in baseball
in 22.
Since May 21st.
Guess what? The best pitcher on the best teams not even going to make the roster.
Best team in baseball since May 21st, and that's not even arguable. Okay, so
that's a long time. That around. That's a long time ago now.
Do they have the best record since May 21st?
Yes.
What about the best team in baseball since August 15th?
I'm not worried about.
Who cares about August? We're more worried about May.
You want to go all the way back to May?
Yeah. No. Oh, who's got the best record since last weekend? The Astros, or since this weekend.
Oh, because
Astros.
they went 2-0, didn't have to play on Sunday.
2-0. Thank you. Good night.
Oh, you're part of small sample size theater, I guess.
Oh, apparently you are. You want August 15th. I want to go all the way back to May 21st.
That's a month plus of baseball. That's all.
That's all. No, I got more than 3 months.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hopefully that makes a difference against Google.
All right. So from I'm looking up the caught stealing stuff, and Victor Caratini this year allowed 50 stolen bases and caught 12 stealing. Yainer Diaz allowed 81 and caught 24. So Yainer Diaz, from a percentage standpoint, is better. He was better last year. Yainer was good last year. 35 stolen bases to 15 caught stealing. Victor Caratini, 44 stolen bases, 7 caught stealing. So from that standpoint, throwing runners out, it's really not even that close.
It ain't even, but a lot of that is on the pitcher too. I mean, there's a lot of circumstances that go
Yeah, but they
that.
have the same pitchers. So the numbers, yeah, that's true.
Right,
but they also have the same pitchers. I mean, I could look at what the pop time is for how quickly he gets rid of it. I'll bet you Yainer's pop time was actually really, really good last year.
Yeah. So, all right. Yeah, but Yainer played more. But it's percentage we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm looking at percentage.
Or percentages, not number of caught stealing. 713-780-3776. I'm talking about Doc Linville right now. If you want to get in here, let's go. And if you want to get hair, let's go. 975hair.com. Doc Linville's awesome. I love the process that he took. It is, the neo-grafting is fantastic. I did the PRP as well. I did both. And I feel great about what he did for me. And you'll feel great about what he's going to do for you. He's got a 3-day anesthetic, but you really don't even need it. Okay. Yeah. I mean, he improved it so much. When I did it, it was a 1-day anesthetic while you're doing your process, your neo-grafting. And I went home. I was like, it's just nothing. It was like no big deal. And Fred even worked that day that he got his done. And Fred had a lot more grafts than I did. So it's a great process. And listen, do it when in your 20s and your 30s. Don't wait until it's too late when you just don't want to wait until now. I'm sorry, we can't help you. You're going to have to just shave your head. No, do it now. Do it now. 975hair.com. If you're losing your hair, you're seeing a receding hairline, you're seeing a bald spot grow, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Let's talk about your Texans. Another 12 penalties, 42 penalties this year, gentlemen. 42 penalties in 4 games, averaging 10.5 per game. It has just gotten to the point, and they're 3-1. They have not reached expectations because they haven't covered not once. The public expects them to be better than they are, and they have not been better not one game this year. Now, it doesn't matter. They're 3-1, so they don't give a rat's ass about you covering your bet. But it does say something about what we thought they were and what they are. And they're not as good. They're just not as good as we thought that they were.
Yeah, they've officially become the most penalized team in football.
Yeah. They're the
only team averaging double digits in penalties this year.
And it seems like it's just they've run out of bullets to shoot themselves in the foot. My goodness. And because of it, they had 5 straight punts yesterday in the second half. They easily could have lost. Listen, first of all, they got away with one here. They really did. When Christian Kirk is running up the field and Trevor Lawrence can't hit him, and when on an easy throw, I know it's down the field, 40 yards down the field, but that's a throw a pro quarterback should make, and especially the number 1 overall pick should make. And then he missed the guy on an out on the very next play, and he grabbed his helmet. He was like, "Oh my gosh, what is going on?"
Yeah.
And he's lost 9 straight games, 9 straight losses for him.
And even the balls that were complete, guys are leaving their feet to make plays. There was a drive that ended them making a long field goal where on 2nd and short, he makes the guy dive so he can't run after the catch, and then it turns into 3rd and long and 3rd and 1, and he misses 18 in the flat. There's quick pressure, but that's another throw, a short throw in the flat where he's wide open for a first down. The Trevor Lawrence thing, I know I think we made a joke about it last week, but he's gonna get Doug Peterson fired too. Well, I don't think he got Urban fired, although it's funny to say. Peterson's gonna get fired because Trevor Lawrence can't do the simple things, even when Peterson schemes up open guys.
It's not Trevor Lawrence's fault. At the end of the day, that's the argument that will be made, because you can't. Eventually, a quarterback gets held accountable.
Yeah.
But once you pay them, you're stuck with the reality of, oh my God, what have we done?
Is he Baker Mayfield or
Sam Darnold?
Maybe
Sam Darnold.
Maybe doesn't this really truly speak to 2 things: player maturity as a quarterback? Not just, it can be emotional maturity, but also may mean, Sam Darnold didn't play a lot of college football. We forget that. He came out after 2 years. It could mean there's football maturity, there's emotional maturity. Baker Mayfield was poor with emotional maturity, and it just became kind of a toxic wide receiver room there with Jarvis Landry, and then you throw Odell Beckham in the mix, and it was bad for Baker. Baker gets somewhere where things have calmed down. He's got talent around him. Baker looks like a good quarterback. Yeah. Baker looks like a good quarterback. Sam Darnold is in just terrible situations. He's not ready to elevate players around him. His play was not where it needed to be. He gets to the perfect situation. Great play caller, no pressure on him. Amazing wide receiver, great left tackle. And all of a sudden, Sam Darnold's, the second half of that game, Sam had some mistakes. They got off to a quick start, but he had fumble, he had interception. Like, Sam wasn't perfect. I think he had an interception. Sam Darnold was not perfect. They couldn't manufacture runs in the second points in the second half of the game for a long time. Sam wasn't perfect, but it does speak to the fact that if you're not, sometimes some quarterbacks need the right situation. I would argue that, yes, obviously every quarterback could be better in the right situation, but if you're the first pick of the draft, if you're being paid as much as Trevor Lawrence, I'm sorry, things can't be perfect around you. This is just how it has to work. You've got to be better than the situation. And Trevor Lawrence just isn't. We thought he was going to be, but Trevor Lawrence really, for what he is and how he plays, should be about a $30 million quarterback, because he doesn't elevate those around him. Those $50 million paydays should be saved for the guys who are the best in the business, just like in baseball. You don't get that kind of money unless you're the very best in the business in baseball. Only football awards mediocrity at the level they do.
Yeah, basketball awards.
Yeah, you're right. Basketball does.
Basketball.
Well, but they're a cap sport too. So, but you're right. They just say, might as well.
Yeah. Well, and the Rockets are going to have that issue with Jalen and what they're going to do with that. That's for sure.
We saw what the financial issues affect a good team over the weekend. The Wolves said, you know what?
Yep.
The new CBA, we don't think we can sustain what we want to sustain if we're keeping Cat around. We had to make a decision.
This is the second time this has happened now where the finances are starting to – the Celtics won a championship, and immediately they realize they're going to have to basically fund losses. Like they're going to lose money for the next 3 years based on the luxury tax. I saw things where people don't believe that the Celtics are losing money. You got to understand something now. The books are open in basketball. The books are open. They don't have closed books. They have a collective bargaining agreement. This isn't baseball. Basketball, it is a known entity about revenue because collective bargaining has basketball related income. The BRI is how the players get paid. The Celtics don't own TD Garden. The Celtics just gave Jaylen Brown, Tatum, Holiday, like they've got a bunch of guys getting paid. Porzingis. The Celtics are going to lose money for sure for the next 3 years due to luxury tax. And the ownership said, look, we're just going to sell the team. Like we know that this is a really bad financial situation in international. And I saw some fans in an argument online, make a big deal about, you got billions, you can afford to lose and all this and that. I don't know if people realize how many international soccer teams, it got out of control in international soccer because they couldn't control themselves. Like FC Barcelona has to borrow millions of dollars, 500 million, like every year they're borrowing enormous amounts of money it's like a national debt, just to service the debt on what they owe because their salaries are so outrageous they can't make enough money to operate. Now you got Minnesota trading one of the best big men, stretch fours in the entire game, and I'm like, does this help them? Does this having Julius Randle and now I do like the pick coming back from Detroit is that could be nice, but I'm just thinking, what does this do to help? Like I was trying to think of it from both sides. Minnesota, okay, so Anthony Edwards is the dude. I get that, so it's his team now, but does this move make them a more viable team in the West?
Well, the news coming off the deal from the Minnesota people was, maybe even Minnesota put it out there publicly, was it'll help us be more financially able to sustain what we want to do with Anthony Edwards. So the financial concerns were real. It wasn't just about the here and now. It was, hey, if we want Anthony Edwards and around and happy and to build a team around him, we gotta move Cat. The NBA's rules make it so we have to now. So financially, they made the move, and they had to deal with Julius Randle. And it's funny, it came out of New York that Dante DiVincenzo wasn't all that thrilled with the Nova Knicks, because when they acquired Mikal Bridges, that meant his minutes were going to go down as a perimeter player. So the reporting was, he wasn't all that thrilled with this whole brotherhood from college thing. So I guess he'll get more time. There's some space in that Minnesota backcourt for him to get minutes.
Yeah, that was a wild one. Well, the Knicks don't care. Knicks are going for it.
Yeah, and they don't have a lot of size with Hardenstein gone, and then you have Mitchell Robinson going to be hurt. It's hurt. They needed some size, and they went and got
My son was so dejected. Mason was. Can you believe this, Dad? Did you see what happened? He called me. I'm in Colorado driving around. Did you see what happened? Brunson took $100 million less than he should have, and how do they pay him back? They get rid of his best friend, Dante DiVincenzo. They take he stood up in his wedding, or he was best man in his wedding. This is what I said. Well, they also gave him a better chance to win a title by adding Karl Anthony Towns. Like, that's pretty cool too. Friendship means more. That's when I knew Mason was probably trolling, because he's a pretty good troll, actually.
Yeah, he was. Friendship means more. And well, to Aaron Rodgers, it does. And let's go over everything when we come back.
Well,
let's go over everything that went on in the NFL
Well, we do have a
yesterday.
segment we do every week.
Ship talk is next, and then we'll do that. We'll go
we'll
over
have some
everything.
sound. We'll have some sound from Aaron Rodgers. He wasn't thrilled with some of Robert Sala's comments about a certain thing they do that didn't go well for them.
Aaron Rodgers is so fussy now.
What about? Yeah, he pushes. He don't like Salah. It just seems like he doesn't like that.
Aaron didn't like Mike McCarthy. Like Aaron doesn't really like anyone that
that tells him
he
what
has to
do.
work with. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got an authority complex thing going on. I like it. I like that about him. Let's talk a little Maestro Dobel.
Let's talk about one of the premier tequila providers and makers in the entire world. And I mean, granted, it's tequila is a big deal here in the United States, big deal in Mexico. I can't really speak for Europe or Africa or Asia. I can't really speak to all the continents. I know that here in North America, we like tequila quite a bit, and we love it when it's Maestro Dobel, because Maestro Dobel is created with the best ingredients and they have the process down pat to where you get the same delicious flavor every time. But what I really love is that a lot of times when you talk about tequilas, you just think of a single bottle, but with Maestro Dobel, you have 6 different bottles that I can think of, 6 different types of tequilas, including a smoked silver called the Humito, which I think is awesome for taking your margaritas, whether they're frozen or on the rocks, to the next level. A margarita that tastes smooth with just a hint of smokiness to it couldn't be better. Make sure that you are enjoying and experiencing Maestro Dobel for yourself, whether you're sipping a tequila or whether you are enjoying it in cocktails or margaritas. Make it a Maestro Dobel.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, man, Jackie. I mean, I know Chaz has been hitting off a we'll do this later, but I just can't imagine.
Is he still playing T-ball?
Yeah. I think he hit like 240 in T-ball. So I'm not sure I want Chaz out there this week. Just don't.
Chaz.
No, we can't do that. Okay, Dal, you got ship talk?
Yeah, let's head to the pregame show on ESPN. This is Teddy Bruschi. He's part of the panel for Sunday Countdown. He had some not so kind words from Sam Darnold before he led his team to a 4-0 record.
Because let me go to the other side over here and talk about all this Sam Darnold love. And let me give you some truth right here, okay? It's only a matter of time, okay? It's only a matter of time. Quarterbacks, yeah, you talk about organizational development. Now he's got a coach and all this. Defenders know who this guy is. And it's going to come. This is a Cyndi Lauper true colors game. And I rarely break them out, right? You're going to see some true colors, okay? I see your true. No, I'm not going to sing it, okay? Listen, that's what I'm saying. It's only a matter of time with this guy. Before what? The decisions that he makes, giving you the ball, throwing it into team meetings, he doesn't feel pressure. I mean, I don't think he feels pressure because he doesn't care. He's just going to throw it up no matter what pressure's there. I think that is still in Sam Darnold, and we could see it today.
I disagree.
Oh, somebody disagreed, and they were right.
I disagree.
Whoever disagreed with him was right. Man, Sam Darnold looks good. And again, the dude came out as the number 3 overall pick and maybe should have been the number 1 overall pick in that draft. He came out with –
how's he played since then?
Well, but here's the deal: is sometimes you got to get to the right place.
Yeah, but he wasn't good though. I mean, he also it was a combination. Like Sam wasn't good, but you can have Rich Gannon had a second. You know, Vinny Testaverde.
Rich Gannon is a guy I always point to. Now, Rich Gannon didn't have his pedigree though.
No. But Vinny Testaverde did, and Vinny Testaverde was better. When Jim Plunkett. I mean, you got to go. If you go back, you can pull some guys out of the fire. But Sam Darnold is a nice quarterback right now. I don't know that no matter how well he plays, I don't think it will change how Minnesota moves forward next year with J.J. McCarthy, but it's frankly a good problem to have.
Oh, I absolutely think it changes.
You do?
Yeah. I don't – listen, he plays really well, takes you to the playoffs. This isn't a Case Keenum situation. This is Sam Darnold's got a lot of football left.
Why can't you do that with J.J. McCarthy? Why can't J.J. McCarthy be just as good in this offense?
Well, it just depends on how good is Sam Darnold.
Is he? But why would you take that chance when you got a guy that you know is winning at the highest level? The dude is better than anybody in the league right now. Now, let's see how long it goes.
Yeah, I do you think this lasts the whole year?
I don't know.
Or is there going to be a regression to the mean?
Well, you would assume, but because he's Sam Darnold, is what we've seen. But this will determine what they do next year. If there's no regression,
it's a tough situation. I mean, you have a 5-year contract, a 4-year plus option.
There's nothing
on J.J. McCarthy. You don't have to rush.
Hey, Jordan Love waited. You might wait.
Yeah, but that was different. I mean, Aaron Rodgers Aaron Rodgers is one of the all-time greats of the game.
Yeah, but if Sam Darnold continues to play like this, I wouldn't get out of it. No way. I would not get away from that just to check because we drafted a rookie. No.
How long is Sam Darnold's contract?
I'm sure it was
thinking about that.
Just a 1-year deal.
So how much you paying Sam Darnold, John?
Pay that man his money.
How do you like that? You're paying so you give him what, 31 million, 35 million?
I'm worried about Sam's money.
Yeah, by the way, Sam's got a 1-year, $10 million deal. So what are you doing with Sam Darnold, John? They're not re-upping.
What they give him? How much? 10?
Yeah, he's gonna. If I'm his agent, I'm asking for 3. If he keeps playing well, I'm asking for 40 million.
If they make
I don't think that
an NFC title game or Super Bowl, what are they paying him?
Are they, John? Because if I'm his agent, I'm saying I want 40 million a year for Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
we want 4 years, 40 million. Somebody is not going to bite. Somebody's not going to bite, but he'll get over 30.
Yeah, he'll get 30. I think 30 is a neighborhood if he continues to play like this.
4-year, 1120 million. That's basically the time frame of JJ's whole contract.
He probably goes to another team because Minnesota's not going to want to pay him because they do have JJ McCarthy waiting.
Well, if he plays like this, you're talking about an MVP.
You're talking about
the numbers right now. So
you're talking about a market that might give him even more than that.
Yeah, and that ain't gonna be the Vikings. They just
All right,
drafted.
Dell. What else?
I'm
You got
trying
Tom Brady going after Baker?
Yeah, we'll get to Tommy in a little bit, but let's go to a game that was in town here. We've done a lot of Texans. Let's go to the Jags side. There's been some talk about Doug Peterson taking over the play calling from his guy Press Taylor. So this is what that first question is that you'll hear, and you'll hear Doug Peterson's response.
Is there any chance you take the headset over just to change this thing up?
For what? I thought he called a great game. We as coaches, we can't go out there and make the plays, right? It's a two-way street. So, you guys can sit here and point the finger all you want, and that's fine. Point it right at me. I can take it. Okay? I can take it. So, whatever you want to ask me, say, whatever, right? Go ahead.
Well, and then after that, he was asked what about his job, and he was like, "What? Well, that's a strange question." He actually said that's a strange question about whether or not he was worried about his job. They've lost 9 straight games.
He's in year 3.
Watching that game, other than the quarterback draw on 4th and goal, which questionable when the guy in the booth is calling it out before it actually happened.
What about kicking the field goal early?
Did you think Doug Peterson was the problem in that game, or was his quarterback the problem?
No, but people think the offensive line coach is the problem with the Texans because of the penalties.
Well, I don't know what that. Well, they don't pick up stunts either.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so that's something you can argue about, like why isn't Kenyon Green coming off on that twist? Now, sometimes there's some offensive line coaches, you got to know how it's being coached. Like, are they supposed to gain depth and pass off, or are they supposed to stay with their own guys? But I would argue that on that TE that they ran, there was no way. Like, Kenyon got run over. He got run over.
Like, is Doug Peterson being questioned about taking the play calling over from Press Taylor if Trevor Lawrence hits the deep ball?
No. Well, but that's
the case.
That's always the case.
No, that's
I mean, ultimately, the play on the field, fans and media will focus either on a coach when the players aren't playing well or on the players.
But the guy who catches it is the coach. If Sam Darnold hits that pass, now they won a game.
And Sam made a great play.
If Trevor Lawrence hits that pass, they win the game.
Hits 2 passes. He missed a couple that should have been touchdowns. And he's the highest paid person in that organization.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
but he ain't going nowhere.
It should be, but we already know, like, you can't fire the quarterback.
I know
You can, but not really.
I know the GM and the owner can't, but if you're the media watching the game, you don't have to bend to Trevor Lawrence. You can say, hey, Trevor Lawrence missed those 2 throws. That cost you a win. You don't have to.
Well, and that's why this is a tough one for me, because I'm an offensive line coach's son. So I'm, but I'm trying not to be biased about this. I saw a lot of people just ripping that the O-line coaches got to be fired for all these penalties. But all I can think of was, how can he stop them? You can tell them not to hold. But ultimately, I mean, unless it's a technique issue or, a footwork issue or things that can be, I don't know what he can do, because DeMeco Ryans, if DeMeco gives the offensive line coach the ability to sit guys, like, honestly, I think the next time, Tunsil, to show the rest of the team that accountability really matters to you, because DeMeco just said we need to find the guys who want to do it the right way. He said that out loud. Then the next time there's a false start penalty on Tunsil, bring him out for a couple plays. It's not major, but it does.
It'll be embarrassing.
You show somebody.
All right.
We'll go to, you mentioned hold accountable.
No. Let's break, and we'll do the other ones on the other side. You got more that we want to hear from, but we got to hit a break here, and then we'll finish up Ship Talk on the other side, plus some other stuff. But first, we got to talk about Gulf Coast Windows. Jim Fiume, he's the founder of Gulf Coast Windows. He grew up. He was an orphan. He grew up and he found a true place that he wanted to call home, and that was Houston, Texas. And he came here and he developed Gulf Coast Windows, and he has been the leader in the industry for all of these years. If you're looking for the best way, for the best window, he's got, experts in installation. He's got the best window that you could possibly make. double pane, double glass windows, doors that are, I mean, they're going to storm doors, French doors, wood-clad doors. They're the beauty, the privacy, the security, all of these things are all add up. He doesn't carry anything that isn't quality. He doesn't carry anything that isn't top of the line. That's been the way that he's done business. You know, I mean, you can go get a cheap window. You can go get you a cheap window and see how that works out for you, especially if you're building a home. If you're building a home, call this number, 713-849-5454, because that's where you're going to live. That's where your family's going to be. That's where you got to have your security, your privacy. That's where you got to have the soundproof. That's what these windows are. And you pick they're gorgeous. They're just the best windows you could possibly see. And you should see the showroom and the selection. 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com. Tell Jim you heard it right here.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's, Del, I know you got some more good stuff in there, so let's hear what else.
Yeah, we talked about D'Amico holding the Texans accountable, and how would he do that? Well, the Jets lose a game to the Broncos. They didn't think they should have lost. Penalties were an issue on the offensive line. We know what that's about. So Robert Saleh in his comments said maybe the hard count stuff, which led to a number of false starts, is something they should kind of get away from. Here's Aaron Rodgers in his comments when the media posed to him what Robert Saleh said.
The cadence specifically, Robert said that might be something you guys have to dial back a little bit. Is that something you think could potentially help the situation?
It's one way to do it. The other way is hold them accountable. I mean, we haven't had an issue. We've had one false start. Morgan had one false start, I believe, until this. So, it's been a weapon. We use it every day in practice. We rarely have a false start. And to have, 5 today, it seemed like 4 or 5. Yeah, it seems like an outlier. I don't know if we need to make mass changes based on, kind of an outlier game.
I actually agree with Aaron there. I think if you can, I was watching some of it. John Simpson jumped. You had left tackle, left guard. Simpson jumped, I think, a couple times. It is a weapon to be able to, if you've got a disciplined offensive line, can you imagine if you need 5 yards and you can get to a cadence, you alter your cadence? The Texans wouldn't have the discipline. They jump off. Tunsil for sure would jump off sides, or somebody would. But, isn't it great on 3rd and 7 where you can cadence somebody into a free play and you're getting an automatic 5 yards? That's a tremendous weapon. I kind of agree with Aaron. If that hadn't been a problem all year long, they did have 13 penalties, and this is at home. 13 penalties, which is the highest in the league, and then 5 pre-snap penalties, which they said was the highest all year long, which I'm like, are you sure? I guess lining up offsides doesn't, or lining up the improper lining up of Laramie Tunsil doesn't count towards false starts, doesn't count as a pre-snap penalty, although I almost feel like it should, but the play does go off. I would agree with Aaron Rodgers there. But he even mentioned, how about hold him accountable? The problem is John Simpson, you can take him out for a few plays. The argument's going to be, can you not take Laramie? You can't take Laramie Tunsil out. That's left tackle.
Take Laramie Tunsil out.
But at some point, not long term, John, but at some point, when does Laramie not the boss of you? Laramie Tunsil has been the boss of the Texans ever since he got here. At what point is he not the boss of you? He doesn't practice all the time. They forced him to negotiate. He negotiated when he would practice and when he wouldn't with the old staff. He doesn't come in preseason to do all the different events with the team. He gets money every time he wants. He missed that one season with the thumb injury. Remember when he just shut it down in October? Can you please tell, he can jump off sides anytime he wants for 3 straight years. Can you please tell me when he's not your boss? Let me know when that's okay, when you're capable of being in charge of Laramie Tunsil.
When you're going to play a rookie instead of one of the best left tackles in
So then
football.
just tell me you're never in charge of him. He's always
never
the boss.
in charge.
Okay,
No.
Laramie Tunsil, I just want to say this. Can you say this out loud? Laramie Tunsil is the boss of the Texans.
He's the boss.
And he's the boss of D'Amico Ryans. Say it out loud. Say, Laramie Tunsil is the boss
He's the
of
boss
D'Amico
of
Ryans.
all of us. He's all our boss.
I've never seen anybody
word for
who's...
word, John.
Say it.
Say Laramie Tunsil is the boss of D'Amico Ryans.
Laramie Tunsil is the boss of all of us.
No,
He won't do it.
He won't do it.
He won't do it.
Say D'Amico
He just said
Ryans.
stand back and stand by. Good people on both sides.
I know.
That's what he just said.
There are good people on both sides.
Soft ass John. Just
Say it, John.
Just say it.
the Laramie Tunsil is the boss of everybody.
No, D'Amico Ryans. He's not the boss of me. He can't boss me around.
He has
I'm
no
not part of the
leverage over
Texans.
me.
No leverage. He's not the boss of everybody except the Texans. Who leads the Texans? D'Amico Ryans. Say it, John. Say it.
I'm not going to say that.
Why not?
D'Amico
You know it's
Ryans
true.
Is
You
the
know
boss
it's true.
of the team. Okay.
No.
Not.
Then tell me when. Then D'Amico's going to take him out and teach him a lesson and hold him accountable.
No, he's not going to.
Then he's
because
not
he's
the
gotta
boss
play
of-
his left tackle.
Then he's not the boss.
He's got to
of
play
D'Amico.
his left tackle.
Then he's not the
And
boss
it's
of Laramie
ridiculous
Tunsil.
to think otherwise.
Then it's not the boss of Laramie Tunsil.
Go ahead. See how
It's-
long you keep your job playing Blake Fisher at left tackle
for a
instead
quarter
of Laramie Tunsil.
for a series. But that's not that big a deal to be taken out for a series. It happens all the time where guys get in trouble and they have to they get taken out for a series. The only 2 places you don't see it, 3 places are, well, I don't know. I mean, most starters don't have these issues, John. Name a starter who has a billion penalties and who never ever seems to try to correct it. I can't remember a situation like this, frankly.
Well, I mean, never tries to correct it. I don't know about that. Did he have any false starts? Did he?
No, he did do a better job there.
He cleaned that. Like D'Amico told us, they were cleaning it up, and they cleaned it up.
So
Okay.
no false starts to give up sacks but holding, he committed those so he didn't give up sacks. So he changed what he did to prevent his numbers from looking like trash. No pressure's given up, but I have to hold instead of the false starts. You didn't say I couldn't go.
Yeah, by the way,
holds.
those are 10 yards.
Yeah, which are more damaging, actually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And, yeah. Well, not really. No, they're not. No, you would rather have a hold because you get the down back.
No, a false start, you keep
No,
the down.
I don't want 10 yards.
It's a hold instead of a sack. If
No,
he
I
thinks
know,
he's going
but
to give up a sack.
either way, the false starts or holds are damaging. If he's committing the holds instead of the false starts, he's committing more damaging penalties.
Right now, Laramie Tunsil leads the league with 11, and second place isn't even close. Pat Surtain with 6. Laramie's got 11 penalties for 65 yards. Of course, he doesn't like cornerbacks are going to have the most yardage. Riley Moss, it's Terry and Arnold, Patrick Surtain, and Riley Moss, 3 cornerbacks.
2 for the Broncos.
2 for the Broncos. But then comes Laramie Tunsil. He's the only offensive tackle in the top 5. Penalty breakdowns for Laramie Tunsil. My gosh, this is just crazy. So he leads the league in penalties this year. So this is how hard he's trying. How did he do last year? Did he miss time? Oh wait, he missed time last year. Yeah, I can't. So I was like, he's not in the top 10 last year. Oh, that's right. He missed half the season. In 22, he wasn't bad in 22. He was like 5th in the league.
In penalties?
Yeah.
That's not bad?
That's not for him.
So when he's playing full seasons, at least the last time he played a really long time full season, he was 5th in the league in penalties?
Yeah.
Well, that's encouraging. At least he was on the field.
Well, but he told the Texans he just said, look, either you keep me in this game or you're giving me a new contract, one or the other. And the Texans said, sorry. He said, do you want me not to show up to anything ever? Okay, fine. You're the boss, Laramie. You're the boss of us. We're sorry. We didn't mean to hold you accountable.
What else did you have, Del? You got anything else?
Sure, but we're late, and I know how you care about the break, so we should go to break now.
Well,
it's almost 9:00.
Well, and we need to hit breaks.
Well, let's go to break.
Oh my God, Laramie Tunsil right now with 11 penalties. In that year, 2022, he had 10. Number 1 in the league was Landon Dickerson with 13 penalties. He's played 4 freaking games. He's got 11 penalties. Jesus, this is unbelievable.
No more penalties the rest of the way.
In 22, you know what? It's fixed. No, wait. Juwan Taylor, your guy, Del.
How's he my guy?
Well, he's from Florida.
So?
Yeah.
17 penalties last year. Will Laramie Tunsil pass him?
I don't see how's there any way he doesn't pass him?
I think Laramie's going to for some reason, I think Laramie is going to clean it up a little bit.
He's going to clean it up.
But even the rest of the way, if he just has an average number of penalties the rest of the way.
Yeah, it's trouble.
He's going to get close.
He's penalized every game.
Well, then he's going to beat it. If he's penalized the rest of the way, at least once every game.
I think D'Amico, I'm joking a little bit, but I'm also really frustrated that Laramie literally has had the Texans over a barrel for everything. And the thought that you can't pull him out for a series just to say, hey, we'll do whatever we have to make sure you understand that this is not acceptable. It just I can't believe you told me that, John. It just bothers, and then you won't say Laramie Tunsil's the boss of D'Amico Ryans.
He refuses
because he's not he's not the boss of D'Amico Ryans. But at the same time, I don't know that the Texans have ever been able to tell Laramie Tunsil what to do. Honestly, I don't. Bill O'Brien started it all, he and Jack Easterby, when Laramie got to hold them over a barrel. This is a true story. Laramie Tunsil would have his friend answer the phone during contract negotiations. He went through this with Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien was negotiating his contract. And then at one point, Tunsil's friend, from the story I heard, somebody very close to the situation, said that Laramie had his friend tell Bill that he wouldn't answer his calls, and then he answered the phone one time. His friend did, and he said, "Tell Bill that I'm mad at him." And so they told, "Hey, what's the deal?" He said, "Laramie's just not happy with you right now." What did I do? Just because this is when he was trying to bully him for the contract. And OB was just, it was such a minor league operation then. I mean, they literally did things like it was literally the most sad sack organization ever in history. And Laramie kind of, for me, I think subconsciously, and now that I'm working through this in therapy here, I think he's a carryover from that. I think that's why it really annoys me that guy who pushed them around it now feels like if, you telling me that they can't possibly hold him accountable, John, which is actually accurate.
It's true.
It feels factual. Like you're not going to bench him for any amount of time other than maybe a short stint. But I would make it a short stint. Can you fine him? Can you make him run in practice? Like, what does it look like? I have a legitimate question.
Can't be punitive because he commits penalties.
Yeah, what does accountability look like in 2024 for an offensive lineman that is one of the better left tackles in the league, which he still is?
There is none. You just take it, or you have Blake Fisher going out there and giving up sacks.
You just have to sit and take it from him.
You're putting it.
So you're saying Laramie just says take that.
I don't know if he mimics Diddy. I'm just saying he knows what are you going to do. Bench me and watch Blake Fisher give up a pressure as soon as he goes out there. You can't.
Oh, he's got you over a barrel.
Yeah.
And he's always had you over a barrel.
Okay.
I've never seen you said it last week.
I know,
You've never
true.
seen a player with more
leverage ever.
Ever.
But do you remember what happened with Norman Dale? I want to take you back to
oh no.
I want you remember when everyone thought they had leverage over him and he played with 4 on the field? What if he pulls Tunsil off the field?
Plays with 10?
My 10 are on the field.
Then CJ's going to appreciate that greatly. You know what I love? Chastain Ford.
I love Zadok Jewelers.
That's right.
I love driving my Chastain over to Zadok. If you can do that, if you want to do that, I don't know. I'd tell you Gulf Coast, but I do know Zadok Jewelers is where you go for the engagement rings, and they've got the engagement rings are a really big deal. This is the season where a lot of people get engaged as the weather starts turning. You see a lot of people do this outside. And right now is a great time to start getting your holiday proposal ready. You're going to do it around Thanksgiving. You're going to do it around Christmas. When are you going to have that special moment? So many people like to have special moments when they get engaged. And Zadok Jewelers wants to help you design not just the engagement ring that she can't take her eyes off of, but help you design the moment as well. Start the design process for I Do right now. Holiday proposals mean fall planning. So Zadok Jewelers custom bridal team, they can't wait to design your dream wedding set with you. Like all good things, it's going to take some time. So make sure that you get in there. 28,000 square feet, including a second level designed just for the bride and for the proposal process. Diamond education, the perfect stone, the perfect setting. They can explain everything to you, and you're going to find something that's an absolute home run. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's Zadok Jewelers.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance and Dell for one more hour here on this Monday. A big, big week here. Astros taking on the Tigers. Tariq Skubal tomorrow against Framber Valdez in a game that should last about 47 minutes. And then
what's the score going to be? Who's going to win?
Astros win 3-1.
How are we going to score 3 when this takes 47 minutes?
We're going to score.
Well, if they run around the bases fast on a home run.
Yeah. No. Don't worry. The Astros will score. The Astros going to score 3. And then there's no way they score more than 1 off of. There's no way they score more than 1 off Framber. So 3 is the number that the Astros have to get to.
Okay.
I like the under in this. Do you know the Astros are minus 141
for what?
The game.
What's the under? Is it 7?
Or
6.5?
The Astros minus 141 under 6.
Oh,
wow!
Good Lord, that's
under,
what it should be,
6.
though. Honestly, and especially playoffs. But I didn't think we'd hit the 6 bomb on it. But you're dealing with one of the hottest pitchers in baseball in Framber, and then the guy who's been the most consistent all year and has the most wins, strikeouts, and best ERA in the American League. So, yeah. Oh, 6 total. Good Lord.
Yeah. I don't remember seeing many 6s in my life. 6 is not even 6.5, just 6.
No. Woo.
All right, let's go over what your thoughts about some of the games yesterday.
So quickly, I was peeking a lot of them. I was flying. I was able to, if you have a stream, if you get a Wi-Fi with the stream on a plane, I was able to watch, and I wasn't in Houston, so I was able to watch. I didn't get it blacked out on my YouTube, so I watched a lot of different stuff. I'll give you some quick thoughts. Let's see. Colts are in some serious trouble with Anthony Richardson. He was okay early in the game. He had a running play. He got hit on his hip. Now he got hurt. He got taken out of the game. He came back and then had to basically collapse because his hip was hurting him. Flacco came in and played well. If you're the Colts, you drafted Anthony Richardson because he's big and had a chance to be a dual-threat quarterback. He's always hurt, John. He was hurt last year. He's hurt this year. He was hurt in college. So I don't know what the Colts are going to do, but they look pretty good. Justin Fields was okay. I don't think they're going to have a quarterback issue. I think that's Justin's job for now. I don't think anything will change there.
He brought him back.
Yeah, I thought he was fine. I mean, he's limited, but for me, I'd rather see what he can do than Russell. I already know who Russell Wilson is.
Yeah.
I thought the Bengals looked good offensively. I mean, it's the Panthers, one of the worst teams in football. But Joe looked pretty good. The offense started getting cranked up.
I think the Eagles are in trouble.
So the Eagles, but they did have both their top wide receivers were missing. So that was tough. I mean, I think they might be too, but what are you going to do when you're missing A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith? They were
Lane Johnson didn't play.
Johnson didn't play. They were beat to hell.
None of those guys play defense, and their defense was fully healthy, and they had no answers.
Yep.
They hired a new DC, Vic Fangio, to fix their issues that popped up at the end of last year when they fell apart, and those issues don't appear to be fixed.
Wow. I'm going to tell you this. The Browns are 1-3, but if they didn't have Amari Cooper, they would be 2-2. Amari Cooper is so bad.
John, tell people what you said in our group text. I never thought John would ever say this.
I actually felt bad for Deshaun. I felt he hit him on an in route, and it was right on his numbers, perfectly thrown. It bounces in the air, intercepted. Amari Cooper has more drops and he's killing the Browns. Amari Cooper is killing the Browns.
Yeah.
And I don't feel bad for Deshaun too often, but he's going to have that pick on him, and it was a perfect throw. Perfect throw.
I'm looking for drops. Let me see. Here they are. Drops. Drop passes. Leading the league is, oh my God, Amari Cooper was 6. Second place is 3.
Yeah.
6 drops. I've got him on my fantasy team.
You got him on your fantasy team?
Yeah, of course I do. That's why I'm 1-3.
Oh my
He's
God.
been a literal sack of dog turds this year.
Who knew that I should have started Justin Fields yesterday over Josh Allen?
Oh, I forgot to change my lineup yesterday. I was going to put Jaden Reed in place of Josh Jacobs. Jaden Reed goes for 27 points. I probably would have won, but look at this. Malik Neighbors has 3. Your boy Marvin Harrison Jr. has 2. Your boy CD Lamb has 2. I got to keep going before I even get to a Texan. Nico's got 1 drop. That man is the king of the world. 30 catches, 1 drop. Contested catches, doesn't matter. Nico
Doesn't
Collins.
matter. No, he had a guy draped him on a slant. And I'm telling you, Diggs has been dropping that, and Nico just gobbled it up. Nico's so good.
No,
Nico's,
but the Browns offense is not good. But yeah, Amari Cooper is just
he's killing him.
He and Deshaun's contract are killing him.
Yeah. And he went back to play the Raiders who drafted him, and he's like, and he wanted it, and oh my God, he couldn't have felt worse. The 49ers looked like they were playing the Patriots, but but Brock Purdy looked really, I mean, listen, you're not missing a beat with Christian McCaffrey gone. You're not missing a beat.
No.
Jordan Mason.
John, this is the argument against paying running backs.
Yeah.
Like for the little bit extra that you get with McCaffrey as a pass receiver, at the end of the day, he's just a really fun toy that you have. You actually gave up, you're actually paying him to be this, like you have a really great car, and he's a car with a little more fine-tuned engine who can race a little bit faster and do more, but it's also more expensive when he's injured. He doesn't have the durability of your other car. I mean, Jordan Mason can do everything from a running standpoint, and maybe even more than Christian McCaffrey. It's just Christian McCaffrey offers you a more diverse skill set. But you can understand watching Jordan Mason, you can understand people saying, now, wait a minute. This guy was an undrafted free agent, kind of like that Arian Foster guy was before. I mean, look how good he is as a runner, and we're paying how much for the other running back?
Yeah.
Like, I get that. It makes it, Jordan Mason makes it really tough for running backs to get paid.
And then we talked about it early in the show, but Jaden Daniels is the CJ Stroud of 2024. 82%. 82% he's hitting his passes. He's got more scoring drives than incompletions, which hasn't happened since 1973.
It's truly incredible.
Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury are a match.
Mm-hmm.
Cliff is doing a nice job there.
Cliff's doing an excellent job. And for as much attention as Jaden should get, and he should get the most, Cliff Kingsbury deserves a ton of attention. This guy was, he wasn't great at I thought he was okay at Texas Tech. He went to, against all odds, he ends up going to be a head coach in the NFL. It didn't work out for him there. But Cliff Kingsbury has done an incredible job with Jaden Daniels.
Maybe he found what he should be doing in football.
Yeah. I think that's probably what it is.
And it helps when you get the Heisman Trophy winner, and he's playing like he is. But the Commanders have a shot at this division. Are they better than the Eagles? Yes. Are they better than the Giants? Yeah. Are they better than the Cowboys right now? Absolutely. The Commanders are a force right now. Who would have thought that this is the team that's going to come out of the NFC East?
Hey, they really are you really have to look at them, because Philadelphia is kind of a mess right now. Dallas, even in a win, fans are pissed off at Dallas because it doesn't look right. The Giants can't play. Washington is a legit concern. Already they're a legit concern because they got a quarterback. This is how fast they can. I mean, it looks like they're mimicking the Texans in some ways. I mean,
I told you, yeah.
The pathway will be a little bit different and how they get there. But at the end, John, we're probably going to say, man, they got a quarterback, and look how fast it's changed just with the quarterback. I'm looking at some stats. Nico Collins has the most 10-yard targets or 10-yard receptions. Is this receptions? Yeah, the most 10-yard receptions in 10 or more yards in the NFL with 21. Second is only 15. He is, for 20 or more, he's tied with 7 receptions with Jaden Reed, Malik Neighbors, and Juan Jennings for receptions of 20 yards or more. he only has 1 drop. And then percentage of the team's targets, he is number 5 in the league. He is an absolute workhorse. Malik Neighbors is targeted 38% of the time. The rookie, followed by Amon-Ra St. Brown, Michael Pittman, Deontay Johnson, and Nico Collins, and then Justin Jefferson. These are the most targeted. When it comes to C.J. Stroud, he is going to, And who do you think leads the league in receiving yards?
Nico.
489. Second place, Malik Neighbors, 386. He's over 100 yards.
Wow.
Now, I say that, but who plays today? Let's see.
Yeah,
You've got DK Metcalf, who's at 262. Metcalf can go for 100. He still would be 120 behind.
Yeah. No.
Yards per reception, 16.3.
So what you're trying to say is Nico's good.
I think he's. You know what this is what it's looking like. Is that Nico Collins is pretty good at football.
That's what it's looking like to you. All right.
This is what it's starting to look like. It appears as though Nico Collins might be pretty good.
All right. I'll tell you who else is pretty good, and that's Chastang Ford. Chastang Ford is Well, Chastang Ford is not pretty good. Chastang Ford is excellent. Chastang Ford has ridiculous deals going on. $5,000 off in stock Broncos. $5,000. $10,000 off Bronco Raptor in stock. $10,000 off Heritage Bronco Limited Edition. The Bronco is a sweet, sweet ride. You can get it with those wheels that are, you can dress up your Bronco now, but get it the way that you want it, okay? Do you want to dress it up a bunch, or do you want it as plain as possible? Because Chastang Ford don't care. Chastang Ford's not adding on. They're not marking up. They're not trying to sell you more. They're trying to get you into the vehicle that you want at the price you have to have it at. One of the first things that they're going to ask you is, what do your payments have to be at? Because that's important to them. It's important that you don't choke on that vehicle. Hey, I bought 4 vehicles from these people. I just trust them. I just know every time I'm going to get the best deal. Up to $12,000 off right now on F-150s. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Thing after thing after thing. And before this month ends, people, let's go. Make sure that you get over there, because every car that they sell during the month of September, they are going to give a $100 to Texas Children's Hospital. That's how they are for cancer research. So you're looking for the best way to get that Ford car or truck or pre-owned vehicle. We bought a pre-owned F-150 from them last week. Couldn't have been better. Could not have been a better deal, and couldn't have been a better process at ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
This is a thing now. I knew it while I was watching that game yesterday, that Cliff Kingsbury was going to get a game ball. He's playing against his old team, the team that fired him.
That's right, yeah.
Yep.
The big revenge games across the board yesterday. Yeah. You had a lot of revenge games.
You had a lot of revenge out there yesterday, and Cliff got the game ball, and he deserved it. He deserves at least one game ball. But going back to the place, I mean, look at all the former Texans that got game balls in Minnesota. And
we got Aaron Jones yesterday going back to see the Packers. He won. I'm going to need for that trend to end starting tomorrow. I don't need A.J. Hinch coming into town with his revenge series.
Will he get a game ball?
Well, if they win the series, I'm sure he will.
Yeah.
Are you kidding
me?
me?
They don't give game balls in baseball, I don't think. But
the tip of the cap to A.J. for winning the series?
That's what we do. We tip the cap.
Justin Verlander said that. Hey, if this is my last go-around here, just tip the cap.
How about Justin Verlander's not going to be able to pitch against Detroit? How fitting would that be if he goes and he beats Detroit? But you just watch over here. We got some good seats for you.
Yeah, I don't need him in an actual uniform.
No.
You want to wear Astros issued gear in the dugout? Cool. But an actual uniform? Nah, I don't want you putting on a uniform.
Did you see for the first time he wore his pants at the knees with the socks up? He's always been a long pants guy.
So it was his last start in baseball.
Well, no. He said he's coming back. He said, I got a lot of work to do. This injury has been really tough on me, but I'm going to work my ass off this offseason.
He says it now, but let's see.
Oh, somebody will absolutely.
Well,
sign
somebody
him.
would, but he may also say, I mean, it's not a financial issue. He's got tons of money. He may want to just sit around and, do things, stuff.
Did you have a thought in your head and then you're like, wait a minute, I probably shouldn't say that? So, okay.
Yep.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
just,
right. I think he can still do stuff while he's working.
No, not if you're on the road. You can't do stuff except, in a hotel by himself. Well, unless he wants to get in trouble. What the hell? You're the one who started this.
No, you started it. I just looked into your sick mind and figured out what you're talking about.
John won't let anyone retire. Let that man retire.
Yeah, he has to pitch next year.
He wore his high stirrups and all that stuff. Let him retire. Stop forcing him to pitch at the age of 42.
Why are you trying to make that man pitch?
He's 42. He's not Joe Flacco. He's Justin Verlander. Actually, they're the same thing. Only one of them's way better.
Let's get Gilbert in here. Apparently, he's angry about something. Gilbert, what's going on?
Mad as hell.
Yeah, I'm mad. I'm real mad.
Why? You bet on the Texans?
You didn't show up, John didn't show up.
Who didn't show up?
My camp anyway.
Who didn't show up? I didn't.
John, you listen to the program. Call session up. And what happened to you on the weekend anyway?
What happened? His program and his cap.
I did.
Yeah, my camp. He probably come by Saturday, but he didn't show up anyway.
Who said that?
Trying to guard him. He wasn't there.
Hold on. All right, we got to hold on. We're going to start from the beginning. I don't understand any of this.
Gilbert, I never told you I was coming. Oh, who said I was coming here to see you?
No, not you, the other John.
John, the China Garden guy who brought him egg rolls.
Oh,
wait,
John,
you're mad that somebody who brought you free egg rolls from China Garden didn't also bring you a cap?
He said he promised him he was coming over the weekend, and he didn't show up.
The one, not you, John.
That's the one he said.
Yeah,
not me, John.
No,
so you're mad at you're mad at Mega Blast.
Yeah, that's Mega
Blast.
Yeah,
you John. Call session up. He went after you anyway. I want my division cap anyway.
Did he promise you a division cap?
Yeah, he bought me a cap.
He promised him a cap.
Hold on, when did he promise you a cap?
John from the Astros department anyway.
From the Astros department?
Is there a different Johnny stealing?
Is there somebody who you're talking to that we don't know about that said they're going to give you a cap? Wait, is this what you're mad about, that somebody didn't bring you your cap and program?
Yeah, that's what he's mad about.
Hold on.
There's a John from the Astro department. His Butterbeck new cap anyway, for the Astro team anyway.
Yeah, we don't know about that.
So
That's not on our radar.
So someone working for the Astros promised you a cap and they didn't bring it?
Yeah.
What about you, Lance? I know you come by here. They gave me a steak, What happened, Lance?
Steak, John. Lance.
Wait. I didn't say anything about bringing you a steak.
Yeah, you did. Outback Steakhouse.
No, I never said that.
You brought it up, remember?
No, you did. I brought it up with you, and he goes, yeah, Outback. No, my wife is going to make you some spinach enchiladas.
Yeah, can she do that still?
Is she going to bring them?
I don't know. How's that sound? Spinach.
It sounds pretty good,
Wow. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
You would like spinach?
Well, she doesn't make spinach enchiladas, by the way, but now that's what I'm bringing you from a restaurant, just so I can watch you tear into a spinach enchiladas and say, hey, where's there's not even any fajitas in this. No, I was out of town, Gilbert. I was out of town all weekend. I just got back in last night.
From Colorado.
Yeah.
All weekend.
Colorado. We've got a call from John.
That's right. A whole week.
The egg roll guy.
Oh, let's hear the egg roll.
Let's hear
All
egg
right,
roll
he wants to
John,
defend
who
himself.
also apparently was supposed to bring him a division cap.
Yeah, this is what happened. When I went to up there, he wanted a hat. Okay, and I told him I would bring him one, and I was trying to get what size he wore because I have a friend of mine that works for the Astros. So I said, "Hey, let me give me your hat size, and I'll get you a hat." Well, that takes a little while, but he said I want a hat before the playoffs started, so I just going to give him an adjustable hat. Well, then John showed a picture of him online, and he already had an Astro hat, so I thought somebody already got him a hat. Plus, I didn't go up this weekend because I was sick, so I'm sorry, Gilbert.
Well, welcome to our world, John. He didn't want to hear Gilbert. You know what Gilbert hates more than anything is excuses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gilbert, do you have something you want to say to John?
Yeah, he come today and give me.
He said it's going to take him a while.
If we don't bring the cap today, we go lose 0-2.
Oh my
God. No.
John, you got to get up there.
Yeah, John.
Well, I can't. It's the end of the month.
better
This
bring
is my
it
estimate too, and this
come
is the
today.
busiest time of the month for
You
me.
better bring it to the
Or the app. Oof.
What'd you say, Gilbert?
0-2.
Say it again, Gilbert.
He can't
phone.
be Gilbert.
This cricket sucks.
Yeah, Gilbert. He can't be there today.
Mega,
What?
you gotta
He
get
can't.
there.
He can't bring it today. Please,
You gotta save our season.
Please don't curse the Astros.
Unfortunately, the man has a life. He can't be there today.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, today is the end of the month. The estimates due at my work, so I'm
He's
busy.
got work to do.
Busy as hell all day.
Gilbert, thanks for the call, John. We appreciate it. Thanks for
Yeah, John, don't
doing
worry
that for him
about
too.
it.
So,
Yeah.
Gilbert, did you hear that?
But if
he
wait a
can't
minute.
do it today because of
wait
work.
a minute. But if the Astros lose 0-2, okay, if they lose both games, I'm sorry. But John has got to do something about
hold
this.
on a
You're
second.
going to hold John accountable for Gilbert?
You're damn
putting-
right I am. Gilbert put it on him.
Yeah, Gilbert put the curse on him, so it's Gilbert's fault.
Gilbert,
No.
why would you say
There's
that?
nothing Gilbert can do about it.
Hold on, Gilbert. Why would you say that the Astros will go 0-2 in the playoffs if he doesn't bring you your hat? Why would you say that?
You come guilty today?
Well, but I'm asking you a question.
No, he can't come today. He's working.
He's got a job.
Okay. What?
Hold on.
Twitch says, "Hey, quit your bleeping job and stop taking a dump at the Flying J. Get your ass over to the nursing home."
See, the problem is, Gilbert, don't put the curse on the Astros because there could be a World Series hat in your future.
Yeah, it feels.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Not from one of
What to
us.
Why would you say that out loud?
From John, not from one of us. Not from Granado, from Egg Roll
You
Guy
put
John.
it in his head now.
Gilbert,
Oh my God.
You just incepted Gilbert.
don't put a curse on the Astros because you could have a World Series hat coming from Egg Roll Guy John. Just wait a second. Wait. Take it back.
I want a division cap
Well,
anyway.
I'm trying to help. But
Division instead of World Series?
No, he wants all of them. What are you talking about? He wants
Oh, yeah.
to start with a division, then he wants an ALCS shirt.
They don't even
then he
make
wants a
those
World
any-
Series.
The Astros have won
program.
it so much they don't even make West Division champion.
you can get it from the team store.
You can't?
Why are you putting this on
Egg Roll
everybody?
John.
That's all on TV anyway.
See, he saw it on TV. He saw. You can get them.
You saw it on TV,
Yeah,
Gilbert?
they were promoting them on TV.
Well, listen, Gilbert watches 24 hours of television, so I'm sure he did. Oh, my God, look at this. Everybody on Twitch says, Mega Blast, you've got to get there. You've got to save our season.
Stop your life in its
Hold
tracks.
on. I am serious about this. I want to hear Gilbert's answer, and his phone is not great, so let's all be quiet here. Gilbert, are you threatening the Astros? Are you threatening us?
Yeah, I do that. What's the Astro?
Okay. Well,
he's threatening them.
He is. Yeah.
What if the Astros go 0-2? How's that sound?
Yeah, be 2-0 would be great,
Yeah, 2-0 would be great.
Somebody in my neighborhood come by Division Astros cap,
Yeah.
Please.
Is anybody out there can bring him a Astros division
Can
cap?
somebody please bring Gilbert an Astros division cap?
And stop it out back on the way.
No, that's Lance's job.
No, I'm not getting them out back. We're gonna make
Let's have
something
a
at the
division
house.
of labor, John. Lance with the Outback.
We're
someone
gonna
else with
make
the hat.
something at the house. You get what you get.
No,
No. That man wants what he wants.
No.
He's paid his dues.
All right. If you don't get him his Outback, the Texans lose their next 5 games.
I don't. Well, he didn't threaten.
0-5 in their next 5.
He didn't threaten. I got to hear it from the man himself. So.
All right. We got a break. All right, Gilbert, you heard it, Mega Blast. You better get there today.
God, that is the most disconcerting thing. It literally jarred me when he said, well, how about this? If they don't get my hat, they start off 0-2.
He demanded a hat before the playoffs started.
He's desperate for this West Division hat.
Yeah,
Well,
Gilbert,
like,
I've never heard
somebody in the neighborhood.
I have never heard you threaten people. And why do you want this hat so desperately?
I don't know. We got a break.
Is he on hold?
I know.
I don't know.
I think you have to go all the way this year anyway. A lot of injuries,
Yeah.
That's true.
Gilbert, thanks.
Okay,
All
we'll
right,
see.
goodbye.
That's one of the
Goodbye.
it's hard to understand him on this.
It
one,
is hard
too.
with that phone. We got to talk about HRP. That's not hard to understand. It's not hard to understand that you don't know what you're doing with your payroll. It's hard. We had Laura Beavers in studio last week. I don't know. I think I asked her. I forget if I asked her about HRP and how wonderful they are. But I could tell you this: if you've got a question, you can ask Laura. Call up to the station and ask Laura about HRP, and Laura will give you the lowdown on what they do for you. Or just call HRP. 281-880-6525. They'll come. They'll customize a plan perfect for you and your business. Everybody's business is different, okay? Our business is not the same as yours. Our business grew with another payroll company, and they wouldn't grow with us. So we said, no, we're going to go with HRP because the more employees that you have, it's like a box store. You buy in bulk. Guess what? You get a better price. This other payroll company said, no, it's the same price. Nah, that's not the way we do it. Not the way HRP does it anyway. The HR, the payroll, always perfect. And the taxes, I mean, just taking all of that out of your hands is another huge plus, okay? This is why you go with these people. The technology, second to none. You're looking for the best way to get payroll to your people, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
So you're looking for a great way to play, win, and get paid. You're looking for a great place to get the edge on whatever game that you play. You know ball, so go to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. They'll give you a free pick on Thursday. If you lose, no big deal. You don't have to pay. If you win, you get that money. Plus, there's MyBookie Plus. If you bet more, you get into tiers. And it's got all kinds of great giveaways for you as well. The more you play, the more you can take advantage of that. You want to play, win, get paid, bet anything, anytime, anywhere. On the best site to do it, mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston for free on YouTube. FM Kitchen and Bar and PKL Social. 2 great spots, 1 game day destination. FM Kitchen and Bar is the drink easy, eat well neighborhood bar and restaurant known for its amazing food, weekend brunches, patio, and sports. You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN. A short segment here. We are up against it already. I know what we missed today, Dell. We didn't even congratulate Sugarland. The Space Cowboys win the PCL championship.
Well, they won that, and then they won the AAA championship.
The whole AAA championship. And where is their minor league system ranked?
I don't know. Isn't
the
it
land
one of the last in all of baseball?
Yeah.
I
mean, it's
to be fair, it's not like Cooper Hummel being on the roster should be elevating the minor league.
Your best
rankings.
players should be in the young players should be in the majors.
And because of injuries,
and a lot of times they'll be on AA rosters.
And because of the injuries, a lot of their best young players are on the major league club.
Yeah, and they still won.
Well, if some of your players like 27 years old, should that up your rankings in major league in the minor league rankings?
Grown men with 3 kids.
Yes.
Like, it's not like there are a lot of 20-year-olds running through the AAA for the Space Cowboys. They're all like 24, 25 years old. I mean, I can understand.
25 are still prospects.
Kind of. I mean, we just saw the Astros trade a bunch of 25 years old for Kikuchi, and we overreacted, and we're like, whatever.
I'm not looking at if you win AAA championship that you got the best minor league system, personally, but maybe that's just me. I like Ben Gamble. Gamble did a nice job. I'm not looking at him as the next star.
Well, no, Gamble was a trade. Or Gamble was picked up. He was from another team. That's not their minor league system.
Wasn't Gamble? Didn't he come up?
DeCenzo and Whitcomb and
wait. Did Gamble?
They picked him off the street.
Yeah, he's off the street.
Well, it's kind of the same thing.
No, it's not.
Well, he's not from your. Well, he's not from your system. Yeah, but
yeah. So, Gamble was with I don't know how many teams.
Dude, Gamble's been in the league for. Oh my God, Gamble's super old.
Yeah, and you know what? He's going to get a ring this year too.
Yeah, I want a ring too, John.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, I want to get me a ring too, John. Anyway.
Well, he's going to he's going to get one of them rings if the Astros win. And next year, ring day, somebody's got to bring Gilbert a ring.
Stupid for saying that out loud. Never tell him stuff like that out loud. The same way Dell was sitting there, maybe you want to get a World Series thing. Like, don't say things like that. In fact, the less you talk, the better. And that goes for everybody. Just sit and let Gilbert say what he's got to do. And then don't make the mistake of say, I mean, it feels like Lecter sometimes. Like you got to be so careful about what you say and what you do, or he can take it and use it against you. It's as close as you get to Hannibal Lecter in real life is Gilbert, because what you say could come back to haunt you.
Look at some of the ages of the Space Cowboys, depending, like Arrigetti's up here. Guys like Dylan Coleman, 27, Luis Contreras, 27, Ray Gaither, 26. The Blair Henleys of the world, we know that didn't go well when he was up. 26 years old. Wander Suero, 32. Mark Washington, 28. Cesar Salazar, 28. CJ Stubbs, 27. Luke Bearhill, 25. David Hensley, 28. Trey Cabbage, 26. Cut it out, John. Cut it out.
Oh, our system. Oh, Arrigetti doesn't count. Wait a minute. Arrigetti doesn't count.
He on the major league roster at this point. Like,
well,
Corey
no, but
Julks,
before the season,
Corey
we were ranked.
Julks, all these guys who were in and out. Stop it.
No, Arrigetti absolutely counts, and so does Whitcomb.
But stop.
And so does
point to the Space
DeCenzo.
Those guys are up in the major league roster, although one of them got sent down to play in the game. But don't point to the Space Cowboys as evidence. They're great. What is it? What do they call them? 4A players?
It's like
quadruple A
it's
players?
like when BYU beats up on smaller teams. They got a bunch of guys who came back from the missions, and they're 25.
That's all right.
Grown ass men.
Didn't Holgerson always used to talk about how old BYU would be when he had to play him?
Yeah.
That's the Astros.
And not only them, Kansas State.
Well, yeah, for different reasons.
Y'all see the Astros? Have y'all played the Space Cowboys? Man, there's a bunch of old ass dudes. They got it rough. Like a bunch of 31-year-olds.
Yeah, well, look at us
doing shots.
Look at us. Like, they've got a beer league softball team out there beating up on those kids in Reno.
Respect that we're the home of the
92.5
champs.
We're the home of the champs. The AAA champs.
Yeah,
I'm happy about that. I'm just not going to conflate how great the system is because
the system is awesome.
They have all these
right?
upper 20s guys winning a title.
The system is awesome. Can't be beat. Can't be better. And take that, Keith Law.
Take that, Keith Law.
Yeah, Keith Law. How about a AAA championship? Weak. You're weak, Keith Law. You don't know baseball. You don't know nothing about baseball.
Straw man. I've never seen you say today you're really mad at Major League Baseball for having afternoon Astros games, which we're used to. Of course, I say that as a radio host who has an afternoon open where I can watch games and I'm excited. Maybe other people who work probably aren't super crazy about it, would rather have it at night. I know for me, I'm like, I don't know, this is great. I don't know what y'all are talking about. This is fantastic.
Well, people have to work, Lance. Not you, but real people have to work.
But you weren't complaining on behalf of those people.
No.
Yes, I am complaining
You
on
were
behalf
yelling
of those
about
people.
respect.
You said no respect.
Like
is what you
Mega
said.
Blast. He can't even see the games because it's the end of the month.
You said you started the show by saying we ain't getting any respect, Major League Baseball.
No respect.
Like we
should be the 7 o'clock game. We should be the 7 o'clock game.
For what? Up against?
Because we're the best Major League system. And we got
You're
the
going
best
to run
minor
into
league
football.
system too.
You're going to run into football games.
Right.
You don't want to go up against football games.
No, on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Thursday night, yeah.
Stop. You know what though?
Well, it's going to rate way higher than baseball.
Well, listen. If the other 2-3 series are over, guess who gets the 7 o'clock slot? The Astros.
You're lucky Caitlin Clark's out of the playoffs. She'd have wiped up Major League Baseball with her ratings.
Oh man.
What do you think would have rated higher? Major League Baseball playoffs, division playoffs, or Caitlin Clark playoff game? Has she gone through?
Clark.
Yes, 100%.
100%. Did anybody see her on 60 Minutes?
I saw she was going to be on. I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I didn't watch any of it either. But she said, "Ask me the tough questions. Let's go." 60 Minutes. You got what you got. Bring it.
She did.
Yeah, it was in like one of the teaser clips to get you excited about watching.
I didn't watch it.
And did they ask her? Did anyone see it?
I don't know.
Who knows?
Did you see she tried to get the road teams paid spot bonuses?
Well, because she brings the most people on the road. Of course she wants to get paid.
No, not her.
I know, the whole league.
Yeah, she was trying to get other people paid.
I know, but she benefits the most. She fills the most stadiums.
I know, but the point is that she's looking out for other people.
Yeah, except mostly herself, seeing as how she would get paid the most.
No. This doesn't even exist. The spot bonuses for opposing teams.
I get
no
Lance.
for opposing teams.
She put if you get based on the attendance in an away stadium, then she would make the most money,
along with her teammates.
Yes.
Well, hold on. I thought
unless it's a different thing she's looking for.
Yeah,
you're not going to get. What bonuses are you going to get in a stadium where the Lynx are playing the Sun and nobody's there?
Hold on. Because when I was watching the video, it sounded a lot different. Maybe I was reading it different. Did you see this? So you must have seen that. You saw that deal too.
What?
The
yeah,
CEO
she wants to get paid.
No, you saw the No, you saw the CEO and that
said no. Yeah.
The WNBA said no.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah, they said no, Caitlin.
Yeah,
you're not getting paid.
Here it is. Caitlin Clark asked the WNBA to pay other players bonuses so they could share in the success of the Fever selling out arenas. The WNBA said no. This is how she asked if other players could get bonuses.
What do you mean other players?
I don't know. That's what in a recent interview, Barber highlighted Clark's efforts. After a few away games and all the sellouts, Caitlin asked the WNBA if they would pay spot bonuses to the away team players. She said, "We're making all this new revenue, and I would like the away team to benefit from that." I guess that's all of them.
Oh, I see. At Fever games, not away games.
So anyone coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So if the Aces are in
she was
town.
trying to get those
I had read that where all the away games.
No, she was trying to get them money. That has nothing to do with her.
Yeah.
It's trying to ruin America's sweetheart, John. Trying to call her selfish.
God, no. What are you doing,
wrong
John?
with you? You've been on one today.
Listen.
There's an Angel Reese fan. LSU. There's the LSU angle.
She ain't America's sweetheart to Angel. Okay.
Well, that's why you're trying to ruin her. You're on Angel's side.
Well, I'm an LSU guy. Sorry.
We've heard.
Yeah. Sorry. We got to break it. It's up against it. 9:49. ESPN.
What are we up against?
We're up against a break.
Oh,
I mean,
are we?
I mean, we got a break here. What do you want? A 2-minute segment at the end of News of the Weird?
Like,
of course you don't.
It doesn't matter when the shows start anymore.
I guess it doesn't.
Time to talk about. It started 10:09. It doesn't matter.
Underdog. Oh, I worked with a guy who came in and said, if you don't get off on time, I'm gonna kick your ass.
Oh, I was there for that. I remember.
Yep.
Whoa.
Let's just say
that's accountability.
He was volatile.
Yeah, it is accountability, Laramie. Time for you to talk about Underdog.
Good. I'll talk about Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is great because of the way that they help you enjoy the games that are on, the games that you're watching. It's just it's a better way to experience making picks with the Pick'em Challenge. To make picks on Underdog, it's straightforward. Sign up bonus is even easier. Just head over to Underdog's Simple Use mobile app and use promo code Lance, because when you do that, Underdog's going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 bonus cash when you make that deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance to claim your new customer special on a free pick and the deposit offer. It's just a great way to watch playoff baseball. Playoff baseball, you've got the Pick'em Challenge, you've got college football, pro football. I mean, there's so much to choose from, and it's a great way when you're watching your game to play along with the game you're watching. Choose higher or lower on statistics, and you could win up to 1,000 times your original play. This is truly incredible, and it's an offer for you right now through Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
So sometimes a small local business is better. And I think that's the case with Dream Rate and the mortgage hookup that he gives you, because he gives you the attention. I mean, he's got the experience, okay, with 30 years doing this. He owns the company. He doesn't have to split commissions. He passes the savings on to you. He makes less than these big there are big mortgage companies that put their names on golf tournaments and bowl games. Where are they getting all that money? Well, they're getting it from you. Kent Jones ain't putting his name on no bowl game, I promise you. He's going to work his ass off. Lance just called him asking about a loan in Colorado, and Kent went into such detail. You think he's not when he's actually working for you and actually going to get paid for it, that he's not going to work his ass off for you, listen, you're doing it wrong if you don't have a mortgage broker. And 75% of people don't even use a broker. I didn't use a broker. I wish I had a broker when I did mine. 713-520-5626. You'll save thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. 713-520-LOAN or 975loans.com. Did y'all see the poo canoe?
Sounds terrible.
In Nanning, China, a sewer blew up in the street, and the sewage pipe burst, and it propelled 33 feet into the air. You haven't seen? It's a geyser of poo. All over the cars and the road and the people and everything. Just gross. Look it up. Nanning, China. You want to talk about gross?
Geyser of poo was jetters. That's terrible.
Geyser of poo. Diddy's lawyer says that why Diddy had 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Because there was a Costco near him.
And then what? And then what did Costco say?
Costco said, we don't sell baby oil.
Nice try.
Don't be putting Diddy on us.
Sam's Club.
Of all the things, Costco. Actually, it's not something we sell. I wouldn't. If you just told me that.
I spent time at Costco. I already knew that.
I would
I've never
assume
seen
they
that.
would have had baby oil somewhere.
Well, they've got baby wipes. They've got diapers. Why wouldn't they have baby oil, I wonder?
Because they
I
ain't
guess
about
you don't
that
buy
life.
that much. So you don't buy baby
Who
oil.
buys
in bulk.
baby oil
bulk.
anymore?
Yeah, you don't buy it in bulk, certainly.
You don't buy it in bulk.
What do you put baby oil
Like
on?
baby oil from as a kid, baby oil was a thing.
You put lotion on, right?
Yeah,
but who
some
puts
people.
baby oil
When I
on
was a kid, some people used baby oil.
anymore? When you were a kid.
And it takes forever to use. So
Jamar Chase was asked, did you see how he slipped off of Panthers yesterday?
yeah, classic Joe Burrow touchdown, catch and run for Jamar Chase.
Oh, stop. The best
One of those
quarterback. in the
3-yard
NFL.
passes.
Yeah, look, I'll give Burrow credit. It was 10 to 12 air yards, and then Chase turned it into a 60-yard touchdown. Credit to Joe Burrow.
Oh, my God. Bad news, boys.
What?
Dikembe Mutombo died.
Oh,
No way.
nuts. That's terrible.
58
Are you serious?
years old. Yeah, he had a bad battle with brain cancer. Nobody did more for hospitals than Dikembe Mutombo.
No, he was great.
And
I mean,
that
this guy
sucks.
literally built infrastructure
Everybody loved
Africa.
Dikembe
Built
Mutombo.
infrastructure in Africa.
Yes. Yeah. Holy crap. That's terrible.
Ah, man,
China's
that sucks.
newest nuclear submarine sank. I don't know but isn't that what submarines are supposed to do?
Well, and come back up when they want to.
Yeah, they're supposed to sink other things.
They're not supposed to stay sunk.
They're supposed to submerge. I think the word is submerge, not sink.
Yeah.
Not sink. It's
Correct.
not sink they're supposed to do?
Submerge and then come back up.
It happened at Wuchang shipyard near Wuhan. Oh, any
Do you think-
coincidence?
I don't. What coincidence?
I don't know.
A submarine
I'm just
sinking in
asking you.
COVID? What do you mean? Any coincidence?
Is there a coincidence between Wuhan and COVID?
You think Wuhan is just a place where disasters happen? Is that what you say? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe. You
Okay.
don't know. You don't know. I don't know. No one knows. No one could possibly know. No one could possibly know. Missouri pledges to disperse summer food aid by the end of the year. I don't know if I want your summer food in January.
That has to mean something else,
December,
right?
No. They'd begun distributing summer food benefits for children. Aims to finish by the end of the year.
So is that for like kids who depend on like school lunch? What do you mean summer food benefits?
I don't.
And then they're giving those kids food during the summer, and they're
they're giving, but they haven't given out because they don't know school. They're going to give them all out by the end of the year.
So wait a minute,
during school.
I'm hungry in June.
I
In
know,
July,
right?
I'm going to get the
Put
food.
it away. Put it in the freezer.
Am I a
That's
squirrel?
the point.
Put it in the
That's
freezer.
really the point why this is a story.
What the hell, Missouri?
Yes, Del. This is why we're doing this.
Can I ask Missouri a question?
Sure.
Are all your children starving? can I figure out? Do we have? How do the kids eat? Now I'm actually concerned.
Yeah, I have no idea.
That's it.
They could have used it in June when they needed it.
What the
okay.
hell?
A Missouri candidate apparently he doesn't have a family, so he took a photo with someone else's family. He's got a wife and 3 kids that he took a photo with for his.
That's
he's
hilarious
running
to me.
He's running for Virginia's 7th congressional district.
I like that.
So
that move.
he borrowed a family.
Well,
do you feel like he might be misleading people?
Well, the importance of a family when you're a politician, I guess you're selling the family ideal, but maybe not use a fake
what do
one.
you really need a family for if you're a politician?
Well, apparently
he's also pro-life. He's he's running on pro-life.
Is he pro-lie?
I don't
what
know.
does him being pro-life have to do with anything?
Because look how pro-life I am. I got all these kids.
You can be pro-life and not have decided to
Pro-life
have a child yet.
He can be pro-life for you, just not for me.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. I'm pro-life for all of y'all.
Or I haven't met the right woman yet. How about that's a reasonable explanation. I haven't found the woman I want to marry yet. And because of that, I don't have kids.
Maybe he just has ratchet people coming up to him. Maybe he's like, I don't need these ratchet girls in my life. I'm waiting for the special lady. I shouldn't be penalized because I don't just go ratchet.
And finally today, Japan has a beloved snack company. It's called Umaibo.
See.
It was introduced in 1979.
Yeah.
This is their first price increase in 45 years, and they apologized for it. Oh, so sorry.
You can't do that.
So what can I do?
Just say it out loud. He can't do that.
So sorry.
You stop. Now, why do we eat into my time for this?
I know. Now you regret it.
Just because
I'm leaving now.
Just because you're sitting in a place that isn't this studio doesn't mean you can say that.
I didn't say what. I said so sorry. That's all I said.
Yeah, I wish you would have said so sorry as opposed to how you said it.
Whoa.
It sounded like something from Warrior.
Yeah, I mean, breakfast at Tiffany's.
Time for me to talk about how about a new sponsor to the show, and it's called Game Day. Game Day Men's Health. And it's just different. First of all, I'll tell you how it's different. Men's health. Okay, you're lethargic, and listen, I don't know if you know, but you need testosterone. If you don't have enough testosterone in your body, and you're lethargic, and sexually you're not nearly as what you used to be, and all of those things, can't sleep at night, all of these things that you need testosterone. Well, Game Day Men's Health. There's a bunch of them out there, right? Game Day Men's Health is different. How about when you walk in, it takes about 45 minutes for you to find out whether or not you need testosterone. Other places don't have labs. They have labs at Game Day Men's Health. Oh, and they're strictly watched to make sure that all of their numbers are correct. So they take care of business. So it takes you 45 minutes, and oh, by the way, it's free. Most of these other places, I'm not going to say all, but most of them charge you like $150 to find out whether or not you're even a candidate to give them money. At Game Day Men's Health, they don't charge you. And then they've got everything else that you could possibly need. These peptides, if you have ED, they go to the root of the problem, not just throw pills at you. They got the Gainsway shockwave therapy, and they try to fix it without pills. So here's the deal. You're looking for a different way. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. 5 locations right now. They're going to have 15 by the end of the year. This thing is going to take over the city. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
So your 22-year-old quarterback, soon to be 23, CJ turns 23 later this week, leads a game-winning drive against a division rival to win a tight ball game. And last year, I think that would be a giant story. CJ's great rookie season. We are going to always focus on the positives of what was a surprise year. But I don't get the sense that drive wipes away what we saw for 3 7/8 of a game. Certainly 3+ quarters. And that's maybe us being a victim or slave to expectations with this team and what we think the Jags are. But I don't think the takeaways are your young quarterback did something great again, or that you have a bona fide number one wide receiver. You remember all that flowery commentary about, oh, we don't have a number one. We're just gonna throw to who's open. Nah, that's not what this team is. They have a clear number one as Nico Collins, and he's leading the league in receiving. Whether it be because Tank Dell needs to find his way, plus his injury, or Stephon Diggs is simply not a guy who can be a number one in this offense. Or maybe it's just simply CJ saying, all right, I'm getting hit. I have to avoid pressure. I'm going to lock in on one guy. All that who's ever open stuff, I think, is gone. And the broadcast yesterday, particularly Tiki Barber, said it a number of times, when in need, find Nico or something along those lines. And that's what it is, whether it be the rollouts to get away from pressure and throwing across his body, or making Nico his primary target. There is no more distribution of targets, and we'll see who's open. Get the ball to the man who is your number one, and at this point leading the league in receiving. Sean, we talked about it before we left last week. Would we remember that O-line coach's name? And you know what? In the middle of the second quarter, it's like, damn it, Strausser. I didn't even have to look up his name. I remembered it. I didn't want to have to think of his name. And so we asked a question. Beyond the positives of winning the game, that's always most important. That's how NFL coaches treat things. Like NFL coaches, because there's not that difference in talent. When they win a ball game, it's like, ooh, take the win, and we'll fix the mistakes. College coaches are a little different. Like if you have an overwhelming talent advantage and you barely win a ball game, it's like how sloppy we were, how or bad we could practice, or we need to be better. And there's much more criticism by the coaches of their own performance when they win. In the NFL, we'll hear from D'Amico. Pretty much whatever it takes. So those are the positives. You win, you lead your division, you're 3-1, you push the Jags 0-4. But as far as what we think this team can be, I'll ask this question, and I'll get to Strausser in a second here, because his unit played poorly. If you don't know who he is, he's the O-line coach for the Texans. And his unit played poorly. They gave up pressure to even after the Jaguars' best pass rusher had to leave the game. They gave up pressures to the rest of the guys. They forced their quarterback to be spectacular, to do the mundane. Are they good? Is this Texans team, as they stand right now, a good football team? Not the one we believe they should be. Not the one when we look at the roster and go, Mixon, who didn't play, obviously. Tank didn't play, but all the guys from Nico to CJ to Derek Stingley, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, who generated less than no pressure in that game, is the team we're looking at a good football team? I would say if I removed all my preconceived thoughts about what this team was coming into the year, just watch them play, and I knew what I knew about the opponents, I'd say they feel like, as I always make college football references, they feel like a overranked team who's beating up on out-of-conference opponents who aren't very good early in the year. And then they'll get their comeuppance in conference. Almost happened to Miami. But that's for a different segment of the show, or maybe tomorrow. But I don't feel like they play like a good football team. I'm not saying they're not, but all I can look at is all I can think about and talk about is what my eyes tell me. Undisciplined, in dogfights against mediocre to bad football teams, and the one good team they fought they got boat race. It wasn't even a contest. So I'll ask you, Sean. I'll ask anyone else. 713-780-3776. Remove what we believe them to be. Are they playing like a good football team?
It's hard because they are winning a lot of these games,
Yes.
and that's like generally what we credit. Like good teams
football
know how
teams
to win.
Yes,
and they are doing enough to win these games against the Colts. They ran out the clock. They didn't let the Colts get the ball back after they scored to go down 2. The Bears, that just kind of dominated their offensive line. Like the defense just dominated that game. For the Texans. And then yesterday, it was like a little bit just like last year's Texans really were. It was hang close, 2-minute drive with CJ Stroud. Boom, walkout winners. So I don't. They're definitely not like, to use another college football analogy. They're not putting up a lot of style points for the BCS computers, but they are just winning games, which in the NFL is like kind of all that matters.
Yeah.
Is, hey, you can look like dog crap, just win game. I mean, as the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, if we're doing this radio show in Kansas City, we're asking the same question of like, is this team even any good? And as of right now, those are the top 2 seeds in the AFC.
And we know the Texans have minor injury concerns. Those guys are expected to be back outside of like Brevin Jordan, who may be a bigger loss than we expected, considering what he does for them blocking. But the Chiefs now without Rashee Rice, what looks like the rest of the year, expected ACL tear for him, and Hollywood Brown injured. They look like a team who will be going through the same offensive problems they had last year, but just with an older Travis Kelce, and they don't have an emerging star except for Worthy. Worthy had a nice play down the field, and he caught a long touchdown. Then he also had the game-sealing catch. So maybe Worthy is their Rashee Rice this year, and he'll be the one to keep them afloat offensively until it's playoff time for Travis Kelce. But back to the Texans. We'll get into their opponent because Doug Peterson had thoughts. We might get into Doug Peterson and Sean's thoughts on Doug Peterson after watching him again, because Sean's wasn't very complimentary before the game. I don't know if Doug Peterson did anything to change his mind. One guy who didn't change my mind at all, Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is the guy I thought he was before the year, and he continues to prove that giving him that money was mostly only about, hey, we can't let our first-round pick, I don't know, be left in the wind without a deal. Why can't you? The Trevor Lawrence who, at that point, what was he? Owen had lost his last 5 starts. Now it's his last 9. He missed open guys. If Trevor Lawrence is what the Jaguars thought he was at quarterback, the Texans lose. Beyond some of the missed throws that are stopping guys' feet when they're even catching the ball, the 2 deep balls, the one to Brian Thomas, the one to Christian Kirk, those are both touchdowns. Particularly the one to Christian Kirk changes the complexion of the game. I don't think the Texans win if an average quarterback is on the other side of the field. Trevor Lawrence did not play like an average quarterback. He missed layups. So as bad as Sean may think Doug Peterson is, he schemed up enough layups for a quarterback of what Trevor Lawrence is believed to be to make those throws, hit those layups. The Texans lose. Thankfully, Trevor Lawrence is who I think he is, not who some of the people in the league think he is. So him missing those throws were like, yeah, that's Trevor Lawrence. I'm not surprised by that. Texans 3-1. But I think the questions coming out of the game are, how come we can't get our penalty issue fixed? And at least for me, are they good? I don't think so. Not the way they're playing. They're fully capable when they get healthy, and if they can clean up some of the injury stuff, of being a good football team. It's just not playing out that way right now. If you have any questions about the Texans or anything else in the NFL, you can certainly call in 713-780-3776. It's only 4 games in, but ask a question about your team. Are they good? Some of those answers are pretty obvious. The Texans is the one that's a little murky for me.
you commit penalties. You get dragged into the depths by the Jags and the Colts, and the Bears had a chance to beat you on their last drive. It's bringing up questions for me. And we ended the last show with this, so I'll get to it now if you missed it. Dikembe Mutombo, at 58, dies from brain cancer. I don't know if that was widely reported before. Maybe it was something his family wanted to keep to themselves, but 58 years old, Dikembe Mutombo, longtime NBA player, great humanitarian, played here in Houston, had some really good years in Houston. He passes away at 58. Eric, I see you. You want to talk NFL? Anyone else want to talk really about anything? NFL, the Astros, they have their series against the Tigers beginning on Tuesday. And of course, it's those early afternoon starts that we're used to. You can get into that as well. We're just getting started here. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
A lot of games come, like, I think the first 2 weeks in the NFL was like 11 out of the however games came down from one score. And, you know, if you can get the lead or tie it up, not give them the opportunity to go down and drive, that's the goal and the plan we want to do. But we also do want to stay aggressive, but just be smart. Time management, I thought D'Amico and Bobby did a great job. And, you know, we ended up scoring, which was great. And then you see we get them with 16 seconds. Like, it's hard to operate. Now it's 70 yards down the field to get a field goal or a touchdown. Like, so you just playing the time game, and you know we knew we had a field goal, and we would tie the game up and go to overtime, or we could score and not give them much time. Either way, it went. You know what I mean? So just thought that was very smart.
CJ Stroud, after the game yesterday, he led the game-winning drive. The guys in the booth were talking about the Jaguars not taking more time off the clock. I think they ran the ball on their first play, and then they threw it twice. I think Jalen Petrie made a nice play to knock down. He was playing zone, and he was under the route. He knocked it down, and then another incomplete pass. They're getting after them for not taking more time off the clock. You're trying to pick up first downs. Unless the Jags really believe they could run the ball down the Texans' throat a couple of times and maybe hit them with a quick one to get a first down, I don't mind them trying to go out and score. I don't mind it, or at least pick up first downs through the air. It just didn't work. And you know what? The Texans would have plenty of time. They had timeouts. Running the clock out wasn't going to work unless you picked up first down. So they tried to pick them up throwing, and it didn't work out for them. But I didn't take issue with that. Now, the fourth down quarterback draw, when Tiki Barber could call it out before it happened, coming out of a timeout after the end of quarter break, that one you can look at and go, the Jags haven't run any empty stuff all game long. What is this going to be?
And when you go empty at the 2-yard line,
it's pretty obvious what you're doing.
Yeah, great coaching by Doug Peterson.
Sean's
offensive mastermind.
Sean's hate coming through.
Yeah, just
the combination of Doug Peterson, offensive mastermind, said sarcastically, and Trevor Lawrence, generational quarterback, said sarcastically, is a great combo to go win a game even when you don't play well. And the Texans got that done. The holdings picked up for Laremy Tunsil. No false starts, though, so that was addressed.
Well done.
Well, I mean, false starts are 5 yards. Holdings are 10, so maybe go back to the false starts. Just do them less frequently. If we're going to pick one.
Larry's like, now the false starts don't seem so bad,
only 4 of them equal the 2 holding penalties that you were involved in. So maybe limit them to 2. Only 1 holding penalty that it equals. We're just looking for growth, and I'm not sure going from false starts to holding penalties is growth. He did miss some time with what appeared to be a lower leg injury. Blake Fisher came in there. I was like, oh, look at Blake Fisher. And I was like, oh, look at Blake Fisher. Yeah, he got beat around the edge. I don't know how many people noticed it, because the broadcast crew didn't even recognize he was in until plays after he got beat. In fact, I think Laremy Tunsil was blamed for that pressure because they just assumed he was in the game. I was like, no, Laremy Tunsil. I watched Laremy Tunsil get a little nicked up, and I was like, oh, he's going off the field. And Blake Fisher went out there and promptly got beat around the edge. So that's why Laremy Tunsil's not going to be held accountable. Everyone's like, you know what? Even the morning show, we were discussing maybe taking him out for a series or a quarter or whatever. It's never going to be a quarter, but even a couple plays of a series. Did you see what Blake Fisher looked like out there? Did you see that? I know holdings are tough. I know false starts are tough, but so are hits on your quarterback, or even CJ Stroud doesn't have the ability to evade because of how quickly you're getting beat around the edge. So at least through a couple of plays, and I don't blame Blake Fisher entirely. He didn't expect to play in that situation. He's not ready. Right now, Blake Fisher, not ready.
And Laremy Tunsil's like, sweet.
Yeah.
Just got 6 more weeks of being Laremy Tunsil.
Oh, forget it. That man has been leading the Texans around by the nose since he got traded here. It's 6 more weeks. He's not concerned. There's no thought, even if Blake Fisher played relatively well, that they were going to tell Laremy Tunsil to sit down for a couple of snaps. Soon as he was healthy to play, he ran right back in there
with those red gloves, holding everybody.
Yeah, that became a story. I'm not sure I care that much about it, but even Seth Payne, who NFL defensive lineman, former defensive lineman, said, "What are we doing? Don't wear red gloves." So apparently, it's a thing. The officials treat your red gloves like it's a fast car, and they're the police. If they see it, they're going to take more notice of it, and you'll get caught.
I think Edelman told a story about that with when he was on the Patriots with Belichick being like, "Why are you wearing red gloves?" It's the easiest thing for them to call.
Yeah,
especially when the other team's wearing white.
Yeah, so Laremy Tunsil should have worn white gloves, but no, that ain't drippy. The red gloves.
You're an offensive
lineman. Well, he wears an athlete's face mask. I don't know if you noticed.
He does.
Now a lot of offensive linemen do. They're not a lot of offensive linemen are going with even with the newer helmets.
Why don't they have the single bar down the middle anymore?
Well, there are very few guys that are doing that, and they're doing that to be a thing. They're just doing that to do it. Just, hey, look how old school I look. But most offensive linemen, particularly the tackles, they want to be a little drippy even with their face masks. They're wearing the same face mask that a DB might wear, or a running back might wear. I think we're long gone are the days of old linemen being old linemen.
Game's
Not
gone soft. Not the game I was raised on.
It's true. I mean, but Laremy Tunsil has always been different when it came to it. And as long as there's a new face mask that he thinks makes him look cool, he's gonna wear it. He's gonna dress like it. I'm an athlete. I don't know if you've heard. The man's an athlete. That's what he thinks. I'm an athlete. So he wears his gear that way. We got two Erics, which is a surprise. I just initially thought the first Eric was Eric Wong, but apparently not. So Eric Wong, you want to talk Longhorns? Eric wants to talk NFL. We'll get to Eric.
Actually, Del, we can do it right now because the system isn't ready to go to break.
So we can't go to break.
No, so we can just go through.
All right, let's get to Eric, who wants to talk NFL. What's up, Eric? Eric, you've got a bad connection. Try it again. Nah, we got to put Eric on hold. Hey, Eric, call back. Although maybe it's both of them Eric Wong, because that voice sounded like Eric Wong when I could tell. All right, if that's a different Eric, call back. I'm not sure. Eric Wong's never had that type of phone problem. Let's try Eric Wong. What's up, Eric?
Hey, this is Eric Wong, not Eric Wrong.
Okay.
I don't have that kind of phone issue because I have the iPhone 16.
Oh, look at you.
But anyway, Dale.
Made from money.
So, do you think that Clemson Tide should have jumped the Longhorns at the number one spot? And how do you feel about A.J. Griffin retiring from the Rockets to pursue his ministry? Also, I heard some mixed reviews about Joker Part 2. I want your feelings on this. I ain't for listen. Eric Wong out.
Okay. The intern has done me a service and named the next Eric 2. So now I know it's different. Okay. He asked about Alabama jumping the Longhorns. I was actually surprised that it happened after the score got close. I thought in the first half, the way that game was going, and by the way, boy, was I wrong about you can't be the Heisman front runner playing against one of those defenses. Jalen Milroe became the Heisman front runner, and if Carson Beck had won his game, he might have become the Heisman. If he had won the game, he might have become the Heisman front runner because of the comeback. So those defenses aren't, at least against two comparable rosters of athletes, not shutting anyone down. And Texas will have their chance at Georgia coming up here in a little bit. So should they have jumped? You beat Georgia. Why not? It doesn't matter. I'm glad that the polls are volatile. Sure, it's great for your social team and the graphic to put up we're the number one team in the country, AP number one. If you're Texas, maybe you want to do that for another week. That would have been fine, but doesn't matter. Like we talked about this last week, Sean and I. On the same day, there's Alabama, Tennessee. There's Georgia, Texas. Now, of course, if Alabama beats Tennessee, maybe Texas doesn't jump them if they beat Georgia, because Tennessee at the moment is one of the top 5 teams in the country. But doesn't matter right now. at all, other than, hey, pat yourself in the back, we're number one.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It's nice to be number one. It's nice for a package to be made about you being number one on your team's media platforms or on ESPN. And number one team. It's nice to hear someone say, number one team in the nation.
Yeah.
The Texas Longhorns take the field. All that stuff is cool, but it doesn't matter.
And for the last time they were number one since, just to update that, that's always nice.
Yeah, it's cool. It's
but
fine.
It doesn't, especially because, like you said, Alabama's going to have to play Tennessee. Georgia's going to have to play Tennessee. Texas is going to have to play Georgia. Like, all these teams are going to play each other. The only really teams that won't play each other in that mix are Alabama and Texas, and I guess Texas and Tennessee.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only of the top 5 SEC, or the SEC teams in the top 5. That's the only ones that won't play. So this thing is going to solve itself.
It'll work itself out.
Or you can be like Ole Miss and just lose to Kentucky.
Or you can lose to Kentucky.
I say don't be like Ole Miss.
Yeah, that's a bad thing. When Kentucky goes for like 4th and 8 on their own side of the field and hit it,
65-yard pass,
and then wind up beating you, and then your kicker shanks a long field goal and you lose to Kentucky at home. Kentucky got someone. They almost got Georgia earlier, and they got Ole Miss over the weekend. We will get into more of that later. Maybe it comes tomorrow. Who knows? We'll let you guys kind of dictate the direction of the show. We'll get to what else did he ask about? He asked about what did he ask about? He asked about the Joker too. He's saying it's getting mixed reviews. I don't like musicals, so I'm out. I didn't watch the Joker. I'm not watching Joker 2, mostly because I hate singing as a way to push the narrative forward. I hate it. It only works for me in Disney movies. And even as a kid, I didn't know Disney movies were musicals, but I know now that they were. But get out of my face. I hate singing that pushes a story forward. So I'm out. Sorry, Eric.
I'll watch it. Don't worry.
It should. Well, Sean will have your review. It should get mixed reviews because it's a musical. That's where I stand on that. And what else did he ask about?
I wasn't listening. I was dealing.
You're trying to fix it. Sorry, Eric. Maybe I'll go listen back and get that last one for you. You always ask me a couple, and I always miss one. Eric 2, Lazy J, Sean, we'll get to you. Well,
just kidding.
Not you, Sean. I mean, you can always jump in. Your thoughts are always welcome.
But
the other Sean, Lazy J, and Eric 2, we'll get to you when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Eric, Lazy J, Sean, we'll get to you as quickly as we can. The other thing that Eric Wong that I forgot that he mentioned that he wanted to talk about was AJ Griffin, the former Hawk, was a Rocket for felt like minutes. He retired from basketball because he wanted to pursue or at least focus more on God. He had some clips over the weekend that explained his decision. What do I think about it? What is there to say other than I hope you're happy in your decision, young man?
Give me a take.
What? What am I supposed to say about a man who says I don't want to play professional sports because I want to focus on God? What is there to say?
Give me a take.
Like what? I don't believe him?
The Rockets wasted a second-round pick.
No. Well, I could have told him that when they made the trade initially without this particular input, but
they could have used it on someone who's going to play.
Yeah, well, AJ Griffin was never going to play for the Rockets this year anyway, not in any substantial role. It's a part of why Rocket fans lean into their core 7 stuff. If you got a core 7 and you're not even talking about your veterans, AJ Griffin wasn't going to play on this team. You want to add another talented piece? We've done this already.
They could have drafted Jamal Shedd. Could have been a core 8.
Ah, yes. Another small guard on the team. That Van Fleet, Reed Shepard, and Jamal Shedd. Jamal Shedd's now in Toronto, right?
Yes. He could have been there Tank Dell.
Don't let me leave the city. Did he send a DM to one of the Rockets, current Rockets, to get that done?
That's probably where he went wrong. He should have hopped into Reed Shepard's DM.
And Reed Shepard, I'm like, I don't want you on the roster. It's competition. Beat it.
Why play my position?
Yeah. Why would I want you here? So there it is. I don't have a real take on it other than I hope AJ Griffin's really happy. All I can hope for the young man. I don't. What is there to say?
I don't know, but the way Eric asked us about it, I figured he wanted to take him. However,
Eric, the Rockets made an awful decision making that trade. They should have had the foresight to know this kid wasn't serious about basketball. What is Rafael's doing? That's just a wasted draft pick. You should have looked into it. He was a washout with the Hawks. He should have known better. Why would you trade for a guy who the Hawks didn't want anymore?
There we go.
All right.
Now we go to Kendrick Perkins. Your thought? Oh,
you want to clip that up and have, fine. Go ahead, social team. You got what you wanted out of me. Okay, let's go to Eric. The other Eric. He wanted to talk NFL, I believe. What's up, Eric?
How you doing? Brother Charles, always number 1 fan.
Oh, okay.
How you doing?
Welcome, Eric.
So I had a question about the NFL. These quarterbacks that are getting underpaid, like Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield, are 4-0. What does that tell you about the elite quarterbacks that are getting paid top dollar? I mean, is it just because of now they have a chip on their shoulder? And what do you think Diddy would prefer, an all-male jail or all-female jail? Thanks, love the show, man.
What would who prefer?
Diddy.
An all-male what?
Jail.
Oh, I don't. I don't. Maybe he want a mixture of both. I don't know.
I can't believe that there's a part of you that thought that might have been just a second person named Eric.
It could have. Eric's a very common name. What do you want from me? Sorry.
I could have told you.
So I know you didn't even answer the phone. It was our intern. Sorry. Eric's a very common name. So he asked about the quarterbacks. I think as far as Darnold and Baker Mayfield, they're older, not old to the level like a Matthew Stafford, but sometimes we get suckered into believing that you have to be good immediately, and if you're not, you stink and you've got no redeeming value. Luckily for those two guys, and it's partly because of their talent, like Baker Mayfield wasn't ever considered a generational player, but the man did win the Heisman for a reason. He was a talented quarterback on the college level, and he got drafted number 1 overall. And sorry if you don't thrive with the Browns or the Jets. Of course, the whole point is you're the quarterback supposed to change things there, but they're the Browns and the Jets for a reason. There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
So I would say, and this is through different organizational structures, whether it be GMs or coaches, those teams have, for the most part, been bad for almost all of our entire lives. So he got to Tampa, which has had some success, certainly. And Baker Mayfield's grown as a person and as a quarterback. I don't know if he has a chip on his shoulder. Baker probably came in And maybe one of his issues was the chip on the shoulder. I think he's probably, you would ask anyone around him, he's not that same guy. And he has found a way to make it work. Doesn't hurt that he has Mike Evans and Chris Godwin to throw the ball to. That helps his cause. And Sam Darnold's the same way. He's got a good play caller in Minnesota. He's got an elite wide receiver. That's an offense that has some easy buttons for the quarterback, and he still can throw the football. And he can move around a little bit. That's not a bad start when you're trying to rebuild a quarterback from the ground up. So there's some talent there. There's a good system in place, and you're seeing it work in both places.
And the Diddy question?
I said it. I started it with maybe a mixture of both.
Oh, okay.
I got to it.
Okay.
Don't think I avoid nonsense.
The Eric Wong, we missed one of his questions. I want to make
Only
sure we
because
got Eric 2's question.
Thank you. And the only time I will purposely miss a question or just ignore it is when he's asking me about a reporter here in town. Either Eric, I'm just not going to talk about it. All right, let's move on to Sean. Sean wants to talk about Dikembe Mutombo, who passed away.
Hey, good morning, fellas. The great Dikembe Mutombo, he has passed away. So I want to talk to him. Dikembe Mutombo, I remember that great. There's a shot of him whenever he won the playoffs with the Nuggets. I think we beat the Sonics.
Yes.
They were like an 8 seed or something like that.
First time it ever
And
happened.
he's there clutching the ball.
I remember I was
no,
a kid.
No.
Oh,
I mean,
that's his voice, yes. Sean, I was a kid watching that. A lot of us were. Was the Sean?
Yeah, y'all were. Yeah.
Was Sean,
I'm a little older.
Mapes, were
My
you even
bad.
alive? The other Sean, were you even alive when that happened?
I wasn't old enough to
remember it at all. Yeah, 94.
Oh,
I was
man.
I was in my dad's house in LA watching the game. Hated the Sonics at the time for no other reason than I just didn't like Kemp or Peyton very much, and I was rooting on Mutombo. And yeah, I remember Game 5 in Seattle, and he's clutching that ball. It's one of the more iconic NBA moments, and of course, it just happened to be the first round. But yeah, that's probably what he's going to be remembered for. Plus the finger wag on the court, and of course, off the court, he's one of the best humanitarians.
Yes, sir.
In
yes,
the world,
sir. One of the best ever. He's doing stuff for everybody. I got one story.
Okay.
That me and my daughter went to a Rockets game, and this was early. I don't know. Just whenever he was here with the Rockets, and early in the game though. And this guy is what 7 whatever. And when I'm not a tall person. I'm Mexican. I'm not a tall person. We're not tall people. But to see this guy just walk over and like he kind of tried to grab my daughter's hand, like give her a handshake, and he was just like, man, just take it over like banana hands, man. But just to say, Dikembe Mutombo, R.I.P. And that's it.
Appreciate it, Sean. Yeah, if you missed it, the news broke maybe within the last hour that Dikembe Mutombo died of brain cancer. As I said before, I'm not sure anyone knew, at least anybody in the general public knew that. Lazy J, you want to talk NBA? Sorry to make you wait. We are way past. So I'll get to you as soon as we come back. Lazy J wants to talk NBA. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
It is almost about this time. We have NBA Media Days going. They started last week. There's a tweet of the Sixers, their big three, Paul George and Joel Embiid, and obviously Tyrese Maxey. There's a picture of them from their media day, I think, today. So it's that time, and Lazy J wants to talk some NBA. What's up, Lazy J?
Hey, Dale, what's going on? Yeah, I wanted to mention, man, I heard you mention Joe Budden today and Friday. So now I'm kind of, wondering, since you love Joe Budden so much, now I know the real reason why Ray Hill left. Maybe he was stealing from him like he was with his prior guest. So just wanted to get your thoughts on that. And then also with the NBA, man, what do you think? I think the Rockets could have traded Şengün or maybe Jalen Green. I know Minnesota probably wouldn't have wanted, Green because they got already Edwards at the 2, so they have 2 guards. And really, neither one of them can probably play the 1 as a point guard. But just your thoughts on, man, they barely got anything back for Karl Anthony Towns. I mean, Julius Randle can't stay healthy to save his life. I mean, Karl Anthony Towns, they say he's a 4, but he could be a 5. So I just want to get your thoughts on that. Maybe we could have traded maybe our future first rounders, or maybe, we're guard heavy, so maybe we could have gave them a couple guards, man. What's your thoughts on that? Love the show.
Well, my first thought is, what is this we were talking about? I thought you're a LeBron fan. So you root for LeBron, but you also root for the Rockets. What's all this we stuff you're talking about? Those are my first thoughts. The other thing is, there's not enough money between Raheel and I for me to steal from him. He's referencing Joe Budden's, one of his good friends, at least at one point. They had their podcast together, and then there was an accusation of theft, so that podcast broke up. That's a deep cut for people who don't know who Joe Budden is. That's what he's talking about, giving you some context to that. He asked about the Rockets trading. Oh, maybe let's inform you, if you did not know, that happened on Friday while you had chaos in 2 college football games. At the same time, you had the Knicks acquiring Karl Anthony Towns, and the Knicks sent Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo, and a Detroit first-round pick, although that deal has not been finalized yet. So that's just because Woj ain't around. Bobby Marks is reporting it. Woj would have waited.
It's a 3-team trade now with the Hornets.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on right now.
Need some foreign guys.
Salaries need to be pushed to the Hornets. So it's not official yet, but the reported deal, and you expect this to go through, and nobody can be at their team's media days until the deal is finalized. So Karl Anthony Towns, he responded with one of the dot. That's all he tweeted. Okay, what's this? Apparently it was a shock to him. They didn't tell him that this could be going down.
Hey, by the way, we're trading you.
Yeah, or
right,
you could possibly be traded.
Or if not, see you at Media Day.
Yeah, either
think about that.
Yeah,
that's why they didn't tell him, is because
they weren't sure.
Hey, we're gonna try to trade you this weekend. If not, first thing on Monday. All right.
Yeah,
have a good weekend.
It would be very awkward. So that trade eventually will be finalized. So Karl Anthony Towns will go to the Knicks. The Knicks had some issues with height. Mitchell Robinson's going to miss the first part of the year, and Hardenstein is no longer a Knick.
Thunder.
Yeah, so they needed some size. I don't know if depending on Sims would have worked out for them. So they go and get Karl Anthony Towns. You heard Lazy J talk about it. Julius Randle is perpetually hurt. So he gets away from Tibbs. And a lot of people reporting from the Minnesota side said this deal was inevitable, not because they were sick of Karl Anthony Towns, but because financially his deal was going to be very prohibitive to building a team around Anthony Edwards, just because of the way the NBA has set up their salary cap and the restrictions put on teams to spend. Getting to the second apron with Karl Anthony Towns was going to adversely affect them, so they had to make the trade. Now you lose one of your cornerstones to make way for your new cornerstone. Unfortunately, they will not be playing together anymore.
Yeah, I saw a lot of it is the money aspect. Basically, in a couple years, they're going to have to pay Karl Anthony Towns $60 million per year to be Karl Anthony Towns, and they didn't want. They would rather pay Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo like a combined 40. So that makes sense. They also had the report out there through Minnesota beat writer where it was the Timberwolves would have had to choose between Karl Anthony Towns or if they were to keep Karl Anthony Towns, they would have to let go of Naz Reid and Nickeil Alexander-Walker, which is like, if I'm Karl Towns, like, yeah, you don't have to float that you chose Naz Reid and Nickeil Alexander-Walker over me.
Naz Reid is really beloved in Minnesota, and they want to continue to.
Naz Reid, stretch big, that can't play defense. Karl Anthony Towns, stretch big, that can't play defense.
Like, come on. That didn't have to get put out there. What are we doing?
Like,
you chose Naz Reid.
You could have just said you love Julius Randle.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, at least, but telling everyone that Naz Reid and his growth was one of the reasons you decided to trade me away. I had to. How many years did I have to suffer through? Jimmy Butler bullied me on the practice court. Remember that? I dealt with that in my own way, and we moved, and we got better. And look at us now, a contender. Well, I guess the benefit for him is he goes to another contender.
Yeah.
And I mentioned his one response on Twitter was the ... And one of the comments underneath was like, man, Karl Anthony Towns better not bring his goofy ass stuff over here to New York. Good luck, buddy. Good luck in New York. They'll treat you well.
It's also for the Knicks, like you mentioned, with Mitchell Robinson hurt, probably going to get traded now, I imagine. But he kind of has to play center now. And the Minnesota Timberwolves decided we cannot be successful with Karl Anthony Towns playing center.
That's true. Speaking of that Minnesota front court, not a lot of shot making. Gobert and Julius Randle. I mean, Julius Randle will shoot a lot of shots.
Yeah. Hey.
But the shot making,
yeah.
The long twos that he's going to be
shooting's no problem.
I'm not saying he's adverse to shooting.
Shot making
them in an efficient manner, particularly the way he wants to score and where he wants to score from, could be a problem. But we'll see. As far as the Rockets are concerned, because that's what was part of Lazy J's call. Could they have traded Şengün? Is what one of the mentioned. They're not trading Şengün. I mean, for whatever you think of him, they feel like he's a cornerstone. And unlike Minnesota, they don't have a lot of money devoted to young players. So he is likely the first young player who's going to get his. And we'll see what it means for Jalen Green. I understand. We talked about this a lot during the offseason when there are rumors of the Rockets making a trade about fast forwarding their process. And Karl Anthony Towns would have done it, but they wouldn't do it at the expense of Şengün. I don't think that would have been on the table. He's younger, and even when you do give him a big deal, he'd still be cheaper than Karl Anthony Towns. So what it would have been for the Rockets to make the move, it would have been a splash. I just think they would have had to try to find a way to do it without Şengün involved. But I wouldn't think Minnesota would have made the move without Şengün involved. So I don't even know if it was a real go to begin with. But the Knicks get Karl Anthony Towns, and the Nova Knicks lose one of their members, who, according to reports, DiVincenzo wasn't all that thrilled about the prospect of losing minutes to Mikal Bridges. He's like, wait a minute. I stepped in. We made a run with me. Finishing in the second round again like they did the year before. But a run. Why are you taking my minutes away? Look, it was cool and all playing in college, but it's the NBA. Don't take my minutes away.
It's also, if I remember correctly, he came off the bench for the Nova, for the actual Villanova.
He was sick and tired of it. Enough. Yeah. I play starters minutes here. We were pretty good. Don't take my minutes. So that would have been an issue with the Knicks at full health.
I do love that everyone's like, the Villanova Knicks, how lovely.
And there's one
of them are like,
whatever. I mean, if I could do without it, I could do without that one just so I can get my minutes. So there it is. Training camps are about to start. Media days are in, and we're in the middle of those. So we have another big trade. We had a big trade before media day last year. It was the Dame to Bucks trade. It resulted in the Bucks firing their coach in the middle of the year and flaming out in the first round because Dame and Giannis were injured. We'll see how the Knicks do with their media day trade. All right, hour one is done. We'll get back into more Texans. We have some sound from D'Amico. The game wasn't pretty, but sometimes, well, and really all the time, all that matters is winning. So we will hear from D'Amico Ryans on that. We'll go around the NFL too. There are some things to get to, and we'll also stick with the Jags for this reason. Doug Peterson had some comments about questions regarding his play calling, or maybe taking back the play calling from his current offensive coordinator, Press Taylor. He put some of the blame on the players, and he didn't name anyone by name. But if you know this show, you know who I would be blaming for what happened yesterday. We'll talk about that as well. We'll be back. Sorry, Sean just gave me, not that you guys know why I would be saying sorry, but I'm incredulous because Sean just gave me some information during the break about who PFF ranked as their top Power 4 quarterback, and that designation went to Arch Manning. Arch Manning was the top-rated quarterback in the Power 4 by PFF, followed by Hank Bachmeier at Wake Forest in a game they lost to Louisiana. Kevin Jennings in a game where they blew out an awful Florida State team. And Jalen Milroe, who was 4th against Georgia. Now, I know, as Sean said during the break, I'll echo what he said. The tape is the tape. So I guess they don't take into account opponent, but you should.
He blew a 28-point lead.
He blew it or the defense did. But you should.
Could have scored.
You should. If Arch Manning's lighting up Miss State, maybe it's not the same as going for 200 and 100 in the first half against Georgia. Maybe. Maybe we take into account the opponent when we're making these determinations. I hate just film watchers.
I'm sure he was the top-rated first half quarterback.
Okay.
There's a little thing called the second half.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. I can't stand just film watchers because they never take anything into a context. Those guys are the reason people still think Trevor Lawrence is good because he made a throw and he makes a throw in the second quarter that converts a first down on 2nd and 7. Never mind the fact that on 3rd down, he's sailing a ball or stopping a receiver's feet or forcing a guy to dive or missing Travis Etienne in the flat. Hey, the 2nd and 7 throw, same as important as the 3rd down throw that could have continued to drive in opponent's territory. Add some context, film watchers, and I'm looking at you, PFF. Arch Manning.
Keep up the good work.
Arch Manning, number 1 ranked Power 4 quarterback. Did you watch that? Guys running open, throwing swing passes. Man, stop it. Arch Manning will make some throws, but I've seen the Sarkisian plan for him. And even when I didn't watch the whole game, I watched enough.
26 for 31. 300 yards.
Understood. But I've seen the Sarkisian plan for him. I mean, you guys give him way too much credit for some of those quick screens and tunnel screens.
There's a couple bombs.
I'm not saying I said he makes a couple throws.
Yeah.
But he did that against Mississippi State. Was even better than a Toledo quarterback up against Mississippi State. Mississippi State is known to give up yards against lesser competition. Come on, guys. The man did it against Georgia. And I said, and I shouldn't even be bringing it up. I'm the one who said stupidly at the end Friday show that no one wins Heisman's or becomes a front runner against one of those defenses. And clearly, Jalen Milroe is now the odds-on favorite to win it because of what he did. It helps to have a receiver who writes "kill everyone" on his on the tape across his face.
Really,
like
does
Ryan
help.
Williams.
It really helps to have that.
Kill everyone.
Everyone.
Not just Georgia.
Not
everyone.
just the defense. Not just the offense.
Hey, you in the 5th row. You're part of everyone.
What shade of red are you wearing?
That looks a little too red. I'm looking for more, maybe not maroon, crimson. I'm looking for more crimson. That's too red. You're one of the everyone.
See that dog struggling to breathe on the sideline? You too.
Yeah, I mean, well, if
time will probably take care of that.
Yeah, well, yeah. Uggas.
How many Uggas have been alive for Ryan Williams' life?
He's only 17. If you didn't know,
So
not
seven?
like they didn't tell us that. If what are 7? What are they? English bulldogs? Are 7 English bulldogs dying in the span of 7 years? What is Georgia doing? I can't be 7. It's got to be more like 3 or 4.
They did have a stretch. And now that I think about it, this stretch might have been like right when he was born.
Yeah.
Where they had like 3 in like 4 years.
Yeah,
or
I know.
something.
The Uggas,
they had a bad stretch.
Whoever was taking care of those dogs was not doing a very good job of it, or maybe the litter they were grabbing those dogs from wasn't a healthy one. But yeah, Ryan Williams, the 17-year-old star for Alabama football, the wide receiver, made a ridiculous play late in the game to give Alabama lead, and they eventually pick off Carson Beck in the end zone to hold out and win that game. So that's why they're number 1 in the country. Okay. We move back to the NFL. C.J. Stroud had a great game against Georgia. Kind of elevated his status. I'm not sure where Jalen Milroe will be at the end of the year, but the draft buzz is coming his way now, too.
Do it against Miss State.
Kalen, okay. He'll get a chance to do it against Tennessee at some point. Kalen DeBoer, credit him before we move on. We talk about whether he was ready for the moment, although he's like 30-3 against Power 5 competition or now Power 4 competition since he took the Washington job. He thoroughly outcoached Kirby in that first half. Any questions about whether he can handle big game environment?
No, he 100% pantsed.
Yeah,
Georgia.
He pants them, and that star-studded defense and that star-studded staff.
I don't think
over and over again in the first half.
I don't think they had a play that didn't work on offense.
Yeah, it was like,
and
hey,
on defense, they made Carson Beck look like Nathan Peterman.
Yeah, and eventually, obviously, the game got close because Carson Beck said, I'm just going to throw it deep and see if Alabama can cover, and sometimes Alabama couldn't, and got him back in the game. Okay, we'll talk about that maybe later in the show or maybe tomorrow. I'll get more into college football. Okay, in the Texans game yesterday, they won an ugly one, and as we make the analogies, we go back and forth between college and the NFL. A college coach, if you think or known to be the better team after you go, hey, we were sloppy. We got to do better. We didn't play our best in the NFL because there is not the level of difference between opponents. The talent level is not that different. Generally, an NFL coach is going to be like, just happy we got the win, no matter what the arguments are for your team playing poorly. They kind of just focus on winning. Here's D'Amico Ryans after the game about his team and how proud he is of them for doing whatever it takes.
Wow. What a game. What a battle. Very proud of our guys. We talked last night in our team meeting just about like whatever it takes, whoever it takes, and however long it takes. Let's just find a way to finish this first month of the season 3-1. So very proud of our guys for finishing the right way. As we know, a lot of things to clean up for us with the penalties. It's like we're trying to break the record for most penalties in the league, which we got to clean up. This is our third straight game of over 10 penalties. It's just, not good enough. And we have to find the guys who want to do it right all the time and play clean football there. But very proud of the effort from all of our guys. CJ, he let us down when we needed to. Darray stepping up big time for us. And Nico, and he's been lights out this entire year. To start the season, like being the NFL's leading receiver, he just shows up every single time we need to play. Nico is making a play. So I'm so thankful and happy for him that he's on our team.
D'Amico Ryans after the game. So 3-1. Clearly, you'll take that. The question is, will these problems that we see be an ongoing thing throughout the season? They now average 10 penalties per game. He mentioned breaking a record. I'm not sure what the record is, but leading the league in penalties through 4 weeks, not what we're looking for. The only team who's averaging double-digit penalties with a couple games to go tonight. Now the Dolphins, I believe, they average 9 per game. So I guess if they go, they put up 14, then or 13 actually. They put up 13. We could have two teams averaging 10 per game. But right now the Texans hold that. It's not where you want to be. You have to overcome so many things. You put yourself in awful situations. Thankfully, you have CJ Stroud where he can make up for your holdings, your illegal formations, and at least in the case of the Minnesota game, your false starts. But you're putting him in a really bad position. And I also saw something that leads into the discussion about the Texans and running the football on first down so much. They lead. Excuse me. Only the Raiders have a worse win rate when running the football since week 1. Obviously, with Joe Mixon in week 1 against the Colts, they had a great day running the football. But since that point, only the Raiders have a worse run success rate, which just means on a run was it's successful. I think they're 5 percentage points. I think they're 5 percentage points worse than the Raiders, or I'm not sure if they're first or second, but I heard that stat on a podcast. So the Raiders with Zamir White and that bad offense are the only one that they're in the vicinity of when it comes to running the football poorly. It's not great. That's why CJ Stroud's throwing the ball so much on 3rd and 8. That's another number you don't like. How often he is in a position where he's throwing the ball on 3rd and 8 plus. That's a combination of penalties, not being able to run the ball on first down. You're making it hard on your quarterback. And he is certainly good enough to make up for it and keep you in ball games and keep the offense moving. But you can't live like that. And that's what the Texans have to figure out. How do they make things easier on their quarterback? That offensive line has a part to play, and so does Bobby Slowick. They found a way on that final drive, but it's been rough offensively for them. They are not what we thought they would be, and a lot of it is self-inflicted. So they got to figure that out.
Yeah, in a way that is like almost a good thing that it's like, well, if they could just stop committing 10 penalties a game, that would be this offense would actually be really good.
Yeah,
because so many times there are drives that if they weren't completely ruined by a penalty, they were severely hampered by where you're like, oh, great, 2nd and 19. Let's see what they got here.
And you have some confidence because you have that quarterback and he can fire one to Nico for 14 yards on 2nd 17. All of a sudden, you're in a pretty good situation. But do you want to ask him to continue to do that over and over again?
Yeah.
Because despite how good he is, your penalties are causing you to be down 20-17 late in the ball game and need a last minute drive to win it because you can't sustain drives because you can't continue to overcome penalties like that. If you do it once, cool. But can you pick up another 3rd and 12 when you need it? Or is your offensive line, instead of holding someone or committing a false start penalty or illegal formation penalty, simply going to get beat on a twist or get beat around the edge and put pressure on their quarterback? So it's hard to be what you want to be offensively when you have an offensive line not playing well and then committing penalties as well. So if we're taking things away, CJ good, Nico Collins good. The defense did enough thanks to Trevor Lawrence not being able to hit open receivers and your offensive line and your lack of discipline there being one of your biggest issues you need to fix going forward after the first month of the year. Okay, we'll hear from Doug Peterson coming back, mostly because Sean thinks he stinks. Doug Peterson doesn't think he stinks, and you'll hear him put the issue of, or at least his offensive issues, on people who aren't coaches. So you can guess who those players might, or those people might be. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Not really, Michael Carroll. You know, you're in the studio quite a bit, particularly on Fridays. Okay, wanted to clean up some things as far as the numbers are concerned. The Texans are dead last in running success rate at 23%. The Raiders are next at 28%. So if you're noticing guys getting stuffed, just know the Texans are doing it at an elite level. It's not the right end of being elite. They're very elite at being bad at running the football. Only the Raiders are anywhere near them, and they're still 5% away. And CJ Stroud, third and 8 dropbacks, only behind Daniel Jones and Deshaun Watson. Those are not quarterbacks you want to be in the neighborhood of in anything. And that's where we are as far as the Texans offense. That's why it looks like a slog. That's why it looks like everything's so difficult. You can't run the football, and your quarterback's always behind the chains. Thankfully, he's so good that he can overcome some of it, but not all of it. And it's led to a lack of consistency on offense. Okay, the team they face were the Jags, and they're 0-4, and thankfully they have bigger problems than the Texans. And one of their problems is their quarterback overthrowing wide open receivers. The Texans have a propensity of having quarterbacks miss open guys that go for touchdowns. There's a thing in football called fumble luck, where you can't predict if you're going to recover a fumble. So it's not a sustainable stat if you keep forcing fumbles and recovering them, because the ball bounces weirdly, and sometimes you get on it, sometimes you don't. I don't know if there's anything as wide open receiver defense, but the Texans are great at it, thanks to the Jags and thanks to the Colts. Doug Peterson probably took notice of it. He was asked in his presser yesterday about giving over the play or taking back play calling from Press Taylor. And you hear Doug Peterson's response here.
Is there any chance you take the headset over just to change this thing up?
For what? I thought he called a great game. We as coaches, we can't go out there and make the plays, right? It's a two-way street. So, you know, you guys can sit here and point the finger all you want, and that's fine. Point it right at me. I can take it. Okay? I can take it. So, whatever you want to ask me, say, whatever, right? Go ahead.
So, Trevor Lawrence was drafted in 2021. Is he on the Justin Herbert path of getting 2 coaches fired in 4 seasons? The 2x4? Yeah. Are we getting there?
Yeah.
I think there's a real shot.
Come on.
0-4.
Does that sound like a guy who's definitely keeping his job this year?
Well, he was asked about it later. He goes, "Well, I'm not worried about that. What do you mean?"
Of course he's not worried.
It's guaranteed money.
It's happened before.
Yeah. I've been fired before. Don't worry.
From way meaner people.
I'm used to it. Yeah. Philly people were after me. Jacksonville.
They're way meaner about this.
Jacksonville barely notices there's a football team playing in town. Yeah. Doug Peterson ain't doing himself any favors with some of his calls, but you watch his quarterback play. You look at the difference in quarterback play. Like Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter put no pressure on Trevor Lawrence. The Texans only got pressure pretty much when they blitzed, which is something DeMeco doesn't want to do. That's why you pay Danielle Hunter. That's why you draft Will Anderson, so you can go rush 4 and get pressure. They did not do that yesterday. And look what CJ Stroud had to deal with and still make plays. Like he missed a throw to Nico in the end zone. He overthrew him. There was a linebacker underneath. He didn't layer the ball well enough, so that ball sails over Nico's head late in the first half. But if you're comparing the pressure that both quarterbacks had to face and the time that Lawrence had on throws, even early in the game down the right sideline, it was the drive before Steven Sims muffed the punt and led to the Jags' first touchdown. Brian Thomas, I don't know if it was Lassiter or Stingley, but he had him beat. And Trevor Lawrence threw that ball out of bounds and behind his head. He was not good yesterday, and thankfully so. Mostly because I like being right about people. You like being right about Doug Peterson and his 4th down quarterback draw was a justification for all the slander you threw at him last week. My never-ending crusade of Trevor Lawrence isn't as good as football nerds try to tell me because they watch his film. Watch what you saw yesterday. What you saw yesterday. Me and Sean coming together to hate on the Jags and be right about it.
We're both right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if you listen to that clip, they're asking why they're asking if Doug Peterson's thinking about taking the play calls over from Press Taylor. So the guy who was scheming it up was Press Taylor.
Yeah.
Press Taylor's the one that should be like, hey guys.
Well,
Can you hit a receiver for me,
can
please?
you play? But can you now that you mentioned it, it was Press Taylor who was scheming guys open, and Lawrence was missing deep shots. So can we actually blame Doug Peterson for the quarterback draw, or he his final say? So he could have vetoed that.
I think on 4th down. Come on.
That's true. He has to know what the call is and say go with it or not. You're right about that.
But I think that there's a way there's a way I'm definitely going to be right, and that's in
when he gets fired.
Yes, in by the end of October.
It might take me more time to be right because Trevor Lawrence is the first round pick. They already paid him. He's going to get a lot of opportunities. But I should feel pretty good. Like he's 0 for 9 in his last 9 starts. I should feel pretty good about that.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's a pretty bad one to have on your resume.
Yeah. I mean, a starting quarterback, normally starting quarterbacks don't get to survive going 0-9.
Or if you do, it's because you're Curtis Painter on the 2011 Colts.
The Jags aren't looking to be awful to draft a real generational prospect like Andrew Luck, as opposed to what they tried to label Trevor Lawrence as.
Yeah, I'm not. Did Bryce Young have an 0 for 9 stretch? I don't think he did, because I think they won games they won them every 8 games, but they did.
Yeah, and he got pulled after 2 this year. So if we go back to last year, did he lose 7 in a row to close out the season?
No, because didn't they win like a weird late season one against like the Packers?
Maybe, where it was like Bryce's best game. Either they won it or he just played well. I don't remember.
And then obviously he beat the Texans. So.
Well, so did Desmond Ridder. That was the odd part about last year. Desmond Ridder beat the Texans too. He won 2 games. The Panthers won 2 games last year, so there's a chance to break. Now he got hurt, remember?
Yeah.
So there's some breakup of that too.
There's a Dalton start.
Yeah. Either way, Bryce Young is a rookie who hasn't been paid. Trevor Lawrence.
Bryce Young just got benched.
Yeah, he got benched. Exactly. Yes, we're doing all this. Oh, how many games did they lose in a row? Well, he got benched for a reason. And Trevor Lawrence, the only reason he's still starting is because who else are they going to go to? Oh, I saw
Turn of the Mac.
We're not people who care that much about this, but I saw Mac Jones out there.
Who?
You heard me.
Mac Jones.
Don't do that. Don't insult Mike Jones with that. Mac Jones. There's a little shot of him standing next to Trevor Lawrence, and sure, they're both in Jags uniforms, but they look like they're in different sports. Like Mac Jones. I mean, remember the Mac Jones picture of him like shirtless in the Alabama locker room and like, oh, that's not a good football body. And then last year, Mac Jones lost weight. Like, yeah, Mac Jones, I'm ready to go. And he's back to that Alabama Mac Jones.
Backup life.
Yeah,
not burning as many calories as when you're the starter.
It was stark because, as I said, Trevor Lawrence was standing next to him. Trevor Lawrence, no matter what I say about him as a player.
I even had that thought during the game of say what you want about Trevor Lawrence. I do get it in the fact that he looks like a quarterback.
You can be fooled by saying, "Oh, look at this quote unquote specimen." You can be fooled by that guy looking at him and go, "Oh, get him getting off the bus and going, okay, this is who I want as my quarterback."
Even like him dropping back and uncorking one.
Yeah,
if you just stop the play right there, you're like, that guy looks good.
It looks like what a quarterback should look like.
The ball bounces like 4 yards in front
the
of
receiver. Yeah, wide open receiver. Yeah,
or Christian Kirk. Yeah.
Yeah, but Mac Jones, okay.
Mac Jones does not look like.
No, he does not. I was like,
it's like a podcaster.
Is that a belly on a quarterback? And you might see that, but on a quarterback in his 20s, how often do you see that on a quarterback in their 20s? Who is it named Jarrett Lorenzen, R.I.P. But Mac Jones is like, I ain't gonna play.
Roethlisberger was like, I had to put years in the game before I could do that.
Yeah,
I had 2 rings.
I had to have Super Bowl rings on my finger before I could get away with that. Mac Jones is like, well, okay, watch me. So Mac Jones, if Trevor Lawrence does get benched, it would be Mac Jones. But who sees that happening?
I don't think the Doug Peterson, I need to save my job, let me press this button. I don't think it's going to be the Mac Jones button.
No, it'll be, hey, we're going to give Trevor a couple starts off, much like they're lying to us about Bryce Young. But in this case, it'll be after Doug Peterson gets fired. he ain't gonna lean on Mac Jones to help save his job. I mean, it would be the best way to go out. You know you're getting fired. I'll start Mac Jones. What does it matter?
That's the equivalent of going out with your middle fingers up
and trying to win with Mac Jones, then pointing at Trevor Lawrence and going, "See, it's not me, it was him." Even though you know you're going to get fired
not that
anyway.
different.
Yeah,
Not that different, guys.
I mean, come on, guys. Both have one playoff game under the belt, and if not for Justin Herbert choking it away, they both would be 0-1. Okay, we don't have those type of problems. We have different ones, mostly about the offensive line. We can be undisciplined, but at least our quarterback's good because he can make up for a lot. Okay, we got a couple more segments here to go on the show. But before we take a break, I want to talk about my bookie. There are 2 Monday night games tonight. There is one that's going to be good. There's another that if you love Schadenfreude could be good, but it won't be like well-played football. So you can find some interest. And if that's not enough, put some money down on the Titans and the Dolphins. Is there an over-under on number of Will Levis interceptions? I'm sure there is. You can go there and check it out. Will Tyler Huntley throw a touchdown pass or run for one in his first start? You can put money down there and on that as well. MyBookie.ag is a website. I give you all these options because you know the tagline, bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. Use their promo code BET975, and they match up to $1,000 on that deposit. So if you're just new to sports betting and you don't know what to do, they're going to make your money go further. So you don't have to put in a lot. You can put in some and they'll match it. And you can start from there and keep it going. So we have the NFL tonight. Of course, we have Major League Baseball today, too. We got a couple games that will decide to find a playoff spot. Maybe you want to look at that as well. And, of course, if live betting or sports betting isn't your thing, you can check out the live casino option as well. So if you love cards, there's something for you to do there, too. From the live casino to Major League Baseball to college football to the NFL to soccer. They have it all at mybookie.ag. Just remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
The Astros begin their run to hopefully another World Series title tomorrow. It's 1:32 to start time against the Detroit Tigers. Tariq Skubal versus Framber Valdez. Justin Verlander got his first. I'm thinking about Hunter Brown, his first playoff start. Justin Verlander probably started his last game for the Astros. He mentioned tipping of the cap, which fits into the bit we were doing on Friday.
Tip of the cap.
Tip of the cap. He was referencing his time with Houston, and he said he would love to be back, but if not, just tip the cap. Say bid your adieu, pretty much is his sentiment there. He got to wear the pitcher and the player of the day belt. He was photographed wearing that after the game. So here's a quote. If I end up back here, great. I love Houston, love the people, love my teammates. I've had an incredible run. If not, tip your cap, say thank you for an incredible journey. Is he telling us to tip our caps, or is he tipping his cap?
I think he's saying, I think it's implied that I'll tip my cap. By the way, how many pitchers of the game do you think were six innings, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, 5 strikeouts?
I think they're doing the old man a service, a favor.
If I'm Sean Dubin, I'm like, should be me pitcher of the game.
Because they're acknowledging that it's likely his last start and maybe his last pitch is thrown as an Astro. We never know. We'll see.
Dubin, easy 1, 2, 3 inning to save, to get the save.
I think Dubin understands the moment. I would hope.
Okay.
Maybe Dubin's one pitcher of the day before already. I'm sure he has.
You're sure he has?
He's done enough. Early, he was pretty good. Now, it tailed off considerably later in the year, but he was pretty good early. I'm sure he's gotten one of those before.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not keeping track.
I just want to make sure, there's no hard feelings as we head into a
for 2 guys who won't be on the playoff roster.
No hard feelings as we go into the wild card round.
I think we're going to be okay. They're grown men. They'll be
2
fine.
Guys wearing the athletic shirt, windbreaker looking thing.
And Dubin's looking to his left side, eyeing Verlander, going, "Oh, pitcher of the game, huh?"
Better not still would be wearing that belt. Slap it off of him.
I think he'll take the belt off, but he pitched fine. Thankfully, he went out in a way that wasn't embarrassing, because that was always a consideration. But thankfully, did not happen. The Astros won both games. Ronel Blanco pitched very well. He, I believe, is the AL leader in opponents' batting average against. Talk about a story. Like, he was this show's player, the one I focus on, because there wasn't a lot going on that was good for the Astros early. He was one of the bright spots, starting with his no-hitter. But that dude, after we would consider probably falling off and concerns about what he would be late in the year, Ronel Blanco, what a season for him. You just credit him for taking the opportunity. So Ronel Blanco has a really good end to his year, and we'll see where he falls for this pitching staff when it comes to the playoffs. I imagine he'll be. Let's see. All right, I'll ask you this, Sean. Now that the season is over, so it's a more relevant question, although to be fair, it's probably more relevant in the divisional round. Is he your 4th starter? Or are we giving it to Arrighetti?
I think with Ronel Blanco, I can no matter what, when/if Ronel Blanco makes his postseason debut for the Astros, I'm going to feel good when he's in the game. I'm going to be like, okay, we have a steady hand on the mound right now. So for me, I know this kind of whatever spits in the face of your question, but I don't really care.
Oh, hey, you forced me into a take about what was the take about again?
AJ Griffin walking away from basketball to pursue
pursue God. You forced me into a take. You can't even have one about this.
Ronel Blanco, I think it should be he should be available out of the bullpen in case of emergency for games 1 and 2.
Sure.
Just in case it's a Hunter Brown struggling in the 4th inning, he has to throw 33 pitches to get out of it. You can't quite hand it off to the bullpen yet, so you have Ronel Blanco come in and pitch 2 innings to get you to Abreu, Hader, and Presley, not in that order.
Maybe Presley not at all.
Yeah,
to be honest,
we'll see. But I think the plan would be I think I would go Arrighetti to start as basically an opener, not an actual where you're only doing one inning, but one time through the lineup, and then if things are getting rocky when you're facing the top of the lineup for the second time, pull the plug, Rodeo Blanco time. I think that's probably the way to go. Or you just hand it to Justin Verlander, be like, you got one more ride, old man. Let's see what we can do.
Well, we'll find out.
It's a Disney movie.
Well, we'll see if he's on the roster before. Then then your potential scenario may be not something that's even discussed because he's not available.
Yeah.
We will see where we go from there. But we're done with the regular season. How would we describe it? Rocky, eventful.
Probably the worst 162 game season for the Astros in a decade.
I mean, maybe
2016.
Yeah, 2016 wasn't good. They didn't make the playoffs that year, coming off probably where they should have been in the ALCS in that 2015 season, but if not for an error. But yeah, it was a slog, I think. The injuries were an issue. They overcame them. And now, are they at their very best? We'll see if Jordan is out there. He will be involved in BP, so that's good news. And we'll see where he is coming off BP and whether he'll be available for Game 1. I think considering if he's going to be involved in BP, he's probably going to be on the roster. Now, will he be available to start, or will it be one of those baseball things where he's not healthy to get 4 at-bats, but 1 at-bat?
One at the right time.
At the right time, we can have his bat available for that. We'll see how that plays out. So the Astros, Tigers, AJ Hinch coming back to town. I'm not going to buy into it's a revenge series for AJ Hinch. I don't believe in that in baseball to begin with, but we've heard a lot of that in the last couple of weeks because of all the former Texans playing the Vikings and vice versa. But we'll see. Good old AJ Hinch in town, trying to ruin the Astros season like he did in 2019 when he didn't put Garrett Cole in the game. I'm going to need AJ Hinch to knock it off, ruining Astros seasons.
Do you think
in Minute Maid Park?
Do you think that little moment, that package gets made by, I guess it's ABC who's doing all these games?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they do that? Memory lane with AJ Hinch and the Astros. He was hired in 2015, 2014, whenever he was hired.
Oh, you just mean a package of all his best moments?
Yes, but it also has the 2019 World Series and then him getting fired for the cheating scandal.
I think they will mention it. I don't think there's going to be a package of him calling for Will Harris.
Okay. If it was Monday Night Football, they would have it.
That's a little rough. Hey, we're gonna reference a bad call you made 5 years ago that probably cost your team a World Series.
Okay, so you think it's more rough for them to bring up the World Series snafu, the World Series decision that he made, than it is for them to be like, by the way, he was fired because he oversaw a cheating scandal.
I think everyone, for the most part, knows that happened. Only Astro fans still will even remember he went to Will Harris instead of Garrett Cole. Like the reason
that's true.
The regular baseball fan doesn't remember that he could have gone to Garrett Cole. It's just us.
ABC. I'm watching baseball for the first time.
Yeah, hey,
during the
baseball's
playoffs.
on ABC. I didn't know they did that. They're not. No one's gonna know that he did that. That's just for us.
Where's Joe Buck?
That's our private pain, not theirs. But he is the manager of an Astros team during the cheating scandal. I think a lot of people know that. Okay, we got one more segment to go. We're gonna go around the NFL. Just pick some of our best moments. I got a contender for number one. The last minute and a half in that Broncos Jets game was very funny to me because of all that happened. Zach Wilson, revenge game.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of revenge going on, no matter what. So we'll get to that. But before we do, Sean wants to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, I do want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. You can win up to 100 times your money if you get your picks right. You can do it for Monday Night Football. I did it for a little bit of pro, a little bit of college football this weekend. I actually hit on a 5-pick lineup, which since I didn't believe in myself and I made it a flex play, I only got 10 times my money on that one. But maybe there's a lesson in there for, having confidence and believing in yourself. But thank you to Jalen Milroe and Avery Johnson, Caleb Williams for having over half a passing yard, and Dalen Raiola. I got to make some money. You can make some money too if you go to your app store right now, download Prize Picks, and use code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code MAPES to Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to get that money. It is guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Okay, we got a couple minutes here before we go. I've already nominated mine. If you didn't see it, it was a not so great weather day in East Rutherford. Broncos beat the Jets after the Jets looked poised to win the game late. They were in field goal range. Aaron Rodgers, I think, got sacked or threw the ball away. So they didn't attempt it. In fact, I think it was 4th down. So they're a little bit out of field goal range. He either got sacked or he had to throw the ball away. So Broncos get the ball back. Don't do anything with it. Force their kicker into a 50-plus yard field goal or so. He misses it. So now the Jets are like, yeah, we're going to win. Aaron Rodgers is going to lead us. Aaron Rodgers, all he did was lead them to a opportunity at a 50-plus yard field goal because Vance Joseph was like, you know what? If we give up a yard, we're probably going to lose. So once the Jets got the benefit of a pass interference call. Riley Moss was out there playing. Riley Moss of Iowa. You know what's special about Riley Moss out there? Got a white corner out there. In a clutch situation. And I think
Aaron Rodgers just pointed at him before the
snap. Hey, Mike Williams, this is coming to you. Either you catch it or he's going to interfere, and he got the interference call. So the Jets were in field goal range, but they couldn't gain any more yards because Vance Johnson said enough. If I give up any more, we're losing this game. So he kept putting like 7 guys on the line. He might drop a guy, but there's always a free hitter. So the Jets that maybe gained a couple more yards, and they missed a long field goal to drop the game to the Broncos. So the Broncos, after being 0-2, and with Bo Nix at quarterback, is now 2-2 after beating Tampa in Tampa. We saw Tampa bounce back with their win over Philly, and then not leave the East Coast. I think they stayed in West Virginia and then flew up for the game. And then they go into New Jersey and then go beat the Jets. So the Jets are 2-2. And it happened in a very funny way because mostly Aaron Rodgers was limping not because of the Achilles, just because he's old and kept getting hit. So once he made it to the sideline, and he sits on the bench waiting for the kick, and when the kick is missed, he just throws his head back and throws a towel over his face. And I thought to myself, this is the good stuff. Aaron Rodgers, an AFC East rival, miserable.
Yeah. Especially on a day where your team doesn't play.
Yeah.
So you just get to...
All I get to look and hate watch or root for players I like. It was a good day overall. Yeah. Of course, tonight is probably going to be miserable, win or lose. But hey, Sunday... Yeah, certainly. When Will Levis wakes up and throws for 320 and Branham's like, see? Told you.
Back-to-back years, he balls out against...
Well, this time he doesn't have Vic Fangio to go against, and you saw what Vic Fangio did to Baker Mayfield yesterday. Nothing. He let Baker Mayfield do whatever he wanted to. So the Eagles didn't have a lot of their offensive stars. Lane Johnson didn't play. Devontae Smith didn't play. A.J. Brown didn't play. They didn't have that excuse on defense, and Baker was like, who's open on this play? Baker played well, but the Eagles didn't pressure him. Baker did whatever he wanted to, and they bounced back from their loss to Denver and go to 3-1. The NFC South is weird because I don't think any team is good.
But they all have good records.
Yeah, but they're at least 2-2 or 3-1.
Like the Panthers.
The Panthers stink. But even the Panthers won a road game, so you give them some credit for that.
Some respect on their
name. I mean, they didn't beat the Bengals yesterday, but they were competitive.
Feisty.
The Bengals finally got their first win. And I'll ask you this, Sean, because it's the very ESPN question to ask.
Oh, yes.
Get ready for it.
Okay.
Are the Commanders the best team in the NFC East?
Yes, because I bet on them preseason and LeBurge
win the division.
Yes.
Look at you, the foresight of trusting in Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury.
I kind of wish I also bet on Jaden Daniels to win
Offensive Rookie of the Year. Who did you?
I didn't bet on.
Joe George already sick because his ticket of Caleb Williams isn't going to come in. Although Caleb Williams played fine yesterday.
Played fine. It's not completely done, but obviously, if you're going to hand it out right now,
Jaden Daniels.
Maybe Daniels. Yeah, I mean that their offense is good, man. They really schemed some stuff up. Cliff Kingsbury got his revenge
against the Cardinals, the team who fired him. And I watched Jaden Daniels in the preseason, and I watched each rookie in the preseason. I thought, yeah, it's a preseason, but if any guy's going to be consistently winning from the pocket, he looks like the guy.
Yeah.
And it's just a preseason. Guys are seeing very vanilla stuff, but he looked most prepared to do it, and he has done that so far. They were up to 16 straight drives. I don't even know if it got to 17, but I think it was 16 straight drives where they scored either a field goal or a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's how good they've been offensively, and they put up 42 points in Arizona. So the Commanders at 3-1. Trying to think what else came from yesterday.
The Vikings and Packers basically had the Alabama-Georgia game just without as many cool plays.
Yeah.
But they had a team go up 28-0, and then somehow there's a onside kick to decide the game.
Yeah, the difference is the road team came out ahead and jumped out ahead in that one as opposed to Alabama-Georgia. So Sam Darnold is 4-0. The Vikings are 4-0. Justin Jefferson, all the talk about, is Justin Jefferson going to lose his mind because he's catching passes from Sam Darnold? No. He's just fine.
Because he's catching a lot of passes.
Yeah. The problem was he going to be not catching passes from Sam Darnold because Sam Darnold was going to stink? That's not an issue. Sam Darnold's been really good. And the Vikings, you have to say, clearly the surprise team of the league so far.
Yeah, I mean, we started the show. You're asking if you were to not take in account the preseason ideas of the Texans, would we still call them a good team? And I said, well, you could say the same thing about basically all the teams at the top.
Yeah, true.
Can't say it about the Vikings.
No,
I think if you only watch the games, you're like, oh, the Vikings are clearly the best team in football.
Yeah,
right now.
like if you use my scenario, we don't know anything about the Vikings past, their players. We're just watching them play. But you do have context for everyone else. Okay, the 49ers were supposed to be good. beat them. The Texans were supposed to be good. Kick their ass. Go into Green Bay. Jordan Love's back. Beat them. Vikings, if we're talking college football stuff, most impressive resume so far.
Number 1 team in the nation.
That's right.
Minnesota Vikings.
Are they the Texas Longhorns?
We'll see. Is there a game next week?
to change that scenario?
Yeah. Bills Texans.
Bills Texans. The Bills have to bounce back after getting blown out. They had a streak of like, it was either 30 or 40 games of never losing by more than one score. Obviously, there are winning games in the middle of it, but we're talking about years since the last time the Bills lost had a double-digit deficit when they lose. The Ravens said, okay, watch this. They beat the hell out of them. Okay, we're done. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
A play fake. Stroud on the move. A good Olaleye. Touchdown! Jaguar, Dare Ogunbowale, and the Texans take the lead.
3-1, 2-0 in the AFC South, and currently the AFC's 2 seed. Your Houston Texans, after a 24-20 win over the Jacksonville Jaguars yesterday at NRG Stadium. Hello, it is Gallant George on a Monday, September 30th of 2024. There was some good in this game, Joe, and I feel like we should hit the good because I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stick with the good.
I mean, show's over, right? You hit all the big stuff. 2 seed in the AFC, 3-1. The vibes are good.
I mean,
they're not?
They are to a degree.
No, but they're not, Paul, and it's bizarre. I've never experienced this in my life.
No, you have, because this is
no.
classic Texans fandom.
3-1, and it feels this. Yeah.
I walked into the locker room after yesterday's game, and not a lot of buzz. Now, is that because they realized that they pulled one out of their ass? Probably. And hey, when you got a quarterback as good as CJ Stroud and a wide receiver as good as Nico Collins, you're going to be able to do that from time to time. But it left a lot to be desired. And I'm just going to say the exact same thing that I said after they beat the Colts week 1. We're holding this team to a higher standard because of all the hype that they had going into the year. And if they had gone up against a more accurate quarterback, they would have lost. I understand that, hey, quarterbacks miss throws in the NFL all the time. All I'm trying to say is Anthony Richardson missed a ton of throws in week 1. And Trevor Lawrence, or the Husk formerly known as Trevor Lawrence, that guy missed at least 6, including 2 easy touchdowns in this one.
I mean, they're layups. I mean, Paul, I think there's a fair argument that if they played 4 accurate above average quarterbacks, they're 0-4.
I don't know what Caleb Williams would have been able to do in that game. I feel like Williams was running for his life.
Yeah.
There was no chance of the Bears winning that game. I think, honestly, a lot of teams would have struggled against the Texans that game. That might be more about the Bears than it is about the Texans. But, yeah, we saw Sam Darnold do what he did. Sam Darnold leads the NFL in touchdown passes.
Which is remarkable. I guess I felt a little bit better about last week watching the Vikings-Packers game.
Yeah, they're up 28-0 early in that game. They hung on. It was a 6-point game with 10 minutes to go, but the Vikings continue to look impressive. One of 2 unbeatens left in the NFL.
But I think you're right. I mean, look, Trevor Lawrence was bad for the most part yesterday. He had some nice throws in the game, and they clearly had a game plan, and that game plan was to attack Jalen Petrie as much as possible with Christian Kirk on him. Whenever they got that matchup, the ball was going there. We saw it the first drive. I think Kirk had 4 targets, and Petrie was covering him on 3 of them. And then if Trevor Lawrence, you're right, if he was better in this game, the Texans lose. They had a lot of the same mistakes. We didn't see that growth in some of the areas that we were talking about towards the end of last week that we were hoping to see change. Things that are fixable didn't get fixed. But as you said, thank goodness they have a top 5 quarterback in the NFL and an elite wide receiver in Nico Collins, because again, all day long, they're in 3rd and 7 and longer.
Yeah.
And CJ Stroud, unlike last week, is just moving the ball in chunks in those situations and just playing Superman in this game.
And because he's playing like Superman, you do see that there is potential this year. And they are the 2 seed. It is a very hard league. The Buffalo Bills go from Monday night looking like the best team in the AFC to looking like frauds last night, where Derrick Henry's going back in time and running for nearly 200 yards on them. Week to week, things do change. But I just want us all to be elitists when it comes to following this team. And maybe this is just going to be my hill to die on, because I am somebody who, having grown up watching the Patriots, I am spoiled. And like Tom Brady, clapping back at Baker Mayfield, I want wins. I want Super Bowls. I demand perfection. This is probably why I'm going to be single my entire life. I'm okay with that. I want more out of this team. They are capable of more. When they do not shoot themselves in the foot, this is a team that can move the ball at will, even without Tank Dell, even without Joe Mixon, even without Dameon Pierce. They were purring on offense when they weren't getting penalized. The problem is they have been penalized 40 times this year, technically 42, but one was offsetting and one was declined. They have 6 more than any other team in the league. They had 12 for 93 yesterday, following up 11 for 88 in Minnesota, following 12 for 120 against the Bears. This is the biggest problem right now. They are a team that does not play smart, and they seem, just based off of the vibes in the locker room, where certain players not made available. I don't know what that's all about. This is some small town BS. Sorry to go all big journal here, but when you're like that and you wonder why people are giving you the side eye, it's because of all of the mistakes that you are making. Now, after the game, Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans had this to say when asked about some of the slop, still being able to figure out how to win.
The goal for us every week is to win. There's no such thing as an ugly win to me. Like, you finish with the win, because as we know in this league, wins are hard to come by. It doesn't matter who you play. So, man, I'm just proud to get a win. And it doesn't matter to me how we win them. Just finish with the win.
Is there such thing as an ugly win? I think there is. That was an ugly ass win. It was ugly.
It's about as ugly as you can get.
There was 2 a.m. beer goggles. I'm thinking twice, 3 times, 4 times, and eventually say no.
Was it the point where, like, do you have a drink where it's like, hey, if I order this at 2 a.m, I should have gone home 2 hours ago?
I'm so damn picky because I have delusional standards and I have delusional opinion of myself. But I hold myself to this high standard that I hold the Houston Texans to. Should I? No, I should not.
But we should. Maybe not yourself, but the Texans, we should hold to this standard, because that's what we talked about all offseason. You can't gas up a football team the way we did for an entire offseason and talk about Super Bowl contender, MVP, and then say this team has 40 penalties through 4 weeks, and they only had 5 in week 1. It's all come in the last 3 weeks. Like, if it was 5 every game, we'd be giggling about Laramie Tunsil jumping off sides and false starts, but it's so much more than that. It's really poor play. Yeah, there is a thing as ugly wins. And one thing I've heard people say, I think it's starting to come more of a thing that I've heard in NFL circles, is winning gives you time. Like, winning gives you time to fix these problems.
For sure.
But at some point, time runs out. And we need to see, from watching the Texans, some of these problems start to get fixed. And to go from have 3 weeks in a row of the exact same problems and the exact same guys.
That's what's frustrating.
And I don't know, like, everything else we talk about in football, maybe we're not like, we're not Lance. We're not these guys going on, TV and X's and O's and all these different things. But we can watch football and say, I think the Texans can do this better, this better.
Yeah.
That's good. There's no solution to penalties from our perspective. It's them.
They did clean up the pre-snap penalties.
Oh.
They still just got penalized 12 times because they got called for a bunch of holdings. Kenyon Green got penalized 3 times. 7 offensive lineman penalties. You had 2 holds called on Laramie Tunsil. Laramie, I know you're a great left tackle. I know you're really good at this. What are you thinking with the red gloves? What are you thinking? You're playing a team wearing white jerseys. What are you thinking? These little things bother me. I wish more people would aspire to be the Patriots. I really do, and I'm sorry to always make it about them, but it's the greatest dynasty in the history of sports, and it was stuff like that, little stuff like that was never an issue. And they seem annoyed that we're questioning them. And again, a win is a win. You take it at the end of the year. I see it on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. Donna says it was ugly, but it's a win. Michael A20 says, yes, an ugly win can make a difference at the end of the season. For sure. As Joe said a moment ago, great point. It does give you time. The Jaguars, effed. They are effed right now. There is no more time. And now all of a sudden they're lashing out. You have Doug Peterson blaming the players. Like, they're screwed. But you are in a different conversation than the Jacksonville Jaguars. And the Jacksonville Jaguars nearly pulled one off in a game where you opened it up by muffing a punt inside the 10-yard line.
Oof.
In a game where defensively you were getting beat regularly. The pass rush really wasn't there. You made plays when you needed to down the stretch. Give them credit for that. But this is a game you could have lost. And I'm just going to remind them after every single win, I appreciate the win. I'm happy about the win because it is a win. This would have really sucked if this was a loss. And it's great to see CJ Stroud continue to show that he's one of the best quarterbacks in the game. But you can't keep doing this. Learn from these mistakes, get better from these mistakes instead of repeating the same mistakes.
Yeah, and it's fun. Like the glove thing sounds funny because it's like I think it was Julian Edelman who was like maybe one of the first people to start to draw like big national attention to that when he was on his podcast. He talked about how Belichick yelled at him one time for wearing red gloves against a team with white jerseys, and now you hear it on broadcast all the time. It's just kind of become like, duh, like we all should have been thinking the same thing, but like no one did.
But Laramie wants to look cool.
Look cool in white gloves.
I mean, you're an offensive lineman. Why are you wearing gloves? You don't need them. You don't need gloves. You're an offensive lineman.
Yeah, something I think Tiki Barber on the broadcast was like, he like circled when they showed the replay of the hold. He was like, this is the problem right here. And he just circled the red gloves. And he was like, it's not even the hold, it's the red glove. And he compared it to driving a red Ferrari. And it's like, you're going to get pulled over more.
What a great point. I wish I'd heard that on the call. Good job, Tiki.
Tiki Barber was very good on
good call yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Yeah. Look, I don't want to sound like I'm a bitter a-hole. You guys know I am, but I don't want to sound like one today. Okay? I don't. I really don't. I'm happy they're 3-1. And I'm happy that we get some playoff baseball this week. A lot of good stuff to get into. And we're going to have some fun today. I'm just saying there's stuff to clean up. There's stuff to clean up. Please clean it up because it keeps happening.
Well, because even like the coaches, I can't imagine they're in a meeting right now saying,
yeah,
we're not asking for a lot.
I mean,
like, we're not asking for your first child here.
D'Amico Ryans is repeating himself over and over and over and over again. You're going to hear him repeating himself next. He is Joe. I am Paul. You got Sean Mapes behind the glass. You want to chime in? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. Which of those constantly repeated mistakes are you most concerned about with the Houston Texans? You'll hear D'Amico repeating himself again. First, I got to tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to double your deposit immediately. 2 Monday Night Football games tonight. Monday Night Football, the NFL. They really just need to play as many games as possible every single night of the week. I should be doing a song for them. They should pay me money for that. But instead, I'm going to continue to tell you about MyBookie, MyBookie.ag. They have a new loyalty program, MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more you win. Tiers of loyalty rewards. Hell yeah, baby. You know, on Thursday as well, you get a weekly risk-free boost. So if you bet and you win, you win. If you bet and you lose, money back. Yes, insane. I don't know how they're doing this. I have questions, in fact. It's MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
What a game. What a battle. Very proud of our guys. We talked last night in our team meeting just about like whatever it takes, whoever it takes, and however long it takes. Let's just find a way to finish this first month of the season 3-1. So very proud of our guys for finishing the right way. As we know, a lot of things to clean up for us with the penalties. It's like we're trying to break the record for most penalties in the league, which we got to clean up. This is our third straight game of over 10 penalties. It's just, not good enough. And we have to find the guys who want to do it right all the time and play clean football there.
A little good cop, a little bad cop. All in one clip from D'Amico Ryans, head coach of your Houston Texans, after a 24-20 win over the Jacksonville Jaguars, has Houston now at 3-1, 2-0 in the AFC South. And if the season ended today, yes, not even a quarter through the year, they would be the 2 seed in the AFC.
Well, I mean, they said, break in quarters through the first quarter of the season, which that makes me sad that we're already 4 weeks into the NFL year. It's going too fast already. But hey, they're the 2 seed, so things should be good.
One of the schools I went to, Thayer Academy, yes, as douchey looking as it sounds. In 8th grade, I got straight A's, and they had these 2 honor roll systems. They had the achievement honor roll, which was based off of your grades, but they also had an effort honor roll. And I got high achievement without being on any effort honor roll. And it was because I totally mailed in this one class because I was doing a play outside of school, and we had a drama class, and I was just like, I'm not doing this. I already am doing drama outside of school. This is pointless. And they got very mad about that. So they gave me like a passing grade, but they said, oh, he didn't put any effort into it. So just completely jumbled it. And right now the Texans, high achievement, low effort.
S for satisfactory. That was our system. It was like excellent, good, satisfactory,
something
and
like
then
that.
Like we have to call your parents.
Yeah.
You can't have 2 honor rolls. That's not okay.
If you have if you have 2 honor rolls, you don't have 1.
Yeah, that's all. You can't have that.
We had a similar thing. Where it was like conduct.
I'm literally like looking through a list right now to see what if the Texans are on pace. Okay, I don't think they are
for most penalties ever.
Yeah, it looks like it's about.
There has to be a team from like the 70s that was just decapitating people.
But they wouldn't have called it back in the 70s.
True.
Yeah, this is by yardage, not by penalties itself, so it's not helping me out here.
Okay.
But there's some wild numbers on here, like a couple thousand yards of penalties this season. Those are definitely trying to murder people with your helmet.
So penalties. Oakland Raiders teams.
Oh yeah, little Jack Tatum.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Bill Nowinski, what's his name?
Sure,
the linebacker.
You're just making up.
No. Romanowski. That's what I'm looking for.
Romanowski.
I got the Iski right.
Sure.
That's the first name.
Polish people are shaking their fists at you right now. You racist.
They're just a little guessing game.
D'Amico Ryans is repeating himself when it comes to the penalties. And for those who don't know, you want to hear the numbers one more time. Mother of God. We are talking 40 penalties on the year for 326 yards. Green Bay is in second place with 34. So 6 more than any other team in the league. D'Amico Ryans saying the same thing that I feel like I've heard him say 15 times this year after yesterday's game.
The penalties that bug me the most and we have to get off of our tape and off of our team is the mental penalties. That's the ones I can't stand and I can't go for it. Like, we have to play smart. If we want to be a good football team, you have to play the game smart. And we talk about, we look at other teams around the league and we have meetings on these things, and guys just have to own up to it and be man enough to stand up and just play the game the right way. A lot of them just bonehead penalties that are, it's uncalled for, right? You don't need those. They're not helping us at all. When we had positive things that happen to us, and we're going backwards. We're in field goal range, and we go backwards because of our own mistakes. So again, seem like I'm a broken record every time I stand up here. The Texans have to get out of the Texans' way for us to be a good team.
I am so sick of hearing that. I'm so sick of hearing it. And what's making me more sick of hearing it is that D'Amico is saying it in such a calm manner. He's so calm about it. I appreciate his patience, but as someone who is an absolute loony bin person, I can't handle it. If I was saying the same thing over and over again, I would probably pull a Denny Green and slam on the podium.
Like, does he have that like in his bag and he just doesn't show it to the media? The anger.
It's a good question. I don't know.
Because
I don't know.
He never seems to, besides excitement, like when great things are happening, he is like one of the most animated coaches we have in the NFL.
Yep.
On the sidelines. But when things are poor, like you don't ever really see like
stoic.
You don't see like steam coming out of his ears ever.
And I know that he's said before that he wants to have good relationship with these guys as men and a respectful relationship. And it's more of the new way of coaching in the NFL. You don't see those Buddy Kilmer types anymore. For those who don't know, Buddy Kilmer, played by John Vaught in Varsity Blues. You know, Reggie Ray, you don't want none of this. Get back. Or was it Billy Bob? I forget. I'm confusing not another teen movie with Varsity Blues. Whatever the case. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of fire and brimstone coaches from back in the day. And these days, you got a lot more that are like D'Amico. Part of me wants to hear him be like, what the hell, guys? What the hell? Can we get better here? Because it does keep on happening. And I don't know. I got a vibe in the locker room like they're not as concerned about these penalties as we are. And maybe that's smart for them. You know, they're not getting too down about the mistakes that they're making, and they're winning this game, which ultimately is the only thing that matters. But yeah, if it keeps on happening over and over again, like 3 weeks in a row, how is it not improved at all?
Yeah, because I mean, it's like D'Amico's saying, it's bonehead plays. Like it's not, this isn't a college football game, and you've got a good hit that gets called a targeting and it costs you a game. Like this isn't, a ticky-tack pass interference penalty on Derek Stingley Jr. It's the same thing. It's your offensive line that is having false starts. They're having untimely holding penalties. Oh, and they're also pretty terrible too.
For what they're getting paid, don't disagree.
Yeah, like it's not just that they're, because that's why it all kind of compounds into one thing where it's not just that they have a lot of penalties. It's that there's moments in this game where it feels like CJ Stroud is trying to get into a 3 or 5 step drop, and he has the ball, and within a half a second, there's 3 guys.
It's really proving how awesome he is.
Yeah.
The offensive line, he has to regularly move, shake off would-be sackers. And, hey, at least it was just 2 sacks today, or excuse me, on Sunday. So now, instead of being on pace to be sacked 60-plus times, David Carr-esque, he's only on pace to be sacked 55 times.
Okay.
So, I mean, we're making some progress here, but you're right. And they're not helping in the ground game either. And while the ground game, ultimately, at the end of the day, the stats don't look that bad. They had 100-plus yards. They're running for, I think, about 3.7 yards a carry. Still, I'm with you. It's an offensive line that has first-round pick at left tackle who you traded 2 first-round picks to get, a first-round pick at left guard, second-round pick at center, right guard is the third-round pick, and at right tackle, it's a first-round pick. With Blake Fisher, a second-round pick on the bench, and just the starters, in total money, it's $188 million. Got to be better than this.
Yeah, and the box score, I just think, tells a different story about the running game than the truth. You watch that game, like, yeah, they rushed for 100 yards, but it also, maybe it doesn't matter as much anymore in the NFL. I mean, right now you've got 12 running backs or quarterbacks in the NFL that average over 73 yards a game themselves. Like the running game, with the way these safeties are playing, that Mel Kiper wants to ban from playing too far back, we're seeing kind of a resurgence in the NFL this season with the running game across the league. And Cam Akers it was kind of hopeless, I thought, most of the game. A couple nice moments, but for the most part, it wasn't that. I'm not going to pin on the offensive line as much.
I don't know what he can do, though, behind them.
Yeah.
He made a couple of decent plays. The numbers at the end aren't that bad, but, I mean, there are certain times where they run the ball, and I just wonder why. It's specifically the first down runs. I'm just going to tell you, here's the result of all the first down runs. 1 yard, 1 yard, 1 yard, 2 yards, 0 yards, 7, 2 yards, 4 yards, 3 yards, 0, 15, 0, 8, 6. So the first down runs until the very end were not good. And you can understand how the first down runs might be a little surprising at the end, especially when the Texans started driving the football down the field as they went to ultimately score the go-ahead touchdown. You can see how maybe the defense is going to be a little bit more laxed against the run in a spot like that. But The first down runs are not working. And you want to hear something even more depressing? And I'm sorry, I'm just talking about the issues from this game that I think they need to work on because I want this team to be a Super Bowl caliber team. You want to hear what they've been doing in the second half offensively?
Oh, it's not good. I know that.
I'm going to give you an artistic rendition of what they've done in the second half of the last 3 games. Punt, 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 field goal, punt, fumble, punt, punt, touchdown, interception, turnover on downs, punt, 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 touchdown.
Was that 1 touchdown? 2 touchdowns?
2 touchdowns, 1 field goal, 11 punts, 2 turnovers on downs, 1 interception, 1 fumble.
And that says to me something about Bobby Sloan. With like this whole, both these things with the success of the run game, they keep trying it and it failing over and over again. And he might even try to, when he meets with the media on Thursday, be like, well, look at the end of the game. It started to work.
As long as he doesn't pull a Doug Peterson, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Just do not blame the players for this. I mean, there's enough things going on here where between the $188 million invested into the offensive line and the struggles in the second half, and on top of that, just the inability to run the football that has been a consistent thing. That is why I'm looking at Slowick the most. I mean, even the offensive line, I feel like they will eventually get better. A lot of season to go. Preseason, they didn't even practice. I do think this team's going to continue to get better. But
last year.
I wonder about the coach. Does the coach improve as the season goes along?
Well, because right now it seems for 3 weeks in a row, he's getting his ass kicked at halftime.
Yeah.
Like the other team is going in at halftime and making adjustments, and he doesn't know how to counterpunch. So the first half, I mean, is going great. I mean, when they were showing the stats on TV yesterday about when the Texans had over 200 yards, and at one point they had like 45 yards in the second half, like deep into the second half. It's like totally incompetent the offense was all of a sudden. So they don't have that answer, and it's not Tank being out. I mean, you have Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz. So even without Mixon and Tank Dell, like you should be fine. You have enough talent on this team. You should be fine. You have CJ Stroud as your quarterback, but they're just whatever's going on in the second half, they're not adjusting well enough to it.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. I know we've been rather negative. They are 3-1, 2-0 in the AFC South. Jaguars are dead, and they have right now the second best record in the AFC. Now they got to play Buffalo on Sunday. I think this is their first big boy test of the year. I know some people will point at Minnesota being 4-0. We didn't think that going into the game, even though I said Minnesota's better than you expected. Sam Darnold, my God, he's like an MVP candidate right now. It's insane. But Sunday, they're going to have to clean a lot of this stuff up. I want to talk about the Astros. We finally know who they're playing. It's the Detroit Tigers. What's their deal? Do you know what they're calling them? I don't know if I hate this or love this. The Detroit Tigers are calling themselves something very interesting. You'll hear what it is next. Stick around, Gallant George.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
I saw the Houston packet on my desk from the advance, so we'll start to study now. I mean, baseball, I tell you, it's gonna take you places, and sometimes it's gonna take you places where you've been. So I look forward to the challenge. We'll be there soon.
Tigers manager, former Astros manager AJ Hinch talking about the wild card series where his Tigers, the hottest team in baseball since August 10th, will play your Houston Astros, the best team in baseball since June 1st.
I don't know if I love it, but it's exciting. They were showing stats yesterday where, like, there's not a guy on the Tigers with more than 25 home runs or 25 stolen bases. I think they don't have a guy with 100 RBIs on the season. Like, it's wild that they're here.
A friend of mine, her husband works for the Tigers, and I was asking her questions about the team because she's a diehard baseball fan. And she was telling me, I think they have 12 rookies. 12. I mean, what? The active roster is what, 26? They have 12 rookies because they had all those sale jobs that they did the trade deadline, right? And they had a 0.2 chance to make the playoffs. It is a really cool story. And I mean, even though I think we're all a little annoyed with AJ Hinch's decision-making in the 2019 World Series, I'm happy for him. I'm happy he's getting this moment. I feel like he deserves it. I always liked him. Again, does it mean I think he was the best manager ever? No, I feel like he kind of got off scot-free compared to Dusty Baker and Joe Espada at times. But what they have been doing down the stretch is incredible. But I'm not sure how I feel about this. You know what they were calling themselves?
I have no idea.
Okay. You guys ready for this? The Detroit Tigers are calling themselves the Gritty Kitties. The Gritty Kitties.
That's.
I mean, it's.
I guess
could be something else.
Like I think that's something that like we would come up with, and like if we came up with it,
I had something else in mind, but along the same vein. But
yeah, that'd be like the radio version of what we come up with. But like, and we would like be making fun of them at calling them the Gritty Kitties.
I mean, I am making fun of them. It's a tiger. A tiger is not a kitty. A tiger is the apex jungle cat. Okay, you can't call yourself a kitty and make me take you seriously.
They do get called the Motor City Kitties, though.
They do?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that even.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess it makes a little bit.
I think
of
the
sense.
Lions also catch that too because they're both cat-based animals.
That's true.
Makes sense.
City of Catmen.
Oh.
Solidarity.
I don't.
The Lions are the Gritty Kitties.
I mean, yeah, but this team, they
also
overcame a
gritty.
lot.
I guess they.
It's like they grew into the Gritty Kitties.
Yeah,
you know,
they
earned the moniker of the Gritty Kitties.
A hardworking team for a hardworking city.
Yeah.
I don't love it.
I'll tell you this: it's gonna make me feel a lot worse if the Astros lose this series to the Gritty Kitties. Like, by the way, I loved the not tangent, but a side note here. I liked your post.
Oh yeah. For those who don't know, my magazine photo shoot with my cat Aria, it is up on my Twitter. You can find it with the Houston Pet Talk magazine. Buy a copy. Buy a copy and laugh.
Pin it to the top.
My interview. I'm so glad that they kept everything in because I've said a lot of things I did not think that they would actually put in the magazine.
Should we get a blown up version for the studio?
You
can take home?
I will leave that for others to decide.
We replace one of the posters out there.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it would be funny to have in the hallway. 100%. It's because I didn't love the picture, but my cat was so damn uncooperative. But anyway, to bring it back to the Astros and Tigers,
the Gritty Kitties.
The Gritty Kitties.
Aria, not Gritty Kitty.
No, Aria's a prissy bitch. But I love her. And she's so sweet to me. She's just an absolute a-hole to everybody else. So I did some research. It's the playoffs. I'll pay attention to baseball for the playoffs. Was awesome to have that game canceled yesterday. Oh,
that was such a last day of school vibes for everyone involved. Of like, listen, do we have to do this?
Right. I feel bad for the Twitch because they love September baseball so much. Like losing just a critical game on a Sunday that they could have watched instead of football, which they bitch and moan about all the time. Like, I'm sorry they lost that super important game. And it is kind of annoying that the Astros played less than 162 games because, they finished the year with 88 wins. It would have been nice to get 89 or 90.
Yeah, the over-under was 92.5, so it didn't matter.
Okay. So for me,
I would have been so upset if they're at 92 wins and we needed that one.
Would they push it if they canceled a game?
That's a great question. I don't know what they would have done. I think I bet you some sportsbooks would do refunds.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would just depend.
But I did some research. Obviously, Tariq Skubbal's their best player. He is the American League Triple Crown winner for wins, ERA, and strikeouts. He's going to start tomorrow afternoon's game, 1:30, and the Tigers are 21-10 on days that he pitches. Other things I learned about the Tigers, apparently they, despite having a pretty crap offense, bottom 10 in team OPS, 19th in runs a game. They're slightly better against righties. So I think this does make it a little bit easier as far as decision making. You're definitely using Fromber and Yusei Kikuchi.
Mm-hmm.
I think it does beg an interesting question. Do you want to go with your two lefties right away if they're slightly better against righties? Do you want Kikuchi to be the second guy out there instead of Hunter Brown? We'll see. I don't think a decision has been made on that to this point. After that, I mean, I truly don't know how they're doing this. I know that they have the best ERA in baseball since August 1st. Parker Meadows, a center fielder, is hitting 291 since coming off of the injured list. He's making web gems everywhere. And Spencer Torkelson, who had 30 home runs last year, but they sent down to AAA in the middle of this year, since he's come back up to the majors, has been good. Yeah, that's really all I got on the Detroit Tigers. You're welcome for the homework. I finally did some.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those guys that, like, he's what, top prospect, came up and was just terrible. I think he got sent down last year too, even in that, or he started at the minors and they brought him up. He was terrible. If you look at like batting average, he just hit a lot of home runs. He's supposed to be like one of their best players. I mean, this is a good baseball team. I mean, it's why I wanted the Royals, because they're just going in the opposite direction of the way the season was going, where the Royals were falling apart and the Tigers are red hot. And in game one, you got Skubal on the mound, where he just kind of cancels out the advantage that Fromber gives you. Fromber's excellent. Fromber's been incredible this year. Every good stat Skubal has, Fromber can pretty much match since he put his dreads back on. But it kind of wipes out that first game, and it feels like it's going to be a game of chance, of one hit maybe is the game changer.
I look at it from this perspective. Fromber has to be as level-headed as he's been for much of this year. All it is going to take to give these gritty kitties a little bit of confidence is one bad inning. That's all it's going to take. I am not taking this red hot team lightly. I do think that their offense is severely lacking, but considering the Astros swing at effing everything, Tariq Skubal is probably going to give them some issues, much like the Seattle Mariners give them issues. And if their team ERA is the best in baseball the last couple of months, begs to say, hey, let's be a little bit more choosy at the plate. Just a thought. But Fromber cannot have any moments of weakness. He's gotta stay focused, because last year in the postseason, it was bad. And it was a couple of times last year. He's been so much better. That is my biggest fear, because I think if the Tigers win game one, like, there's a chance that they pull this off. I think if the Astros win game one, it is done.
I mean, plus it's just a 3-game series. It's just such a crapshoot. Like, you just don't know. I mean,
it's so hard to prognosticate like 3-game series.
Yeah, my inclination is whoever wins game one wins the series, because they've going one more game. Like, that's all you got to do. The other team has to win 2 games. So it's just the odds are just so much in the favor of whoever wins this first game. And you're right. Like Fromber has to be the guy that everyone expects him to be. He is the guy that we ignore the most when we talk about contracts. We talk about Tucker. We talk about Bregman.
Yeah.
Fromber's up the same year as Tucker.
Mm-hmm.
So like if Fromber wants to get that, $30 million a year salary,
Trade him.
you know what? You know what, Paul?
I'm kidding.
You know what, Paul? Let's
What?
save that take for Wednesday.
Let's see how it goes.
Let's see what happens on tomorrow's game. All right. We only got an hour on Wednesday or whatever it's going to be. So let's see how it goes.
So we got. By the way, we are going to be carrying Astros and Tigers.
I was about to bring up how I kind of think it works against the Astros to have home field advantage on 1:30 on a work week.
I can't wait to see.
Like I don't know what Minute Maid Park's going to look like.
I don't either. I'm very curious,
especially in a series that most Astros fans probably doesn't know exists.
It's an unbecoming series.
Yeah, it's like, wait, what? A 3-game series?
They're not just in? Huh?
It's like,
is this high school baseball?
Will there be a bunch of Astros fans that show up Thursday no matter what, thinking it's a 5-game series?
I think it's possible.
Like they would,
and I wouldn't hate. I'm not gonna hate on that. I like being completely oblivious to whatever this stupid round
what the
is.
Hell is this mini golf ass series that we're having to play?
It's exactly what it is. I hate that they're in this round, and I mean, hopefully the Astros take care of business. I do not think this is a lock, but that's where it all starts. Fromber has just got to be calm. Say a ball is just rolling towards him. And there's plays to be made on the diamond.
That's the one, man.
Just throw it to first, okay?
Calmly.
Just plant your feet, plant your feet, throw it to
no
first.
Jump throws.
You're not impersonating Derek Jeter in your backyard, okay? just chill. You chill.
Can you just
please.
take a Xanax before the game?
We had someone comment on YouTube, Michael A20, have Fromber's therapist in the dugout. yeah, for sure. And maybe hire another one.
Just have him on standby.
It's been good this year. It has.
It has
been good.
He's been electric this year. If he didn't have the slow start, he would have an argument to be the Cy Young winner this year. Like he very easily could finish top 5 this year with what he's accomplished. But like, you need him to step up in a huge way with Scoopel on the mound, who's going to win the Cy Young in the American League. Also, you know what else I learned this weekend?
What?
Just perusing through TikTok. Maybe the reason why Yusei Kikuchi has turned his career around. He used to be addicted to coffee. He said he would drink 5 to 6 cups of coffee a day. And I just saw this random, it just popped up.
What's wrong with
TikTok
that?
From Julia Morales. Apparently, he drinks decaf coffee now.
Huh.
So, like, maybe the sleep pattern and all these things that we learned about Kikuchi, maybe now he's just drinking decaf. That's why he's sleeping better and just it's been so much better.
The sleep with the coffee habit is such an insane thing.
There's no way he was sleeping 12 to 14 hours a day and drinking 5 to 6 cups of coffee.
Hmm.
That's not
the way you guys
possible.
are talking about this is like I need to take this on.
You know what's in my backpack right now?
What?
Because the coffee takes so long to make here.
What?
I started bringing K-cups.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that makes sense.
So that way I don't have to wait forever or lukewarm coffee. So when I'm,
I like the
I 1 o'clock here.
I'm such a coffee addict. I will drink lukewarm coffee that's 4 days old, and I do not give a flying bleep about it. Even though there's probably all sorts of like little growths in there and stuff.
Yeah,
it's rocket fuel. I don't care.
I feel like there's a day.
So I'm filling it up with 87.
I mean,
what do you want from me?
I get the lukewarm coffee.
No. Just leave it out there. You know,
you'll get to it eventually.
You would have been a great 70s detective. Just drinking the worst
Gallant, private eye. I was going into the cafeteria room and saw a couple of days old coffee. I pulled out a cigarette, a Lucky Strike, and I had myself another sip of it, the 7th cup of the day. The Jenkins case was really getting to me.
All right, I'll stop. Let's go on. And George, he is Joe. I'm Paul. Let's just cruise through. AJ Hinch is the manager of the Detroit Tigers. We heard more from Hinch. Hinch brought up the idea of experience in this series, given that the Tigers have very little at the major league level, period.
This year, I don't think it matters at all because I love. I mean, why would I say experience matters if we don't have a ton of it? You know, the only way to get experience is get there, and we made the playoffs, and we're about to have a room full of guys that have experience. So right now, I'm going to downplay it. In 3 days, I'm going to tell you after we play our first playoff game, I'm going to tell you we're experienced enough.
How much does it matter? I think it matters a great deal. I think it
does.
Yeah, I mean the Astros. The amount of experience the Astros have is effing insane. Even though a lot of guys have left, and there's only 2 guys that have been here the entire run, but 3. My bad. But it's incredible. I forgot about Verlander.
Well,
I forgot about Verlander.
Well, if you're gonna do that, 4 Lance McCullers.
Yeah, 2 guys that are pitching.
I mean, hey, you know what? Lance McCullers and Justin Verlander are gonna pitch the same amount of innings in this postseason.
Mhm.
0. So it's 2 guys with experience, with that much experience. But I don't even know if the Tigers have. Do they have guys that have played in the playoffs before?
I was gonna say, like, Jeremy Pena probably has more experience than anyone on the Tigers. I think that it's not as simple as just like add up how many postseason games you have, and going into a series, if it's more evenly met, like if they play like the Yankees or something like that, I don't think they're gonna win because they're more experienced. But I think there is something where it's like these guys have literally 0 experience.
Does AJ balance that out though at all as the manager? I know managers don't
he has
have like football coaches.
A lot of experience in 2019 of the World Series.
Yeah, he's got 2017 though.
He's also got 2015 against the Royals.
Yeah, choke artist.
People forget about that one.
It's true.
Will
People
Harris.
do forget about that one.
Will Harris. My God. Vlad Harris eventually got a World Series, but
I'm not.
Will Harris.
Astros.
Will Harris had some rough moments in the playoffs.
Yeah, not great.
Because he had one in 2019. He had some issues in 19, right?
All right, it was 18.
18.
And then he went to pitch for the Nationals in 19.
I thought he went with them in 17. Was he not on the team in 17?
Wasn't he? I don't remember.
You know what? Great question. See, that's what happens when you win so much.
Harris in a second.
We're talking about all this, winning experience that the Astros have. Astros fans, you just forget about who's been on the team,
So is it going to be a dead crowd tomorrow?
Well, just based off the way that it was for the Twins last year, yes.
Because they're spoiled.
It's also a 1:30 game. I'm not going to blame them for this one.
Oh, yeah. No.
But I think it's going to be rather dead. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Astros fans they're rightfully spoiled.
They were there for the Rangers series, but they were, I thought, very, very, very wine and cheese crowd against the Twins. And it happens. I'm a part of a fan base growing up. The exact same thing happened. The Gillette Stadium used to be loud. It stopped being loud like 10 years ago. More on the Astros. Yordan Alvarez is the big question, and I feel like whatever update we get on Yordan today is going to be the big one. He is supposed to take batting practice at some point today. For Joe Espada, the swelling has subsided. Love it when the Astros weigh in on injuries. They sound so qualified. Espada added, quote, "I don't want to be getting too excited because we still have some hurdles to get over. Alvarez is wearing a brace. On Friday, Espada said there are still some boxes he has to check for the Astros to feel comfortable putting him on a postseason roster. The first of those things is doing baseball activities." Joe's face right now.
I guess I missed that one yesterday during all the football.
So that was Friday. That one was Friday. Okay. Yesterday, he said, "I don't want to be getting too excited because we still have some hurdles to get over."
Well, hopefully, I mean, we'll see in let's see, look at the schedule here. In about 7 minutes from now, Joe Espada will meet with the media. So, and I'm assuming that's going to be the first question asked of him.
Yes.
Of what is the status of Yordan Alvarez?
Can't wait.
Hopefully, in the next 10 minutes, we will have a very positive update on Yordan. I mean, even if he can just DH and he has to be a station-to-station guy, like that's something. You obviously don't want him to get hurt when you think about the grand scheme of your goals of winning a World Series this year. And Jason Hayward's had some nice moments, but even just the threat of Yordan Alvarez in the lineup is so different. Being able to have him and Tucker back to back, like I don't think this is not they win if he's in, they lose if he's out. But it makes you like way more nervous if he's out.
If Yordan plays, they win. If Yordan doesn't play, that's how the Tigers win. That's how the door opens. It opens a crack starting there. I still think offensively, just based off of the very little I know about the Tigers, but taking a look at their stats and talking to some folks that are more in tune with them, they can't hit. They really struggle to hit, but they've got great pitching. It does feel like maybe a slightly better version of the Mariners lineup with less star power with a Julio Rodriguez or a Cal Raleigh. So we'll see what happens. He is Joe. I am Paul. It is Gallant and George. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass. Houston Texans are 3-1 after a 24-20 win over the Jaguars yesterday. It was a sus win, but a win is a win. A question. I love questions like this. Did the Texans win or did the Jaguars lose? Huh? Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put.
Stroud in trouble, escapes, keeps the play alive, rolling right, throws on the run, across his body, he's got Collins into Jacksonville territory.
Nico Collins is statistically the best wide receiver in the National Football League right now. He has 103 more yards than the guy in second place, Malik Neighbors. He's got 30 catches on the year for a ton of yardage. Specifically, after 12 and 151 plus a touchdown reception yesterday, 30 catches for 489 yards.
Woo. He's underpaid already. We'll start there. Bad contract, Nico. I'm glad. That's why it was great. The Texans, that was a great move for Nick Caserio to lock him up before the season started, before Jefferson got paid, before Chase is going to get paid, before Tyreek got paid. I mean, he's going to be outside the top 10 paid wide receivers by the middle of next offseason. And he already looks like he's deserving of another new contract. And we kind of knew that last year, but it was harder to believe in Nico last year than it was for me for CJ. Because with Nico, we just saw him not have great success with Davis Mills. But now what he's doing 4 games in, he's just a monster. He always finds a way to get open.
He's unstoppable on crossing routes. You can't stop him. He's got these straight line speed to run by an entire defense. He has quickness. He has the ability to run people over after the catch. He catches the ball at the high point. He's not afraid of contact. He makes catches in traffic that other big wide receivers don't do. Something I've always been a little annoyed with Mike Evans about. Mike Evans, I think, is really good, but Mike Evans I've always felt because of his size, should be better in traffic than he is. Collins is great in traffic. He was phenomenal yesterday, and it's a good thing that CJ Stroud has him, and it's also good that CJ Stroud was the guy who the Panthers did not take, because they do not win yesterday without CJ Stroud. And it begs this question. Was yesterday a win for the Texans or a loss for the Jaguars? Paul, it's both. No, you get what I'm saying here. Was it more of a Texans win or a Jaguars loss?
I'm going to say...
Listen to that sigh.
Because this is all... I think it's usually easy to answer this question. If you ask this question, I think it's typically the team that won actually lost the game. But I'm going to give... Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe this is being naive. I'm going to give the Texans a little bit of the benefit of the doubt in this one.
Ooh, a little good cop.
That this is a Texans win because it's a CJ Stroud win. That what he accomplished and what Nico accomplished in this game, and no disrespect to Stephon Diggs, who had a very good day, that they found a way to win this game without Joe Mixon, without Tank Dell, who Will Kunkel just reported that, barring a setback, will be back next week versus the Buffalo Bills. But I'm just going to give the benefit of the doubt to the Texans in this one and say that they won this game.
I'm kind of surprised, Joe. Okay.
Yeah. When Paul asked that question, I just closed my eyes and saw all the overthrows by
Trevor Lawrence.
Who are you about to say?
Justin Fields?
No,
similar.
No,
except for Justin Fields is good now.
I was gonna say Justin Herbert.
Okay.
Justin Fields
makes sense.
Yeah, big, tall, white guy. Yeah, I closed my eyes. I was like, I heard what Doug Peterson being like, hey, we called good plays. He didn't actually say, hey, we called good plays. He needs to throw it better. But he did not say that. He did allude to that when he was asked about the play calling. So I think it's a little bit more on the Jags losing, because the Texans having the game-winning drive, that does help their case in the fact that they won the game. If they just they held on to a lead, they got out early and just then started playing like crap and held on for dear life, that'd be one thing. They did actually have a good drive at the end of the game. But I think over the course of the game, both teams were losing the game, and the Jags lost more.
The Texans had the great drive at the end of the game, and they had some nice defensive plays down the stretch, which they needed to have. But the Jaguars lost this. The Jaguars lost this so hard.
The Texans almost lost. The Texans, if the result was flipped, I would say the Texans lost this game more than the Jags won.
For sure. A couple of people around me said the same thing that I did feel you never felt like the Jaguars were going to win. You always felt like they were going to do something else to screw it up. Whether it was Trevor Lawrence's 6 overthrows, 2 of which should have been touchdown passes.
I knew you had the exact number.
Oh, because who has been telling you Trevor Lawrence overthrows people longer than me? I have been on that since he was in college. I've never been as impressed by this guy as anyone. And yeah, I will do a little touchdown dance today because he stunk. He is lost. He is lost. Okay? They had a 4th and short on the Texans side of the field. They have a rookie kicker, and they chose to kick a field goal at 0-3 instead of going for it. Even worse, there's a moment in the game. Look this up. I forget which third down it is, but it is so apparent. You know how the sidelines in the NFL are pretty thick?
Mm-hmm.
You're not supposed to step on those if you are a player unless you're about to sub in. But the punter for the Jaguars on a 3rd and about 8 or 9 is practically on the field, loosening up, like jumping up and down before the 3rd down play has even begun because he knows he is about to go out there to punt the ball away after Trevor Lawrence biffs this one.
I mean, and then they didn't even trust him on the 4th and 1 to throw it. They ran a QB draw.
That's another one where Tiki Barber, as they lined up, he was like, "It's a quarterback draw here," and then they do it, and the play-by-play. I think it was I forgot who the play-by-play guy was. Was like, and if Tiki Barber can call that, you think the D'Amico Ryan?
It's so obvious.
It was obvious, and I asked around in the locker room afterwards, and they all the Texas defenders they didn't tip their hand, but I got the sense like, wow, they were kind of stunned that was what they drew up. And Lawrence, this guy has so many places to go. I'm going to go between the 2 defensive tackles and run into my center's ass. What an idiot. What an idiot. Just a loser organization. Can we play that highlight? I want to hear that. And then I'm going to cry at Doug Peterson's tears. This is at the very least a way that I don't beat up on the Texans for getting a win. What a loser franchise. What a loser play call. Hit it.
Lawrence, it is a quarterback draw. He doesn't get there. Fatu Kasi, his former teammate, one of the first to hit Lawrence.
You even heard it from the broadcaster right there. Yep, Tiki predicted it. Tiki saw it coming.
I think we all saw it coming. At the same time, when they snapped the ball and he started moving forward, I was like, what?
When they went empty at the goal line, it's like, this is probably like 60% of the time. If you have a quarterback that can move even a little bit, a draw play. And yep, it was a draw play.
And like Tank Bigsby was having a great day. And Etienne was healthy at that point too. He was back in the game. So like you just could have handed the ball off to Tank Bigsby. I mean,
he might have been gassed, but they did have a break in the quarter at that moment.
Yeah.
Kalen Bullock running him down.
Play the game.
Especially considering this is a guy who at USC we all thought had terrible issues when it came to taking angle to tackle guys. I have no idea how he stopped him because it looked like he missed Bigsby and then Bigsby tripped and I guess he was out of bounds at the 4. I was surprised by the spot. I really don't know how the Jaguars have screwed that up. That specific moment. Texans got penalized in this game as they've been getting penalized a lot. And I have to look these numbers up because I keep on confusing one week with the next. They got penalized 12 times for 93 yards. They were constantly in 3rd and impossible. There was a 3rd and 15. There was a 3rd and 23. I think they converted that.
They did.
That was
Dare
Gunbowale. He had a good game. He deserved the game ball. But
RB2. I know it's going to make you mad. RB2. He's better than Cam Akers.
3rd down running back.
Fine, I'll take it.
3rd down running back.
I'll take it. Compromise.
3rd down running back.
Maybe the Texans didn't win this game. Maybe the Jags lost. But CJ Stroud won the game. So that's why I say the Texans.
And see, that's
because
where
it is.
I can't disagree.
Texans versus just CJ, but CJ Stroud,
the offensive line lost this game.
Yeah, CJ carried this team in a way like this is why what he was special with last year, the Arizona game, where like you're giving things up, but he's leading them down the field for a game-winning drive. The Tampa Bay game, like this was very similar, where they're the heart attack Texans. And the reason why we're not dead is because CJ Stroud is because he's incredible. Like he's an absolute, he missed. I think Tony pointed out on the Twitch to kind of counteract what you're saying about Trevor Lawrence. He missed Nico wide open, 5 feet overthrew him in the back of the end zone.
Before the half.
He didn't need to do that. He was 15 of 18 to that point, though, for 215 yards. They were doing whatever they wanted in the first half. That's why it's frustrating where in the second half they can't get it done.
Yeah, but he's just when it matters the most right now in the NFL, the only other quarterback I'd put in front of CJ is Patrick Mahomes. At the end of the game, you need a game-winning touchdown drive. Like, I put CJ Stroud number 2 on that list. So that's why I say they won the game. But when I say they, I really guess I just mean CJ.
Yeah, no, I mean, you go through everyone else on the Texans. They played terrible. Like, I'm just have the box score open because I wanted to check to see if they had more rushing yards than penalty yards. They did. They had 101 rushing yards to 93 penalty yards. But even on the rushing list, I see one Steven Sims is on there for 1 rush, 0 yards.
Why is he still on the team?
That guy lost the game. Talk about
muff punt, unsportsmanlike conduct on another punt after getting benched, coming back in. That's now apparently the unsportsmanlike conduct
was a soft.
It was a spotty call.
It was a soft.
The NFL's, I guess, doing added emphasis on the unsportsmanlike conduct, so that's why he got it. But rough game. And then the speed sweep, too. You're like, you're not Tank Dell. You're not. Bobby, he's not Tank Dell.
Where was Xavier Hutchinson? Was he hurt?
Good question. I don't know.
I mean, we saw Mechie play yesterday. He got a catch.
Yeah. 1 catch, 7 yards.
Look, the Jaguars are just a loser organization. You are right, though. Stroud, was it ever in doubt with the ball back 3 minutes to go? No. You knew he was going to march down the field and get the touchdown.
I knew at the very least they would get the field goal. Again, there might have been a hold on a 3rd and 8 that takes back a conversion that makes them have to kick the field goal. But at no point I felt 100% confident that they're going to get points.
I want to hear from Eagles coach Doug Peterson, and I had a conversation with somebody who's a little more in touch with the greater NFL, and he was talking about how Peterson's really respected across the NFL, and he might be taking away play calling duties from Press Taylor, who's the offensive coordinator. But I can't, for the life of me, I can't believe the Patriots lost the Super Bowl to that guy with Nick Foles. I just can't. And it's not only lose to them, but just get absolutely torched by them. They lost to that guy. Here's Doug Peterson after the game getting asked very obvious questions about his job security by the very hard, difficult to work with Jacksonville media.
Start worrying about your status at this point or no?
My status?
Yeah. After an 0-4 start.
I mean, no. I mean, it's kind of a strange question, but okay.
It's kind of a strange question. Sir, you are 0-4, and your quarterback stinks.
And you're getting fired.
There are rumors about Bill Belichick taking over, and it's week 4. That man is in his mid-70s banging a 24-year-old. He just wants to be on a boat.
Apparently, like getting stuck in Instagram chat rooms that he doesn't know how to get out of. I just saw that clip going around.
That's totally believable.
I guess that's where they're at.
And Peterson is gonna be replaced. It's gonna happen. But like, what an arrogant way to handle that. Like, I asked Bill O'Brien when they were 0-3 in 2018 a very similar question, and he gave a very fair answer. And he wasn't mad at me for asking the question. He wasn't. Peterson seemed pissed about that. And a little bit later, Peterson starts pointing the finger at everybody but the play callers. This is already the most I'm effed audio by any head coach in football to this point, September 30th, 2024 of this football year.
Is there any chance you take the headset over just to change this thing up?
For what? I thought he called a great game. We as coaches, we can't go out there and make the plays, right? It's a two-way street. So, you know, you guys can sit here and point the finger all you want, and that's fine. Point it right at me. I can take it. Okay?
We will.
I can take it. So, whatever you want to ask me, say, whatever, write, go ahead.
You did tell us at your introductory news conference a couple of years ago. If it's not working, if it's not in rhythm, whether it's your plays or not, that you hand off the play caller. I mean, is it just one of those, maybe it's just a voice, a confidence? You guys were cooking when you were doing it. It looked like in 22.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll take it into consideration.
Anybody else? Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach. What an a-hole.
If the Texans just would have not got their head out of their ass, I would have been so right on my take that he would have got fired yesterday. I think I'm going to miss it by a week. I think it's going to be next week after they lose to maybe Joe Flacco and the Colts.
I wonder how that game would have gone if they didn't muff the punt on the second play. Or excuse me, on the, once the Jaguars were 5 plays, 15 yards, they did not look like they were going to do anything on offense from that drive on. Lawrence was throwing passes way over guys' heads. They were dinking and dunking. And it was working to a degree, but I mean, everything was like a 5-yard gain. And and then they muffed the punt. And then all of a sudden you're like, this is exactly how the game gets ugly, gets away from them. They were able to win. I think the Jaguars lost it. I don't have a problem with it. Clean it up.
Yeah, win's a win.
Get better as the season goes along. We are happy about the victory. And since we are so happy about the victory, in the next segment, we're only going to talk about the good. We're only going to talk about the good.
All right.
I am capable of that. Don't shake your head. I am capable of that. Gallant George, stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
A handoff to Diggs. He threw one last week. Now he's going to run into the 5. Diggs, touchdown! Stephon Diggs!
That was a weird one. That was a weird play. But hey, Stephon Diggs, he's athletic. Because guess what? We're going to be positive in this segment. We're not going to ask questions about why Bobby Slug made that play.
You know what I'm positive about for that play?
What?
I'm happy he didn't throw it.
I am too. It was a good decision. He thought about it.
Yeah.
But he realized I'm just going to run back to the middle of the defense because there was nobody there.
Mm-hmm.
Texans beat the Jaguars 24-20. I realized that we have been nitpicking a lot. I feel like in times like this, I have to challenge myself to be positive and happy because I know that this isn't like a psycho negative sports town like the one I grew up in. It's not. So every now and then, you know, you gotta challenge yourself. Get your max up. So we are going to enter the sunshine zone. Yes, we do think the Texans maybe took advantage of the Jaguars losing more than the Texans won the game, but all good from here on out, at least the rest of this segment. It's time to get positive, baby.
Think I'll go for a walk outside now. The summer sun's calling my name. I hear you now, I just can't stay inside all day. I gotta get out, give me some of those rays.
Everybody's smiling.
Sunshine day.
Everybody's laughing. So we're in the sunshine zone, okay?
Yeah, we are.
CJ Stroud, top 5 quarterback.
Confirmed.
You trust him implicitly at the end of the game to make it happen when he needed to, even though the offense was having some issues in the second half. He consistently bailed out an offensive line that did not do a very good job protecting him. Oh, shoot, that was negative. I'm sorry.
But it was positive how great CJ was.
CJ Stroud did a lot of moving.
He did a lot.
Shaking.
Really great on the run.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud was extra elusive in this game.
It's a little more challenging than I thought it was. Nico Collins, statistically the best wide receiver in the NFL. That is literally true. He has 103 more yards than the second most receiving yards by another player. That's Malik Neighbors. 103 more.
Yeah, I was thinking during the game, obviously Jefferson. I think Chase had like a 65-yard touchdown, right? I think that's what led me down this road of thinking about it. After Chase and Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb maybe before you get to Nico Collins. Like Nico Collins to me, I mean, he's obviously, like you said, been insane, by far leading the league in receiving. But yeah, I think by the end of the year we're going to talk about him like he's one of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, if Tua doesn't play football this year, Tyreek's not getting back in that conversation.
He might have to make a brief hiatus.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the speeding.
Like, are Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison Jr. going to be in the conversation by the end of the year? Because they sure look like it right now. Other positives. Kalen Bullock's really fast.
No quit in Kalen.
You know
No
who
quit.
I really like?
What a hustle play.
I really like Tim Settle.
Tim Settle.
Yeah.
Like
the Texans defensive tackles this year, Mario Edwards, Foley Fatukasi, who had the stuff on the sneak. The defensive tackles for this team, which I think we all thought going into the year, could be better. They've done a very good job this season, for sure.
They've been the bright spot of the defensive line.
Right.
This season.
The brightest spot, and we're not going to talk about because it's only the sunshine.
Just the brightest spot.
Just the bright spot.
It's all bright. It's just they're the brightest.
Kyrie Fairburn only had to kick one field goal in this game, and he made it.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. I'm gonna play a couple of pieces of audio, and you're gonna laugh here. So last week, D'Amico Ryans said that the Texans' pre-snap penalties issues has been addressed. Here's D'Amico.
The pre-snap definitely has been addressed. Again, we spent time on that, talked about it, we addressed it, and we see on Sunday that it's been addressed, and we'll handle it really well. Offensive line had a great day at work today. Everybody's dialed in. Everybody understands who we are, what we're about, and what it's going to take for us to get back on track, and that's what we're focused on.
And guess what? The pre-snap penalties were addressed. They were. Why are you making that face? They were addressed.
They were addressed.
They addressed the pre-snap penalties, positives. Take the little victories where you can get them.
Were they better?
Pre-snap, yes.
Pre-snap, they were better. I mean, there was one false start.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's better.
There were a lot more the week before.
Yeah. No illegal formation.
Not one.
We can't do that here.
You had an illegal shift.
We don't know if the refs are calling that right or not anymore. I'm so confused. I swear they look like they were lined up the same way. I don't know.
They can get called.
I don't know what the rules are in the NFL anymore for that. It's almost like what's a catch? What's illegal formation or not?
What is a woman? What is anything?
Like,
no one knows. No one knows.
So pre-snap penalties. Good job. Cleaned it up.
They cleaned up the pre-snap
Pre-snap
penalties. Now, not as much as we would like to, but that's being negative. We just want to take baby steps in the right direction.
And we will not bring up post-snap penalties in the bright side.
Nope.
Just
the pre-snap was better.
Kate Stover.
That was a nice catch over the middle.
Catch over the middle. I can see a little bit more of that, I think, actually.
Derek Stingley in the second half. He had the key deflection on third down that set up the Trevor Lawrence run up the middle.
He should have caught. Oh, what's the?
And he had almost a pick six.
Yeah.
A little bit later where he collided with Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, like that's like a positive one, but like could have been more positive.
Stingley could have had a pick six.
Yes.
If not for Jalen Petrie already being there to break up the ball.
Yes.
They had two guys ready to break that up.
You're right. Great job, guys.
The Texans ran for 101 yards, which is stunning.
Stunning.
That really is stunning.
I actually want to go in and do the math myself.
I looked at the stats at the end of the game and I said, no effing way.
It is funny because you look at the box score, you see 53, and you're like, they got to 101. You see 18, 17, 7, 6. They got there.
That doesn't look like that adds
Joe,
up, but-
Cam Akers had 13 carries for 53 yards.
He averaged 4 yards a carry.
Yeah.
Run it every play. That's a first down.
I mean,
Daria Gunbowale, more positives.
Yeah, awesome.
Great third down running back.
Jags killer.
That is true.
I don't know.
Did he kick a field goal against them?
I don't think so.
I forgot it was
That
against.
was Matt Amendola that was doing all the kicking.
Yeah, that was.
Maybe
I
they
think
should
it
have
was the week
used.
before.
Maybe they should have used him.
Oh, against Tampa.
Yeah, I think it was the week before they lost to Jacksonville that Daria did the kicking.
So there you go, guys. We were in the sunshine zone. Lots of positives.
John Mechie had a catch. Bring that one up again.
Yeah. John Mechie.
One target, one catch.
John Mechie's running up the score on cancer.
Throw the ball to him more. He's perfect when targeted.
Eric Murray was good. Had a sack.
He did have a
He
sack
did.
on a blitz. Right. Right. Now, I'm not going to talk about the guys who didn't get sacks that we would like to see get sacks because Eric Murray got the sack off the edge.
He got there first.
Mm-hmm.
He's super fast.
Trevor Lawrence in the AFC South. That's a positive.
Anthony Richardson in the AFC South.
Well, yeah, Lawrence and Richardson.
Well, right now it might be Joe Flacco. So.
Yeah.
Flacco looked good again. 6 for 8 on third downs.
Joe Flacco. Good job.
He's so old.
Right side, Joe Flacco.
The post-game interview was very funny with Joe Flacco.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that when we go around the NFL. But that is the sunshine zone. The Texans won. You can only win the games on the schedule. And for D'Amico Ryans, there's no such thing as an ugly win. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Up next, we go around the NFL. Deshaun Watson, things are getting worse for him in Cleveland. You've also got just 2 4-0 teams left in the National Football League. And the Texans are playing a team on Sunday that's coming off of a brutal loss. All of the key things that happened in the NFL last night and yesterday, we talk about. Stick around.
Big running game against Dallas. Derrick Henry on the run. Henry and Lewis chasing at the 40, at the 30. He will score.
So the Ravens, who beat the Houston Texans to a bloody pulp in 2 games this past season, now have the greatest Texan killer of recent history on their team, and he looks to be the old Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I mean, what he's done the last 2 weeks, and really this season, it's like turn back the clock. It's just he won't stop.
If he gets to the outside, it's over. You just can't let him get to the outside. As soon as he gets to the outside, it's done. If once he gets a full head of steam, do you want to tackle him? Or are you about to make a business decision? I am making a business decision around him. He's so effing big. And credit to the Ravens. They were 0-2. They are now 2-2 after beating the Buffalo Bills last night, 35-10. This is a game that the Bills kind of threw away when they did that weird trick play where they tried to throw it back to Josh Allen. There's a fumble. They were down 21-6 there. They were never coming back after that. But a tad annoying that the Bills get a wake-up call like that right before they play the Houston Texans, who have had, I feel like, 3 to 4 wake-up calls to open the year.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, hey, maybe they'll be looking ahead to the Jets. Maybe they'll overlook the Texans.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, you'd like to see, maybe this be flipped. Buffalo would have won 35-10.
Buffalo winning by a lot would have me weirdly feeling a little bit better about the game. I know that makes no sense. Sean's shaking his head, but I'm right.
No, it's because it's exactly how my brain also works, where I would rather the team win back-to-back games by 30 and then come play us than have them lick at their wounds and be like, we got to get things right against the Texans.
They got this weird, you just look at their schedule so far this season, it's just very bizarre. They won a game 31-10 and then 47-10, and then they lost 35-10. So someone's only scoring 10 points next week?
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, that frightens me a little bit.
Probably going to be the Texans.
It's going to be the Bills, you said?
Yeah.
I'm glad we have the Astros to distract us from the air of inevitability.
Will there be an ALDS game on the
no,
Sunday?
they're off that day.
Oh.
ALDS game 1 is Saturday. ALDS game 2 is Monday.
Okay. Well, guys, the Chiefs and Vikings are the last 2 4-0 teams in the NFL. Seahawks could join them tonight. The Seahawks 3-0. That's because the Vikings running out to a 28-0 lead on the Packers and hold on to win 31-29. Packers did pull within 6 with 10:16 to play. Sam Darnold had 3 more touchdown passes. He leads the National Football League with 11. The next most is 8. This is Rich Gannon. I don't know who you want to say. That this has been an incredible start for Darnold. I'm happy for him. It's nice to get a fresh start somewhere else, have a coach that believes in you, be out of a bad situation like the New York Jets, and finally actually make it all happen. We'll see if it continues. I'm still a bit skeptical, but the 4-0 Vikings are the story of the young NFL season, and they did kick the Texans' ass last week. Another win like this makes you feel slightly better about the Texans getting smoked.
It's the opposite of the Bills situation, where when you see the score alert and halfway through the second quarter, they're up 28-0. You're like, oh,
yeah,
maybe the Vikings are just awesome.
Yeah, it's just, if you're doing college football here, their resume they're building,
they're the number 1 team in the nation.
It's San Francisco, Houston, Green Bay, and they beat all these teams handily. They only won by 2 against the Packers, but they kind of were taking it easy in the second half. So they just have been dominating so far. It's remarkable. You start seeing stuff on social media from Vikings stuff, and they're already talking about how good is to the point where JJ McCarthy is not on the Vikings next year, or he's just sitting for 2 years already.
I think we still have a ways to go before things get awkward with McCarthy.
It's been 4 games,
but I do think that there's already the fact that there has been 4 games. it's already weaponized the Sam Darnold hive enough for the rest of time to they can always point to these 4 games for the rest of his career and be like, huh? Better than McCarthy.
It's going to make him a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bare minimum.
You talk about Davis Mills getting a ton of money as a backup. Sam Darnold will get all the money as a backup.
Well, because he'll be a starter next year, no matter what. Unless he chooses
There's a good
to
chance of
stay
that.
as a backup.
Yeah, like
in Minnesota.
some team will be.
You would think so.
Like he'll at worst, he's going to be a very expensive bridge guy to Shedeur Sanders or something.
He should just be the Shanahan coach who doesn't have a quarterback guy. He should just go to a Shanahan tree or a McVay tree guy, and it's like, hey, we don't have I just got hired. We don't have a quarterback I like. Let me sign Sam Darnold, and we'll have the best offense in football.
Yeah,
apparently.
Bobby Slowick and Sam Darnold for the New York Giants next year.
The Chiefs beat the Chargers 17-10. They also are 4-0, but another loss for the Chiefs on the injury front. They're already without Hollywood Brown for the whole year. They're also without Isaiah Pacheco for the foreseeable future. And now they lost Rashee Rice to what seems to be a torn ACL. I think the Chiefs are going to keep winning ugly this year. They are capable of winning ugly. They have a good defense, and they still have Patrick Mahomes. But Travis Kelce is going to need to get back in shape. He's going to have to be the Travis Kelce of old for a longer period of time. I will say, yes, you don't ever want to see a guy get hurt, but this is also good for the Texans. The Chiefs are looking more and more like a defensive juggernaut than a team that's going to be in track meets with others, just given the limitations. Mahomes elevates the level of play of everybody around him. I'm sure he'll make it work with other rando wide receivers. But, man, this is a lot to overcome if you're Kansas City.
I'm curious if there's I guess Schefter was on Pat McAfee's show today and threw out the suggestion of Amari Cooper as the Browns season kind of unravels, being a trade target for the Chiefs.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy up in Cleveland.
I wonder if they try to go bigger than that.
Adams.
T. Higgins? Devontae Adams?
Higgins.
Like, it kind of feels like the Chiefs might be put into a corner to give up a very high draft pick to go after a big-time wide receiver, which makes me hate this injury more.
Yeah, it's like early enough. It's early enough to where they can respond.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bengals never make trades, and I don't think they would ever trade with the Chiefs in particular, given all the yapping they do about the Chiefs. But that would be interesting to see a Devontae Adams or an Amari Cooper potentially getting moved.
Devontae Adams and Patrick Mahomes in division might cost a first because it's in division, but that would be a tough combo.
Even for the Raiders, like asking for a first, like, cool, so we'll pick 32nd. Like,
Yeah.
you guys are just going to win the Super Bowl
Yeah.
if we make this trade.
I think Cooper is a very, very good option.
Yeah, Cooper would be like
Makes a lot of sense.
the I guess more reasonable option that would still be awesome.
I say that because the Browns, they lost again. They are now 1-3 in a game that actually wasn't Deshaun Watson's fault. They lost 20-16 to the Oakland. Deshaun Watson, 24 of 32 for 176 yards and a touchdown. There was an interception, but it wasn't his fault. The ball was dropped. He is quoting Bill O'Brien now after the game, saying it's on me. They used to be boys back in the day. He's also yelling at offensive linemen. He had a touchdown that got called back on a hold where he got smoked.
He got demolished.
He got killed. I'll credit to him. He got up. That was a moment of toughness by him. Might be calling him a masseuse. Even if I had a problem, I think I would have to go back to the well after that one. But I could totally see Amari Cooper being out because Cooper does not seem to be having fun.
Yeah.
He looks miserable.
Yeah, it would make the most sense. Gosh, Deshaun.
They all look miserable. Like this team.
It's just a miserable.
I think
they made the playoffs last year.
It's him. He's the problem. He's the cancer.
He's the energy vampire.
Yeah. Everything, because people went to Cleveland to be with Deshaun. You signed him to a fully guaranteed contract in which you cannot get out of. Your coach is probably going to get fired because of Deshaun Watson. Like, sign me up for Kevin Stefanski.
Well, they got to turn to Jameis. Jameis was apparently trying to be a mediator for fights on the sidelines too.
Well,
Hell
he does
yeah.
all the pregame speeches, which is really strange.
No, he's a good talker.
I know, but like, your backup
that's a
quarterback
stretch.
is your pregame
Eat some
speech
W's.
guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They like him.
You don't.
Yeah, no, but
Watson
that's what I
out
mean.
there.
Like, I don't think they like Deshaun.
I don't think
Jameis.
Watson is a very gifted wordsmith. And I'll just leave it at that.
He stands on his innocence, all right?
He needs to be told 3 things to go back to.
One day his story will be told.
In rap lyrics that are unknown what they mean.
Yeah, passive aggressive.
Through social
rap
media
lyrics.
posts.
Yes.
Anthony Richardson got hurt again, but the Colts upset the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't know if it's really an upset, but Joe Flacco finished the game after Anthony Richardson got a hip injury and aggravated it on a play that is 100% the fault of the Colts. I know afterwards Shane Steichen said, hey, he said he was fine and he saw the read to run and he ran, but this does feel like it's on the Colts, who don't exactly seem to be very careful with Richardson. Richardson also has to start taking care of himself. Joe Flacco steps in, goes 6 for 8 on 3rd downs, and then after the game has this moment with the CBS sideline reporter whose name intimidates me.
I do have to tell you, Anthony Richardson told us that you were cooler than he thought he was.
Listen, he told me his mom is 8 days older than I am. So there's no chance in the world that he thinks I'm cool. So
Aditi Kinkhabwala. And that was a great moment from Joe Flacco, who seems to be very cool.
He's turned into the cool old man.
Very cool.
Of like the NFL.
You know you're cool when you say that, no, I'm not cool.
You're
Make
like,
fun
no.
of yourself. It's the coolest thing you can do.
And it's
there.
also just like a his mom is only 8 days older than me. So it's just like a low-key flex.
Joe Flacco could be Anthony Richardson's father.
Yeah.
I don't see color, so I don't know. We don't know. Who knows? No one knows.
It would be surprising.
It would be surprising.
We would have known by now.
Joe Flacco's all of our fathers.
I mean, that's not true. People still think Michael Jordan is Jimmy Butler's dad. So that conspiracy theory still floats out there. So
Anthony Edwards.
Oh, Anthony. And I think we've added Anthony Edwards to it.
Joe Flacco could be my brother.
He could.
We do look very similar.
Yeah.
Except for he's
like 6'5".
A good foot taller than me.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's got the good genes.
Thanks, Joe.
You got the tall genes. Sorry.
He's also a professional athlete. You can call him good.
Yeah. You gotta.
He's been in the league.
Look, he only played college
decades.
football at Delaware.
Noted eugenist Joe George to my right here. The Jets are a mess. They lost 10-9 to Bo Nix. Bo Nix was terrible. I don't know how many people watched the Jake Asman show, but apparently he was angry in a bow tie.
All I just kept seeing during the game, though, as I was watching the Texans game,
just raging,
is they just kept showing Bo Nix stats, and it was like -7 passing yards.
Yeah, I saw that too.
For like most of the game.
I had that same experience where he was at -7, and that was drilled into my head. And then after the Texans game ended, CBS went to this game, and the Broncos were up, and I was like, how the hell did that happen?
There were a bunch of false starts by the Jets on offense, and after the game, Robert Saleh said, hey, maybe we need to stop it with the cadences, the long drawn out snap counts. And it was a weird game. The weather was terrible. Rodgers, when asked about that after the game, sounded like he's really enjoying playing for Robert Saleh.
The cadence specifically, Robert said that might be something you guys have to dial back a little bit. Is that something you think could potentially help the situation?
It's one way to do it. The other way is hold them accountable. I mean, we haven't had an issue. We've had one false start. Morgan had one false start, I believe, until this. So, it's been a weapon. We use it every day in practice. We rarely have a false start. And to have, 5 today, it seemed like 4 or 5. Yeah, it seems like an outlier. I don't know if we need to make mass changes based on, kind of an outlier game.
So this is in response to Saleh saying this Sunday. We've got to figure it out whether or not we're good enough to be ready to handle all the cadence. Oof. Cadence has not been an issue all camp. Felt like our operation had been operating pretty good. Today took a major step back. Today, here's what Robert Saleh had to say after hearing that from Aaron Rodgers. We're always going to push the envelope with cadence, always. But with regards to operation, getting in and out of the huddle, getting to the line of scrimmage, the communication that's being had, those are all things that we can continue to look at and clean up. But from a cadence standpoint, that's part of what makes us who we are, and we're going to continue to always push the envelope on that. Dude, make up your mind. Make up your mind. And if you're going to call it out, you can't backtrack it the next day if you want people to look at you with any respect.
I mean, between this and then that hug last week.
Oh,
Remember that?
yeah.
Thursday night.
Thursday night, where like Robert goes into a hug after the Aaron Rodgers touchdown, and Rodgers like, dude, like it's the first quarter. It's not that Nathaniel Hackett would be an upgrade.
No, definitely wouldn't.
No.
But at some point, like, don't you just fire Robert Saleh to try to make Aaron Rodgers happy?
I think that they would turn to Mike McCoy. Remember when Mike McCoy was getting glazed as the next great offensive mind because of Manning Association? We've done that so many times.
Yeah,
Mike McCoy's their quarterback coach.
Yeah, he was like a Broncos OC or something.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, you made it work with Peyton Manning and Demaryius Thomas and Julius Thomas and Eric Decker and Wes Welker. Wow. Holy crap.
Yeah, the Jets, I mean, they're just whoever they hire just has to be a Rodgers yes man. So I guess if
Robert F. Kennedy?
Sure. If Saul, yeah, I thought that was just a complete non sequitur. I
No,
forgot that
no.
they were supposed to be running mates.
Robert F. Kennedy. Well, he's not going to be the leader of the United States of America, so why can't he be the leader of the New York Jets?
Love it.
Sure. I mean, again, I don't know what he does worse as a head coach than Robert Saleh. I get it.
Robert F. Kennedy killed
Robert
a bear.
Saleh probably knows more about defense.
Yeah.
Probably knows more about defense. But I think, yeah, sure. Give him a shot. Make Aaron Rodgers happy. That's what this whole New York Jets experience the last 2 years is all about, is just make Aaron Rodgers happy.
And they've done nothing to actually do it, it seems like.
Well, they've done all that. They've hired all of his friends.
Yeah.
They've
haven't hired Joe Rogan yet. You want to hire everybody.
He's just an unhappy person, so he's never actually going to be happy.
He seems extra unhappy. I mean, like, to call out your quarterback when that is something that has been a weapon for him.
Yeah.
His entire career is his cadence. I mean, I know
drawing people
firsthand
offside.
experience how many times I've seen him draw defenders offside
He's
and
done
then torch them for a huge passing.
Did it to the 49ers.
Yeah.
He had a touchdown pass. Did it to the 49ers. Like, that's what's really funny about this. I mean, Rodgers is annoying for sure, but that by Saleh, I just do not understand what you're thinking there. You already have a very loose grasp of everybody's psyche. They're all, I would imagine, doubting you. This is the man who talked about crows pecking at necks, unironically, not in some sort of Will Ferrell-esque improv session in the middle of a comedy, you know? He just did that to try to impress everybody on Hard Knocks.
Bill Belichick for the Jets.
That would never happen.
So he can resign again on a neck.
I mean, he like, if you watch that documentary with Belichick and Parcells, they spent like 10 minutes just dumping on the Jets.
I know. So where are we at right now with coaches getting fired? For sure, Saleh.
Good question.
For sure, Peterson. I think I wonder about Zach Taylor in Cincinnati.
It feels Cincinnati is one of those organizations where they would make him coach the whole year because he's already been hired for the year.
Yeah, I was gonna say he probably also signed an extension relatively recently.
Oh yeah,
and that's the only NFL city where that matters.
Yeah, Dable. I think they're 1-3.
Yeah, Dable.
Eberflus. I know they're 2-2,
Please.
Yeah, I know you aren't liking it.
He's so good as defensive coordinator. He's not a good head coach.
Carolina's coach, just because it's Carolina.
Maybe Gannon in Arizona. They're 1-3.
Yeah, I could see last year where it seemed like things were turning around for them, and then if things don't turn around quickly this year, if they don't look to an offensive side,
Sirianni also.
Sirianni definitely
definitely deserves
it's
a
Philadelphia. You can't be 2-2 like this, and he's already starting to point the finger at himself. Well, you can do that enough, you'll be out of a job. Cardinals have low key terrible ownership that just kind of gets forgotten because we always make fun of the Jets.
Can we wake up one day next year and like in this off season and I forgot his name. Dan Quinn is the longest tenured head coach in the NFC East because the Cowboys, Eagles, and Giants all fire their coach.
I mean that's possible. I wouldn't say that's not gonna happen. That there's a chance that happens.
That feels very possible right now.
McCarthy is the one that I'm least sure is gonna get fired.
Yeah. Sirianni, I feel pretty confident.
Sirianni, I'm very confident.
Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George to my right. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It was an ugly win for the Houston Texans, but does an ugly win actually exist? And as we continue this show, we will keep you posted on the latest with Yordan Alvarez's status for this Astros wild card series against the Detroit Tigers. Stick around, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
If you're looking for a place to bet on the Astros playoff games, LeBurge, Lake Charles, great place to do so. We'll be back out there next weekend for a show on the 13th for the Texans game. We'll be on there from 10 to noon. A very fun environment for an NFL Sunday, college football Saturday. I kind of can't wait to see what it's like during the Astros playoffs. They said last year, and when we first started going there in March, they said playoff games are a while. The Astros fans travel really well to Lake Charles. Obviously, look, it's only 2 hours, 2.5 at most. Really depending on where you live in the city. So it's always a good time there. You got the 24-foot video wall. So yes, during the Astros playoff games, there will be Astros games on. There will be college football games on. There will be NFL games on as well during the Astros playoff games. So you'll be able to watch all of it at once there on their multiple TVs and their massive video wall. You got the ESPN Bet, 19 betting kiosk. All of it's there for you. Great food, great drink. When you leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at LeBurge, Lake Charles.
Stroud over the middle, touchdown! Nico Collins, his second touchdown of the season.
In the first half of yesterday's Texans 24-20 win over the Jaguars, with how easy CJ Stroud to Nico Collins was looking, I thought there was a chance that not only would the Texans finally crack into the 30-point club for the first time this year, I thought there was a chance Nico Collins might get 200 yards receiving. But unfortunately, the second half happened. A half where the Texans offense has hit a wall far too often. The Jaguars took advantage of some mistakes, specifically Texans shooting themselves in the foot mistakes, penalties that killed drives, took a 17-13 lead. Check that. Not a 17-13 lead. Took a 20-17 lead. And to win yesterday against an 0-4 team that had a quarterback in Trevor Lawrence, who has now lost his last 9 starts, CJ Stroud had to lead the Texans down the field for a last-minute go-ahead touchdown. To his credit, he did. Yesterday's win, though, is one, Joe, that leaves, I think, a lot to be desired if the Texans are to live up to the very lofty expectations many had for them going into this year.
When do we reset the expectations? We're 4 weeks in. We've had this conversation a couple times now, very similarly, because the way they're playing, like, it's deserved. We thought, this is a team that when we did our video predictions, the whole staff, everyone had them at 9-10 wins, but at a minimum going to the AFC Championship game. Now through 4 weeks, you're 3-1. You're the 2 seed in the AFC. Those are great things a quarter of the way through the season. Like, that's something that we should be excited about, that you look at 2, 3-1 teams next week, fighting for the 2 seed in the AFC between the Texans and the Bills. And I don't even know what the number is right now in this game. Whatever it is, it's going to feel like it's going to be in the wrong direction for the Texans. Because I look at this game, even though the Bills just got stomped, and say they should be 3-4 point favorites at a minimum on this game on the road. Because the Texans just play poorly. Like, you score 30 to beat Buffalo? They can't. They can't score in the second half.
They haven't scored 30 points yet this year. And yeah, just 2 touchdown drives and 1 field goal drive in the last 3 second halves. A lot of punts. I think 11 punts to be specific, an interception, a fumble, and 2 turnovers on downs. It's been rough for the offense in the second half. They did pull out the win yesterday, and I don't want to sound so doom and gloom and Debbie Downer. They're 3-1, 2-0 in the AFC South. They have the second best record in the AFC right now. If the season ended today, they would be the 2 seed of the AFC, which is pretty funny to think about. But they can play better than this. And, to go back to your question, Joe, at what point do we, I guess, adjust our expectations? I don't know if you can ever overcome preseason hype.
Yeah, maybe it's not until next year.
If you get this much hype going into a year, it's something that we're always going to go back to. Much like, remember those dream team Eagles who stunk? There was nothing that they were going to be able to do to live up to those expectations. But that was, something that wasn't in our backyard. And, it's not going to happen here. That's not happening here to this point. But they are 3-1. They're leaving a lot to be desired out there. And I think we, for the most part, are going to continue to go back to that and say they could be doing better. And we want style points. And I don't blame people for wanting style points with all the hype they got this offseason. For all the people that were saying, hey, they're liking the smell of their own farts a little bit too much, I don't think that you're wrong based off of the early results. And I also feel like the Texans are a little sensitive to it, just given the way the locker room was when it was open to the media yesterday. It felt off.
Do you feel
not like they were mad, but I think I felt like in particular after a win, usually they want to talk with us, and they're partying and they're happy. And this day it felt a little bit different,
which I like that a little bit, right? Like I would rather a team have some angst and frustration themselves in a after yesterday's win, knowing that they're not playing to their standard, because that means they're also kind of holding it sounds like they're holding themselves to that same standard that we're holding them to now. Like I don't need style points at this point. You can win games. You can never cover a game and just keep winning. But at some point, I just need to see the Texans play just better football, because it's just fundamentally they're just doing things very poorly. And it's hard for me to imagine a world in which next week you have 10 plus penalties for a fourth straight game and you beat the Buffalo Bills. And then 2 weeks later is when you play the Packers. And then a couple weeks later, you play the Lions, and then you play the Cowboys, and then you play the Ravens and the Chiefs. And it's like, it's just not sustainable what they're doing. Not that every time they do this, if it keeps happening, they're going to lose 34-7 like they did in Minnesota. But I would hope that's why there's that frustration, is that there's guys that are looking in the locker room and they're like, hey, Laramie, like, can you not? Can you not set us back? Can you not make it so CJ Stroud has to be in 3rd and 7 and long consistently every single week and has to, be a top 5 quarterback day in and day out? No room for error is what CJ's dealing with right now. Like, they're putting unrealistic expectations back on their quarterback, asking him to just be perfect all the time.
And what's crazy is, for the most part, he has it. He didn't turn the football over yesterday. He, for the most part, avoided a lot of sacks. Laramie Tunsil wore red gloves yesterday, and that's why he got called for 2 holds. He didn't get called for any false starts. He didn't get called for any illegal formations. I will take the progress where I can get it.
He did miss a lot of game time, though, so yeah.
It was something else. The combination of listening to the Texans broadcast on the radio and the boos when Tunsil got called for that second hold, people were losing their minds. Mark Vandermeer was so pissed. It was kind of funny.
At Laramie?
His voice just sounded incensed, probably with the situation, because there was a moment where the penalties all started happening again in rapid succession.
Yeah. Once again, where it's just like you just kept seeing on TV, just a yellow line coming across the bottom, flag,
right.
flag. It's like, and that's part of it too, where I think, like, stylistically or just from a viewership perspective, sometimes it feels worse. I mean, look, it's a lot of penalties. You lead the NFL in penalties, but they just seem to happen possession after possession, and then they go away for a while, and then they'll come back again.
It does seem like it's a lot at once. And look, the Jaguars are a mess. And I thought it was interesting hearing on that same broadcast going into yesterday's game, the sideline report from 1560 vet John Harris, who said that Jaguars players before the game looked sullen, like they didn't want to be there. And then you got that Steven Sims muff punt, and then all of a sudden the Jaguars wakey a little bit. They start to believe, even though Trevor Lawrence is missing 6 throws and 2 easy touchdown passes. Texas let this team hang around. They played with their food. They have a quarterback in CJ Stroud where they're going to be able to get away with playing with their food. That's a new reality for them. But I think we all want issues that have been issues for multiple weeks to be cleaned up. And to this point, they have not been cleaned up. They're the most penalized team in the NFL. 40 times. They have been penalized 6 more times than any other team in the league. And it all starts there because it creates the 3rd and long situations. And you can't get out of those all the time. Stroud is capable of getting you out of more than you would think. I think they were 3 for 8 in 3rd and 7 plus on Sunday. But, hey, it's still a matter of you have to regularly do smart things on a football field to beat the good teams. And they're doing enough where it feels like they're not learning from their mistakes. And that is annoying.
Yeah, because what's the thing about the Texans, I think that is the most glaring through the last 2 weeks specifically, is that because of what it's been without Joe Mixon, that why it always feels like they're always in 3rd and long is you're either Bobby Sloak's trying to run the ball. It's not working well. But then when it does work, or when they throw the ball and they get a chunk of yardage, that also seems to always be when the penalties happen. I know it's not exactly that, but it just feels that way. That like you have some success, you move the ball on 1st and 2nd down, and then something moves you back 5 to 10 yards. And it's just like it's this push and pull where like Like D'Amico has now said numerous times, like the Texans got to get that Texans wet. And why I think it's fair to be critical of them of all this stuff is like that's all fixable. Like this isn't
all of this is fixable. Yes.
Like maybe the offensive line's not as talented as we thought it was, and that is a problem. But we saw last year CJ got sacked 11 times in the first 2 games. And then it was a while into the season, really up into that Jets game where he got hurt, where like you weren't seeing sacks in big numbers. Like they can fix that part of the offensive line. They can fix the other stuff on this team. It's the players who have to just stop being bad. As I start to choke on my wall.
They have to stop being bad.
It would help.
Agreed.
Sounds like me talking about my cat. Stop being bad. Cat wouldn't listen. Sounds like maybe you talking to the boy. What do you do this time?
Kick the damn ball. Like I see him kick the damn ball.
So Joe's a soccer coach. He wasn't kicking the ball. What happened?
Okay, I kept him on. We made progress. Okay, he stayed on the field during the game.
Okay,
but who this kid is before the whistle blows and after it is 2 different children. I swear to God. Before the game, he's passing back and forth to his teammates. We're doing a drill where I'm passing him the ball and he's running down and dribbling it and kicking goals. And then the game starts and he just runs in circles like a chicken with his head cut off. And he's near the ball and we're like, kick the ball. And he ran away from it.
He's talented enough to play it, but he realizes that he's playing a stupid game.
My wife and I are kind of at that. We're like maybe soccer's not going to.
Soccer's not him.
Yeah, like maybe
soccer's not for any American. It's too boring.
Yeah, but I'm just like I was like this kid.
We can afford like more expensive sports here in the United States. You know, other than like a bowl. Ooh, we got a bowl
next fall. Tackle football.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna put him on the ice.
Ooh, that's
figure skating.
We'll never see you again.
I've heard that.
Yeah, it's you're gonna be getting up at like 3.
Yeah, I don't know what the Houston hockey community is like right now, but
I imagine there are not many rinks. I imagine it's going to be very difficult to get ice time.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say right now, I think you're out on hockey, and I say that as somebody. My dad was awesome at hockey when he was growing up, and I wanted to play, and they didn't have the time. It is a commitment and a half.
That's not fun,
and it's expensive.
Yeah, I knew it was expensive, but you never know.
5 a.m. practices.
Maybe we get an NHL team and things. Start turning.
That will not change it. I guarantee you that will not change it.
Yeah, but maybe just
Houston, Texas.
Win over the hearts and minds of Houstonians.
It's not gonna. People aren't gonna start playing hockey in Texas because there's an NHL team here.
Yeah, but getting my son to kick the ball into the net, getting the Texans to not have false starts. Not sure which gets fixed first. I might bet on the 3-year-old to fix it first.
I mean, that's what's sad is that
I might bet on a 3-year-old to learn how to kick a ball into a net versus Laramie.
There's a good chance that the wake up call that we were wanting for the Texans that we thought that the Vikings game might be. There's a good chance it's coming Sunday with how the Bills are coming into town. They're probably trying to get things right on offense, and they've shown in every other game they've played this season that they can get it right on offense, and they can. If you leave guys open, their quarterback won't miss that throw. I'll say that about Josh
CJ.
Allen. He will not miss that throw.
That's Josh Allen generally makes it now, but they have their off games. A couple of texts, and I appreciate these texts. Can we put a spin on it and say the Texans are 3-1 despite not playing their best ball?
Yes.
No team has looked dominant, but we're finding ways to grind out wins. You're right.
If you're doing Kansas City radio, their season is a disaster too, and they're 4-0.
Right, because of all the injuries and Travis Kelce not looking like he's used to.
Crap every time they play. They somehow win.
From the 7-1-3. No team looks amazing except maybe Minnesota, which is so weird. The Bills look great until last night. Chiefs are very lucky to be undefeated. Ravens 2-2. We have to get better, but we look just as mid as everyone else. We are still in good shape. See, that's a good spin zone.
I do think that this happens every football season too, where around this time, around late September, early October, we go, are there any good teams
right, because it's so bad at the beginning of the year. Offensive line play, because of the lack of contact during the offseason, it does take a while for teams to gel. And when you have the issues the Texans had last year where there's so many guys injured, that really makes it difficult. Sure, you could say they're in good shape. I agree with that. They're 3-1. They're 2-0 in the division. They have the second best record technically in the AFC based off of tiebreakers. I'm not 100% sure how that works. All I'm trying to say is they need to be better, and we should be asking for them to be better. Just because everybody else is not good is not an excuse for you to do this and continue to do the same things over and over again. Because we know they're capable of more now.
Yes, and they don't have the benefit of the doubt that like those Patriots teams would have when they would start 2-2 and just like punt September.
Or the
because
Chiefs now.
Yeah, because you know that like, hey, guess what? At the end of the season, we're going to look up and they're going to be 12-4. Like that's just how. I don't care what the record is at the end of September. They are going to figure this out. The Texans haven't actually done that yet. They haven't actually delivered on that. So it is fair to ask, like, hey guys, can you start playing like a team who is expecting or we're expecting to make the playoffs, be in the AFC title game?
But also, like, if it was like, Diggs and Stroud were not on the same connection, because they're new teammates, and Kamar Lassiter and Kalen Bullock, the rookies, were just getting torched. Things that, like, you would expect them to grow and develop on. Like, there's no, like, yeah. I mean, I still, you should feel great. They're 3-1. Like, it's a tough to win in this league. We know there's a lot of bad football being played, but like, it's hard to win. But at the same time, like, we're talking about false starts and having 35 penalties in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, it's not the same as just poor play. Like, Buffalo can look at last night and just say, we got our ass kicked by Baltimore. Derrick Henry's first carry of the game with 87 yards. The Texans are just beating themselves, as the coach keeps saying.
Yeah.
Like, that's why it gets a little bit different, where it's like, yeah, it's good spin. Agree with the spin. You're playing bad football. So is a lot of the other league. Best football should be ahead of you. At the same time, like, just like wait till the ball is snapped and like we'll have progress.
Just stop playing like morons for one game.
Change the gloves.
With the penalties, yes, please, Laramie, with the red gloves. It's not worth looking cool. It's not. I'm a big believer that play look good, play good. I'm a big believer in that. But the gloves are, you don't even need them, to be perfectly honest. But if you're gonna wear them, wear white ones, especially when you're at home. Look, they're two missed touchdown throws away from being 1-3. That is what this league is at times. But I think that they should be better than being in that realm. So we'll see what happens over the course of this week. We do have a nifty little distraction in the Houston Astros, who are playing the Detroit Tigers in a playoff series that begins tomorrow, 2:30. Still waiting to see how Yordan Alvarez's batting practice went. Joe, I have yet to see anything. I have been checking.
I don't think anyone saw it. I don't know if any media was in the area for it. We know that it was happening, but there has been not a single tweet from a local media person that witnessed said. And Espada has already met with the media. So
how does the playoff roster announcement work? Do they have to wait until the end of potentially 2 Braves Mets games?
No, they just have to announce it by probably 9 o'clock, or I guess 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So there's just a time deadline.
This is a very weird day in baseball. Okay, calm down, dude. There's some guy named Iglesias just did a game-tying single for the Mets.
Hey, season's on the line. This is a playoff.
I get that the season's on the line.
That's the guy who had a concert after they beat the Astros.
Throw at him. That was so stupid.
His name is Iglesias. He just hit a single, and he was running like he was practically molesting himself while running up the first base line.
It was like the end of a sports movie.
Yeah, it was like he was kind of having a seizure or something. It was a little bit much. If you hit a home run, I would feel better about it. But I don't know. Let's get to first base. Game's not over. You tied it. Like, relax.
Also, you still have to win one more full baseball game today.
So how does this work? Explain this to me like I'm dumb, because I all I know is that the storm happened and it canceled the Astros last game, and they're playing the Tigers tomorrow, and that's truly all I care about in this stupid round that doesn't matter. What is happening?
So I have the Jeff Passan like the playoff scenario. Okay.
The Diamondbacks won yesterday. So
the Diamondbacks did win yesterday. So So both games, whatever. If either team sweeps, that team and Arizona is in. If these teams split these two games, the Mets and the Braves are in. So really, for the whoever wins this, now the Mets are up 4-3. As they just stole a base too.
Do you think there's a handshake agreement
That's what I'm thinking. Like, if you're the
rigged.
So say you're the Mets and you close this out. What exactly is your incentive to play
division rival?
Your guys, to knock out the Braves.
It is a matter of honor.
Yeah.
If
this was Phillies Braves, I would think they would do it. I don't know if these teams have I mean, I know the fan bases do. I just mean specifically the 26 guys on the field.
I think with the way that Iglesias fellow just ran up the first base line,
you're gonna remember that.
Well, I feel like if you're the Mets, you now that he did that, I feel like now the Mets have to win both games.
Yeah, and listen, the Mets are up 4-3 right now, at the top of the 8th. The Mets have blown bigger leads. The Mets have blown.
The Mets are the Mets.
The Mets. There's still time for the Mets to Mets this up.
This is such a bizarre. I just don't understand how we got here. Like they knew the storm was coming. They knew it was going to be this bad, and instead of just like relocating the game,
there is an element of they could have relocated it, but. And now the Mets just hit a home run.
Yeah,
so
Mets home run.
They are going to win this game.
Like one of these teams has to fly to San Diego after this, after playing 2 games today. Like, wouldn't it have been better just to play a doubleheader yesterday in a neutral site? Like, I know everyone gets pissed about it with the Cubs and the Astros when they played in Milwaukee.
The neutral site thing, I don't like that. I don't like the neutral site.
I just would rather have played both these games yesterday, had today off, and then back into action tomorrow.
What you're asking is, would you rather have the extra day off or play it? I mean, it's not working for the Braves. They're in Atlanta and they're just blew it. But it's playing in your home stadium or getting the extra day off is basically the question.
It's basically a playoff game and the stadium's half empty.
I would throw it at Iglesias next time he hits that bat.
Oh, get a little 100%,
especially with how he celebrated that home run. I would throw it right at his head.
If I'm the Mets, I'm not putting him in the lineup for game 2.
Yeah,
I'd pull him too.
They're probably going to hold on and win this. We don't need it. Just get him away.
Unwritten rules and all that stuff. And I know this is going to make me sound like a fogey or a chuggy. I don't care. Me, the a-hole, I would 100% throw at Iglesias for every little bit of those gesticulations. Yes, he's the Hinkle McCrinkleberry from Key and Peele out there. Anyway, sorry, we're talking too much about this game. Mets and Braves are on right now. We'll keep you posted on all things Yordan Alvarez, and if you want to talk about the Texans' win over the Jacksonville Jaguars yesterday, you can. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. I need to laugh at the Jaguars one more time. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You got 2 Monday Night Football games tonight. One of them is the worst game. It's Tyler Huntley and the Miami Dolphins against the 0-3 Tennessee Titans. P.U. that poo-poo stink. But you can bet on that game to make it a little spicier. Somehow the Dolphins are 2.5-point favorites. They just got Tyler Huntley off another team, and they're 2.5-point favorites. Will Levis, the apple of Jeremy Branham's eye, really just turning into a great pro right before our eyes. Also, though, the latter Monday Night Football game is a good one. The Seahawks are the last 3-0 team in the NFL. They're playing the Detroit Lions. The Lions, 4-point favorites. I don't think I'm touching Titans-Dolphins. That game screams, do not touch. I feel like the Lions are going to win this one. There's something fraudulent going on with the Seahawks. I think that the new head coach, the Geno Smith era, it's definitely having its moments, but I would take the Lions to win and to cover here. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975 is how you do it. They will double your initial deposit as soon as you enter that promo code. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
With the play clock at 2. Lawrence, pressure coming from the outside, and they got him! Eric Murray with the sack!
That was the only sack for the Texans yesterday. They got a lot of money invested in that pass rush of theirs, both with Daniil Hunter, Danico Autry suspended, of course, and, of course, with Will Anderson on that top 5 pick rookie deal. This was one of those games where I felt the pass rush had its moments, but I feel that this is another game that you can say, it's not giving you what you wanted. And if you really think about it, that win over the Bears where they were blitzing a lot, which is really working against Caleb Williams, that's really the only game where they were generating pressure on a regular basis. And I know they had 4 sacks against the Vikings, but it never really felt the same as far as having an impact on the game.
And look, it's now that we're 4 weeks into the season, I feel more confident saying that the week 2 at this point, I feel like this almost doesn't matter for the Texans. That's the worst offensive line I've seen in the NFL in a long time in Chicago. It's atrocious. Wow. So like, I really just, I don't know what to take from that game anymore because the Texans aren't getting pressure. Like they're not getting to the quarterback. I find it interesting that D'Amico doesn't blitz as much like as he did in that game when this is a quarterback that I think we would all put in like he thinks like a rookie sometimes still. Like if you put too much heat on him, he's going to panic. But yeah, it's the only way they're getting after the quarterback is when they do blitz. And they're not doing it. Like they're trying real hard to get there with 4 guys. And they're just not.
Right.
And they've almost gotten like it may just be the next thing, but like if the offense figures itself out. But I do feel like the defense has kind of gotten a pass the last 2 games because of how bad the penalties and the offensive line have been.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it that much. You're right. They were getting picked apart early on in this game in terms of the same thing over and over and over again. Trevor Lawrence throws it to Brian Thomas. Guess who's in coverage? Kamari Lassiter. He did not look good. You have Christian Kirk with Jalen Petrie in coverage, getting the ball over and over and over again. That also did not work. And you take a look at Trevor Lawrence's stats at the end of the game. He is not somebody that is comfortable throwing the football downfield because he regularly overthrows people, but he had at least 6 overthrows in this game, 2 of which would have been for touchdowns. It's weird seeing Phil Maton wearing a Mets uniform anyway.
I think they got Stanek too, right? I think that, yeah, they have Maton
right.
and Stanek.
I think you're right.
And Maton just hit someone, so he might go punch a locker and miss the playoffs again.
Punch a phone?
Yeah, just You know, not going to be there for the Mets when it matters most. But and they just I don't know what's going on. That's one too where like in terms of like benefit of the doubt, I will say like things that I expected just to change pretty dramatically throughout the season. That's one that part of the reason why I think we give them a pass a little bit the last 2 weeks is because I have very little worry that they're going to have a hard time getting to the quarterback throughout the season. Like I believe in Will Anderson, believe in Daniil Hunter, 16.5 sacks last year for Hunter. Like there's no way like that's just magically gone. It's just they're starting slow. We saw Will Anderson start really slow last year. I mean, he didn't get his first sack until like week 7.
Yeah.
So like it will make things better for them. And also when this team's going to be at its absolute best is what you saw in the Chicago game. That when the offense can get a lead early and the defense can just pin its ears back and go after the quarterback, they're going to take advantage of knowing when it's always a passing situation.
They were so violent in that game. I really think many quarterbacks would have struggled against that, even though the Texans were setting the house a lot. It felt like what you were seeing with the Baltimore Ravens defense last night. And the Ravens are capable of doing that on a regular basis, and seeing them do that to Josh Allen is not that surprising. But that's the kind of quarterback that you would like to see the Texans defense do that against. And it's hard to believe that that's going to happen just based off of what we've seen thus far. And that's all we have to go off of. Of course, there's hype and optimism. And when Danico Autry gets back from the 6-game suspension, we'll see if he adds something to the table. Tony the Handsome is asking on Twitch if Christian Harris is going to be back this week. I don't think we're going to find out until the middle of the week, but I believe this would be the first week he'd be eligible to return from the injured reserve. So
actually, just saw something about that.
Yeah.
D'Amico Ryan said Christian Harris won't practice this week.
Okay.
And is still working to get back.
Okay.
So maybe next week.
This calf injury. It's nagging all camp too. Got to be concerned with those. Anyway.
Yeah, that kind of feels like a little bit of a non-factor this season. Like I'm not banking on it. On
Christian Harris?
Yeah, just because it's just a weird injury.
I don't know.
Like we'll wait and see, but like not like he's gotta be back and save the day.
Maybe Autry comes back before he does.
That's very
That's believable.
Yeah.
Well, what, we have 2 weeks left?
Yes.
Already?
Week
for Autry?
6. Yeah. Or is the
7th game of the year?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. He is Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. We do need to talk a little bit about the positive. CJ Stroud and Nico Collins have quite the rapport, and you heard them talk about it after yesterday's game. Here is first Nico Collins talking about quarterback number 7.
Something special, man. He's the type of dude that's always looking downfield, always finding an open void. So I feel like whenever the play is over, it's not really over. Just finding an open void for him, he's gonna make a play. He's a dude playmaker, so putting our trust in him, he trusts us. So I feel like that's really what it comes down to. We got his back.
A thought. Is it possible, now that the Texans know that they have CJ Stroud under center, they realize they can get away with some of these things that they're not really addressing?
I hope not.
It's like it's like plot armor.
But it's like, so now Kenyon Green's like, I'm just gonna be an ineligible man downfield. Now that's
that might have been
those could have been on CJ.
I do think CJ makes life hard for these guys.
I asked Titus Howard after the game, is it a timing thing with the legal man downfield? And he said, yeah. And 100%. It makes sense. If these are screens and the screens they bail out of it, then that is on Stroud. And Stroud actually did take ownership of a couple of the mistakes that he had yesterday. He made enough nice plays out of it, and he's so good at improvising. But there were a couple of plays that, for sure, he biffed on.
I mean, even like the one holding on Tunsil was, he's Stroud when he rolls out to the left, and I think that's the one where like they really focused on TV that Sean was talking about earlier, where Tiki Barber like highlighted Tunsil's gloves. Stroud escapes out of the pocket, and then Tunsil's trying his best to stay with his guy, but because he's got these bright red gloves on, you can see that as Stroud's running this way, you can see the jersey like start to get tugged the other way. So like that's part of it. Is like for Tunsil, like he should be used to it by now already. Kenyon Green, I give him a pass because he might think, oh, he's gonna run and take off. He's not gonna find someone last second. Because like what Stroud can do out of the pocket, like that's what again this week just stands out. It's incredible the way he, like what Nico's saying, keeps his eye downfield. Like a player's never ever dead with him.
But like Tunsil and Howard played with Deshaun Watson, who like that was what the entire offense
Watson's
was.
way worse about that.
The entire offense
still happening in Cleveland.
Was I guess creation and 5 second, 6 second plays where Stroud at least will sometimes get things out on time. Honestly, whenever he does have to get out and extend, it's because that the pocket is no longer clean.
I'm sure some of these sacks could be theoretically put on Stroud. That happens with every single quarterbacks. It is a quarterback related stat, and one that I think because we all don't know the intricacies of offensive line play like former offensive linemen do, we sometimes make assumptions, sort of like the same thing we do within coverages from time to time. But I think for the most part, it is an offensive line that's getting paid $188 million that is not performing to the level that we would like to see them perform at. CJ Stroud also talked about Nico Collins. I did not know this little tidbit, this interesting, just random piece of a story about his first interaction with Nico Collins.
When I first met Nick, throwing on the field during OTAs, and I told him, man, like, you're a superstar, and I'm gonna make sure people know that. And I feel like ever since then, like, man, he's had a swag and a confidence, starting from, last year, and it's just rolling it now. So, he's been big for us. He's always somebody that I lean on, like when I'm ever, just looking down or whatever, he come up to me. And he don't do too much. Like, he just be like, "Hey, Merrill, like, you good? You know who you are." And he always give me confidence, just like I give it to him, because he's just a heck of a player, man. I'm super proud of him. I was told that he was I think he was leading franchise in 4 games. Man, that's huge, bro. With all the great receivers we had, so coming through this Texan organization, man. So I'm just, I'm very, very happy to be a part of his journey.
Did CJ Stroud rizz up Nico Collins into believing he's a superstar? 713-780-3776.
CJ Stroud talking trash about Davis Mills on his first day at work.
Did you hear that? I didn't hear that.
No, well, because I feel like he's basically like
Davis Mills didn't see that Nico Collins was a superstar.
Davis Mills couldn't get Nico Collins the ball, but I didn't know that either.
America couldn't tell that Nico Collins was a superstar because Davis Mills was his quarterback.
But like, I'd never heard that story before. That's interesting. Their relationship is so. It's just so unique because you can tell how much they know like exactly where to go at all times.
There's a degree of Stroud being a great teammate there, and perhaps being full of it a little bit too. However, here's the thing with Stroud. Stroud does nerd out on football. And I'm curious if he saw something with Nico Collins that had some of the most like diehard Texas fans who were going through some bleep a couple of years ago, thinking that potential he had was actually something he would reach someday. It's possible. I'm not saying it's likely. I mean, I'm sure Stroud also said this to John Mechie,
I mean, you never know, but like, I mean, I imagine they would have played against each other. I would assume so. At some point, I feel maybe CJ wasn't the starting quarterback at Ohio State, but Nico was a 3rd round pick. Like he was drafted high. I mean, Nick Cassero traded up for Nico Collins for a reason. So, my new favorite game was CJ Stroud. I like to watch the post game interactions now. Just ever since the week 2 debacle.
Did you see Trevor Lawrence went out of his way to make that handshake happen?
Yep.
And I don't think Stroud cared all that much.
No, but CJ was giving him advice, and he just is like chest pound on his shoulder pads. That's like his thing. He did it to Caleb too, where he's like, "Hey man, keep going." And now I just wish CJ was mic'd up all the time.
Keep your head up.
Like what I need in the NFL right now is I need Jameis Winston pregame speeches, and I need CJ Stroud post-game interaction.
I hope that he gave a lot of patronizing advice to Trevor Lawrence.
Hey man, you'll get a new coach soon. It's okay.
Did you see the picture?
Hey man, you should just throw the ball to the receiver instead of 10 yards past him.
Down a little bit. Did you see the picture? And it was just a still frame of last week after the Rams beat the 49ers, and there's just a photo after the post-game handshake of Sean Payton literally patting Kyle Shanahan on the head.
No,
he literally has his hand on the top of his head.
Hell yeah!
That's what I want CJ Stroud to start incorporating. The head pat.
I mean, like in 2 weeks when he plays Drake May for the first time.
Do it to Josh Allen. Who cares? Just give him a hey. One day, kid, it'll be all right.
You'll get there, buddy.
That's awesome. All right, it is Gallant George. The Texans did win on Sunday. I know that our attitude has not been so giddy today. They are 3-1. They're 2-0 in the AFC South. They have probably killed the Jaguars officially for 2024. And on top of that, they would be the 2 seed in the AFC if the season ended today. But they are better than this. They can play better. We are asking for more. We have garbage time next. We lost a really cool one in the world of sports today. We'll remember Dikembe Mutombo with the best commercial maybe any athlete has ever done, and more. To wrap things up, stick around, Gallant George.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. We're keeping an eye on one of two games between the New York Mets and Atlanta Braves. It'll determine who makes the playoffs. The Braves were winning this game 3-0. In the top of the 8th inning, the Mets rallied and took a fairly convincing lead 6-3. In the bottom of the 8th inning, after a massive celebration for said rally, the Mets immediately gave the lead back. It is now 7-6. We've been enjoying watching this game on the TV. I'm saying this entirely because I thought he looked like a jackass, and I want fun in baseball too. But that Iglesias guy on the Mets doing that in the top of the 8th inning, that dance he was doing on the way to first base after a slapped single, and the fist pump he was doing after the home run that was hit right afterwards, the Mets entirely deserved to collapse because of that jackassery. And I'm glad they did. I want them to fail entirely because of the way that guy celebrated. And I feel like that's my right as an American.
I think so too. You can you always should root against people you don't like.
Know who you play for. Yeah. Know the lettering on your jersey.
I mean, this is
you're a Met. You are a born loser.
It was the Astros game, right, where he did the concert?
Yeah.
Okay, where he debuted his song, the OMG or whatever. Like they have instead of foam fingers, they have foam OMG hands that they sell at the ballpark. It's so corny.
I saw a grimace. They're still doing
they
grimace.
deserve to lose. They booed Hawk Tua.
Phil Maton helped out the Braves in that one.
Our guy,
because he's on the Mets, and he pitched 1/3 of an inning, gave up 1 hit, and gave up 2 runs.
It's not good.
10 runs total from the Mets and Braves in the 8th inning.
Woo!
Impressive.
High scoring.
All right, guys, a little garbage time before we get out of here. Joe, how'd you feel about this story? Tom Brady could have been a Chicago Bear. He was thinking about it. You would be a winner. You would be a winner, man.
I might still have Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Like, there's a world I could have had everything. Or I'd have Baker.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you have anything right now.
I do.
Okay. Chicago guy tells us that he has a quarterback. Never seen that before.
It was just such like unnecessary. Like, I'm like, why, Tom? Why'd you tell that?
I liked it. I loved it.
I'm like, it wasn't
because
necessary.
I knew I could bring this up.
Because he was like, Chicago was stealthy, and I'm like, shut up, Tom.
It is funny because it was a game, like Philly against Tampa.
No reason to bring up the Bears.
No reason to bring it
like,
up.
you could have saved that one.
No,
Like, He brought these note cards for all these things, the nice things to say about Tampa Bay, and all of a sudden he's just like, here you go, Bears fans. Here's a dagger in the heart. You could have had a competent quarterback. Honestly, you know what would have happened, though? We would have been talking about, like Peyton Manning is the best quarterback of all time because Tom Brady would have been terrible in Chicago. So, you know what? He probably saved himself.
It would have been washed up. Washed up Brady.
He would have thrown like 20 picks every other game.
Oh, did Peyton Manning win 4 Super Bowls I'm unaware of?
No, I'm just saying.
Tom Brady didn't. You're right.
Tom Brady is
Shut up.
so terrible.
Just don't even try to bring this back on me. He didn't want to sign on the dotted line with your loser organization because he didn't want to lower his standing.
Like, Joe, how do you root for the Texans? Because we're the same, okay? Peyton Manning, he ditched the Texans. They could have had him. Tom Brady could have been a Bear. Whatever.
Yeah,
that's insulting to the Houston Texans.
It is.
No, it's not. They're the same.
No.
Texans win a lot of
Texans,
AFC Souths.
The Texans have had more superstar quarterbacks the last 5 years than the Bears have in 50.
Plus a regular AFC South winner. Bears in the NFC North.
They used to.
The Texans went from Deshaun Watson to CJ Stroud.
Hey, don't skip Davis Mills.
Davis Mills would be a great Chicago Bear quarterback.
Talk true.
He'd fit right in.
All right, let's move on.
Well, let's move on to something good. Sorry, Joe. I didn't want to bring you down too much. Just kidding. Look at my evil laugh. The Sugarland Space Cowboys, they did it.
Champions.
Let's hear the final call that you heard right here.
It's popped in the air. Right field, who's got it? Coming on, Hamilton. Ball game, and the Space Cowboys are undeniable.
Undeniable. Space Cowboys swarm. Well, yeah, I don't know what we did.
Oh, the Mets just tied it. Oh,
No,
wait,
they
no.
took
Or
the
did they
lead.
take the lead?
They took the lead.
Oh, damn it.
This game is awesome.
This is a really good game.
Oh, Lindor.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Who's this moppy-headed fellow on the mound?
Whoa.
Cut
Whoa.
your hair, hippie.
Whoa.
What?
Moppy headed.
It looks like a mop.
You're listen, the Sugarland Space Cowboys.
It's mop hair. This is not mop head.
You guys are distracting from the real baseball. The Sugarland Space Cowboys are first half champs, second half champs, and all of minor league baseball champs.
And PCL champs. They won the PCL and the.
So they won 4 titles in one year.
I don't know if they won the second half championship. But
Oh, well, hey,
I'm not actually sure if they did or not.
let's let Astros farm system not as bad as you think,
Yeah.
huh?
Take that.
Yeah.
Take that, Baseball America.
Where winners are
Prospect
born.
us.
Texas.
Yeah. Keith Law. Chew on those.
Well, that actually is one because he's one of the most noted Astros critics. Dikembe Mutombo passed away. He had brain cancer at age 58. I know he played for the Rockets among many other NBA teams. This Geico commercial is maybe my favorite memory of Dikembe Mutombo, who of course was a phenomenal basketball player, especially when it came to protecting the rim.
That's a fifth floor problem. Not in my house. No. Not today.
It's so simple, but it's so funny.
That's a bummer, man.
His laugh just like makes it even better.
The laugh is
It's contagious.
hilarious.
Like, when you hear him laugh, like it just makes you laugh. Like it's great. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Dikembe. All right, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. Big thanks to our texters, our tweeters, our Twitchers, and our YouTubers, to Sean Mapes, to Joe George. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Monday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He is Blank. I am Branham. It's Boston Rodriguez behind the glass. No Brian today. Brian gets more days off than Palillo used to. So B-Rod's in. Brian's out. He's OT, whatever, vacation, whatever. I don't even know what he's doing. He's not here. He's not working. Another vacation day for Brian. Houston Texans win a football game, though. Enough about Brian. The Houston Texans win a football game. They're now 3-1. They were swarming all over the field. Little C.J. Stroud magic getting the victory. Do you believe in ugly wins, Blankers?
I think you have to. I think I've always believed that, whether you win by 1 or win by 100, in that league, it's so tough to get wins that when you get one, you just take it any way you can. But dare I say that they almost should have lost that game multiple times. They had plenty of opportunities to blow that game. They're kind of lucky in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I don't believe in ugly wins. I think if you win a game, you win the game, you move on, you hang it on the left. It helps your win-loss record. Like if the Texans were, not saying that they're going to, but if the Texans were to go on and win the Super Bowl, we're not going to look back at week 4 and be like, oh, that was an ugly win there in week 4. We're going to mostly forget it. If they make the playoffs, we're going to mostly forget week 4 because they won. They won the game. And you win, you beat a divisional opponent. Wins are hard to come by in the NFL. I personally don't believe in ugly wins. A win is a win is a win is a win. Now you can break down and you can be a skeptic on the mistakes that they made. And then what do you feel about the Houston Texans going forward? With some of the mistakes that were made, how confidently do you feel about the Houston Texans going forward? So, I don't say ugly wins, but there are things that happen in the game where, again, I'm not too confident about the Houston Texans when I compare them versus the other top teams in the NFL.
No, and nor should you be, because I feel the same way. I came in and I kept my loyalties and I kept saying to myself, hey, look, this team is so good. This roster is so talented. I think to your point too, Jeremy, the other way of looking at it is, how I am. When you lose a game like that, when you lose a close game like that, that's when you remember. Because at the end of the year, when it's the difference between a wild card or the division and home field and all the other things that go on with the playoffs, there's at a certain point you look at it and you say, you know what, that's one we should have had. That one got away. So you're right in the standpoint of as long as you get the win, I get it. You got the win. Mm-hmm. But walking away from that game, I think the best thing you can say is you got the win and you still got one hell of a quarterback. But other than that, there is a ton. I mean, it's the easy one that, you always pointed out like this. The casuals and the people that just watch the game, sure, you can say the penalties and you can look at the offensive line. There's so much more in that game that needs to be pointed out about why this team has more questions than answers right now in a lot of ways.
And of course, we might be the only show that doesn't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. And we'll get to all that, but there's goods. There's goods from yesterday's game. My main takeaway, because look, I don't feel uber confident about the Houston Texans as an upper echelon team in the AFC. I don't think they're in the Chiefs category. I don't think they're in the Ravens category. I didn't really feel that way at the start of the year, but I feel like the distance is further. And look, the Chiefs haven't looked good, but I think once the playoffs roll around, the Chiefs are going to figure it out, even though they lost Rashee Rice. Now they had the deadline and all that sort of stuff. I feel like the Ravens are 2-2, but I feel like the gap between the Ravens and the Texans is greater today than it was at the start of the season if they're playing each other in the postseason again. So that's kind of where I'm at with the Texans. I feel like the top upper echelon teams in the AFC have separated themselves a little bit more than what I thought at the start of the year with the Texans. That said, I'd rather be 3-1 trying to figure that stuff out versus 0-4 like Jacksonville, where not only are you trying to figure that stuff out, but your season's probably already done. You're probably already toast. So the good news is here, glass half full, is that there's still a lot of season left to be played. I think we all can isolate the Texans' issues and where they need to improve to try to close the gap on the upper echelon teams in the AFC. And they'll face one of those upper echelon teams in the AFC on Sunday. The good news, though, is that not only are you keeping your head afloat and above water, but you're 3-1 and you lead the division. So it's good that you're not playing your best football and you're still a 3-1 football team.
Yeah, the good, you're going to have it looks like right now you're going to have a ticket to the dance. And so that's always encouraging. And as you pointed out, there's so much season left. That's why when we were talking about what happened against the Vikings, I was like, okay, better in week 3 than just about any time, but especially late in the year because there's plenty of time to work things out. But then we heard during the week D'Amico say, look, we got it. We got it. We're going to, we're on it. We figured some things out. We're going to be fine. And then not only did you see the same mistakes happen, but now there's more glaring weaknesses because you know, for all intent and purposes, everybody's saying you should blow this team out. And we knew it was a divisional game. We know Jacksonville had some talent. But the way that they went about their business didn't give anybody any reason to like take a deep breath and say they're better off than they were after the Minnesota game. And now we can see it figured out. But you do have time, and you can do things both internally and if you have to externally. And yes, you're getting players back. But at the same time, the problems that we're talking about, even if it is just the offensive line, is the guys that you were counting on to be your starters are the guys that are starting football games for you. So it's not like you can point a finger at the line and say, well, we're missing a couple guys. We had to shuffle like last year. You're looking at a team going, well, this was supposed to be our first string offensive line, and we still got issues. And that's just one area of the team where there's many question marks.
7557, Brad, I'm not mentioning the Bills with the upper echelon teams in the AFC. I just said the Texans are going to play an upper echelon team on Sunday. That said, the Bills got hammered yesterday by an upper echelon-y team. You notice both of those teams rested their starters with 5 minutes left to play in that game, by the way, even though it's football. I don't want to discredit the win. And I understand that we have a bad taste in our mouths, and we're going to get to some of the mistakes and some of the errors, but I don't want to discredit the win because it's not easy to win in the NFL. It's not easy to win in the division, and I don't want to discredit 3-1. So I want to make sure to give them credit for winning a game and for being 3-1. That's a lot better than most of the league. The other thing that you're feeling really good about today after a victory Monday, and we'll get to the negative stuff in a minute, but the Texans did win a football game. CJ Stroud's unbelievable.
Oh, man.
CJ Stroud's a really good foot. And yes, the second half, they went punt, needed a touchdown, got a touchdown, tipped the cat to the defense for keeping them in the game. But Stroud was making chicken salad out of chicken, you know what, that entire game. DeMeco Ryans kind of gave credit to the offensive line earlier today during his Monday press conference. I didn't think the offensive line played that well. They played better, but they didn't play good. They didn't play well. They played below average. But C.J. Stroud somehow was creating. C.J. Stroud somehow went 27 for 40. C.J. Stroud somehow put up 345 yards and 2 touchdowns, including a game-winning drive. The Texans have the type of quarterback that when you give him the football down by a score for the final possession of the game, doesn't matter the time. We saw what happened last year in Tampa. You feel like C.J. Stroud and his magic is going to find a way to pull it out. And that's a really good thing to have.
It's a special characteristic. And when you look across the league now and you look at a guy like Trevor Lawrence, the guy on the other side, when you say that, hey, all the prognosticators in the world and talent evaluators and pre-draft guys that tell you this is going to be the next coming and this is going to be the next dude, you find out real quick when they get to the bright lights of the NFL who have those special characteristics aside from just arm talent or athleticism or all these things. And he's got it because you mentioned the one at the end of the game. But let's also talk at the end of the first half. Let's talk about when the ball's in his hands with a limited amount of time and he needs to make things happen, he makes things happen. I was talking to a buddy of mine on the way here and talking about how you see things with some of those guys like a Jaden Daniels and you're still trying to see what kind of touch he has. But CJ's ability to on the run, to feather a ball over the first layer and drop down in the second layer, to put a ball where only the receiver can get to it, it is so different than most guys that come in with all the accolades. And you see the guys that are obviously some of the best quarterbacks in the league, like a Mahomes, even a Burrow, guys like that. They can do it. Others can't, or they struggle with it. And boy, oh boy, when you look at those 2 drives alone and just the way he especially without tanking the lineup, he got Diggs the ball. Nico is his security blanket, but the chemistry they have and the way off script he finds him and Nico finds a way to make it work is special. And that's something that Texans fans really need to be positive about.
I completely agree, but the final series might have had his worst. The final series of the first half might have had his biggest missed throw of the game. That final pass to Nico Collins over the middle,
in the middle
right
of the
in
end zone.
front of the right in front of the goalpost.
Yep.
Like CJ Stroud makes that throw
that
9
one.
out of 10 times. So it was nice that he orchestrated, and D'Amico didn't have a great final series in the first half either. Get to that later. So Stroud did orchestrate that final drive and put them in a position to score, put them in position to put up 6. And CJ Stroud normally finishes that drive with 6 because he had Nico Collins open. It was very similar to the first touchdown he threw to Nico, a little further out, needed to be a little bit more, up in the air to allow Nico to go get it. He just airmailed it.
Yeah,
it was his worst throw of the day. I thought.
Heard Nate Burleson say something about helmet above, and Nico's going to it's going to be all love or something. He's going to show you. That was just too high. If anything, he'd want that one back because that one seemed like a pretty easy throw compared to some of the ones that he had to make. But he had a lot of pressure on him all day. His ability to kind of spin out, to know when to spin, know when to step up, know when to slide outside. And then when it looks like you think, oh, he's got to throw this one away. and then he just finds a way to find a pocket where Nico's hanging, and they end up moving the chains and getting key first downs. That is the chemistry between those two and CJ's ability. I think as much as he gets a lot of love and credit for what he's done so far in this league, that's something, unless you watch him all the time, you don't realize how good he is at that.
Yeah. I also want to eat crow on Nico Collins. Like, I was a little critical of signing Nico Collins to the extension early. I thought you could have waited a year. You know, you had the luxury of a franchise tag. After seeing what some of these top receivers are going for, and I still don't think Nico Collins is in the class of like Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. He might put up the numbers. I don't think he's quite in that class, but he's closed the gap where Nick Caserio, he stole Nico Collins. He got him a tremendously under market value for the player that Nico Collins is. So when I was critical at the time of the contract, I'll eat crow on that. Nick Caserio was right. He timed up the decision to extend Nico Collins perfectly, and the Texans have a wide receiver one, maybe not the wide receiver one in the league, but a wide receiver one on a tremendously team-friendly contract.
This is very similar to the Jordan deal, only maybe you still had to pay a little bit extra. But by the time this contract is done, if he keeps playing like this, there's no doubt that the Texans got a massive deal, because we know the numbers are only going to go up. I saw Devontae Adams' contract goes to 35 next year, wherever he's playing. And that's unreal in itself, because he's not even close to what he used to be. But you know that you got a bargain with all these numbers going well above $30 million a year. But at the same time, he's a blue-collar one. I was thinking about it yesterday and watching this. He might not be the flashy and the guys that want to get down after, making the big play because they don't want to take a hit. Yeah. He's the blue-collar guy, not afraid of a hit, gets extra yards because of it, and he is a blue-collar stud one.
Yeah, he really is. He's really good. And the numbers he put up yesterday, 12 for 151 and a touchdown. Keith called us last week and was like, "Oh, is this a Dalton Schultz game?" And I'm like, Jacksonville likes to play a lot of man-on-man. And if they're going to try to play Nico Collins in man coverage, Nico Collins is going to feast. Nico Collins feasted. 12, 151, and a touchdown. It should have been 2. If C.J. Stroud, worst throw he made of the day. In a game where he played really well. Makes a better throw. Nico Collins has 2 touchdowns yesterday. All right, busy show. It is a Monday, so you know it's busy. 713-780-3776. We will not ignore in victory what we wouldn't in defeat a little bit later. The Astros did play a meaningless baseball series this weekend. We do got to get to the good, bad, and the ugly. Burning Astro questions heading into the postseason, which start tomorrow, and you can listen to right here on ESPN 97.5. And then the Killer Bees, immediately after the game, will have immediate reaction to the Astros in the postseason wildcard series for the first time in franchise history. And we'll get to CJ Stroud in greater detail as well. Game balls, all of it. 713-780-ESPN on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter, ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We'll get your reaction. Texans over the Jags yesterday. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a minute for Allstate Siding and Windows. Look, I'm here to tell you from personal experience, there's nobody better in the Houston area. If you're looking for windows, siding, when we moved into our new house a little over a year ago, my wife and I were looking at the exterior and also what we could do for the house that could actually give it a little bit extra value and better look and appeal. And the windows were the first thing that caught our eye. And when we changed the windows and went to Allstate Siding and Windows, the process was so easy. And they're so great because they give you a free, no charge estimate to come out to your house and just as a consultation, tell you what they think you could do to really change your house. And sure, the visuals are one thing and the curb appeal, but the main thing is, especially with the windows and also the siding that they offer, it's the hard exterior protection for your number one investment, your house. It's a shell that guards you through. We know we got hurricane season. We know we've got excruciating heat in the summer, and we have those occasional cold spells when you want to keep the right air on the inside of the house and not have leaks and very expensive kind of issues when you have air getting in and out between the windows. It's fantastic. They come to you. They tell you exactly what they can do for you, and it costs you nothing. They'll point out all their products and other things. All you got to do is call them. 832-204-1936. They come to you to tell you what they can do. 832-204-1936. Check out everything that they have to offer at allstatesidingandwindows.com. But right now, 30% off all windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. That free estimate is huge because they're family owned and operated. Mary handles everything back at the headquarters. Her brother came out to our house, did our free estimate, explained to us exactly what products would be best for our house and the different price ranges. We couldn't be happier with Allstate. My neighbors actually saw our windows and just had them installed last week. You should be next in line to check it out. Go to allstatesidingandwindows.com or call them 832-204-1936.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Aggie Matt, I was worried about our game plan, but we had some key guys missing yesterday. He put key in capital letters. What do you think he means by that?
Mixon, Tank.
Mixon. Yeah, Mixon. They
Mixon
held him.
and Tank.
They were careful with Mixon. It's the first time they've been careful about a player in the history of the D'Amico Ryans era.
Did you see at the one point when they said Joe Mixon was really fired up right there and really was showing the love to Cam, and he just was spitting seeds and looked like he looks like he was in the library in between classes. He looked like he had no emotion at all.
They were lying. They were lying to the viewer. That was disappointing. Yeah, no Tank. I think Tank would have had a big game against that Jacksonville defense because they were playing man coverage, and then Tank wins man coverage. That's one of his strengths. I think that he would have had a big game, but Nico was fine. Texans won. I'm not going to harp on that anymore. And it does seem like Tank's going to be back this week, according to Will Kunkel. So that's the good news there. 713-780-3776. I thought that Stephon Diggs played well again. Like, he had some numbers. He put up some productive statistics. 5 for 69. The big play obviously was the run play. What really impressed me on that play by Stephon Diggs was that he didn't throw the ball. Like, that was a very high football IQ decision. It's like, okay, that's not really there. I think I have a cutback lane where I can score. The Cade Stover block freed it up a little bit more, got into the end zone. I thought it was a great decision by Stephon Diggs.
No, and I was wondering, I don't know if you ever played quarterback, but that's a situation when you played quarterback sometime in your career. And that's where you decide to tuck it and run as more of a running quarterback. And that's exactly what he did. He kind of looked to almost give a head and shoulders fake and realized, hey, my best shot here is to tuck it and run. He did that. And the one thing I give him credit for, it goes back to what you were talking about in the last segment, is the fact that you get a lot of guys that were or are wide receiver ones that basically once they catch the ball, their job is done. They don't want to take a hit, they get down. Since he's been a Texan, at least, and I don't know throughout the majority of his career, but at least since he's been a Texan, he's not afraid to put his head down, drop his shoulders, get in between two tacklers, got the first down with some extra yards at one point during the game on a catch. he's impressive in the way he's not afraid of contact and he goes right at guys.
I think why people kind of start disliking him is because he's uber competitive, and I think that can rub some people the wrong way. Like, I think he'll voice his opinion. I don't think that's wrong.
No.
I think he'll voice his opinion. I think he's a competitor. He really wants it badly. And at a certain point, whenever that's been going on for a long time, I think it starts to rub some people the wrong way. That's just my guess. And I've only seen him for 4 games, like up close and personal. So maybe I'm putting way too much value in those 4 games. But Diggs had the throwback the previous week too. Remember he threw it back to Dare?
Yep.
So it's the second time they've had the ball in Diggs' hands to throw the football in as many weeks, and both times been a productive play. Throwback to Dare, I think, went for, was it a first down? I think it did go for a first down. If not, it was really close. I think it was a first down. And then yesterday it goes for 6. So like they've been productive whenever they show that. So now, like, teams are gonna have to game plan for that a little bit.
I think what you saw, and it goes back to, and sometimes too much is made of what happened, like the post game after Minnesota, how many guys went out of their way to go, talk to Diggs and show him love and do all those things. But I think that we only see what we see when the cameras are on, or if some people share a story here and there. But what we see when the cameras are on is a guy that's very outspoken, that's very vocal, that's very emotional, that can, when we saw what happened in Buffalo, and we know that, according to who you believe in stories, did he wear out his welcome in Minnesota and Buffalo? Things went south after a certain amount of time. That's what we see. That's what we hear, but we don't know. What you see is in the locker room, and what you've seen so far here is what maybe you saw at the end of the Minnesota game.
Well, you don't see the locker room.
No, I said what you see is different than what you see in the lot. What we don't know is the locker room, the relationships, the fact that you had a coach and 2 of the better players in Minnesota go out and reach out to him. You see the fact that there's guys here at the Texans, from Nico to Tank to all these other guys, and CJ, talking about just how valuable he has been in the locker room, what a great guy he is, how he's encouraging. You see it on the sidelines. Maybe at a certain point that rubs people the wrong way because they think it's more shtick than it is. There's some substance to it. We don't know what we don't know, but it seems like right now he's been everything that the Texans could have hoped for.
I think it's more as fire. I think sometimes fire can rub people the wrong way.
Yeah, maybe. And you know what? There's one thing to say, well, he's selfish because in Buffalo, maybe he wanted the ball more, but he wants to win. And if they were struggling like they were struggling, and he's not getting the ball more, and he knows when he's open, if he's voicing and passionate about the fact, hey, look my way, don't forget the fact this route was there or whatever it was, maybe it's more about the fact that because the team wasn't winning and he wasn't getting the ball, he found something that maybe he was upset was falling on deaf ears for them to be more successful.
They were winning. Minnesota and Buffalo were winning.
No, Buffalo at the start of the middle of the first part of last year.
That's the only time they haven't been winning.
But that's when he was really kind of.
It was more after Brady took over and they won like 6 of their last 7 games.
But there was also before Brady took over.
They struggled first half of last year.
Yeah, they struggled and he had outbursts in the playoffs because he was open and felt like Josh was missing him.
Made a huge drop. He
had that
made a huge drop. And Minnesota was winning whenever he left there too. Like
but I don't think
they got deep into the playoffs with Case.
But my point is more that sometimes it may not just be from selfish reasons, like he wants the yards and the glory and the stats and all those things. He knows when he's open. Yeah, he's got to catch the football. But
right.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I agree. Now, I think we've seen 4 games with him being at his best behavior. So maybe our viewpoint is different than Minnesota's viewpoint after 5 years, Buffalo's viewpoint after 4 years. But even if it's just that, where he's like constantly, hey, I saw this, I saw that, I saw this, I should get the ball here, I should get the ball there. Or this is what we should do offensively. I'm going to, talk to our offensive coordinator about what we need to be doing. After 5 and 4 years, that kind of starts taking its toll. Like that's something, like even if that's the bare minimum, doing that consistently for 4 or 5 years will start to take a toll, especially if you're Josh Allen and you think you're a better football player than Stephon Diggs. Like, who is this guy? I know he's got a lot of, stripes in the NFL and he's got a lot of catches and yards, but I'm Josh Allen. I think I'm the 2nd or 3rd best quarterback in the NFL. How about that guy stops talking to me and telling me what to do? So I think that stuff can, even if it's that bare minimum, which I think it could be, I think it does eventually take its toll on somebody. And it's like, okay, I'm tired of this.
You wear your welcome out because even if it's coming from the right place, if you're the OC, you don't want to here come Steph again. I know he's going to be on my ass. And even if he's right at a certain point, it starts falling on more deaf ears because of the fact that it's happened. It's like the boy who cried wolf. It happens so much that you're like, oh man, again, even if he's right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it might not come from a terrible place. And I think that some people, the message that you get from Diggs hits differently. Like, I don't think it bothers Stroud. And maybe it would in 4 years when Stroud's like more, established as an NFL quarterback. I don't really get the sense that it would. Or D'Amico. Like, maybe it eventually bothers him. I don't think that it would. Slowick, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I've been happy with Diggs through 4 games. Kalen Bullock, underrated hero in yesterday's game, tracking down Tank Bigsby. If Tank Bigsby gets in the end zone there, the Texans do not win that football game.
That's right.
I firmly believe they don't win that football
Double
game.
digit double digit lead.
2 possessions.
Yeah.
2 possessions, double digits. Yeah.
And that is a scary proposition with the fact that the way the ball game was going, the Texans didn't look like they were dominating on offense. They didn't look like they had the kind of quick score opportunities that were going to allow them the chance to get those 2 scores, no matter if it was field goals or touchdowns. And that was one hell of a play from a guy that, played. I thought he played fairly well yesterday. I was critical of a lot of the secondary, but I thought that he had his moments as well, where I thought he's starting to really progress as a rookie.
Yeah, there was one, the first touchdown they scored. I can't tell if Bullock had a missed coverage there, if they were in man. It could go either way because, Eric Murray just gives up inside leverage to Brian Thomas like it was nothing. So either Bullock left his zone coverage area, which is possible, and been on the play action, or Eric Murray just got burnt in man-to-man, which is probably more likely, but I'd like to be a fly on the wall when it comes to watching what went wrong on that play. But that hustle play saved the day, so credit to Bullock there. Also, I think Derek Stingley, the coverage that he had on Gabe Davis on 3rd down on that series after Bullock made the tackle was incredible. Blanketed Gabe Davis, gave him nothing, and then Foley Fatakasi with the quarterback draw on 4th down saved the day too. So if you're going to give Bullock love, which he deserves, you got to give Stingley and Foley the love too.
Yeah, there were some unsung heroes like the guys you mentioned in that game. And on the other side of the ball, Dare Ogunbowale, without him, I don't think you win that football game. He was, everybody can say he got the touchdown at the end of the game, but that screen pass that he turns into a 1st down in an improbable situation where there was a couple times where he just kept fighting and got you yards and made big plays. He goes on that list as well because, Nico should get the love. CJ should get the love and some of the big names, but some of those guys too, without them, you don't win that football game. And that's where, at least from a team perspective, you can say, hey, this is a deeper team than maybe a year ago. And you got some guys that can play.
D'Amico gave Dare a game ball. Gave out 2 game balls yesterday. It was Nico and Dare. Dare had 2 3rd down conversions. The Texans were really good on 3rd downs yesterday, 7 for 13. Dare had 2 of them. He had a little 3rd and short dump off, and then the play you're talking about was on a 3rd and 18.
Yep.
It was a 3rd and 18 dump off, and Dare turned it into a 1st down. And then, of course, he had the game-winning touchdown catch. They really like Dare in passing downs, it looks like. Good in pass protection. Not bad running with the football after he catches it. I think Dare is going to get more established in that 3rd down role, even when Mixon comes back.
I agree.
I think Mixon comes back.
Yeah, I think that. Look, and I think Cam had his moments, and Cam still with the right lanes to run through. He's still he's shifty. He's got quick twitch. He can get you yards. But to have the kind of versatility you have with some of your other running backs besides Joe Mixon, no matter what Pierce gives you more opportunities to be successful. Because the one, Dare is supposed to be, good in pass protect, and he's supposed to be a guy that, you can get the little dump offs. But when you look at that 1st down with the 3rd and 18, he had 3 defenders in front of him at about 4.5 yards to get, and he found a way to get that 1st down. And not many running back, it takes a special kind of twitch to get away from those guys. That was a hell of a play.
Yeah, also just point your nose down and run through somebody, make it hard to tackle. But that was nice. I liked Akers running the ball too. I thought Akers ran the ball pretty good. I still believe, 53 yards yesterday on 13 carries. He averaged over 4 yards per carry. That's pretty solid.
And you got to have lanes to run through.
I like him more than Pierce.
I do too.
This offense.
I said that from the minute that, we saw what he could still do and have left in the tank in the preseason, that I trusted him more than Pierce. I felt like he had more versatility because of his shake and because of his athleticism, quickness-wise, than Pierce. And I know everybody was singing the praises of Pierce. I still think he's your number 2, no matter who's healthy and who's not.
To me, when you have everybody back, Mixon's your bell cow-ish. He's 1st and 2nd down. Dare's going to play a healthy amount on 3rd downs. And I think Akers spells Mixon every now and then. Best case scenario, if you have the other 2 guys, Akers is only touching it 3, 4, 5 times a game. But I think he should be the active player, and that Dameon Pierce should be the inactive.
Right. And remember when we were talking about all this early on, I said, with the amount of work that Joe Mixon got in week 1, at a certain point, maybe once a half, you give him a series off to get a break. I trust Cam Akers in a series to give me some yards as long as the line is blocking, that he can spell Joe Mixon so you don't exhaust Joe Mixon.
If you're going to have 3 active backs and they're all healthy, and I'm not counting the British Bulldog here because he's your 4th, for me, it'd be Mixon, Dare, and Akers.
Yeah, for sure.
Damian Pierce would be inactive.
No,
for me.
exactly.
He
You know,
wouldn't be
I agree
active.
with that. I agree with that. And I think that, you know what, you got other guys that can do the return game, some of the things that Pierce can do.
You might not.
Well, Sims is
You
a
might
hiccup,
not.
but you have Robert Woods. God forbid you need Tank, but you have some other guys so that you don't necessarily have. I don't know where Pierce, because he's got such a a battering ram type running style.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the kind of elusiveness that fits the system like the other three guys.
Even if you concede the fact that Damian Pierce is your best kick returner, are you losing in the kick return game by making him inactive more than you would be gaining potentially in the running game?
You gain so much
I don't
more
think so.
with the running game
Yeah,
than the guys you got.
To me, it's the trade-off that I would make. We thought we might see like Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie. Not the case. I don't think they trust him. Robert Woods played 54 snaps. Hutchinson played 13. Mechie played 9.
Mechie got a catch at least.
He did. They ran a little screen for him.
It was his first catch of the year.
54 snaps for Robert Woods, who we didn't think was going to make the team. Hutchinson 13 and Mechie 9. I don't think they trust Hutchinson and Mechie in the blocking game.
I would say that's probably accurate, and they probably still have issues, not just in the blocking game, but they have issues with either route running or something else too, to where they're like, hey, look, we've got proven veterans for a reason, and if I can go to a Robert Woods who made the catches when the ball was thrown his way, who can be a return guy when I need one, but is reliable, because I'm not going to rely on him all that much, then that's the guy I got to have.
54 snaps for Woods. Mechie and Hutchinson combined for 22.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's more than that's like 2.5 times that Woods played over Hutchinson and Mechie combined. That to me is a huge tell. They don't have a whole lot of faith in Hutchinson and Mechie in this offense.
Yep.
Whereas Woods, they can at least trust. He might not have the juice of Hutchinson at this stage of his career. He probably doesn't have the juice of Mechie at this stage of his career. But they can trust Robert Woods to be in the right spot where he needs to be, where Stroud's expecting him to be, and they can trust him blocking. So that to me was a pretty big testament that Hutchinson and Mechie are kind of buried on this depth chart more than we thought. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's get to the do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. What went wrong in yesterday's win? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-3776. Ocho, sorry I'm late. I was watching the handful of times Trevor Lawrence missed a wide open Brian Thomas Jr. after he torched both Stingley and Lassiter. Brian Thomas Jr. is good.
He's really good.
He's really good.
I mean, I knew we were going to hear from, I said to Jeremy during the break, we will hear from Ocho today. I just knew it because that's his guy. And boy, did he look good yesterday. And if he had frustration and he showed emotion, I don't blame him because he is a weapon and he got missed more than a couple of times. That could have been the difference in the ball game.
I still don't know how Ocho was expecting the Texans to get Brian Thomas Jr. I guess he didn't want him to trade down and just stick where they were picking and then draft them late first round because he went 23, which was the Texans pick, actually. So maybe that's what he wanted because you had the trade down. Texans traded down from 23 to what was it, 44, or 42. They drafted Lassiter. They got a second-round pick next year, Minnesota second-round pick, and then, of course, traded that second-round pick for Stephon Diggs. So, I mean, you wouldn't have Lassiter, though. Like, you wouldn't have Lassiter and Diggs, and you would have Brian Thomas Jr. I don't think I make that trade, even if I know what I do now. I think I'd rather have Lassiter and Diggs than Thomas Jr. Now, I might rather have Lassiter in the second rounder.
Yeah, but who's starting a corner opposite of Stingley?
Yeah.
If you go and you stick where you are, you're in big trouble because the guys you brought in obviously shown you that they can't play dead.
Yeah, I think I think what would be up for debate there is Diggs or the second rounder next year. But I'm okay with the trade down. I'm okay trading 22 or 24 for 42 in a future second. So even though I like Thomas, I'm okay with that trade that Nick Caserio made. I'm not playing revisionist history on that one. 6517, fringe receivers and running backs on the roster are not the issue with this team right now. No one said that they were. I'm assuming he means the offensive line. He also says this team is just painful to watch. Penalties, no running game, and CJ running for his life like Shedeur Sanders. Okay, that's what he meant. Yeah, I think we both probably had penalties, offensive line in some order, very top on our list of do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 12 penalties for 93 yards, 2 Monday Night Football games tonight, so the week's not completely over. But as of now, the Texans are the most penalized team in the NFL.
Yeah, that's not a good look. And when we were talking about this a couple of weeks ago, we're like, well, you and I had the bet because it was how quickly did they get it fixed? Not only did they not get it fixed, but it seems to be getting worse. And then you hear during the week, we've got it. We're working it out. We're already, we've already addressed it. Okay, well, you addressed it, but you obviously didn't solve the problem because it continues to happen. And it continues to happen with multiple guys. And the line itself is a bigger problem than we thought it was going to be. Kenyon Green's pass defense, as good as he might have looked early in the season, Kenyon Green's pass defense is horrible. And he gets completely outmatched and then has no choice but to tackle the guy that's going by him and blowing his doors off. Veterans that you thought weren't, Shaq Mason's not a guy that's supposed to get penalized multiple times and get beat. And the tackles continue to be a problem. You're paying the two guys on the outside the most money to do the best protection they can for CJ Stroud, and they are getting abused too. And the entire offensive line is in disarray.
Yeah, it's the penalties are a major issue. The illegal man downfield, they happen, 3 times?
Yeah.
That's kind of 50-50 on Stroud a little bit too, because those are RPOs and et cetera. It's kind of like they expect the ball to be out quicker. There's also a time whenever it didn't look like an RPO to me, and you had Kenyon Green and Shaq Mason kind of just like lollygagging 10 yards down the field like they were running the route. So that has to get cleaned up. All the penalties have to get cleaned up. Couple of the holdings, and this was a crew that threw their flags a lot, but you have to adjust. You're not going to blame the officials. You have to adjust. You're the most penalized team in the NFL. Because you're the most penalized team in the NFL, you have a target on your back now from these officials because they know you have a reputation of being a team that commits a lot of penalties. Some of the holdings weren't necessary. Like the one on Tunsil where Stroud already cleared him.
Yep.
Stroud already cleared. Just give him a shove in the chest. Give him a shove in the chest. There was the one time where Tunsil had him engaged inside, so I can understand a little bit where he's coming from. But the moment that he moves off of your shoulder and outside of your shoulder, you have to let go, because if you're like this, it's an easy call for the official. It looks like you're tugging.
And you know what? For as bad as the announcers have been that we've been gifted with, the fact that the one guy, I don't know if it was Tiki or was it which one of the
McCourty.
twins? McCourty.
I think it was
that
Jason
pointed
McCourty
out the red gloves. But you're right. It's easier for an official if you're wearing red gloves on a white jersey and you see a blatant grab or a lock of the shoulder pads and a tug. And on some of those, when they ran the replay, they could have called multiple guys for the same penalty. There were guys grabbing shoulder pads and yanking the V-neck or the jersey of a player. And they just, not only were they not necessary, but the other thing with the line that we haven't even got to with all the things that we've already gotten to is their run blocking was horrible.
Yeah.
For the most part, when Cam was getting yards, it was because he was shifting on the run and changing directions and going completely opposite of where the play was drawn up to go, just to find an opening to try and squeeze out a couple extra yards.
Yeah, I thought Kenyon had his worst game. The penalties were not great. There's a few of them, and I'll post these later because I watched the condensed game today. I'll watch the all 22 later. At Jeremy Branham, he was getting bull rushed into Bolivian. He was getting bull rushed into CJ Stroud's pocket. Like somebody just texted saying that Stroud had more time to throw. I don't think so.
Nope.
I maybe because last week was really, really bad, but this week was maybe just really bad instead of really, really bad. But Kenyon Green, I thought, played poorly. I saw some people calling for his job too, saying maybe Kendrick Green needs a look.
Well, at a certain point, you're going to have to make a tough decision instead of the business decision of the guy you drafted getting every chance. He started out looking okay to start the season, but when we start talking about the fact this has to be addressed for the greater good of the entire team going forward, there might be some tough decisions that have to be made because he looks overmatched. And at the same time, when you need your running game, and I think to the texter's point, I think because he didn't get sacked as much, it's easy to say he wasn't under as much pressure. When you go back, because I watched the entire game again this morning, when you go back and look at it for a second time and realize we talk about his elusiveness for a reason, his intelligence, when to step up, when to slide, when to roll. But all three of those things are directly correlated to the fact that he does not feel comfortable sitting in the pocket right now, and he's feeling the pressure almost immediately.
He was creating. Like
Yeah, there's no
he
doubt.
was creating. Like the reason he got sacked less was because he was creating more, which kudos to him. I mean, that was a great job. Blake Fisher, he was not good either. Blake Fisher was bad. So like all of the people that last week were saying, oh no, bench Laramie Tunsil, hold him accountable. That's not a good idea. That's not a good idea because the understudy of Laramie Tunsil is far worse than Laramie Tunsil. Blake Fisher, look, first NFL regular season game in like, I believe. I don't know if he's played any snaps yet. Maybe played one or two or something. I don't think he has, though. He was atrocious.
Mm-hmm.
He was bad. Like, he was a turnstile. Here you go. Go hit my quarterback's blind side. Fisher was not good.
No,
Fisher was the worst offensive lineman for those that played a significant amount of snaps.
Yeah, you would hope that the game plan was he was drafted for a reason as a work in progress to take this year as just a learning experience to get ready to replace Howard at the end of the year. If you don't want to continue to play Howard and you've got a guy that's a lot cheaper that supposedly is going to be as good or better than him to play right tackle next year. But yeah, he did. When I say that Kenyon Green looked overmatched, but you've got two guys on that offensive line that look like they're just absolutely getting bull rushed and thrown around. That's not a recipe for success, no matter who you're playing. And yeah, you weren't playing the Vikings defense, but the Jacksonville Jaguars, maybe they didn't sack him as much, but they were constantly all over CJ Stroud.
Yeah, and when you had both of those guys next to each other, I mean, that's your left side of your line. That's protecting Stroud's blind side. So that was problematic. But credit to Laramie Tunsil. Like, we give him a lot of grief, and yes, he had the penalties, didn't play a perfect game, got some boos. Laramie Tunsil came back into the game after leaving the game with an ankle injury that I think was significant enough that they took x-rays on it because he walked back up to the tunnel. He also played through a knee injury last year that required off-season surgery. So, hey, I'll give Laramie Tunsil credit where credit's due. I think Laramie Tunsil might be a gamer. And it might be because you took care of him twice and you gave him a contract twice and you made him the highest paid left tackle in the NFL twice. But for a guy that's playing on what needs to be a surgically repaired knee in the offseason, for a guy to leave the game with an ankle injury and then come back and finish the game, I got to tip my cap to that. That's the signs of a gamer.
I'll give him an E for effort. I'll still give him about a C for what he did on the field. But the fact that at least he was tough enough. Because, right, when he went out, especially because he already had a penalty or two, and then he went out, and when they showed him on the sideline, I'm like, he's done. He ain't coming back. He that looks like a guy that's defeated, that he ain't coming back. The fact that he did, and they needed him to because of what we were seeing with his replacement, credit to him for that. And to tough it out, to do what he needs to do because he knows, hey, it's a hell of a lot better to be 3-1 with issues to keep working out on the offensive line than it would be if CJ was on his rear end and you were licking your wounds and 2-2.
He also didn't commit an illegal formation. And he didn't commit a false start. I don't think he had a false start. He had two holdings, but I don't think he had a false start. I know he didn't have an illegal formation.
No.
So kudos to Larrabee. That's a golf clap for Larrabee Tunsil. He said he was going to take accountability, and he didn't have an illegal formation, didn't have a false start. He only had the other two penalties.
Green have a false start? Shaq had one, I think.
I think Shaq had one.
Okay, I didn't know if Kenyon did or not.
They didn't. I mean, the offensive line didn't have the pre-snap penalties.
No.
They had one false start. I believe that's it. I think it was Shaq. And then you had illegal formations, and you had or not illegal formations. You had a bunch of illegal man downfields. I think there were 3,
Mhm.
and then you had 3 or 4 holdings. So it's still way too many. But at least it was post-snap.
Well, now we
At
know.
least it was after the snap. We're one at a time, guys. We fixed the pre-snap stuff mostly. Now we got to fix the post-snap stuff. You can't ask them to do all at once. Come on.
Now we know it was addressed during the weekend practice. They addressed it's in order of importance. So it was addressed before the snap. Now they'll address what's going on during the snap.
That's right.
And then I don't know if it's unsportsmanlike penalties or whatever that they have to address after the snap.
That Sims one, by the way, was ridiculous. They called Sims for an unsportsmanlike conduct late in
on
the
the
game
sideline
when
with
he
the
just
little
gave a little
shoulder,
that
chicken
was
wing.
the stupidest, softest, unsportsmanlike penalty I've ever seen. Should he have done it? Probably not. Is there way more egregious stuff than that happens every single play? Not every game, every single play. That was a ridiculous flag. Ridiculous.
Yeah, but I think because it was right, the official was right there, and
the
it wasn't
shoulder tap.
But he did extend out, so it was like it's real easy to see. But yeah, at that point in the game too, especially because that was starting. I think it was the last drive for them, right?
I think I don't know. It might have been the second to last.
It was either. I thought it was the game winning drive that they
It might have
started,
been.
and it was like, okay, you already muffed the fumble. Don't even put yourself in that position. But at the same time, the official was like right there at the right place at the right time.
Second to last one.
Okay.
Yeah, because they started that drive at the 14. They started the game-winning drive at their own 31. So, yeah, ridiculous. All right, 713-780-3776. What are you not ignoring in victory, what you wouldn't in defeat? We got to get to Sims. And then also more game management mistakes from D'Amico Ryans. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a minute right now for Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at getting your hair back. If you've been experiencing hair loss, thinning hair, don't think there's anything you can do about it. You've seen all the gimmicks and the ads and the late night TV that says all these different things that mask the problem so that you can do the complete cover up. How about solving it once and for all with your own hair? Because Doc Linville had a consultation with me. He came to me at one of the parties we were having here and said, hey, if you got a few minutes one day, I want to sit down with you. I want to explain what we do. And I said, sure. And I sat down with him. And there were so many things that I took away that I didn't know. Like, I never knew you don't lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. And the fact that he can repurpose that hair and put it where you need it most, like your hairline in front or that bald spot up on top and back, was kind of interesting to me, and I wanted to hear more. I did the full consultation. I heard about the fact that, that 95 to 98% of the hair that he's going to move when he does the neograft procedure, taking the hair from the sides and the back, putting it where you need it, 95 to 99% of those follicles, they're never going anywhere. They're going to be with you for the rest of your life. They're going to be the same color, grow the same direction, and be thicker and stronger than the hair that you used to have up there. That was interesting to me, and that was a game changer. And then on top of that, with the PRP treatment, that is like fertilizing your lawn, and the fact that it can really do a big world of difference in hair that's there, but just not with the kind of thickness it used to be. I was hooked. I did it. I couldn't be happier that I did it. The results are phenomenal. Immediately, you see the follicles there. 6 to 9 months later, you see the full results. And believe me, it is a game-changing experience where you are going to love the way your hair looks. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by, because you get that free consultation like I got. Everybody off the street pays $150. You listen to us, you want to talk to him, just go to 975hair.com and make the appointment. They'll make sure that they take care of the rest. You go and talk to them. They'll explain the procedures, ask questions, get answers. Just consider it. Nothing out of pocket, no money out of pocket or signing on the dotted line or commitments to make. Just an information session that might be a game changer for you too. Check them out. Tell them I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Alex says the Branham Bruiser of the Week goes to Hewitt on special teams. Okay, I'm good with that. Rocky on YouTube, we don't look better. We can't even run the ball. The offensive line is worth half our cap, and they're terrible, absolutely bad word. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Something's got to change there, or the Texans, like we talk about all the time. We've talked about it every single Monday. We've talked about it all week throughout the NFL season. The Texans' offensive line is holding back the Texans' offense. If the Texans' offense is going to be really, really good, the Texans' offensive line has to improve.
Yeah, the direct correlation, aside from the quarterback, of everything that you want to do offensively is relied upon with your offensive line. We talked about the fact that you want, and everybody keeps saying, with Mixon out or not, you want your running game to be effective. Well, you have no running game if they're not blocking. They're not creating the holes. If CJ's constantly running for his life or sliding out of the pocket, that means the play is probably going off script quicker than it's supposed to be going. And you have to worry again about the offensive line. Then it's the penalties. Then it's the, both pre-snap and the holdings and downfield. And you realize that the crux of everything starts with the offensive line. But it wasn't the only position group where there's some things that need to be addressed too. But that was the glaring need because it affects so many different things.
Yeah, it is an issue, and it does need to get better. There were some moments that were a little better, but still not good overall. Steven Sims, during the game yesterday, I wanted him cut. I slept on it. I think I still want him cut.
I do too.
I think I still want him cut. I don't think his value on this team is worth it now. You look at, well, how are they going to use that roster spot? Like Xavier Hutchinson's not playing much. John Mechie's been inactive, and whenever he was active, he doesn't even, gets 8 snaps. Tank Dell is coming back. You can't muff punts in the NFL. You cannot muff punts in the NFL.
You can't, and there was like 5 of them in the NFL yesterday.
Yeah, it's weird.
And that was kind of bizarre. But on top of that, we just talked about that penalty that maybe shouldn't have been called. At the same time, don't do that. Don't take that chance that late in the game, down 3 points, and be smarter than that because you've already made one key mistake that is directly on you and was correlated to 7 points. And you just, you cut a guy in Skronik that was a guy that was a special teams guy, and maybe he wasn't a return type guy, but you made the team over him. It was a tight call. You made this squad. And if you aren't adding value and you're actually being more of a liability, then you gotta either step up or you're going to be replaced.
Yeah, just cut them, have somebody else return kicks, and find the best offensive lineman you can.
Not named
just
Tank
to
Dell.
bring them in. No, I don't want Tank Dell back there. Just let Robert Woods do it.
No doubt.
Like, just let Robert Woods make sure that he catches the ball and allows your offense to have a possession. I don't need a guy to have the potential to run back a kick once a year. Just catch the football, let your offense get on the field, which bothers me. Like special team, the Texans put way too much weight in the special teams. It's like, we can fight for the extra 5 yards. How about the fact that you take, no one really noticed this because they were celebrating the fact that the Texans won and CJ Stroud was magical. The Texans were up 24-20 with 18 seconds left, and they kicked a returnable kick.
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't you kicking it out of the back of the end zone?
Right.
That is a touchdown opportunity. Because why? Because you might hold them to 2 yards, be 2 yards closer to the goal line than the touchback spot. You might be able to waste 3 to 4 seconds. That's not a win. That's not enough of a reward for the risk of allowing a touchdown opportunity. That was dumb.
Yeah, the announcers were all over it. McCourty, I think, was the guy that said that too, where he was like, so are you going to kick it and try to hope for 4 or 5 seconds? Or are you just going to play smart and realize that even from the 30 with 18 seconds or less, or whatever, 11 seconds or less, you're not going to win this football game?
What was that?
And they took a risk that you didn't have to take. And when you look at the odds and everything in the league, sure that there's only been one return since the new rule was in place, but you don't live dangerously in a game in which you had to live dangerously all game and you were trailing late. Just don't take any more chances and wrap it up.
Kick it out of the end zone. Kick it out of the back of the end zone. That was foolish to me. And then D'Amico Ryan's game management, I think, took another hit. First half, they wasted 16 seconds by not calling a timeout in a big game late in the first half, and then they had to kick a field goal on second down. You had the 1st and 20, screen to Nico, big gain. You get to field goal range. He was tackled with 47 seconds left. You do not take a timeout. You snap the next play at 31 seconds. So you wasted 16 seconds. You're already in field goal range. So this isn't a situation where like, oh, no, we're going to give Jacksonville the football back. Oh, no, Jacksonville's going to get the ball back in good field position. Oh, no, we're going to have to punt. You got to field goal range on the Nico Collins screen, and you wasted 16 seconds when you had 3 timeouts. You had 3 timeouts. Next play, pass to Diggs for the first down. You take a timeout with 27 seconds. You throw away the next play, got flushed out of the pocket. CJ Stroud throws it away, 19 seconds. Big gain to the 12-yard line for Schultz, takes a timeout, the second timeout with 10 seconds, and then you had the CJ Aaron throw to Nico Collins, 5 seconds, and now you have to kick a field goal going into the half, and you carried a timeout over into the half. Not taking a timeout after that screen to Nico cost you 16 seconds, and it cost you at least 1, maybe 2 more chances at the end zone. Failure. That's game management failure. That's clock management failure by DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, I was screaming at the TV at the time, and you got too cute. You just got too cute and too ahead of yourself. Because if you're gonna do that, then you need to make some quick hits or try a running play or do something in the middle of the field where you're going to use the extra timeout. But the fact that time is money in this case, but money would have given you a chance to cash in one more time in the end zone, and the fact that you wasted that much time was like, I was going to call Doc Linville again because I was pulling out more hair going, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Because it was the ideal time to take it. And even the announcers were questioning it going, why are you not taking one here?
16 seconds. You wasted 16 seconds and you carried a timeout with you into the locker room. You would have had 2 more chances at the end zone. 2 more, because that CJ pass to Nico Collins that he missed was first down. You kicked a field goal on second down. You would have had 2 more chances at the end zone, but clock management. And most people just ignore it. It blows my mind.
That was a Cully move. That was a David Cully move made by a guy that you don't expect to make Cully moves.
So weird. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Travis, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up?
Yeah, it's obvious. Just like pro rookies, the sophomore slump is happening for DeMeco. Yeah, there's lots of errors they were making. Questions. Well, obviously, we're not going to win the Super Bowl this year. So, what do you think about offering Kansas City either Mechie, Hutchinson, or one of the other receivers? I mean, get a second or third round pick for Mechie. That's what we got him for. And if he does good, 800 yards for Kansas City, maybe jump that up to a second. Something like that. I don't know. What do you think?
Appreciate the call, Travis. Like the creative thinking. We know Kansas City is more than likely going to be in need of a receiver. You're not getting a third-round pick for John Mechie or Hutchinson or even Robert Woods, I don't think. Robert Woods would have value, but as a veteran, they're not paying that kind of value for him either. But, yeah, I don't think the Texans are in any position right now to say that the season's still so much in front of them. They're not mailing in anything or getting rid of one of the deepest position groups they have on the squad either. So I don't think they're looking to try and help a team in the AFC. They're just trying to handle their own business.
Yeah, I don't think the Texans would have the idea of we're not Super Bowl contenders. Like, it might be a realistic point of view, but there's no way that Nick Caserio is going to think that way or DeMeco is going to think that way. And to think that John Mechie could have 800 yards in a season. John Mechie's had 165 yards in his career.
He's not playing here. You think he's suddenly going to be a star there? Or
now, they do have some receiving issues now because of Rashee Rice's injury, but they still have Xavier Worthy, who's they like a lot, drafted him in the first round. Justin Watson's been there forever. They brought back Juju Smith-Schuster. Sky Moore has had more productive years in the NFL than John Mechie. Mecole Hardman's had more productive years in the NFL than John Mechie. I think Kansas City might kick the tires on some receivers. I don't think it'll be the Texans, and I think we're probably putting John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson on a pedestal. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's get to the good, bad, and the ugly from the Astros weekend. What's the good? What's the bad? What is the ugly? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What is the good is this Saturday and Sunday. Oktoberfest is back at the Kima Boardwalk. Get your fixin' of German beer, of German food, live music, cornhole tournament, Stein holding competition, a costume contest, and much, much more. It's going to be a fantastic time. It is this Saturday, this Sunday. It's free for you to attend, to walk around. You can already order beer tickets, beer steins, food tickets. You can order online right now, KimaBoardwalk.com, or you can just pick them up day of the event. No big deal. Tons of beer to choose from. Shiner Oktoberfest, New Belgium Atomic Pumpkin, a Blue Moon Belgian White, Yingling Oktoberfest, and much, much more. You can go ahead and get your souvenir steins right now at KimaBoardwalk.com. Also, the food is fantastic out there at Oktoberfest. So seasoned, so flavorful, so good. Schnitzel on a stick. Love some schnitzel. It'll be there at Oktoberfest. German beer bratwurst. You got to love that. Sausage on a stick. German potato salad. Soft pretzel with the beer cheese. It is so good. It all gets started this Saturday. Live music from 1 till 10. Stein holding competition. Cornhole tournament at night. And then Sunday, October 6th, we're doing it all over again. Live music noon till 9. Stein holding competition at 5. Cornhole at 5:30. Go right now to KimaBoardwalk.com. You can see the full schedule of events. You can see who is all playing at the concert lineup as well. That's KimaBoardwalk.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What is your good? What is your bad? What is your ugly from the Astros weekend in Cleveland? Didn't have to play all 3 games, so you swept the series. Momentum heading into the postseason, which begins tomorrow, right here on ESPN 97.5. Killer Bees, the immediate aftermath of game 1 of the wild card tomorrow, Wednesday, and then Thursday, if necessary. Good, bad, ugly, Blankers. What you got?
Well, again, because I wasn't expecting too much because of where they were sitting and what they were dealing with. The fact that, for me, the good starts with Kyle Tucker, because Kyle Tucker kept hitting the baseball, because Kyle Tucker was 5 for 10. Kyle Tucker showed that his timing is back, his swing is back, and there's a guy, regardless of what the situation is with Yordan, you know he's an essential part of the top half of your lineup, and I was pleased that Tuck looks like he's going to be ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, he was good. You kept it. Everybody kind of hit the ball pretty well.
Mhm.
Like, you had a pretty good offensive weekend. Cleveland wasn't throwing their dudes. So if they do meet up in the ALDS, it's going to be a much different series. Hopefully you get there. Hopefully you have that problem. Ronel Blanco, to me, cemented what was a great regular season that no one saw coming. Even Dana Brown and his plums wouldn't tell you that he expected this from Ronel Blanco. Ronel Blanco finished his regular season 13-6 with a 2.80 ERA. Which was the second best ERA in the American League. Ronel Blanco was one of the best pitchers in the American League this year, which is
Unreal.
Amazing.
No one would look. We were wondering if he was going to make the roster coming out of spring training. We were wondering if he was going to be in the bullpen. And then if I told you that with all those questions in our heads, that by the midway point, he would have been the most valuable pitcher on your roster going into the All-Star break. No one in their right mind would have believed it. But to finish the year the way he finished the year, and then how valuable it was, he got a little extra rest, but it looks like he's fallen right back into form, that he's going to be good for you come playoff time, no matter how you choose to use him. He has been one of the biggest unsung heroes on this squad, and the fact that he had the second best ERA in the American League, one thing you just want a guy to step in his first year, be serviceable, keep us in ball games, give us a chance. To do everything that he did, especially with what was riding and going wrong in the first half of the season, you got to tip your cap to that guy.
He's the second best ERA in the American League, best in hits per 9 innings. And he's your number 4 starter. Like he's not going to start the wild card round.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
the fact that you had 2 and 3 in ERA because Fromber was right behind him, and you could easily have said at the start of the year Fromber's going to be that dude, and no one would have argued with you.
Mm-hmm.
But to say that Blanco was better earned run average wise, and Blanco did all the things he did this year, not in your wildest dream.
No, I mean, Fromber had a great year.
He did.
But Renel Blanco, just the most surprising year, no doubt. Spencer Arrighetti is a psychopath. Relief pitcher. Spencer Arrighetti's a psychopath. Like he went into the bullpen and he turned into like Wild Thing Rick Vaughn. He's getting ejected out of a meaningless game whenever he wrongfully thought he should have been getting some strikes. Like he wasn't even right. I kind of like it, though. I love that from Spencer Arrighetti. Arrighetti has turned into an alter ego whenever he's a relief pitcher. He's nice. Spencer Arrighetti, when he's a starter, whenever he's a reliever, something clicks, something switches. He turns into a psychopath, and I love it. That's the guy I want in the postseason. I want psychopath relief pitcher Spencer Arrighetti.
Can you add on to that the caveat that he can be psychopath, Wild Thing, Ricky Vaughn, but find the strike zone enough to at least have control of it? Because that scared me.
Psycho Spence. When he's a reliever, it's Psycho Spence.
As long as he can at least find the zone, because I don't need him walking guys and setting up his own trouble. But I do know that he's got the stuff that he can be in the bullpen. He can be effective, whether you want him as a piggyback guy or a multiple inning guy or a guy that just goes in and gives you 3 outs.
Mm-hmm.
He has the fastball and the other pitches that he can do that as long as he can find the strike zone.
He was really good in the first 2 innings. Like he was dominant in the first 2 innings. And then that third innings when he lost all control and walked the bases loaded.
I kind of had a feeling he was going to say something. You could see it, the umpire, too. Before it was even over, he kept covering his glove, and I'm like, I wonder if he takes this on his stroll off the mound, and boy, did he.
Psycho Spence. That's relief pitcher Spencer Arrighetti's alter ego. Any other goods? I got one bad. Do we have any other goods before we move to the bads?
I mean, like you mentioned, the other guys in limited duty, but for Bregman to go 3 for 4 means he's in a good groove now, hopefully getting ready for the postseason. Altuve had 2 hits in the game that he played, 2 for 4. And DeCenzo, you know what? Evidently, they pulled the right strings because Whitcomb comes up big for the Space Cowboys to win the AAA championship in Vegas, and DeCenzo in front of his friends and family comes up big, hits a bomb, and nice to see him find his swing a little bit too.
I wonder if he makes the roster.
I mean, if they make the move that they made, I think it was more or less to see, can you be a guy, at least offensively, that we can consider for the roster? What he did, I think, lends itself to, he's in the discussion.
Yeah.
I just don't know, because I don't think Whitcomb is.
I have him. I don't know. It can't be Whitcomb. I mean, if you're sitting Whitcomb down for the final series of the year, I don't think that you would be.
And they say that wasn't because of his defense and all that. But look, we've seen enough that Whitcomb needs a little more polish.
Yeah. I don't know. Like they said, Chas McCormick's going to be available. So if Chas McCormick's available, is he your right-handed bat off the bench? And do you feel like you need to keep another infielder because Dubon's going to be playing left field whenever left-handers are on the mound? So to me, it's going to come down final roster spot. I think there's 2 spots for 3 guys. I think it's for the offense. I think it's Cesar Salazar, Zach DeCenzo, and Gray Kessinger. I think 2 of those 3 make it. Yeah. And I think they'll keep a third catcher because I think they're going to play both catchers, especially against lefties. And I'm going back and forth on Gray and
Salazar's in just because
DeCenzo.
I think because they're going to use both catchers so much in the lineup. I think it comes down to Kessinger's going to give you better defense, but he's not going to give you anything offensively. And if the fact that DeCenzo's offensive capabilities give you, and you don't think he's going to be as big of a liability defensively, he'll be okay, then I think they would lean DeCenzo over Kessinger, but Kessinger has playoff experience.
Yeah. It gives you some glove defensively. I'm going back and forth on those. I think that's the final decision that needs to be made on the offensive side. I don't think Verlander's going to make it either. What's that?
Gray's that guy.
Defensively,
Just ask
Defensively,
him. He is
he is
that guy. He's
defensively.
that guy.
I don't think Verlander will be on the playoff roster.
Ooh, I still
the
think there's a
wild card
chance.
roster. I mean, he pitched Saturday through 95 pitches.
That's true.
He wouldn't be available until game 3.
Yeah, but I think to your point, what he showed me was enough to think that they're going to try and find him instead of like we were talking about. I thought that they were going to have an injury for him, so that it would be an easy kind of fade into the sunset without any kind of the media attention of keeping him off the roster. You're right. The pitches buy him an out for the wild card round. If they advance to the divisional series, I think they're going to put him in the pen.
If the Astros advance, I agree with you. I don't think he'll be on the wild card roster, though.
That's a good point.
Because he wouldn't be available until game 3 through 95 pitches on Saturday. I think that's our indicator there. And then the only other bet I had was that the Tigers got to rest their pitchers, which, I mean, okay, I got to choose these words carefully. The only starter they really have is Tariq Skubal, who's going to be the Cy Young, who's dominant, who's a stud, AL Triple Crown winner. Astros have their hands full there. And AJ Hinch even said this earlier today. After Skubal, it's going to be all hands on deck. They will throw chaos at you. Opener, go to the bullpen quick. It's going to be Skubal tomorrow for as long as he'll go, and then it's going to be the bullpen the rest of the series.
Can you imagine if the Tigers didn't get cute at the trade deadline?
Yeah, I know.
If Flaherty was their number 2 with as hot as they are offensively, that's a team that would scare everybody because you don't want the hot team at the wrong time, and they're definitely the hottest team in baseball. But, yeah, not having anybody behind Skubal, that's going to be really interesting to watch what they do.
But it's been effective. Like, they have like a 2.50 ERA since like July 1, since the deadline. So it's like it's weird. If they would have clipped Flaherty, it's like, okay, we have another starter, but it's been working for them.
Yeah, we'll see if it works in the playoffs and the higher stress levels and, the more high leverage situations for all these guys. But Astros just got to handle their business. I like Fromber in that game. I think that the Astros have gotten to Skubal before, so I think that that's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out because as we talked about, if the Astros get game 1, I'm really curious if they don't shuffle Kikuchi into the game 2 starter.
They didn't announce a game 2 starter today.
That's why
they went Fromber and they haven't announced who's after that. So you might have nailed that. It depends. I mean, we'll see further this week, but if they lose, it'll definitely be Hunter.
No doubt.
If they win, we'll see. 0303. The good thing this weekend was the Space Cowboys Championship. Yeah, congratulations to them, our friends with the Spacers, winning the AAA championship. That was cool. Cool.
Beat
moment.
Omaha 13-6, I think it was. But the fact that they send down Shea Whitcomb and he got 3 hits.
He was the MVP of the game.
Yeah. So that was big for them, and Dana Brown pulling the right strings there for them too. But what a great year. And when you think about how everybody always says how depleted the farm system is for the Astros and how less than that their farm system is, their AAA team won both halves.
Yeah, they're dominant.
And they won the overall championship. That's a hell of a year.
Yeah, I don't know if I love correlating it to the prospect in the MLB pipeline, though, because the Astros have a lot of 4A players.
They do, but at least from the standpoint of guys that show that they have ability. When you think of the guys that came up, you're right. From a standpoint of when we saw Leon, he wasn't ready yet, and there were questions. But with Whitcomb, with DeCenzo, with the fact that Matthews contributed in that game as well, got a home run in that game, and he's on the fast track to get up there. The guys that Dana's drafted and the guys that they have at least have shown they have ability. And what they did at the AAA level says something. Now, does that ever translate to the major league level? That's a different discussion.
Yeah, most of the guys that they played in that game, though, were like 4A players. Because outside of Bryce Matthews and outside of
did Melton play?
Of Melton, those are the only 2.
Okay.
After that, you really didn't have anybody else in the lineup that's really considered a prospect. Shea Whitcomb's really not considered a prospect. They think higher of DeCenzo. Like, Jesus Bastidas led off at shortstop, not really a huge prospect. Leon's a 4A guy. Whitcomb, I think, is a 4A guy. Trey Cabbage, 4A guy. Cooper Hummel, 4A guy. Tommy Sacco, who? Quincy Hamilton, 4A guy. Bryce Matthews, yes. And then Omar Narvaez is a longtime Major League Baseball veteran. That's not a big leaguer anymore. Now, they do have some arms that you think will help you, like Colton Gordon started that game. I think he's a big leaguer at some point. AJ Blueball is a big leaguer at some point. Forrest Whitley's a big leaguer at some point. I do feel a little bit bad for Ryan Gusto, who was supposed to make his big league debut. I think people were flying to go watch his big league debut, and then it got canceled. So, that stinks. He's somebody that's going to help you going forward. I read the story on him, by the way. Like, his old junior college coach posted the tweet about it. He never made his high school baseball team. Ever.
Really?
Never made his high school baseball team. He went into some showcase for some small colleges, JUCOs, got a look, got offered a preferred walk-on, and then just developed. And then all of a sudden he's like a big leaguer throwing mid-90s and then caught the eye of the Astros. Yeah, it's
That's
crazy.
crazy.
Never played on his high school baseball team, ever. It
Wow.
wasn't like Jordan cut from his varsity his sophomore
That's what I
year.
was thinking.
This guy never made his high school baseball team.
And you got to believe at that point that your chances are slim and none to even get somewhere to where you could play like competitive baseball in college. But the fact that he's sitting where he's sitting, that is amazing.
Preferred walk-on, never made his high school baseball team. And all of a sudden, he's a guy that was on the cusp of making his big league debut. Hopefully, for his sake, he makes his big league debut next year because that would really stink. All right, 713-780-ESPN Ocho. I'm going all bad with the Astros season record stats. McTaggart posted. Astros were 28-29 in day games. That's not good. 18-31 when they didn't hit a home run. 24-15 when they didn't score first, and 0-56 when trailing after 8 innings. Thanks for the bright light there, Ocho.
Hit a home run early. Take an early lead, and don't worry about it, Oach.
Also, Brian McTaggart said there's a 50-50 chance that Jordan's on the roster tomorrow.
I'm going higher than that.
50-50 makes me a little nervous.
Yeah.
He was running around today outside. Hopefully the roof was closed, and then he was taking BP.
He'll be on the roster. It's just a matter
50-50.
of yeah. Well,
I think it's higher too.
Yeah. I mean, look, the big thing to me is if he's going to have to need a brace or not. I'd hate to have it because if he's wearing a brace, then I'm worried that it's still not feeling great. But if my personal opinion is he'll be in the lineup, he'll be fine.
Yeah, I think he's going to DH in bat second with a heavy brace on his knee.
I hate the brace, but of course,
Stop sliding
maybe that helps.
second.
Maybe that helps him from thinking about trying to stretch a single to a double.
I hope this is proof for everybody to listen to me when it comes to Jordan Alvarez and make him a DH only that never slides and never takes extra bases. Like, okay, you like him taking extra 90 feet. I like him hitting dingers in the postseason. Which one do you like more? All right, 713-780-3776. What do you believe after this college football weekend? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What do you believe now after the college football weekend? Lots of great college football play this week. 713-780-3776. What do you believe, Blankers?
I believe Jalen Milroe's the Heisman Trophy winner, and Alabama's way better than I thought they were. Because what I saw of Jalen Milroe a year ago, athletic, big, strong kid, had issues in the passing game. I didn't know with Saban leaving and Kalen DeBoer going in there what he was going to be able to do. Now, basically, just don't screw it up, because what a game that turned out to be. But the statement that Alabama made across the board with the talent that they have and the fact that Jalen Milroe did whatever he wanted, he was clearly the best player on the football field. That was an impressive showing by Alabama.
The new Red Rocket, the pride and joy of Katy, Texas. Although Milroe went to Tompkins, not Katy. Yeah, he looks great. He looks really good. I'm surprised that Bama almost blew that game.
I was too.
Like, they were dominating. They were up huge, and all of a sudden Georgia takes the late lead.
Yeah.
Like, Georgia took the late lead in that game. I believe they're going to play 3 times, Alabama and Georgia. They'll play the previous game they just played. They're going to play in the SEC championship, and they will meet in the college football playoff.
Yeah, that to me was the one. But I see the caveat there, not necessarily in the national championship game, because it is quite possible. Because I didn't think that either one of those teams, I was going to see them in the national championship game. But boy, oh boy, I got issues with Georgia, and I thought it was going to come down to quarterback play, and I thought it was going to be close. It wasn't even close. I mean, Beck, yeah, he got a lot of yardage, but overall, I saw a lot of bad decisions. I saw a lot of throws that were like, eh. But at the same time, my goodness, Jalen Milroe made me a believer.
What were you doing when you were 17 years old? Because Ryan Williams is a dog.
Goodness.
Not only is he a dog, but he made his profile picture Michael Vick after he beat the Bulldogs. Some people, PETA probably didn't like that a whole lot. He also had the eye black that said "kill everybody."
Yeah.
That's that 17-year-old's the biggest 17-year-old dog I've ever seen in my life.
I'm going to say one thing that I don't know that I've ever seen like that before. Anybody that's going full tilt as fast as they can possibly go, can stop on a dime and change directions multiple times. Yeah. I don't care how old you are, and I don't need the whole Juan Soto. He's 19, he's 19, he's 17. Yeah, we know how old he is. Whatever age he is, that kid just took one of the best programs in all of college football and made their secondary look silly multiple times.
6 foot 175. And he's a freshman, so you think he's probably going to add some pounds by the time he's draft eligible. Maybe 6 foot 190. Still a little bit on the smaller end, but this day and age, it really doesn't matter as much. Old school, like in the 80s, I need 6'5", 220-pound receivers. Nowadays, you can get by with that weight. I think that he's a future top 5 pick.
Oh, I mean, you look at a Heisman Trophy winner that was similarly almost the exact same size that came from the same university. You look at guys in this league that we're talking about, like a Tank Dell that's 165, 170 pounds. At 17 years old, he's only going to get better. He's probably going to get bigger. But aside from any medical issues, that kid is a stud.
Yeah, he's really, really good. 8693, I believe Brian Thomas Jr., Malik Neighbors, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. LSU is wide receiver U and QBU. It's hard to argue. It's really hard to argue.
LSU, not QBU.
They had Burrow and Jaden Daniels in the last recent memory.
Yeah, you add Jaden Daniels to the mix, but at the same time, Burrow and a whole lot of guys that didn't until Jaden Daniels. So we'll see, but there's no arguing wide receiver. I mean, of late, they've been unreal. Alabama might be close second, and Ohio State, don't count them out either.
Yeah. Ocho says Blankers, he's more than Jalen Milroe. He's okay. I don't even know his middle name. Respect his full name, says Ocho.
Because Ocho is our middle name guy.
Ocho believes middle name. Somebody said that the Mike Vick thing is false. I don't care. It's too good of a story. I don't care if it's false or not. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. I believe Mark Stoops would win at a big school if he had big resources. Not only did he beat Ole Miss this week, when on the road beat Ole Miss, he almost beat Georgia a couple of weeks ago. Mark Stoops, the winningest head coach in Kentucky football history. If he was at a big school with big resources, he'd be a really good head coach.
I don't disagree with that, because watching that football game and knowing that Ole Miss was supposed to come in with this offense and this Lane Kiffin and all the things they can do, and he had them basically out of his hand. He was controlling that football game. They were in control of the majority. They looked like a really, really good squad. And that was a huge win for that program. And I'm sure he'll get some looks for some universities at the end of the year with a lot more resources, because man, that was a hell of a win.
7283, I believe that U of H has lost their season. Future's bright, 7283. Don't fret. Keith from LA, I believe that Travis Hunter's the best player playing football, not just college, all levels. That's insane. He's not better than some of the guys in the NFL. College, he's really stinking good. He's not playing better than a lot of NFL guys, though. Come on, Keith.
To say that he's an exceptional player on the college level, that'll be an exceptional player in the NFL is one thing. To say he's the best player right now in any level of football, that's ludicrous.
I will say Colorado. I believe Colorado's better than people realize. 4-1, 2-0 in the Big 12. 4 wins is the most they've had this decade. By the way, 4th time they've done it. Last time they had 5 wins was 2019, 2 coaches ago. The last time they made a bowl was 2016, the Alamo Bowl. Deion's 2 wins away from making him bowl eligible for the first time in 8 years.
And then leaving.
I don't know.
I
don't
think
know.
Once
I don't know
the
how
boys are
coveted he'll
gone,
be.
and there's either going to be greener pastures.
I don't know. Like which coveted program will be available?
Florida might be.
They just okay. If Florida State, Florida? I thought you said Florida State.
Florida and Florida State both might be, but Florida
I don't
just
think
extended.
Florida would hire him.
Florida State just extended what's his name. So
Yeah,
they're not going to. I don't think they're going to
It
do
would
that as
be
much as they'd like to.
They would need A&M money. They could do it, but it's going to be very, very expensive.
Florida be more likely because Florida normally
Florida's
has a lot
open.
more resources because Florida State's the state school. And they're
Could
always
you imagine that?
they're
If
always limited. I could see it.
Florida hired the Deion.
Oh yeah,
that would be insane.
Yep, I could see.
So
it.
you think he's going to be coveted?
Yep.
I don't know how coveted it'll be.
He's that state. He owns that state. Look, I think wasn't it besides Florida State? Wasn't Miami looking at him a couple years ago?
I don't remember.
And he said because everybody thought it was a shoe-in for him to go back to his alma mater. And he's like, no, I don't have any loyalties to Florida State.
I do remember that.
Yeah, I think Florida could go knocking on his door, and from a recruiting standpoint and everything, and a just an overall kind of pub standpoint, he could be big there.
What else do you believe?
I believe Tennessee's got an even better cakewalk into the playoff right now. Tennessee looks like if they got to handle their business in conference. But the fact that Ole Miss just completely fell out of who I thought was going to be one of the top echelon teams in the SEC, I believe Tennessee their offense is really good now too.
Yeah.
That if they can they have some balance on offense and they can stop some people a little bit on defense, Tennessee's going to be a team to be reckoned with.
I just don't know if they've beaten anybody yet.
Not yet.
I don't know if they've beaten anybody yet. That offense is always dangerous, though. Heupel can run an offense. The ACC replay review crew got it right in the Miami game.
Oh, in the Hail Mary?
Virginia, I think so.
Yeah,
I think it was very clear.
I was very disappointed in the camera angles. Still trying to get someone to close up, get in on the football itself. But yeah, I was confused. I didn't see it live. I went back and tried to look at all the replays of it, and I still wasn't sold that they got the call right.
Yeah, I believe that it was very conclusive. Like, you can see the player go down. You have to survive the ground to be a catch. You see the ball bobble. You see the Miami player have his hand on the ball, and you see him sitting out of bounds. That's all you need. If the ball's bobbling, didn't survive the ground, the Miami player has touched it while he's out of bounds, it's over. Plays over.
So you did see him.
Pass.
He came down with the football,
He was
with possession
falling
of
down.
it in the air.
He was falling
Right.
down, and you can see as he's down, didn't survive the ground yet. You see the ball bobbling around.
Yeah, I didn't see
thought it
that.
was
I
conclusive.
couldn't see the replay where the ball was bobbling that conclusively, but I did see, which was impressive to me, the fact that he caught it going up in the air to bring it down, which is very improbable.
I think it was stupid that he even called it a catch. The Miami player got up and ran with it.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing here? What else do you believe?
I believe in terms of the Big Ten, I think Ohio State right now has the most talented roster in all of college football. But the fact that the Big Ten sucks so badly that they're not going to have any competition and they're not going to be anywhere near ready for what we saw on Saturday night.
I wonder if they'll get enough competition in the early rounds of the college football playoff.
They need it.
Yeah.
And they also got to survive it, because I think that you got to be at a certain level of primed up, ready to play like we saw Saturday night. And I don't think Ohio State's going to see it. Oregon is about your only chance of having another really good team in the Big Ten right now.
You're sleeping on somebody. You're sleeping on somebody.
Indiana.
Indiana's a football school. I believe the Hoosiers are a football school. 5-0 for the first time since 1967.
We'll see.
They're a football school, Indiana.
Oh, no, they're not.
They love their football
It's
in
just
Indiana.
that their basketball hasn't been great either, even with Mike Woodson. I don't see that.
They love their football in Indiana. What else?
Okay.
What else? What else do you believe?
I'm trying to think of what else I had on my list.
I believe SMU had a point to prove against Florida State. Florida State wanted to sue the ACC because they added SMU a pony excess on Twitter, responding to the final score that Florida State Twitter sent out. It said final Florida State 16, SMU 42. They sold out the stadium there, by the way. Pony Access on Twitter. That school that bought their way into the ACC, the one you guys disrespected, made fun of, and even mentioned in your lawsuit, the team that just beat the bad word out of you on national television. Take our name out of your mouth, little boy. You're not built for this. Pony Access went at Florida State after they beat them by 26.
Yikes.
Florida State's in trouble,
I
man.
believe UNLV got the right quarterback after all, and the fact that what happened with all of the NIL money and all the publicity just made them a tighter unit that's going to be a better football team, and they made a statement too, because they didn't just win when people were wondering where they were going to go undefeated by losing their starting quarterback and running back. They went off and they beat the hell out of Fresno State to say, we ain't going anywhere, and our quarterback's still pretty damn good.
I think that was the first time they've beaten Fresno like in the last 5 to 7
Whooped
years.
their ass,
they
too.
killed them. Malik Williams. I think it's Malik Williams.
Mm-hmm.
He's better than the not so $100,000 man. He went 13 for 16, 3 touchdowns, ran for over 100 yards. I remember reading during the week too how happy the team was that he was getting his chance. They came out to
and
play.
they said he's a big kid and he can pass it in play action and things like that, but he can also really do the same things running the football, and that it was a tight battle in camp. But boy, it kind of galvanized that whole squad, and that was an ass whooping.
9506, I believe Arch is a top 10 quarterback across all leagues. I think he's talking only college football, because if you're saying NFL, let's come on.
Who was it that today came out with their latest rankings of college quarterbacks with NFL potential and put Arch Manning number 1?
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
That might be a little too quick.
He's good. He's
good. More athletic than his 2 uncles, I can tell you that.
No doubt about that. And the final one for me, I believe that the Big 12 is underrated. 4 top 25 teams, and then there's 3 more teams receiving votes. So you have 7 of the country's top 35 teams. The Big 12,
like who
severely
wins it too?
underrated.
It's so wide open.
It is wide open.
I mean, Kansas State, BYU. I mean, that's going to be really interesting to see who wins that conference.
Yeah, it's open. Arizona winning at Utah, I kind of threw a wrench into things for sure.
Utah's defense has been so good, but offensively, figure out quarterback once and for all, because they don't even know who's starting week to week, and it changes the odds within 30 minutes of kickoff.
All right, you're talking about Utah's quarterback, Rising. Yeah,
Rising. He's never healthy.
All right, 713-780-3776. Let's get to our mailbag Monday. What is your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for the good people at mybookie.ag, because we know football's back. We just got done talking about college. We talked about pro. We got 2 games tonight, and it's time to cash in, and you do that with MyBookie. MyBookie makes online betting easy. The app and the website, they're simple to navigate, and they are friendly for the customer. Great promotions all year long. They've got weekly risk-free boosts on Thursdays. If you bet and you win big. If you don't win, forget it, because MyBookie's going to refund your wager on Thursdays. They're also giving away hundreds of thousands of prizes in all their different Survivor, Super contests, and Squares contests. They have this loyalty program now called MyBookie Plus. The more you spend your money betting and winning at mybookie.ag, the higher you go in terms of the tiers, and the higher the levels of tiers you get to in the loyalty program, you get better promotions, better exclusive giveaways, and bigger rewards. Get it all started right now. Go to mybookie.ag, sign up now, and use your promo code BET975, which we give to you. Right now, on your first deposit, when you use BET975, MyBookie's going to double the money you put in up to $1,000 by using our code. Remember it and use it whenever you can. Bet975, because it's going to get you cash immediately. You're going to see it in your account. And of course, as I always tell you, more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. You can also deposit with credit card or even crypto, but mybookie.ag is the place to go that takes care of you every step of the way. So much so, live dealers standing by for casino games when you feel like doing a little casino games but don't want to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. They got you on that too, poker, blackjack, and so much more. Mybookie.ag is the place you ought to be when you were thinking about doing any kind of gambling, where I always tell you can bet anything, anywhere, anytime, with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag. Use our promo code BET975.
is your question for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. 0613, what are the Killer Bees' favorite cut of steak, and how do you like it cooked?
Ooh, boy, that's a good question. First of all, I'm going to take heat for the second one no matter what, because I always do. But I like my steaks medium well, and that's the way I like them, and I don't care if you don't.
Yeah.
And I would go with ribeye or filet.
You might as well just eat beef jerky if you're doing that to the meat.
That's like I said, I already knew it was coming. So
those are my favorite cuts too. I probably lean ribeye because my favorite bite is the cap, the rib cap on the ribeye is so good. My wife made a steak yesterday, by the way, that was fantastic. Great steak, better you can find in any of the steakhouses
would you ever
around
do
town.
that? What is it? What do they call it when you boil it?
Yeah, she did that. She sous vide'd it.
Sous vide.
Sous vide
There you
it.
go. There you go.
Yeah, it's great. I love a sous vide.
Really?
Yeah, it's perfect. I mean, it's not my
always
favorite way, but if you're looking to do it quick and like no hassle, it's perfect.
And I told the reasons why in the past why I like it well done or medium well, because of the fact that that's what my dad would drink when he made the steaks on the weekends. And if it got a little extra cooked because he was drinking, you ate it anyway. But yeah, I like the fact that flavor from a little extra char grill is always good.
Philip 68, how did you two meet? They put us together.
They did.
It was a prearranged marriage. That's how we met.
You never told me how we met at the Rockets games or something.
No, we didn't meet at the Rockets game. You went to play golf at Deerwood, and I was the bag boy.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Huh.
Yep.
Yeah, and then we auditioned.
I mean, I don't think we met. I think I just put your clubs on the cart. Yeah, like you parked it in the front.
Yeah.
And then I went.
I love Deerwood.
Yeah, Deerwood's my favorite golf course in Houston. That place is awesome.
It is.
Key from LA, start, sit, cut, CJ Stroud, Jalen Green, and Jeremy Pena. That's a good question.
I think it's pretty easy. You start CJ, you sit Pena, and you cut Jalen Green.
I didn't say it was a hard question. So it was a good question.
Oh, yeah.
Starting CJ Stroud's the easy part of it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Is Jalen Green a better shooting guard than Jeremy Pena is shortstop relative to baseball?
Nope.
You don't think?
No, I think there's still a huge high ceiling for what he could be. What he's shown me so far is so inconsistent. At least from Pena, you get really good defense and you get decent hitting. And for a shortstop, probably a better than average player. So, no, I'm leaning Pena first, Green last.
I think Green's a better shooting guard than Pena is a shortstop.
You kind of changed your opinion on Pena.
No, I like Pena.
Yeah.
I like Pena. I'm just higher on Green than you are.
You're probably right.
So I like Pena. I'm not happy that I'm cutting Pena. I like Jeremy Pena. I would extend Jeremy Pena. Like I would give him a team friendly extension to buy out his free agent years. I don't dislike Pena, but I think Pena is probably a middle of the pack shortstop relative to baseball.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jalen Green is probably middle of the pack shooting guard relative to the NBA, but I think his ceiling's higher than Pena's. I think
ceiling.
Yeah,
I totally agree.
And that's why I'm going there because I think Jalen Green has a chance to be a top 10 shooting guard. I don't think Pena has a chance to be a top 10 shortstop.
It all comes down to if in another offseason, does he even get better offensively? Because he shortened his swing up, did some things. But yeah, you're probably right. In terms of the overall ceiling for potential to be great,
yeah,
Jalen's definitely more upside.
I'm buying the potential here. Pena's got a better resume. He was the World Series MVP. Ocho, how do you think Nico's 6'4" frame factors into his connection with Stroud? By the way, Brian Thomas Jr. is 6'3" and runs a 4.3 40.
He's really, really good, Ocho, and he proved it yesterday. And if I wasn't a believer before, I'm a super believer now. But at the same time, I don't think what Nico does with CJ has anything to do with his frame and his size or anything like that. They have a connection. The off script, they know exactly, they can read each other. CJ can trust him. And the fact that he's that blue collar one that can go up in traffic, high point it, take the hits, get the extra yards. They got a special connection on the off-script plays. There's no doubt.
I think his size does matter. I think it's easier to shield a defender. I think it's easier to make catches in traffic. I think it's easier to throw a ball like that. The final throw of the first half, like that's a ball where like you're throwing at the crossbar of the goalpost that you're wanting Nico with his size to go up and get. It's just that CJ airmailed. That was a bad throw. Eric, the driver, what was y'all's first car and how long did you keep it?
Ooh, boy. The first car that was actually mine was a VW Rabbit diesel that
Diesel?
Yeah, a diesel that my dad found a deal on, and boy did he, because it blew a valve on my way back to school, and it was like James Bond. I was sending out like a half mile of smoke and needed all this work. I think I kept it for about 8 months.
That's nuts.
Yeah, the engine just completely went kaput.
Mine was a 94 Toyota 4Runner. It was gold. It had a little bit of a lift on it. I probably kept it for
They run forever.
maybe 5 to 7 years.
Yeah, I'm sure you got some miles.
5 to
out of that.
7 years. Yeah, I love that car. It was
Rabbit,
awesome
not
car.
so much. Once the engine goes, anything in the
Yeah.
engine, it all goes.
Toyotas last forever.
Yeah, they do.
Jasper, mailbag questions for Blankers. I'm about to head to meet and greet hosted by Charles Woodson. What are some good questions I should ask? Jasper, are you okay? Are you all right? Are you healed? Are you in a state to be asking questions to Charles Woodson? Be the question I have for you. What would be a good question for Charles Woodson?
I'd ask him about his opinion on Hunter, and a guy that looks like he could be in the Heisman race for the first time since him in terms of playing both ways and the way he plays at a certain level on both sides of the football.
That's a good question. Do you think there is a trickle-down effect from the Astros to the Space Cowboys with respect to the locker room environment that led to the championship?
No, I'm not going to associate that with locker room environment. I think that the Astros, in terms of the fact that once they made the move and bought the team and they upgraded all the facilities and they gave them all the assets to use. But I just think that at a certain point, to Jeremy's point, whether they end up being major leaguers or not, you've got older guys in your system. And that means something, because a lot of guys are being forced up to AAA at really young ages right now. You had an experienced team. You had Trey Cabbage in the lineup. You had some vets there that did their job.
I actually think the championship culture does carry down a bit. Like, is it the reason they won it all? No. But I do think that it does have a trickle-down effect when you have a championship winning culture like the Astros have. Nico Collins, greater than, less than, or equal to CeeDee Lamb?
I think that CeeDee Lamb can be more just flat out explosive speed wise, but overall, it's hard for me to argue with the fact that we just got done talking about how physical he is, his size. He high points footballs. He's not afraid to go up in traffic. I know that the sexy pick is CeeDee Lamb. I'll take Nico.
I think CeeDee Lamb's a more talented receiver than Nico Collins. I think Nico has closed the gap to where I was a year and 4 games ago. I think he's closed the gap in the last 4 games. Nico Collins has the most receiving yards in Texans history through 4 games. He might even be a more productive receiver than CeeDee Lamb, but I think CeeDee Lamb's a better talent.
He leads all of the
Nico.
NFL in yards right now, doesn't he?
Is he still first? I don't look until the week's over. So I look on Tuesday.
Okay, that's fair. But
So
I
I'm
think
not
as
sure.
of right now, he does.
I know he did at the end of last week, and he had a huge game yesterday,
Massive, yep.
so I would assume he does. So are the Bills upper echelon or upper echelon E? I get they got blown out, but let's respect who they are, especially so that when we win, we can get the join the cool kids at the lunch table.
They might have played the best team in the NFL last night, right now. So the fact is that kind of like when we were talking about the sky falling with the Vikings game for the Texans, Buffalo has looked so good until last night, and they ran into a buzzsaw. But Buffalo is definitely an upper echelon team in this league.
I'll call them upper echelon E. I wouldn't put them in the same tier as the Chiefs and the Ravens. I don't trust Josh Allen to beat playoff teams 3 straight weeks. And I'm just going to double down on that until he proves me wrong. And he didn't play well yesterday. Didn't have a good game yesterday, I don't think. All right, what burning questions do you have with the Astros playoffs beginning tomorrow? What worries you about the Tigers? What are your Astro questions ahead of game 1 of the wild card series against Detroit tomorrow? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What is your big question you have? The Astros beginning the playoffs tomorrow. Minute Maid, home for A.J. Hinch and the Detroit Fighting A.J. Hinches. 713-780-3776. McTaggart tweeted earlier it's 50-50 that Yordan Alvarez will be on the roster tomorrow. The deadline pencils down 10 a.m. tomorrow. Ocho asked. Also, Espada gave no hint about Verlander. I would be stunned if Verlander's on the wild card roster. I think they're going to keep an extra lefty because the Tigers have a couple of lefties. I think they'll keep Brian King, Caleb Ferguson, and then Josh Hader. But Ocho asked, would it surprise you if Kawhi Alvarez didn't play versus the Tigers?
It would shock me. I said it when we talked about it at 4 o'clock. I firmly believe that he will be in the lineup. I expect him to play. I'm not buying 50-50. I know they're going to be hyper cautious, and they're also going to use a little gamesmanship. But when you hear nothing but positives and you know he's taking BP and he's running outside and he's doing those things, and this is the biggest series of the year, bar none, he's going to play.
Yeah, I think he's going to play. Like, if he's capable of running around today and if he's capable of taking batting practice, I think that unless they're lying to us about the batting practice.
But you go Kirk Gibson in the World Series, right? I mean, you're not in the World Series, but this is, win or go home. This is the biggest series of the year. If he can swing a baseball bat, no matter what his leg feels like, he's going to be in the lineup. You're right. He's going to designated hit, but he's going to play.
Maybe, even if he doesn't start.
Ooh, I can't see it,
but I'm with you. But I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Even if he doesn't start, what if he can give you one plate appearance in the entire series? Is one plate appearance in the entire series worth more of keeping, Shea Whitcomb or Zach DeCinzo or Gray Kessinger? Of course it is.
Yeah.
So I think that Yordan will be on the roster tomorrow. Now, his availability, I think to me is the bigger question. My hunch is that he's going to DH bat second.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
I don't need, now we're really to the point where the bet's over and the regular season doesn't matter in terms of playing left field. I don't need to see him in left field the rest of the year, but his one at bat is better than any other at bat you could put in there for how many times the guys you mentioned are going to bat. But he's so vital to this team. He's got to play.
Largo asked my Astro playoff question, what radio station will the game be on? All of them, except for the Highway to Hell. You can listen to it right here, ESPN 97.5, the national unbiased broadcast, and we'll have the unbiased post-game right after. Killer Bees will be on the air live immediately after. Alex will Hinch put Cole in. I see what you did there. Garrett Cole's not a Tiger, though. What are your looming questions you have? What worries you about the Tigers?
The Tigers are the hottest team in baseball. That's what worries me about the Tigers. They're young. They don't have any idea that they shouldn't, that they shouldn't be there. Yeah, they really are. They, from the standpoint of, in a positive way, they're young and dumb because they don't care if you think that they're not supposed to be there. The fact that they got there after they made the trades they made to continue to plan for the future at the trade deadline, they're the hottest team in baseball. They got the Cy Young Award winner going in a short series in game one. And right now they feel pretty invincible and they're cocky. They have no fear coming into this series, no matter who they're playing. And that's why of the two teams, I would have preferred Kansas City, worse on the road. I think that they're dinged up. I think that was a better matchup overall for the Astros. But bottom line is, don't look at this and say it's the Tigers of old and the Astros are going to steamroll them. That's a really good baseball team playing the best baseball in the major leagues.
Anything can happen in a 3-game baseball series. So, I don't love 3-game series. I don't like 5-game series. So I despise 3-game series. Scooble is going to throw a third of that 3-game series. He's going to be the Cy Young. He is the AL Triple Crown winner. So you're facing the best pitcher in the American League. So that's something that worries me. And their pitching staff's been really stinking good since they went to this little opener and then throw the game into the bullpen. Their bullpen's been really dominant, and A.J. Hinch is just matching everything up with the pockets that they're going to face in the lineup. So their pitching's what worries me the most. Their offense, you look at the numbers, it's not great, but they have some guys who've come on. Like Kerry Carpenter has missed a good chunk of the year. He is back, and he is performing. Parker Meadows has been better. He's been somebody who's very talented that has been better. Their best player is probably Riley Green. He's the only player that has an OPS over 800. So their offense isn't great, but they have a lot of young players that two of them didn't really play the most of the year. So they have enough offense that can beat you, especially if they pitch well.
Yeah, and again, momentum means something, especially in a short series.
They have lost 2 in a row, though.
But they're coming in thinking that they got a chance against anybody, and the fact that they're not supposed to be here, they're playing with house money. I just feel like that's a scary team to have to deal with because they don't have anything that's holding them back from just saying, "What do we got to lose? Let's just throw caution to the wind and go get them." And you've got the best pitcher in the American League facing you in game 1. Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 6613. How far do the Astros make it into the playoffs? Homer hat, they're gonna win it all. Playoffs are such a crapshoot. I have no idea.
I think my personal opinion is this is the biggest series for me. If they beat the Tigers, they're going to be in the World Series.
Okay. I think they could lose the series. I think they could win it all. I really do think that's their range. And you
Agreed.
can say that about every team, but as bipolar as the Astros have been this year, would it shock you if they get skunked by Skubal and then a bullpen day on Wednesday? Not me.
No.
Wouldn't shock me if they have a pitching staff that can just, the Astros ride it all the way out, win it all on the backs of Fromber, Hunter Brown, and then Jordan's heroic, Kyle Tucker's heroic, Altuve, Bregman, and they win the World Series. Would that surprise me? No. I could see those scenarios, and I could see anything in between.
Yeah, I could see him winning the first 2 games of the series, win a tight battle in game 1, and eliminate Skubal, win game 2. Hopefully you've saved Hunter Brown because you won game 1, and then go right in and steamroll because now you're hot and you're playing a Cleveland team that you just got done winning there, though you're right, they held back some pitchers, but you've always seemed to have their number in the postseason. And the same thing with the Yankees. I could see them if this series is the key because Tigers are playing with house money. You beat the Tigers, I think you'll see him in the World Series.
Texas Juggernaut, scariest thing is the 3-game series in the Astros offense at home. Yeah. Well,
I was thinking about it this morning, and I understand the wild card. You're supposed to make it so that, you credit and give the extra rest to the 2 best teams. But if there was a way after the wild card to make both series 7-game series, and I know they already think it goes too long into November, but that's the best way to do it.
The wild card?
No, the wild card stays 3,
division,
and then the division and the league championship series are both 7 games.
I like that. A Sasquatch says it's great analysis. They could win and they could also lose. That's what you pay me for. That's why they pay me the big bucks. All right, 713-780-3776. I trust CJ Stroud. Do you? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
CJ Stroud, yesterday for the Texans, 27 for 40, 345 yards, 2 touchdowns. We always grade the quarterback. We grade him against the other quarterback who won if it was a boxing round going toe-to-toe. I think the one of the more spirited debates we had last year was actually Stroud versus Lawrence. Maybe their first game. I can't remember exactly. But Stroud-Lawrence was a hot topic.
You know, I wasn't a big
year.
fan of Trevor.
No, but he played really well against the Texans once last year. Remember, he had a game against the Texans where he went nuts last year.
Yeah, but I've just never been sold on him. And I know you and I have gotten into it about him before because he made some throws in that game that you notated, and I had to relent. Yeah, those were some good throws. I just have never really fully been into saying he's going to be someone in the NFL that's a really good quarterback.
I think you would be justified with that because he's been playing poorly lately. He has not been very good. Last year, he had a game against the Texans where it was actually week 11 where they came into Houston. They won. He threw for 364 yards. And I think that was the game where he was just hitting every throw. Like he was accurate. 23-38 is not super accurate. His first game against the Texans, 27 for 40, but they lost by 20 at home. Threw for 279. If Trevor Lawrence was mediocre yesterday, the Jaguars win that game.
Oh, no doubt.
If he was average, the Jags win that game by 2 possessions, I think.
It's almost like Jalen Green-esque when we always talk about the potential that you see, the ability that's there. When he's right, he's so right. But then when he's wrong, he's so bad that he can cost you the game, even if it's not a turnover. The missed throws yesterday were ridiculous in terms of how painful they were to the Jags. Like he missed Kirk on the deep ball.
Mm-hmm.
He missed, how many times did he miss Thomas on balls that could have been difference makers? But then in the second half, when he had to make some throws, the one on the sideline, and there was a couple others in traffic where he just lasered it in. And I'm like, see, that's why he got the money, because he has all the tools and occasionally he hits on them. But man, the misses yesterday were blatant and they were bad.
Look, I don't watch every single Trevor Lawrence game because that'd be weird.
Yep.
I watch him every time he plays the Texans. I watch him whenever they're on primetime, which is not that many. And I watch him whenever they show him on Red Zone, which is not an accurate representation of who they are as a quarterback. That's the worst I've seen Trevor Lawrence look. He was wildly inaccurate. The deep balls are annoying. Like the deep balls by its nature are like the most difficult passes to complete, but he had multiple ones that he missed and that he overthrew. The one that annoyed me, like if I'm a Jacksonville fan, is that 3rd and 1 rollout. And yes, there's a little bit of pressure there, but you had ETN kind of wide open, and for an NFL standards was wide open, and he overthrows him. Like he's hit too far in front. It went off of ETN's fingertips, falls incomplete. And then he has the audacity after doing that, which again would have annoyed me if I'm the coaching staff and a Jacksonville fan. Deep balls, yes, he missed them, but 3rd and 1 for NFL standards, easy throw to make. Throws it too far in front of ETN, and then has the audacity to come to the sideline and be like, let's go for it. Let's go for it. How about you complete an easy 3rd down? I can't go for it because you can't complete that, Trevor.
No,
you can't complete that pass. I can't go for it.
I think where he missed was also really, really disturbing because the ones that were the deep balls were obvious, but the one to Thomas that was kind of a medium to deep route on the right sideline, not only was it not in front of him and it just wasn't like an overthrow, it was behind him and it was headed for like the chain gang and the guys sitting in street clothes. I'm going, that wasn't even like competitive with the throw that he made there.
So who won the fight yesterday? CJ and Trevor Lawrence.
CJ.
I give it a 10-8 round. I think CJ was easily better than Trevor Lawrence was awful.
To me, it's a knockout.
Okay, that's fine. Knocked him out in the 4th round. Okay, that's fine. Trevor Lawrence was so bad. He was so bad in that game yesterday.
He was so bad, and then going back and watching it a second time to realize how good CJ was that people were kind of losing sight of because of the offensive line, because of the penalties, because of the kind of inconsistent running game. When you go back and look at the throws CJ made and what he had to do to be able to make those throws, he deserves a lot more credit than he got.
I think it was the best game he's played this year for CJ.
Very well could. Yeah, probably was,
I
because they won in Indy and it wasn't spectacular, and they won in Chicago and didn't really struggle in the second half, and they got hammered last week, so it probably was.
Eye test matters more in football than statistics. We'll give you the numbers, though. 27 for 40, 68%, 345 passing yards. They ran a ton of plays yesterday and didn't run it great. No picks, no turnovers, 110.9 passer rating yesterday, What would you grade Stroud's performance in yesterday's game? Letter grade.
I'm gonna give him an A minus. I'm gonna give him an A minus just because of the fact that you'd like a little bit higher completion percentage, but overall with what he was dealing with, the pressure was constantly there, whether they were getting completely home or not, and how he had to adjust and adapt, and then the throws that he made, particularly off script. Yeah, I'm gonna say he's definitely in the A category, so I'll go A minus.
68%. Pretty dang high, especially when you consider the pressure that he was under throughout that game. So I didn't think the accuracy was poor. I think there was one poor throw that he made. I give him an A for that performance yesterday. A for anticipation. He was fantastic. The only throw that I wish he would have back was the one to Nico Collins at the end of the first
touchdown.
half.
Yeah.
He missed a touchdown there. That's the only reason that he doesn't get an A+ from me. He gets an A for that performance yesterday. King of Twitch says, give me a A+ for CJ Stroud. King of Twitch, a big CJ Stroud guy. He thinks he's the best quarterback already in the NFL. So King of Twitch has him down for an A+. Alex is giving the round to CJ Stroud 10-8 over Trevor Lawrence. 713-780-3776. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say 10-8, fine. It's a knockout when a guy is your franchise quarterback and you're stuck with him as the leader of the franchise, and he couldn't lead yesterday. When you watch that performance, it's one thing to say he missed some throws. He's the number one. He might be the sole reason why you lost that football game. You got a turnover in the special teams game that led immediately to a touchdown. It set you up on the road to have a 7-point lead early. You had multiple opportunities to blow the top off it. We talked about the one that would have given you a double-digit lead and basically almost, for all intent and purposes, put the game on ice for you to a certain degree or really give you a huge advantage. You missed every possible throw. Your receivers were, especially Thomas, was extremely frustrated trying to hold it back because of how many times he was wide open and the ball wasn't there. He was the single reason why the Jags lost that game.
No doubt. No doubt.
So that's a knockout to me.
Yeah, that's fine. Knockout, 10-8 round. 10-8 round means you knocked him down twice in the round. It just, you didn't knock him completely out. But maybe you did because they're 0-4. A lot of people are blaming, a lot of people are saying Peterson's going to be fired. Peterson had the quote. I saw Kunkel post it that he kind of threw blame at the players.
Oh, he if you watch the actual soundbite, it took everything he had to like stop mid-sentence because they were saying asking him, is he thinking about taking over play calling duties from the OC press, I forget what his last name is, but he's like, no, I thought he called a hell of a game. And at a certain point, you need to make the guys need to complete the plays and make the plays on the field. There's no doubt in my mind that there's a disconnect there. And he knows his guy can't get done the plays they're calling.
You probably can't throw the players under the bus like he did.
Not especially that franchise.
And he did do that. He did blame it on the players really, but I don't think he was wrong. Like I do think that they called a good offensive game. Like they were there. The big Bigsby run, like he picked a great time to run. D'Amico sent a blitz, runs right into the blitz, has a huge gain, which could have easily went for a touchdown and game over. The deep balls were there multiple times. You complete one of them, Jags probably win that game. So I actually did think that he called a good game. I think it was solely on the shoulders of Trevor Lawrence.
I would say this: the only area where I would put some of it on the coaching staff was their last possession before the garbage time with a couple seconds left, was the fact that they didn't run any time off the clock when they could have really made it difficult for the Texans to just get down to field goal territory.
That's a good call. They went run play, didn't waste any time, pass play incomplete,
Yeah, and
3 and out.
And the 3 and out only cost you about 18 seconds if you're the Texans, and that should not have been the case.
No, you're right about that. Now the Texans really weren't in like danger of not scoring though. Like they still had timeouts and like they still would have had the time. But I agree. They could have used more time. But I also understand them trying to get a first down more than using time there because a first down would have been way more beneficial to their chances of winning than that. The thing that encourages me, though, because, like, who cares their grades, right? Who cares what we think their grade is for CJ? Who cares what we think he competed against Trevor Lawrence? The thing that is really nice is that when the game is on the line, you think that you have a shot with CJ Stroud. You're down by a possession, 2 minutes left to play, whatever team that you're playing, you know that you have a puncher's chance with CJ Stroud, which you didn't really feel that. You might have felt that way with Deshaun. It might have been blind like thinking that with Deshaun. You didn't really have that with Schaub. You didn't have that with any other quarterback that wasn't named those two. You can only make a case for those two. This is the first time that I felt that when you give the quarterback a chance of the quarterback of the Texans a chance to win the game, that you feel pretty dang good with CJ Stroud leading that drive.
You absolutely should. And you know, it helps that you have your full complement, but you have, as long as Nico's on the field too, no matter if you had Diggs a year ago or not, you go back to the Tampa Bay game and the way that CJ just ice water in his veins, stayed composed, did what he had to do, led you down the field, time running out, got you the win. You look at both drives at the end of both halves yesterday. Yes, he missed the touchdown pass to Nico, but at the same time, he got you there. He made the tough plays. He got everybody involved. He extends plays when he has to. He's intelligent enough and has the feel to step up. The touch throws are still there. The one that got called back, the Diggs play on the sideline, another touch ball, perfectly placed so that Diggs could get the toe tap and get in and out. He has so much that makes you believe that regardless of last year and people doubted, can he do it for a second year? And what you've seen so far this year, he can make all the throws, and the composure and the knowledge of the game and the feel is something that it's hard to put a value on, but you should always feel you got a shot when you've got time and the ball in CJ's hands.
Ocho, I trust CJ, but probably not as much as he trusts his offensive line, given how he holds the ball instead of checking it down. He was better at that yesterday. 0452, Trevor's been terrible since he was drafted, yet Jags give him all the chances. Bryce Young, on the other hand, that's a racial text. 7560, I didn't watch the game, but home team won. Yeah, let's hope they can keep the spirits up when baseball's over, because we all know the Toyota Center is going to be boring. Interesting text. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Vera, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Vera?
Hey guys, hope you're all well. Couple of points, right? I think a lot has been said about the offensive line, and I think this is something that the commentators had said last afternoon, that it was, I think, one of the first times for any team this season that all the 5 offensive linemen had a penalty in the game, in a single game. The Texans had. I mean, Tunsil, he's been a false start master, but he had 2 holding penalties. Kenyon Green got bull rushed a couple of times, which was one of the sacks that CJ took. So I think, I don't know if this is just a mere question of like mental issues, or this is also a question of like coaching issues with Chris Strasser. I mean, there's something the coach let him go for a reason, right? I mean, we brought him on, sure. I mean, he might be a good scheme fit for us. The other question, I did want to also, tip a hat to Dario Gumbawale. I mean, I know a lot of people have said a lot of good things, but that 30-yard run on a 3rd and 18, and also then catching the last touchdown, I think it calls for a lot of good things. So I'll hang up and listen, guys. Thank you.
Always appreciate it, Vera. Don't only just show up during Texan season, but appreciate you listening. Good thoughts. We talked on a lot of that. There's no doubt that if you only know the offensive line coach's name, it's because of all the mistakes that
Chris
they're making.
Strauser.
Yeah, the fact that we're only talking about him because of the fact that it's bad. If it continues like this for a couple more weeks, he's not going to be your offensive line coach by midseason. He just can't, because
you think D'Amico would fire him mid-year?
I do.
Whoa.
I think that I was talking to DJ about this after he got done on Friday too. I just don't think that a team that has this high of an expectation,
that was off the record,
that has all this talent. No, I brought it up to him. And I said, is this on the coach? Because you brought it up. We've talked about it. We talked about the fact we wouldn't even know his name except for the fact that we're dealing with all this stuff.
I brought it up to him off the record.
Oh, I brought it up. I brought it up to him and asked the question, is it coaching? Because I didn't know if it was just coaching or if it's the players being stubborn. But the fact is, in my mind, he's got to go. This team, you spent so much money in draft capital on the guys that you have. You have committed all these resources. None of these guys are hurt. It's not like a year ago when you were playing musical chairs and wondering if your right tackle could be your left guard and your center, who's also a guard as a rookie. They're too good, and you've paid them too much for them to be this bad and for the problems to continue, especially when you made the statement during the week at practice that we've addressed it.
Yeah, I don't firing an offensive line coach mid-year. I don't know what you accomplished there really, though. Because you're calling up the assistant offensive line coach. Does that make you feel better? What's Lance's dad up to? Like, maybe that'll make us feel better.
I don't know who the other candidates would be, but sometimes you just got to get a fresh voice in the room, because obviously he's not reaching these guys.
It's just really hard to bring up somebody like off the streets that isn't coaching anywhere mid-year. Like on a winning team, you don't see that often.
No, and I don't know what the answer is, but I can't have this guy not getting any kind of results or showing any progress based on the penalties week in, week out, and almost all of them being pointed directly to your offensive line, knowing that coaching is the biggest reason why.
They were a little better. And
Pre-snap.
the pre-snap stuff was cleaned up. They were all post-snap. They just kind of, you know what it was like? It's whenever you're cleaning your room and you just kind of stuff everything up like underneath your bed. You didn't really clean anything. You just kind of shuffled around where the dirt's at. You know what I mean? Like you sweep all the dirt out of the kitchen, but now it's in the dining room. That's what it was, pre-snap to post-snap.
I just feel like as much as, we always talk about Jerry Jones as a guy that no matter what he knows needs to be done, he always waits too long before he changes coaches or does anything. I just feel like D'Amico knows that how talented this team is and knows that he's got the right pieces. And who knows if Diggs will be here past this year, but you've got all the weapons and the line is the literally the engine that makes it all go, with CJ being the catalyst. That if it continues on this path for the next couple of weeks, I think you got to do something drastic.
Yeah. 6761, this team is one CJ away from being defeated. This team has some huge flaws. Stroud is saving it all. I agree. I don't think that they have a ton of huge flaws. I think they just have one big flaw on the offense, which I think is the offensive line. That's why everything looks worse. 5595, I trust CJ, but our O-line doesn't give him enough time to do anything. I tend to agree. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. It is Keith. Keith, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up?
Hey, guys, I have a fantasy football question, but one note on the offensive line thing. If you fire the offensive line coach, you wouldn't go for the assistant offensive line coach. You would just hire a recently retired offensive lineman like a Jason Kelsey or a Marshall Yanda or somebody.
Jason Kelsey's not being the offensive line coach for the Texans.
You know who might?
Yeah, you could.
Marshall Yanda?
A recently retired offensive line coach.
Jeff Saturday?
Yep. That's who I was thinking. If he came out of the booth to be the head coach of his beloved Colts, would he not at least know enough from a veteran perspective to work with
mid-year?
He'd have the respect of the offensive lineman.
The language is different. You're going to have to learn the offensive playbook. You're going to have to learn all the language, what the offense is like. If you're a winning team, you're not firing the offensive line coach and hiring somebody from the outside. You're not doing it.
Okay. Well, first of all, I completely believe that he could go by midseason. And if you want to keep it in house for the rest of the year, fine. But if it really, truly, maybe you bring in as an assistant, then bring in a guy with veteran experience that the guys would respect, that knows offensive line play to make a difference.
That's more possible. You'd have to learn the language. That's tough to do. What else you got, Keith?
Yeah. So my fantasy football question.
All right, no,
tonight,
we don't do that. We don't do fantasy football.
That's later in the week.
No, Keith. No one cares about your fantasy football team. No one cares about Keith's fantasy football team.
Dolphins or Seattle D tonight.
I don't care what you do, Keith. I don't care what you do. Keith, no one cares about your fantasy football team. No one cares about my fantasy football team. No one cares about Blanker's fantasy football team. No one cares about the Twitcher's fantasy football team. We're not asking who you should start on Monday Night Football, Keith. No one cares but you. We'll talk to Adam Ronis Thursday with all your fantasy questions. 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Great Stroud. What'd you think of his performance? How much trust do you have in Stroud with the game on the line? And someone caught Blanker's attention that needs to be discussed. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HR&P, Human Resources and Payroll. Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. And business owners, let HR&P help you, whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. HR&P can help in any or all of these facets. There's no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small, doesn't matter how big. HR&P completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. If you have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HR&P will find a way to help. They do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best tech. You'll love that, but you're going to love their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you, knows your business needs. Also, employers, if you like your employees, give them HR&P. We use HR&P here at Gal. It's so easy. The portal's easy. We just did the re-enrollment for insurance. That's easy. It's easy to see how much you get paid, how many off days you got. It's great. So employers, if you love your employees, let them love HR&P. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Rockets have their media day today. Doesn't the NBA season start on Christmas?
For a lot of people, they think it does.
I'm just kidding. I like the NIT now, which is before Christmas. So it's kind of got my attention. 4280 Stroud quarterback rating 115.9 is A-. That must be King of Twitch texting in, talking about all the A's he's giving out for CJ Stroud. 713-780-3776. There was a certain defensive player in yesterday's game that caught your eye in a negative way, huh?
Yeah, man. Watching it the second time to make sure too. Jalen Petrie, I know that we talked about, hey, this was a position, playing the nickel corner and doing the things that he did at Baylor was going to be the right fit for him. But watching just his inability in coverage was just driving me nuts. Look, we all know he loves to hit. We all know he loves to be up on the line of scrimmage, and he's really good tackling. He's really bad in coverage. And Christian Kirk was having his way with him all day, and tight ends were getting space and having plenty of distance if Lawrence would have made the right throws to get the ball to them. And he was giving up play after play after play to where I'm not sure by the end of the season he can cover well enough to continue to be your nickel corner. I know the options are limited, but man, he was awful in coverage yesterday.
Yeah, he didn't have his best game. I don't know if I would go as far to say that he's awful in coverage. Was he awful in coverage yesterday? I do think so. Now, the Texans do play a lot of zones. So they can kind of get away with it at times. I think he will be challenged by the better slot receivers in the NFL. Christian Kirk is one of the better slot receivers in the NFL, though. Like, you're not going to have an opponent each and every week that's as good as Christian Kirk. You're about to play Buffalo. They don't have a receiver as good as Christian Kirk. I like Shakir.
Shakir's pretty good.
Yeah, he's not as good as Kirk.
No.
He's not as good as Kirk. Gabe Davis, he's fine. I don't think Gabe Davis is in Jacksonville, actually.
Right.
Curtis Samuel's had a tough start to his season. He's not as good as Kirk. Keon Coleman, I don't think he, at this stage of his career, is as good as Kirk, especially speedy shiftiness type of stuff. Coleman's not the fastest, quickest player. He's more like hands and that sort of thing. So I don't know if this is an every game problem for Jalen Petrie. I think it's a problem when you face the elite slots in the NFL. Though.
Let's hope not, because the other thing that we've talked about in the past is in terms of when he's in coverage is the angles that he takes, and a lot of times he takes too sharp of an angle when he needs to kind of bow out a little bit. He made a really nice play at the end of the game when they needed it, kind of with the layered throw that Lawrence had to make by getting his hand on it. But overall in coverage, and it wasn't just on Kirk, but it seemed like almost every time anything was happening over the middle, everybody was kind of a step and a half in front of him. And then, he was going to make the tackle once the guy got his hands on the football. But you need better than that. And maybe let's hope it was just one bad game, because the correlation and combination of one bad game there, but the same thing, coverage and then the angles, that worries me.
See, I don't know if it's like the difference between him playing well and playing poorly. I think it's more who the opponent is.
Maybe.
Because I think that against like average to below average slot receivers in the NFL, I think he'll be able to hold his own. But you get to the top 10 slots in the NFL, I don't think he has a chance.
And tight end wise too, though, he's got to be better on tight ends where he doesn't need to give them a pad, and he should be able to stay with them and be competitive to mix it up.
What are you talking about with that?
There was a couple tight end plays over the middle where he was responsible for the tight end in a crossing pattern.
I don't remember that yesterday.
Yeah, and he just looked like he was a step behind.
Yeah, I don't remember him any of the tight end plays. I remember him being exposed a couple of times by Christian Kirk. Kirk had his number, and you could tell that the game plan was we're going to attack Jalen Petrie with Christian Kirk.
Yep.
They did it twice on the first series. They went right back to it at the start of the second half. They were hell-bent to give Christian Kirk the football against Jalen Petrie. They felt like that was their best matchup, no doubt about it.
Their game plan unequivocally was one of the matchups they loved was trying to expose that one with Jalen Petrie and Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. But I would say this: I'm not trying to just be. It was just very noticeable to me, and it was problematic looking at it a second time with Petrie in coverage. Maybe it was the opponent, and it was just one of those games. But overall, I also want to point out he was not alone. Because no matter who you pick in that secondary, a lot of guys had some hot and cold moments throughout the entire game. They had some good plays. They had some bad plays. So, the secondary did not have their best game yesterday.
Yeah, other than, I would say Stingley played well.
Yeah, he
missed a tackle.
He missed a tackle, and there was one or two in coverage early that I was like, ooh, either it was a drop or it was a bad throw. But I want to say there was one or two early where I was like, Sting could have probably been in a better position for that. But then late in the game, he was where he needed to be. Murray was up and down, had a good play, got the big sack, had some good plays, but also got beat on some plays.
Yeah, I mean, the sack was kind of easy. Like, let's be honest. How much are we really giving credit for Eric Murray on the sack, though? Like, it was well drawn up. It was a great call. Murray got into the backfield, finished the play. Give him credit for finishing the play. But that wasn't like, oh, what an elite play by Eric Murray. Like, he just did what he was told and brought down the quarterback.
He had a couple of good defensive plays, but he also got cooked a couple of times. And again, if Lawrence makes the right throws on a couple of balls, it could have been devastating, some of the plays he gave up.
I mean, he gave a touchdown. He gave a touchdown to Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah.
The first touchdown they scored, which I don't know exactly what happened on that play. I think it was man coverage. It kind of looks like Murray thought that he had help, though. Like, he gave him the inside. Like, he had outside leverage, gave him the inside, and it looked like he thought he had help. But maybe he just got burned badly by Brian Thomas, which is pretty dang likely.
Laster had kind of a tough day, too.
Yeah, Laster wasn't great yesterday.
No.
Laster wasn't great yesterday.
And the more I looked at it, I was like, yeah, that's tough right there, because as much as he earned the position and everything like that, yeah, he had a tough day.
One thing that I have noticed with Lassiter, though, is that he's willing to allow you. He'll jump on the short stuff. Like, people, he's getting destroyed on these double moves, and he's allowing these double moves. I think that's what he's trying to do. Like, I think he's erring on the side of, I'm going to take the short pass array, and if you double move me, I have safety help.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it is by design, but he has gotten beat a couple of times because of that.
Yeah, no. So, I mean, I think the secondary, as much as the easy call was the offensive line, but the secondary has got to be better too. And to a certain degree, look, you've got just a phenomenal talent in a rookie wide receiver, and you've got Kirk, and you've got some guys. Davis is an experienced veteran, but I think they just have to be better as a unit overall, because you just saw too many deficiencies.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if it can be, because I think it's kind of a talent thing. You know what I mean? Especially with Petrie. Like, there's not a better nickel corner on the team. Like, you're going to make the move. You're okay. With Desmond King, you're our new nickel corner. We're going to move Petrie back to safety. Like, is it to that point yet?
Well, no, not yet. but at the same time, I could still trust him from a safety position to do a lot of good, and he still has speed, but he doesn't have to do as much in coverage. But he does have to take better angles when he gets back at safety. But then we saw how many times did the Texans look for corners and change corners and find guys throughout the season that get let go, or there's opportunities to where we're not there yet, and maybe the competition did matter. But in a couple of weeks, if we're still having this discussion, then I could think that it'd be in the realm of possibilities.
I do think they have more depth at nickel corner than they do outside corner. Because, I mean, you're carrying Miles Bryant, Desmond King's back on the practice squad. So, like, you have options there. Whereas outside corner, it's Chris Boyd and D'Angelo Ross. Outside corner, it's one of those guys gets hurt, and it's, oh, no, we're doomed.
You know, and I think that I think Laster he's learning. This is part of the baptism by fire of being the starting corner as a rookie. I think he's going to get better. I think he's still going to be the answer, but he had a rough day.
Yeah, he did. He did. He didn't. It wasn't as noticeable with him because they didn't complete the passes as it was by Petrie. But yeah, it was something that showed up. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's give out our game balls. Who deserves game balls after most of Week 4 being complete? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, we got 2 games tonight. If you're looking to have some people over for Monday Night Football and the doubleheader and all of that, you're going to be serving some good food. I've got another beverage to add to the beverage list. Yeah, you can normally go with your beers and your hard liquors, but sometimes, especially on a Monday night, you want to pace yourself. You want just a nice, subtle mix of the alcohol, but with a lot of flavor and a lot of different varieties to choose from. I recommend Stella Rosa wines. Stella Rosa wines are served chilled, and they go with just about anything you're serving, from the dips and the chips to the pizzas and wings and all the other things you might be serving. Give your guests a chance to add something else to their possible potential palate when it comes to beverages, because Stella Rosa wines are refreshing. They actually serve chilled, go with just about anything, and you're not going to feel it to the degree that you might feel it with some of the other alcohols you're serving. I recommend them because they're convenient, they're easy, they're served at all your local retailers, and they go with just about everything you're serving and all the different flavors that we've had when we have our toast of the week. They're really, really delicious. And half the time you're wondering if you're actually drinking alcohol, but you are, but it's actually with a legitimate twist. Real fruit flavors, they're phenomenal as well. Check them out today. Go to your local retailer and always drink responsibly, but absolutely celebrate with Stella Rosa wine.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Who gets game balls this week? Moving it up to Monday instead of Tuesday because we're going to be a little bit short tomorrow. We're carrying the baseball game tomorrow. We'll be on immediately after the game with our instant reaction after wildcard game 1, Houston-Detroit. But probably an abbreviated show tomorrow a bit. So game balls today. Who's getting your game ball? 713-780-3776. We got plenty to hand out. Lankers, who gets your first one?
First one to me is the game of the week on the schedule in the NFL. Lived up to billing for one team, the Baltimore Ravens, and that starts with Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry, in one carry, had a game that a lot of running backs would have loved, 87 yards and a touchdown. He was unbelievable. He was heading for 200 yards. He was doing anything he wanted, and I don't care when he eats and how he eats it and what he does. That dude at 6'6", 250 pounds, outrunning defensive backs, that was an impressive performance.
Brian thought he was washed.
Yeah.
I'm not going to let him forget that one. He's washed.
He went to Dallas and showed them when they were supposed to be the front runner to get him what they missed when they didn't get him.
They couldn't afford him.
And Baltimore was the perfect fit and unbelievable with that line what he can do.
He ran for 199 yards. They left him in the game without the starters to try to get to 200, which was foolish. Yes. I thought that was very dumb. He was the only starter on the field for either team. Very foolish. But yeah, 199 yards, 2 touchdowns. Derrick Henry was a beast. Brian thinks that he's washed. He doesn't think he's a fit for that offense. Jury's still out?
No.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. Hard to say that he wasn't a fit for that offense when all they do is run.
Sam Darnold, MVP.
Oh, boy.
275 yards, 3 touchdowns, the undefeated Vikings. Sam Darnold continues to roll. Sam Darnold gets a Branham game ball.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Look, from a Packers perspective, watching that football game, and yeah, they had a muffed punt that ended up putting the Vikings in scoring position. But Sam Darnold could do whatever he wanted. Addison back. The Vikings have all the weapons for a team that no one gave a hell of a lot of chance to do a lot this year. They're one of the best teams in the NFC with San Francisco down and Philadelphia down. You can't rule out the fact that Darnold, with that offense and that coaching staff and all those weapons, is having an MVP type season.
It's so weird that Sam Darnold's good at football.
It's weird.
Yeah, he's never been good at football, and all of a sudden he's good at football.
He's a poster child for Trevor Lawrence.
Maybe
you can be the number 1 pick and look like absolute butt crack, and then turn it around. At a certain point.
How many guys have done that though? Like how many guys? And Geno wasn't the number 1 pick.
No, it wasn't the number 1 pick.
Geno was
he was a first round.
Yeah,
pick.
but I think it was like late. Wasn't it like in the 20s?
No,
he was a second round pick. He was a second round pick 39 out of West Virginia. Like how many top 5, top 10 first rounders have been absolute busts and have been ruled out as bust, and then all of a sudden late in their 20s they turn out to be good? This is rare.
Yeah, that's a good question.
In this generation, it is rare.
Yeah, I'm just real quick off the top of my head trying to think of guys that were taken that high.
It's an anomaly. He's a unicorn. Sam Darnold is a unicorn.
It's easy to find the guys that were taken that high and suck.
Yeah, but then to suck for a while. He's on his third different team. How many guys have been top 5 picks that are on their fourth team that are on their 4th team that all of a sudden find some semblance of being a good quarterback after they've been terrible and have been labeled a bust for their first 6 years in the NFL?
Yeah, Justin Fields may end up being there.
I don't know.
But yeah,
but even he's only on his second team.
Right.
Like it's
the
crazy.
4th team throws the wrinkle into it that no one's going to compete.
I think he's a unicorn. I think Sam Darnold's a unicorn. All right, who else getting a game ball?
Well, Joe Flacco needs one. Joe Flacco had the comment that first of all, if you're the Colts and Anthony Richardson on a running play hurts his hip and he comes back and the first thing you do is call a quarterback run and he gets hit again.
Is it that different than what the Texans did with Joe Mixon?
Okay. If I got him back in the football game, the last thing I'm going to do right away is give him a chance to get hit again.
I don't know. He can't throw.
But they don't want to admit that.
That's his only weapon.
Well, but Flacco does it again. He saves the day. He comes in, the relief pitcher extraordinaire. And then after the game, the post-game comment was all world when he said that Anthony Richardson's mom was born 8 days after he was. So there's no way he thinks he's cool.
That was funny.
Yeah, Joe Flacco gets one there because, boy, talk about extending in a career and then doing well when you get an opportunity.
Didn't they he said after the game, too, that the Browns never offered him a contract.
you knew they weren't gonna.
Yeah.
Because then you have a built-in quarterback controversy all year when Deshaun doesn't play well.
Brutal. Baker Mayfield, he gets another game ball. Baker Mayfield might be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. 30 for 47, 347 yards, throws 2 touchdowns, runs for another as Tampa Bay continues to be schizophrenic. They lose to Carolina, and then they beat the Eagles, although the Eagles were very shorthanded.
Yeah, look, the Eagles are a very, very confusing team that are headed towards a quarterback change. A coaching change, because they can't change the quarterback, but the Eagles should be a lot better than they are. But credit to Baker and the Bucks, because we were talking about how we didn't know who they are. They're making you believe real quick that they're going to win that division.
Yeah, they look good. Who else you got?
I'm trying to think. I want to say, but in a losing effort, because I was going to say Justin Fields, but they lost.
It's your game ball. You can hand out your game ball to losers if you choose.
For the fact that I don't know that Russell Wilson gets his starting quarterback job back, the fact that Justin Fields threw for 312 yards and ran the football well, didn't turn it over. I thought Justin Fields, until Joe Flacco came in to save the day, Justin Fields had another great football game.
You can do what you want with your game balls. You handed out a game ball to your loser. That's fine.
Okay.
No big deal. Text line saying Alex Smith is the closest to Darnold. I don't remember him being awful at his first team, though.
His first team was San Fran, right?
Yeah, he wasn't terrible there.
And then he got bumped out with injury for Kaepernick.
Yeah, he was fine at San Francisco. He wasn't great. He had a year where they went 13-3. He wasn't a bust.
No.
He might not have been worthy of the number 1 pick, but he wasn't a bust. A bunch of other people were saying Baker Mayfield. I don't think Baker Mayfield was a bust.
Ooh. Yeah, he busted in Cleveland, I think. I think he busted in Cleveland.
I don't think so. I think he was fine in Cleveland. They shouldn't have gotten rid of him.
And then after Cleveland, where'd he go? Carolina? Before the
Carolina.
Rams on that real short stint where he had the one good game with no prep time?
Yep. He had some decent seasons in Cleveland.
He's the closest.
He had 3,500 yards, 26 touchdowns, 8 picks in his third year in the league. They would be happy if they kept him and didn't have Deshaun.
Oh, there's a lot of people. We played the one radio call. The Cleveland radio doesn't want to hear that, but there's a lot of people that think they screwed up on that.
Baker way better in his first few years than Sam Darnold, in my opinion. I said that the Bucs lost to Carolina. They lost to Denver. That was my bad. Both bad football teams, although Denver's defense looks all right. So maybe that's not as bad a loss as we thought. Baker's the closest to Darnold, says Oso. Bucs didn't lose to the Panthers. They lost once this year to the Broncos. Thank you. The Hive's so smart.
Yeah.
Nothing gets past the goalkeeper. Nothing gets past the Hive. You say one off thing and they're all. That's why we love you, Hive. Thank you for having my back and correcting me, so I don't sound like a bigger idiot than I am. Yeah, they lost to Denver. I didn't lose to Carolina. That's my bad. Jaden Daniels gets my game ball. 26 for 30, 233, touchdown. Did throw a pick, but then ran for 47 yards and a touchdown. King of Twitch says that he's already better than CJ Stroud, but King of Twitch doesn't know ball. We already know that. DeAndre Swift, 165 yards, a touchdown. Jordan Mason, 160 total yards and a touchdown.
Jamar Chase was pretty damn good in that Carolina game. That one run where no one could tackle him and it went for a long touchdown. Yeah, he's a stud.
You can give a couple of game balls to defenses like Denver's D. You can give a game ball to the Vegas D. You can give a game ball to Chris Jones, 2 sacks and a 17-10 win for the Chiefs. But my biggest game ball is going to Young Ho Koo. 4 for 4 field goals, drilled a 58-yarder to win it at the horn. Young Ho Koo.
Yeah, the radio call was pretty good too.
I missed it
because at the end, like the goal, they go Koo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but he drilled it. Yeah, that was big. And Atlanta's a talented team. As much as Tampa Bay has been the surprise of that division, Atlanta's been the disappointment, but they still got a lot of talent.
Oh, so can we give Nico another game ball? We don't usually give him to Texans, usually an NFL segment, but yeah, you can give him a game ball. That's fine. That's fine by me. Jeremy McNichols, sneaky game ball, 2 touchdowns with Eckler out. Yeah, he did have a sneaky game out of nowhere. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's go to the HRMP listener line real quick. Chad, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up?
Yes, sir. I give my game ball to Trevor Lawrence for not being able to complete a pass.
There you go. Appreciate it, Chad. Trevor Lawrence was the Texans MVP yesterday. There is no doubt about it. Not one person impacted that game in a more beneficial way to the Texans than Trevor Lawrence. That's a great call. Rack 'em.
Yeah,
great call.
Trevor Lawrence basically he should be hated by all of the Jacksonville faithful that realize they have to deal with this for the foreseeable future, and he was the reason why they lost.
They're in trouble. I mean, they're going to have to go coach hunting, and they're probably going to have to figure out how to get rid of Trevor Lawrence because he's not any good.
Nope.
All right, 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Make sure you keep it here, top of the hour. The Boss and the Gloss coming up from 6 to 7. So make sure you're tuned in. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776.
I mean, as good as he played on the field, Baker Mayfield, I mean, slow down on when Tom Brady's calling the game, coming in with the quotes that he came in with. They wanted me to come in, be myself, bring the joy back to football for guys who weren't having as much fun. And then he doubled down and said that he had everybody dialed in. Brady did. So I think everybody was pretty stressed out. And Brady responded on the air by saying, I thought stressful was not having Super Bowl rings. That wasn't daycare. And it turned into a pretty fun to watch back and forth.
Baker apparently tried to back that down afterwards.
Better.
Yeah. It's not a fun house.
No, he fired up all kinds of people, ex Brady teammates and everything. Slow down, big guy. Yeah, you're playing well, but that's the GOAT right there.
This texter is telling me how to pronounce Young Hoku. I didn't do it intentionally. That's cute of you. 8835. Very, very cute. I want to nominate the New York Football Jets.
Yes.
Jake Asman was on one last night.
Was he?
He was insulting people's mothers.
Uh-oh.
He was insinuating that he was hanging out with someone's mother on Twitter.
The Red Weasel was on fire?
He was mad. He was mad. Yeah, he was saying that Braylon Allen needs to get all the goal line carries after this offseason, saying that Breece Hall was better than Christian McCaffrey, which Christian McCaffrey has Achillitis or whatever it's called in both of his Achilles. So he might be right about that. Yeah, he was hot. He was livid. But the Jets were awful yesterday. Nathaniel Hackett, he's a bum. He's not any good.
I'm telling you.
Aaron Rodgers is very, very old.
Yep.
They got issues. Salah's saying, our cadences are too elaborate. And then Aaron Rodgers saying, no, they're not. The offensive linemen are just idiots. And then Salah's like, yeah, Aaron Rodgers is right today.
Salah's real close to losing his job. He might have taken the front runner status of hot seat.
I don't know. Like, they're still 2-2. Like, they would have to go really downhill. Because I mean, who's their
Well, you
interim?
can't put Hackett in
That's what I'm
charge.
saying.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Like,
Rodgers would love to be player coach.
I don't think that he could get fired in a year. Like, now, if you're talking about end of the season, yeah. If they miss the playoffs, he's out.
Oh, for
If he missed
sure.
the playoffs, he's out.
Oh, yeah. I just don't know if he survives the whole year, especially if they're out of playoff contention.
I just don't know how you give the tag to Nathaniel Hackett. Who else do they have on that staff?
I don't know who their DC is, but and
Salah's
Salah
calling
plays the plays, right? But
Jeff Ulbrich, like,
look, if they're out of playoff contention, he'll get a head start on the head coaches for next year, and he'll cut him loose.
yeah, maybe. I think they'll still figure it out and be in the hunt, but not a good look yesterday. I think the Denver defense is a little better than we think.
Yeah,
they dominated Baker, who's been really stinking good. He dominates the Jets, and the Jets offense is kind of mid. People are still saying this Alex Smith thing. Alex Smith, bad rookie year, but Smith was fine as a Niner. Like, he had good years as a Niner. Just because you have a bad rookie year doesn't mean you're a bust or you're Sam Darnold. Peyton Manning had a bad rookie year.
Successful until he got hurt, and that's when Harbaugh decided to put Kaepernick in, and that was handpicked his guy out of college.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Alex Smith's tenure in San Francisco bust worthy or as bad as Darnold. Did he have a bad rookie year? Yes, but that does not define your career at that place. See Peyton Manning. 7823. Don't see Bryce Young. 7823. CJ Gardner-Johnson, definitely the car wreck. All that talk before the game to get destroyed by Baker. He was blocking people on Twitter too.
Oh, really?
See, I saw he's blocking people.
always
I think he blocked Antonio Brown. I think Antonio Brown was giving him some
pretty
business.
dicey on Twitter.
That's his
too,
shtick.
still. Yeah.
That's his shtick. A lot of people like it.
Did you see the fact that when
People like
Aaron
it.
Andrews in the post game asked Baker about the heat and how he dealt with it,
Yeah, I did.
and he changed his pants?
What's wrong with that?
I mean, I understand that, but did you see the numbers? First half with the first half pants, 237 passing yards, 2 TDs, a rushing TD, 0 turnovers. Second half, 110 passing yards, and almost 50% completion percentage.
That doesn't tell the whole story of that game, though.
But it's fun to talk about the fact that you had to mention you changed your pants.
I don't think that's that bad. I don't think that's that rare.
Some guys take a leak in their pants during the game.
That's true, but a lot of people change uniforms during the game.
Baseball players do it a lot.
All the time.
Football players, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
I think they change at halftime when they're sweating through it.
I don't.
I think it happens a lot.
I don't think it happens a lot.
You know what Baker Mayfield needs? He needs a little Ronel Blanco in his life. Ronel Blanco will tell him how to clean up saturation in a hurry. I think you can use rosin in sunscreen in the NFL. I don't think it's banned. Ronel Blanco needs to lob Baker Mayfield a call. Let him know how to cheat.
Yeah, that might help him.
How to dry up all that sweat. I think Ronel would help him. I think Ronel would be good for Baker.
Hope that could have been an advantage the Texans had every week with this roof situation if they just let it get hot and let opponents deal with it.
4-3-2-1, Josh Allen, car wreck of the week. No touchdowns, 180 yards, quarterback rating of 79. Josh Allen against good football teams. What happens? He lays an egg.
You know what's crazy, though? Everybody was just talking about the one throw he did make when the blown coverage had the guy like 25 yards behind the secondary, and he made it on the run. It was a strong arm throw, but I mean, it was just a Hail Mary.
Allen's numbers in the postseason are actually pretty good. They're way better than it sounds. They're way better than like the way I make it sound. But I just don't trust him in big games. Josh from Seabrook, car wreck of the day. Me for not noticing that I had a dead owl in the grill of my car since last Friday night. Go Cougs.
He finished it with it?
No, I'm just saying. Because they're an owl.
Yeah.
Peter's gonna get on to me. That's I don't know how you wouldn't know that. Like, that stuff would smell in a hurry.
Oh, for sure.
Smell in a hurry.
Any kind of dead animal like that? Yeah. Yeah, that's Oh God, that smell must have been.
He said since last Friday night. Did you not leave the house, Josh?
Every day it getting worse. What are you looking under your seats for? French
That's
fries don't
weird.
smell like that when they're left under your seat.
Have you ever seen owls at night? They're cool looking. Their eyes like kind of like radiate. It's pretty cool.
Huh. No.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Not at night. No.
7823. He says, 5798. My car wreck nominee goes to Patrick Mahomes for sabotaging and sacrificing Rashee Rice's ACL.
Yeah, because he did it intentionally.
That's
That was a tough
apparently
one.
they don't know like the severity yet. Like they're getting second opinions.
Mahomes said that hopefully he can help us at the end of the year.
I think they're hoping that it might just be like a strain or maybe not a complete tear.
Okay.
Because Schefter tweeted out just a minute ago that they're looking at second opinions and they're not confirming a torn ACL yet.
Huh.
And usually you know pretty quickly.
Yeah. My car wreck of the day is cancer because it took Dikembe Mutombo at 58. And Deke was one of the all-time great human beings.
Yeah, he was his humanitarian work, second to none. That's sad. Rest in peace, Dikembe. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to B-Rod, Boston Rodriguez for filling in for B-Mac. He's blank. I'm Brandon. The Boss in the Gloss coming up right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.